Chapter 2802, All About Demon Plants. 2802, All About Demon Plants. 3. A large group of people followed behind Han Fei. In an empty place of the Thug Academy, Han Fei waved his hand casually and a swath of wheat appeared. Old Jiang asked, "Why is this wheat so tough? Why is it so full of spiritual energy? Isn't it too extravagant to make dumplings with this stuff?" Han Fei said, "It can't be helped. This is already the lowest level plant in my origin star." Old Jiang, after that, Han Fei casually placed a few banana trees and loquat trees on both sides of the road. Then he took a few steps and waved his hand, and a strawberry garden, peanut garden, pepper garden, and various other demon plant crops appeared in the Thug Academy. When Su Daiji saw the peppers, she couldn't help but say, "I like peppers. I can make hot and sour potato shreds with them." With that said, Su Daiji was about to pluck the pepper vine, clearly wanting to plant it in her source C. However, as soon as she plucked it, she saw 7 or 8 peppers explode. The power could blow up a dangling fissure. "Su Daiji, Han Fei explained, "you can pluck them, but don't pluck them from the roots. Since they're demon plants, they're conscious. If you want to plant them with seeds." However, everybody looked at Han Fei weirdly. Su Daiji asked, "Eldest senior brother, won't it explode if I eat it?" "No, I promise you." After a while, nearly half of the area of the Thug Academy was planted with all kinds of plants. There were no less than 50 kinds of fruit trees, as well as hundreds of flowers and plants. And these were all demon plants, and all of them had consciousness. Those who didn't know better would think that the Thug Academy had already become a demon plant academy. Old Jiang asked, "Wait, your origin star has already developed into this? Even these things can become demon plants." Han Fei said, "All plants can evolve." Han Fei picked a peach from a nearby tree and took a bite. "Nan, fertilize this peach tree." Kujinan thought to himself, "Do I still have to fertilize them? No one will plant demonic plants with spirit concentration art, okay?" But when spiritual energy poured in, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Just as Han Fei picked the peach, another peach grew out, and it was growing at a visible speed. Kujinin was dumbfounded and couldn't help but ask, "Doesn't it mean that as long as we fertilize them, we can harvest them infinitely?" Han Fei said, "That's true, but the main reason is that you are already a sea establisher, so the spirit concentration art you casually use can accelerate the recovery of these demon plants. If you are a dangling fisher, it will be slow. Even if you fertilize such a peach once a day, it will take at least 5 or 6 days to recover." On the other side, a disciple of the Thug Academy exclaimed, "This is amazing. I can accelerate the growth of spiritual fruits by infusing spiritual energy." Yes, this was no longer an ordinary fruit, but a spiritual fruit. Everyone looked at the source of the sound. The young man who spoke was pressing his hand on a watermelon vine. As spiritual energy was injected, 3 watermelons grew on a vine. Someone had already picked a strawberry and put it in his mouth in shock. This strawberry doesn't contain much spiritual energy, but it contains a lot of energy. It's very suitable for body tempering. Hearing that, many people picked the newly born spiritual fruits and looked at each other in bewilderment. Doesn't this mean that as long as I eat more fruits in the future, my strength can grow? At this moment, Zhang Panpan had already pulled Yi Xian to walk around the demon plant garden. "Mommy, I want this, this, and this. I want them too. These fruits are so beautiful. I want to eat them." Old Bai and Old Jiang looked at each other. For some reason, they felt a little strange. After a while, Han Fei came to an open space he specially reserved. As a seed was thrown down, a sapling broke out of the soil. As Han Fei poured several wisps of immortal qi on it, it grew into a towering tree 100 meters tall in just 30 seconds. Its dense branches covered a radius of more than 200 meters. Ling Yuan asked, "Is this a demon plant of the venerable realm?" For a moment, Ling Yuan even lost her voice. Not only her, but everyone present was lost for words. "A venerable level demon plant? How can it grow out of thin air? This doesn't make sense, right?" Han Fei said. "Don't panic. It grew fast because I injected a lot of immortal qi into it. The purpose of this tree's existence is mainly to suppress other demon plants and continuously feed some vitality energy to these ordinary demon plants. It can maintain the growth of these demon plants for a long time." Old Jiang said in surprise, "Do you mean that the demon plants we see now can continue to grow and become stronger?" Han Fei smiled. "Yes, the current human race didn't know much about demon plants, but the people of the Thug Academy could sense that Han Fei seemed to be playing a big game of chess. They had once accepted terrifying demon plants from the Forest of Terror in a small place like the Yin-Yang world. Of course, they knew how terrifying demon plants would be once they grew up. However, they couldn't imagine what things wheat would become when they grew up as demon plants. Old Jiang asked, "Do you want to promote it throughout the human race?" Old Jiang was smart. Han Fei turned the Thug Academy into a demon plant garden, not just to add some seasoning to their lives. The potential of these demon plants was terrifying. Once a large number of demon plants were born, in a sense, wouldn't it be equivalent to another kind of soaring of the overall combat power of the human race? Chapter 2803, All About Demon Plants. 42803, All About Demon Plants. 4. Han Fei grinned. "Old Jiang, you know me," Qujinin asked. Senior brother, won't these demon plants divide up the humans' cultivation resources? Han Fei smiled and said, the human race has grown fast enough over the years. We need some time to consolidate and accumulate. Otherwise, even if our strength has increased, our combat skills haven't improved at all. What's the point? A portion of the human race's resources will inevitably be vacated. What's wrong with planting some demon plants? Old Jiang said. Interesting, but the growth of these demon plants can't be so easy, right? Han Fei nodded slightly. Of course, this is only because the students of the Thug Academy are strong. If it were anyone else, they might not be able to produce a single fruit in dozens of days. The strong can produce it at will, but the fruits produced are a little useless to them. Old Bai said, in any case, this is a blessing for ordinary people with low cultivation strength. I think it's feasible. What do you think? Of course, it can improve the human environment and plant spiritual fruits to eat. It might even be used in combat in the future. It's very meaningful. As expected of Senior Brother. As the human emperor, Senior Brother certainly has to consider the entire human race, the next day. Because of the land constraint, even the Thug Academy didn't occupy much land. In this city with a population of 500 million, the change of the Thug Academy would inevitably attract attention. Early in the morning, the entrance of the Thug Academy was surrounded by people. Wow! Is this a spiritual plant? Spiritual plants can even be planted in the chaotic wasteland, as expected of the Thug Academy. What do you know? This is the habit of the Thug Academy. Wherever there is a Thug Academy, there will be a plantation. No one is in the mood to farm after entering the Sea Realm apart from them. They even brought a plantation to the Sea Realm. Do they have nothing better to do? It does feel different to have more colors in the city. This is the Thug Academy. Ordinary people can't enter. We can at least take a look. The Thug Academy isn't closed. Look, there is a lot of bamboo over there. There are even calabashes hanging on the green vines. What fruits are growing on the 2 trees at the door? Hey, that's called a peach. Only the yin-yang world has it in the raging sea. It's said to be a specialty of the Thug Academy. Aren't they afraid that someone will steal it? Everyone looked at the person who spoke speechlessly. Are you brainless? Why don't you steal one of them? This is Master Human Emperor's Academy. It's said that Master Human Emperor comes back every few days. Are you out of your mind? How dare you steal from Master Human Emperor's house? After a round of exclamations and sighs, people didn't take it seriously and went about their business. However, at the same time, thousands of retail shops for demon plants appeared in the human cities. The names of the shops were all about demon plants, and under the sign was a line of words, the beautiful life of human beings begins with a seed. This was not the most important thing. At the bottom right corner of the sign, there was a signature signed Han Fei. Because of this sign-off, these shops were surrounded by people before they were opened. Perhaps the current human race was a little arrogant because they were cultivating with such a high efficiency, or perhaps they really had nothing better to do, or perhaps everyone was too curious about the background of these little shops since they could have Master Human Emperor write signs for them. At this moment, the shops were overcrowded. Someone said, "What do you think these shops sell? They can even have Master Human Emperor write signs for them." Cut the crap. The Human Emperor has written that the beautiful life of mankind starts with a seed. They definitely sell seeds. Sell seeds? Where can we plant seeds? Although our human race has risen very quickly, the land resources in our cities are so scarce that we don't even have enough space for cultivation. Hey, can we have the space to farm? Hey, why is there no shopkeeper in this shop? When will it open? It doesn't give any information about it. I don't know. When I passed by yesterday, I didn't see such a small shop. It suddenly appeared today. By the way, I passed by 3 all-about demon plants shops this morning. Do you believe me? Hey, make way, make way. At this moment, a bamboo demon appeared behind the crowd. The bamboo demon was slender, like a 2-meter-high segment of broken bamboo. Its body was straight and segmented. It walked on the ground with its roots, and there were 2 bamboo shoots on its roots. On the bamboo demon, there were naturally bamboo branches and bamboo leaves, which were not much different from common bamboo. The bamboo demon was only an explorer and wasn't strong. He said, "Come on, everyone, make way. The shop will open on time in 4 hours. Please line up in an orderly manner." Chapter 2804 conscription begins 1-2804 conscription begins 1. Demon plants. I hadn't seen any bamboo demons in the human race before. Hey, shopkeeper Bamboo, are you from the Waterwood world? Mr. Bamboo, what's your business exactly? Mr. Bamboo, what's your business exactly? Bamboo, is the signing of Master Human Emperor real? Shopkeeper Bamboo, introduce your shop first. Otherwise, we don't know what we're queuing to buy. That's right. This store appeared too suddenly. We weren't prepared. This green bamboo was naturally Han Fei, but he was just one of Han Fei's loose living beings. He said, "Don't be hasty. I made you wait for 4 hours because I was preparing a bulletin. I'll answer your questions later. Now, I've sorted out some manuals. You can read them first after the manuals are distributed, but please line up in an orderly manner. There is no manual if you don't line up. Oh, this shopkeeper is quite tough. Interesting. Let's line up and see what he is up to." After only a moment, there was a long line of hundreds of people at the entrance of the store. In order to avoid traffic jams, shopkeeper Bamboo even made an S-shaped passage that could accommodate nearly 1,000 people at once. Even though the shop was not in the commercial center, the place was still not big enough. 1,000 people were already the limit of the line. However, when there was a crowd of people, there would be a special phenomenon, which was the bystander effect. To put it bluntly, people liked joining in the fun. When the people coming and going saw a large group of people gathered together, they would be curious and come over to watch. In just the time they lined up, there were already more than 1,000 onlookers. At this moment, Han Fei said, "Fellow Taoists, today is the joyous day of the opening of my little store, all about demon plants. The opening time is scheduled to be 2 hours from now. Please wait patiently. Perhaps you still don't know what our store is about, so I'll give you half an hour to ask questions. After half an hour, I'll have to get busy with the opening matter." "You can only read the manual," someone immediately said. "Mr. Bamboo, is the signature on your signboard real?" Han Fei said. "It's true. This is written by Master Human Emperor himself. Master Human Emperor thinks that other than cultivating, we don't have any fun in life, and the chaotic wasteland is special, so he asked us to open these shops." The audience whispered to each other. "I knew it. The signature can't be fake. Look where we are. Who dares to pretend to be Master Human Emperor? That's right. Master Human Emperor is so considerate. He's afraid that we'll be tired from cultivating, so he wants to add some fun to our lives. Since it's a shop approved by Master Human Emperor, it can't be bad. No matter how long I have to wait, it's worth it." Someone continued to ask, "Mr. Bamboo, I saw several all-about demon plants shops this morning. Are the shopkeepers all bamboo demons?" "Why haven't I seen your bamboo demons in the raging sea before?" Han Fei said. "Well, we're not demon plants in the raging sea. Our lineage is a demon plant tribe outside the chaotic wasteland. We're just following Master Human Emperor now. Our tribe is not good at fighting, but we're quite knowledgeable about plantation. This is our first trip to the human race. Nice to meet you." "Huh? A race that follows Master Human Emperor." "Haha, don't worry, shopkeeper Bamboo. Our human race is the most hospitable. Since you're followers of Master Human Emperor, you're our friends." Yes, we humans are quite friendly to our friends. I'm not bragging. You won't even want to leave as long as you come." "That's right. Don't worry, shopkeeper Bamboo. No matter what you sell today, I'll buy something from your shop." Han Fei shook the leaves on his body and replied, "Thank you, my human friends. Let me explain a little bit to you. Our shops specialize in selling demon plant seeds. With the infusion of spiritual energy, these demon plants can grow quickly. As long as they are continuously nurtured, they can reach at least the dangling fisher realm in a very short period of time. Furthermore, many demon plants can give birth to various spiritual fruits as they grow. Some can restore the spirit, some can increase the soul power, some can strengthen the blood and chi, and some can provide energy. As the time to nurture demon plants increases, the level and strength of the demon plants will also become better and better." "What? We can plant spiritual fruits ourselves now? Wait, a demon plant that can give birth to spiritual fruits will take hundreds or thousands of years to grow, right? Boss Bamboo, you only sell seeds in your shop. Then it will take at least 800 years to grow spiritual fruits, right?" Han Fei said. "It's not that slow. In a while, Master Human Emperor will transplant my race's life demon plants to the various cities. Where there are life demon plants, the growth of the demon plants can be shortened to a few months or even a few days. The stronger you are, the more spiritual energy you inject into the demon plants, the faster the growth of the demon plants. If you are a sea establisher, it will only take a moment for you to grow a demon plant." "Really? Then how much spiritual energy should I inject? We aren't that strong." For example, the hidden fisher realm is the mainstream now. How long will it take for a seed to grow into a demon plant for hidden fishers? Chapter 28.5.2.8.05. Conscription begins 2.2.8.05. Conscription begins 2. Han Fei shook his leaves and said, "With the strength of a hidden fisher, you only need to pour 1/10 of your spiritual energy into a demon plant every day. It will take about 3 months to nurture a demon plant to the level of a grand fishing master. If you use 1/5 of your spiritual energy, it will take 3 months to nurture a demon plant to the level of a dangling fisher. Of course, the further you nurture a demon plant, the more difficult it will be. However, you don't have to deliberately nurture a demon plant, because the main purpose of the Human Emperor is to give the city some new colors. If you just want to add some color to your home, a hidden fisher only needs to provide a demon plant with all his strength for 1 day, and then you can have a fisher-level demon plant. Shoot, I want to buy it." "I want to buy it." "Haha, I didn't expect us to be able to plant demon plants too. This chaotic wasteland is so boring. How can we not buy it? Shopkeeper Bamboo, how much are the seeds? How do we trade?" Han Fei continued to sway his branches and leaves. "When you enter the shop to buy something later, you'll see the prices. As for how to trade, we'll mainly receive ultra-quality spiritual stones, energy crystals, clean stones, and other items. I'd like to remind you that the Human Emperor doesn't want to use demon plants to earn the resources in your hands, so he will establish a pool of poverty-reducing resources. Therefore, all the resources gained from the sales of the shops will be given to anyone below the law enforcer realm with special cultivation needs for free." "Boom, really? Wow, as expected of Master Human Emperor." Haha, I knew it. How could Master Human Emperor personally write a sign for a small shop? This is clearly disguised funding for cultivators below the law enforcer realm. How generous. There are still many people below the law enforcer realm now. Master Human Emperor is awesome, Hanfei continued. The poverty alleviation resource pool will prioritize supplying those who have a need for a breakthrough but don't have resources. After all, there are too many people below the law enforcer realm. If everyone needs resources, the poverty alleviation resource pool will definitely not be enough. Therefore, I hope everyone can tell the people around you that you can only apply if you meet the requirements. Any applicant will have someone conduct the corresponding background investigation. Once anyone is found to give false information, the poverty alleviation resource pool will permanently close to this person. That makes sense. People with resources naturally can't occupy the latrine, but not poo. Bah, my words are a little vulgar, but the truth is simple. This is Master Human Emperor's kindness. It can't be taken advantage of by ill-intentioned people. That's right. This qualification must be investigated carefully. Only after the investigation is done can the resources be issued. Mr. Bamboo, what are you waiting for? Open the store now. That's right. Why should you wait? I can't wait. Someone even took out dozens of ultra-quality spiritual stones and said, Mr. Bamboo, I have money. No matter how expensive your seeds are, I'll buy one. Hanfei waved his branches and leaves. Everyone, no rush. What I just said is firstly the use of demon plants, and secondly, the poverty alleviation resource pool. However, if you want to buy demon plant seeds, there's another condition. Just tell us, Shopkeeper Bamboo. I guess it requires strength. Otherwise, ordinary people might not be able to afford it. Will there be a purchase restriction? Hanfei didn't expect this person to guess so accurately. The supply of seeds would indeed be restricted. It wasn't that he wanted to restrict the purchase, but that he wasn't strong enough to control so many loose living beings at once. It was precisely because of this that he needed to use the power of the entire human race to nurture Hansong's growth, and then nurture the growth of plants with Hansong's growth. Hanfei was horrified just thinking about it. Hansong was at the Tao-proving level the moment he was produced. With the support of the entire human race, it was very likely that he would reach the Great Monarch realm earlier than his original body. Hanfei said, Everyone, don't worry. There's indeed a limited purchase of demon plant seeds, but that's because the output of seeds isn't that high, but we'll have a supply every day. However, we still suggest that buyers have to have a place to plant them and have the ability to nurture them. Otherwise, if you buy them back but can't plant or raise them, you can only return them. What I actually want to say is that even if you plant these demon plant seeds into demon plants, they won't be able to recognize you as their masters, nor can you cut them up to make them into weapons or something. Huh? I was thinking of planting some weapons. Hanfei waved his branches and leaves. Everyone, when demon plant seeds grow into demon plants, they are sentient and will have consciousness. To put it bluntly, demon plants and humans are just different races. Demon plants provide new colors to the human world, provide spiritual fruits, and even fight side by side with the human race when necessary. However, you want to cut off your allies who fight side by side with you and use them as weapons. That's not very friendly. Master Human Emperor promised that the human race and demon plants would coexist peacefully. Ha! Shopkeeper Bamboo, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. If he dares to cut demon plants as weapons, I'll twist his head off. Immediately, a group of people echoed. That's right, who are you? You ate their fruits but still wanted to cut them into weapons. That's outrageous. If we break the promise Master Human Emperor made to the demon plants, Master Human Emperor will lose face. Chapter 2806, 2806, conscription begins, 32806, conscription begins, 32806, conscription begins, 3. Well, Shopkeeper Bamboo, don't worry. We definitely don't buy demon plants to make weapons. It's already precious enough to get spiritual fruits from them. Whoever dares to have ill intentions will be punished. Don't worry, Shopkeeper Bamboo. Ha, Mr. Bamboo, we'll supervise them for you. We can definitely find out whose demon plants are gone. The person who had said that he wanted to make a weapon with the demon plants was almost drowned by curses. He hurriedly explained, No, I won't do it. I just said it casually. How can I bear to kill the demon plants that have been with me day and night? I won't. I definitely won't. I don't think you're that bold. Hanfei's leaves swayed. Although he didn't know why he had become Shopkeeper Bamboo, this nickname wasn't bad. Hanfei said, Now that everyone has understood it, I'll distribute a manual to everyone. As the shop can accommodate up to 500 people at a time, the number of copies distributed will be 1,000. After reading it, please return it or pass it to the next person. There are names, uses, and paintings of demon plant seeds in the manual. If you have a goal, you can quickly choose and buy in the shop to make room for the people behind. Haha, fortunately, I found out that this store is special early on, so I was lining up here long ago. Look, there are already more than 3,000 people here. The people at the end of the line all turned green. Because of the limited space on the ground, many people flew into the sky and lined up in the sky like a pyramid. Some people hurriedly asked, Mr. Bamboo, you have more than one store, right? Where are the other stores? Upon hearing this, Hanfei thought to himself that he really didn't specify the locations of the shops. He said, well, I'm going to mark the locations of all the shops next. Wait a moment. I'll mark the locations of the other shops soon. With a flip of Hanfei's hand, hundreds of bamboo shoots flew out in midair and stabbed into the left and right sides of the front door of the store. Then, under everyone's curious gaze, Hanfei summoned some earth vein spring water and ordinary spiritual springs and began to irrigate the bamboo shoots. Someone recognized the earth vein spring water and couldn't help exclaiming how extravagant it is to irrigate them with earth vein spring water. Shopkeeper Bamboo, you're too extravagant. Is this how you use the earth vein spring water? Mr. Bamboo, I can help you irrigate the bamboo shoots. Can you give me some of the earth vein spring water? Hanfei said. The earth vein spring water was given by Master Human Emperor. After all, as new shops, we have to attract customers' attention with something. I don't have enough for myself. I'm sorry, fellow Taoist. Ha ha ha, it's okay. We were just kidding. Continue. Under everyone's gaze, the bamboo shoots that had just been planted began to grow at a visible speed. Alas, isn't this thing growing too fast? The effect of the earth vein spring water is indeed different. Such a high-level product is actually used for farming. What a pity. Hey, Shopkeeper Bamboo, did you evolve from this bamboo? Mr. Bamboo, is there an all-about demon plants shop wherever there is bamboo? Hanfei said. It's true in the early stages. For the time being, We Bamboo is in charge of all-about demon plants shops. However, if many people in the cities plant demon plants in the future, when bamboo is no longer so recognizable, other demon plants will be in charge. Come on, let's go find bamboo. Ha, shouldn't we just wait here? Anyway, there are only about 3,000 people. Are you stupid? Think about it. Our human race has more than 300 cities and each city has a population of 500 million. With so many people, there can't be a shortage of all-about demon plants shops. Otherwise, if we line up all day long, how many of us can buy demon plant seeds? Let's hurry up. You think you're the only one smart here? The sudden appearance of all-about demon plants shops must have attracted the attention of many people who are as curious as us. By the time you find another shop, there may be 7,000 or 8,000 people in line. I'm not leaving. I'll just stay here. Hanfei didn't care about their dispute. There were only 10,000 all-about demon plant stores in the first batch, each with only 100,000 seeds in stock. At this moment, Hanfei had distributed the jade slips to the first 500 people. After a while, exclamations came one after another. A female cultivator exclaimed, Wow, the blossom of this peach tree is too beautiful. It also has an elegant and sweet taste. More importantly, it can also bear spiritual fruit, peaches. It's white with a hint of redness and its flesh is soft. It's said that when you bite it, your mouth will be filled with fragrant and sweet juice. More importantly, this peach can actually increase your chi and blood and cultivation. I want this. A female cultivator said, Ah, you're interested in a peach tree too? Me too. A female cultivator said, This pear blossom is not bad either. It's so tender and beautiful. The big pear looks very delicious. The key is that the pear can restore spiritual power. Someone said, The pear blossoms are not good. The introduction says that the pear blossoms smell too strong and have the smell of fresh fish. We've been eating fish all our lives. I want to change to this one. A pomegranate tree, it has bright red flowers and a faint fragrance. Most importantly, the pomegranate fruit can be nurtured with spiritual energy. In addition to being edible, it can become a weapon after it's separated and injected with spiritual energy, releasing more than 600 attacks at a time. If more spiritual energy is injected into it, the power will be terrifying. Chapter 28.7 Conscription begins. 4.28.7 Conscription begins. 4 A man said, What are you looking at? Look at this. The tea leaves of the flying immortal tea tree can increase and nurture the power of the soul. Furthermore, this has no side effects at all. Hey, brother, you think the same as me, but I'm not looking at the flying immortal tea. I'm looking at something called a hawthorn tree. It's said to be very sour and also has the effect of improving the soul. Someone said, Haha, don't you think this cherry tree is worth it? More than 300 fruits can grow on one tree easily. If it's nurtured well and is injected with enough spiritual energy, 3,000 fruits on one tree won't be a problem. With this, we can eat spiritual fruits every day. It's even more worth it than sweet pills. What do you know? All you know is to eat. The more fruits you get, the less effective it is. Look at this teardrop banana. Each tree only grows one fruit. It has the dual effect of improving the soul and spiritual power. After eating it, one's cultivation effect can be doubled in 3 days. This deserves to be called a spiritual fruit. What kind of useless fruit did you choose? Someone shook his head. If we're all counting on spiritual fruits for cultivation, what's the difference between us and trash? Teardrop banana? We might as well choose a banana tree. It grows a lot of fruits and can help with the growth of our chi and blood. Roses are good. It's pleasing to the eye to keep them at home. Sword hemp is the most awesome. The cannibal flower can produce consciousness the earliest and can serve as a partner. This is called being intimate with nature. Suddenly, someone chuckled. Among them, only the poisonous tree is the best. It's simply a treasure for us poison cultivators. Stat, you are a poison cultivator. Damn it, why didn't you tell me earlier? I'll stay away from you. The person who spoke, for a moment, the 500 people who got the manual began to argue crazily. There were too many demon plants here and everyone had different preferences, so the things they wanted to buy were naturally different. However, in the eyes of the people who were still queuing up, the scene of them arguing crazily was a different matter. Regardless of what demon plants they were talking about, just from their excited expressions, they knew that these demon plants were definitely not simple. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Have you finished reading the manual? Hurry up and pass the manual down. Why have you been quarreling with it in your hands?" That's right. If you have time to quarrel, hurry up and hand over the manual. However, when they were asking for the manual, the 500 people in front all fell silent and began to read carefully again. Someone among them said, "No rush, we haven't finished reading the manual yet." Yes. The person behind was anxious. "You've been reading a manual for so long. Are you translating some ancient characters?" While the queuers chattered, Han Fei hung a sign at the door of the store, which read, "Peach Pits on sale today, limited to 10,000 pieces. 1 ultra-quality spiritual stone or 1 energy crystal each piece. First come, first served. While stocks last." Those who didn't get the manual raised their eyebrows. It's just 1 ultra-quality spiritual stone. What a bargain. Hey, what characteristics did you say the peach tree had? It can increase your chi and blood and cultivation. Yes, this is it. It's just an ultra-quality spiritual stone. Haha, it seems that these seeds are not very expensive, someone said anxiously again. Shopkeeper Bamboo, are you really not considering opening in advance? You don't seem to have anything to do now, Han Fei replied politely. Sorry, the opening shall be at the agreed time. All about demon plants shops will open together. It's fast. Just wait for the life demon plants to appear. Life demon plants? I don't know what they look like. 2 hours later, while everybody was wondering, golden leaves suddenly floated in the city. Then everybody saw that a big tree was rising from the ground. The big tree was full of golden leaves. At this moment, many people in the city exclaimed, "Look, what is that? Wow, what a big tree! What kind of tree is this? Has a strong master been born among the demon plants? Oh, it's already 300 kilometers tall. It's so beautiful. It's even more beautiful than the Cloud Sea Divine Tree." This was a huge sea establishment realm ginkgo. Han Fei chose it because it was dazzling, eye-catching, and beautiful enough. Of course, the life demon plants in different cities were different. There was only 1 ginkgo tree, but there was also a sky-reaching giant bamboo, a sky-hanging giant willow, a huge cannibal flower, a green pine that reached into the sky, and a fiery red maple tree. At this moment, Han Fei's voice came from the void. He said, "My fellow human beings, the chaotic wasteland is barren. In order to enrich your daily life, I'd like to add some color to your boring cultivation path. I've specially authorized a special demon plant lineage in the sea realm to sow seeds in our human race. In the cities, dozens of new, all-about demon plants shops have been established. You can go to them on your own. In addition, our human race will start a war with the city of origin in a few days. This will be a chaotic battle for 100 years. In this battle, many people will die on the battlefield. However, this is the path of our human race. If our human race wants to rise, we have to wipe out all obstacles on the road here. In 3 days, anyone above the Explorer realm can go to the street office and apply to participate in the battle. Chapter 2808. You're back? 12808. You're back? 1. The war against the city of origin was expected by everyone. After more than 10 years of hard cultivation, the human race had accumulated a large number of strong masters. They needed to consolidate and digest their cultivation growth through battle. However, today, people were more interested in the new all-about demon plant stores. Although most people didn't know what these shops were for, it must be an unusual event since the human emperor announced it in person. After Han Fei made this announcement, all the all-about demon plants shops announced their opening at the same time. Buzz. In the 300-odd cities, in the tens of thousands of all-about demon plants shops, people in line entered one after another. As soon as they entered the stores, everyone exclaimed, "Wow, it's so beautiful. This shop is actually a plantation. So many demon plants. The demon plants that appeared in the manual have all been planted here. I thought only seeds were for sale. Hisso, is this a peach tree? There are 12 peaches hanging on it. Are these peaches for sale? What kind of tree is this? The red and pink mixed flowers are so beautiful. There are more than 200 flowers in such a small tree. The fragrance of the blood rhododendron can calm people down. It only charges 3 ultra-quality spiritual stones? Shopkeeper Bamboo, I want this. Shopkeeper Bamboo, give me a seed of the peach tree. Mr. Bamboo, this single rose is too small. What? It's sold by cluster and has 99 roses per cluster? Only 1 ultra-quality spiritual stone? I want it. Wow, isn't this the golden tree that appeared in the center of the city just now? Is this a ginkgo? Huh? Only 2 ultra-quality spiritual stones? I must buy this. Shopkeeper Bamboo, I want to plant cherries. Shopkeeper Bamboo, I want to graft the fig tree. Mr. Bamboo, Han Fei, built a counter for himself and let everyone choose in the shop while he stood in front of the counter to collect the money. It wasn't much, but he didn't really want to make money. Seeing that everyone bought some demon plants, he couldn't help but think that when the entire human race began to plant plants and use their power to nurture his avatar, Han Song, he might have a chance to reach the immortal level in hundreds of years, right? Seeing that the customers who had finished shopping in the shop were still wandering around, Han Fei urged them, "Customers who have finished shopping, please don't stay too long. There are still many people waiting in line outside. Please understand each other. Alas, what a pity. Such a shop can only accommodate so few people. If only I could work here." Someone left, but there were still people who were hesitating. They wanted to see all the demon plants before making a choice. There were also people who liked this and that and fell into a dilemma. This kind of situation happened in all the all-about demon plants shops. Han Fei urged them several times, but it didn't work. In the end, he could only say, "All customers in the shop, in order to let more people have a chance to enter the shop, now the rule is that everyone who enters the shop, whether you buy or not, must leave within half an hour." Sure enough, as soon as he said this, many people didn't dare to delay anymore. One after another, people began to finish purchasing and leave. Outside, the people who were still waiting in line said anxiously, "Why haven't the people inside come out yet? Why are you so slow?" "That's right, shopkeeper Bamboo, are you still there? Mr. Bamboo is obviously doing business." At this moment, someone finally walked out. This person was holding a palm-sized red branch in his hand. As soon as he came out, he saw that the number of people in line had soared to 10,000. Oh, so many people! The 501 guy's eyes lit up and he rushed into the store with a swish. Someone who didn't enter the shop immediately shouted, "Brother, why did you stay in there for so long?" The man said, "Well, there is a limited purchase time in the shop. Everyone can only stay inside for half an hour at most. After half an hour, whether you buy anything or not, you must leave the shop. Let me tell you, there is a large plantation in this shop. The plants that appear in the manual are all in the plantation. There are tens of thousands of them. Once you enter it, you don't want to come out. You'd better wait." "What? This shop doesn't look big. How can there be such a large plantation?" Someone smiled and said, "It's just a small trick of the strong. Waiting for half an hour is not a big deal. It'll be my turn in at most a day." "Brother, what's that in your hand?" "Well, this is a fig branch. It's said that I just need to insert it into the ground and pour it with spiritual energy. This thing seems to be able to absorb ownerless souls. I think an energy crystal can help it grow." "Brother, I'm interested in this fig tree too. It's said that if you eat this fruit, the effect of body tempering will double within 3 days. However, is its price expensive?" The man grinned. "It's not expensive at all. Just 3 ultra-quality spiritual stones or energy crystals. It's no different from a free gift." The people who came from the raging sea more or less carried some resources. There might not be a lot, but it was more than enough to buy a few demon plants. Of course, most of them were hidden fishers. Below hidden fishers, most of the people were only grand fishing masters or dangling fishers. They really didn't have many resources, and many of them didn't even have an ultra-quality spiritual stone. Chapter 2809, 2809, you're back. 2809, you're back. 2809, you're back. Too sealess for Han Fei to sell the seeds to such a group of people. They didn't have the ability to provide nutrients for the demon plants. All about demon plants stores were almost full. With nearly 10,000 stores opening 24/7, the customer flow had reached more than 200 million people. In 3 months at most, everyone who had the ability to buy demon plants had bought some. Now the stores should be less popular. Many people couldn't help shaking their heads when they saw the long queues. After only a moment, the number of people in line had soared to 50,000, and it was very bustling. Those who couldn't line up came to the statue of the human emperor to observe the giant ginkgo tree. The huge tree was more than 800 kilometers tall, with golden leaves falling covering the ground as if there was gold everywhere. While people marveled at this magical exotic tree, someone suddenly said, "Look, is there a starfish in the golden leaves?" "Hey, you're right. It's indeed a starfish." "Why is the starfish here? Why does the starfish have eyes?" "It has 6 eyes, a strong master said. "Let's ignore that starfish. It seems to be raised by Master Human Emperor. It's a starfish close to the sky-opening realm." "What? Fuck, so strong? Senior starfish, can you give me a golden leaf?" Hearing that someone was calling him, the hexagon starfish stood straight and rolled its 6 big eyes. "No way, no way. If I give each of you one of these beautiful leaves, the tree will be bald and the ground won't flash anymore, but I can consider it if you barter with something shiny." "Something shiny? What is that?" A strong master couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing this scene, a person from the yin-yang world said, "Big starfish, if you continue to roll around here, you will be beaten to death when the human emperor sees you." The starfish's body stiffened, and he quickly hid under the golden leaves. He prayed in his heart, "Please don't be seen, please don't." However, the hexagon starfish didn't know that this huge ginkgo tree was like the demonic source that could command and control all the demon plants in the city. Therefore, how could Han Fei not know that he was rolling around here? He just couldn't be bothered with this guy. Human War Command Center. Han Xuan frowned and looked at Han Fei. "Can't you tell me now?" "What's the point of making everyone plant flowers?" Han Fei said. "Uncle Xuan, you'll find out about this in the future. By the way, when are we going to fight the war against the city of origin? How to fight this war, xuanhuan said. It's estimated to be in 3 months. Gu Tingnan and I have already discussed it. At that time, we'll set up a battlefield near the city of origin that can accommodate a protracted battle, just like the graveyard battlefield. But you don't have to compete for the primitive graveyard. It's pure war. Tell them clearly that we want to train our soldiers. Han Fei nodded slightly. Okay, I'll ask Balin to cooperate with you on this matter. I won't participate in the specific war matters. Uncle Xuan, you can arrange it. By the way, before that, you'll have to lend me some people. Han Xuan was puzzled. What are you going to do? Han Fei said. I want to plant some trees on both sides of the main roads in the human cities. So I need some strong masters to grow them. Han Xuan thought that he had been in contact with Han Fei's original body, but in fact, only Chu Hao knew that what appeared in front of everyone now was not Han Fei's original body at all, but an avatar whose strength had reached the Dao proving level. As for Han Fei's original body, he was still in his origin star. Since no one in the outside world could recognize him, he could let Han Song occasionally guard the human race. This way he could cultivate in peace, 37 years later. Outside the chaotic wasteland, a group of 7 sky openers arrived. One of the men said, Castle Lord, this is the entrance to the chaotic wasteland. According to the information we previously learned, the forces in this chaotic wasteland can be said to be complicated. The 3 major factions are on par with each other. At present, it seems that only the City of Wanderers has humans. The other 2 major factions seem to be local forces. As a mere mobile fortress, if we rashly enter, I'm afraid, a woman in white looked at the sea area indifferently. This was the place where she left back then. She had returned after 600 years. Luo Xiaobai put her hands behind her back and looked calm. She said indifferently, That's all information from the past. It's meaningless. The layout of the current chaotic wasteland must have changed. Someone was puzzled. Castle Lord, you haven't entered yet. How can you be so sure that something has changed in the chaotic wasteland? I heard that the city of scavengers and the city of origin both have great monarchs guarding them. If humans come out of the origin ground, I'm afraid, sigh, Luo Xiaobai said. Now is not the time for you to doubt me. Lu Xuan, how long have we known each other? Beside Luo Xiaobai, the cultivator who was 2 levels higher than Luo Xiaobai and had reached the perfected star transformation realm said, It's been 48 years. In these 48 years, our demon plant fortress has gone through hundreds of battles in the wilderness. It's all thanks to your wisdom that we can survive until now and develop to the scale of 3 million people today. Chapter 2810. You're back? 32810. You're back? 3. The other woman smiled and said, Yes, without Xiaobai, Brother Lu Xuan would have died several times. Brother Lu Xuan, if you can marry Xiaobai, it might be the greatest blessing in your life. Ha ha ha. The perfected star transformation realm powerhouse couldn't help but blush. He subconsciously scratched his head, but his eyes kept glancing at Luo Xiaobai. Luo Xiaobai frowned and glanced at the woman. Yu Zhao giggled. Fine, I won't talk about it anymore, but Xiaobai, I think Lu Xuan is really good. He's strong and honest. Although he is a little stupid, he'll definitely listen to you. Not that I'm bragging, but I'm afraid you can't find a man as good as Lu Xuan among the strong masters in the sea realm now. Cough, cough. Lu Xuan blushed again, but he subconsciously raised his head and stood straight. Shut up, Luo Xiaobai said seriously. This trip is actually my own business. You really don't have to follow me. There are 1 million people in our fortress. If we're trapped here because of my decision, I won't be able to redeem myself even if I die 100 times. Yu Zhao also said seriously, Xiaobai, we've known each other for 48 years. Maybe you're not the strongest, but I believe you're the smartest person I've ever seen. We don't have to take the people in the fortress with us, but we definitely won't let you enter the chaotic wasteland alone. However, just because you heard a voice, you traveled hundreds of millions of kilometers across the wilderness and even entered the chaotic wasteland resolutely. Is it really worth it? Someone echoed. That's right. Castle Lord, the chaotic wasteland is not a place where you can enter and leave as you please. Even if you guessed right that the war inside has begun, 52 years have passed. Perhaps the war has long ended. Yu Zhao said, It's not that we don't believe your decision, we just don't want you to take such a risk. This is the only time you've acted irrationally in the past 48 years. Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, You don't understand. Some things can be analyzed and resolved with rationality, but some things require courage and trust. And some things are worth it even if I die for it. Yu Zhao and the others all looked helpless. They really didn't understand. As long as Luo Xiaobai didn't die, she would definitely become a top powerhouse in the sea realm. Why did she make such a choice without hesitation for something she didn't even know? Lu Xuan took a deep breath and said, Let me enter the chaotic wasteland first. I'm the strongest here. I'll go in and investigate the situation first. This is my life tablet. If I die, please take care of Zhao and the 1 million people in our fortress. Luo Xiaobai shook her head. There's no need. The demon plant fortress is yours to begin with. I won't really be your master just because I saved you once. I'll make the decision on my own matters. Whoever stops me will no longer be my friend from today on. Everyone, buzz. Luo Xiaobai stepped into the chaotic wasteland without hesitation, giving no time for these people to consider. Yu Zhaozhao looked at Lu Xuan. Well, Lu Xuan's expression turned serious. Old Chen, you're the most experienced person in the Demon Plant Fortress, second only to me. Stay behind. If our life tablets shatter, leave with the Demon Plant Fortress immediately and stay far away from the chaotic wastelands. Among the 6 people, an elder sighed slightly. Xiaobai is indeed a born leader. She convinced all of you. Forget it. I stayed not because I'm afraid of death, but for the Demon Plant Fortress. If you really die, I will definitely make a comeback in the future. Lu Xuan nodded slightly and then shouted in a low voice, let's go. Swish, swish, swish. The group of people disappeared into the chaotic wasteland, and Luo Xiaobai felt that the people behind were following up. She couldn't help but smile. A true friend would help you regardless of life or death when you were in trouble. She, Han Fei, Le Renquang, Zhang Xuanyu, and Xia Xiaochan were like this. But now, there might be a few more, or not. This was a long-term thing. As for whether or not she would bring these friends into the pit, Luo Xiaobai wasn't worried. From the moment she heard the cicada sound, she knew that there was already chaos in the chaotic wasteland. She didn't even need to think why the cicada sound could spread from the chaotic wasteland to the Sky Crater world. It was definitely not something an ordinary monarch could do. To be able to do this, the person might even be a god-level existence, and even such an existence made a sorrowful cry, which showed how fierce the battle here was. Although she didn't know how Han Fei did it, Han Fei was not a fool. If he dared to fight, he must have the confidence to fight. Otherwise, Han Fei wouldn't have waited for so long. Since Han Fei felt that he had the confidence to fight, she certainly believed in Han Fei unconditionally. This was absolute trust. Unless Han Fei died, something might happen to her on this trip. However, along the way, she had heard a lot of information. She had also intercepted many moving sea monster fortresses outside the chaotic wasteland. The answer she got was that 52 years ago, a rain of blood filled the sky and spread throughout the wilderness. From this, Luo Xiaobai deduced that this might be the signal of the death of someone extremely strong. Since they could kill such a person, no matter who won or lost this battle, the danger of this trip was greatly reduced. Chapter 28011, 28011 You're back? 4, 28011 You're back? 4, the way Luo Xiaobai and the others came was quite winding. This was because they knew that there were 3 major factions in the chaotic wasteland. Ignoring the city of origin, they had avoided the city of wanderers at that time. This was because at that time, they didn't know if the city of wanderers was good or bad, and they had never seen the people from the city of wanderers. Therefore, Luo Xiaobai still took a long detour along the route she came from in the past. Because there were many detours and ominous creatures blocking their way, it took Luo Xiaobai and the other 5 more than a month before they finally arrived at the location of the number 80 farm, the mountain city. Yu Zhaozhao exclaimed, the city here is already empty. Lu Xuan explained, the small void storms here are the remnants of the battle in the sky-opening realm. The city was badly damaged, but not a trace of death aura or blood chi was left. Maybe it's been too long since the fight. Luo Xiaobai's eyes lit up, but she also had some doubts. I remember there are more than 100 villages under this city. In the past, there was one sky opener, nearly 20 sea establishers, and nearly 900,000 venerables. The rest of the people added up to more than 3 million. It's not difficult to take down such a city, but there should be remnants of blood chi and death aura left. It can't be so clean as if it has been abandoned for thousands of years. Lu Xuan suggested. Maybe these people have been transferred away. Luo Xiaobai shook her head. There are many traces of battle in the city. At that time, it seemed that the entire city was at war. However, the Dao runes left aren't strong. There don't seem to be many venerables who participated in the battle, and the battle is so dense. Let's go to the next city. Han Fei had obtained the map of the chaotic wasteland through soul searching, so Luo Xiaobai had a map. She couldn't tell much from Mountain City alone. Half a day later, Lu Xuan said from a distance, this city is also empty. The traces of battle are much heavier than those in that mountain city. The void storm is raging, and it seems to have experienced a super large-scale battle. When Luo Xiaobai and the others arrived, someone in the team said, there are still some remnants of the city protecting array here. The array foundation is all shattered. It was broken by someone. Luo Xiaobai said, there's also no residual blood chi or death aura, but the scale of the battle is more than 10 times stronger than in Mountain City. This shouldn't be. Buzz. Suddenly, Luo Xiaobai's pupils constricted and her expression changed slightly. Yu Zhaozhao asked, Xiaobai, what's wrong? Luo Xiaobai said, it's the Immortal Temple. Only the Immortal Temple can empty the death aura without leaving any blood chi. Lu Xuan said in surprise, didn't you come from the Sky Crater world? The Immortal Temple is at war with the East Sea Divine Realm. Why did they bypass such a large wilderness and come to the chaotic wasteland? Luo Xiaobai said, death energy. The Immortal Temple needs death energy, and a war once broke out here. There were countless casualties, so the death energy must be extremely strong. Luo Xiaobai shouted, go! In the following period of time, Luo Xiaobai and the others saw empty cities one after another. Every one of them was full of traces of battle, and everyone had turned into a small forbidden land, enough to prove how fierce the battles in these cities were. until Luo Xiaobai and the others came to the place where the 10,000 scale monarch died. Lu Xuan's expression changed drastically. I don't even need to use my perception. This is a place of certain death. Once your perception passes, it will be shattered. Yu Zhao's face turned pale. What a terrifying forbidden place. This battlefield stretches millions of kilometers. We are still at the periphery, but I already feel a terrifying crisis coming at us, Lu Xuan said. There must have been a great battle between the strong here. Luo Xiaobai pondered for a moment. Go around it, Lu Xuan asked. Is the city of scavengers behind us? For a moment, everyone was alert. That was a city guarded by monarchs. Then, just as Luo Xiaobai and the others circumvented this dangerous place, they suddenly saw a small bamboo pole-like green stick in front of them. In the next moment, Lu Xuan and the others couldn't move at all. A terrifying suppressing pressure suppressed their souls. Lu Xuan was shocked. A monarch? The person who came was naturally Lu Qianzi. He said, "Who are you?" There's a human. The others are demon plants. Who are you? Why are you here? Lu Xuan hurriedly said. Lu Xuan greets Master Monarch. We are... Lu Xuan didn't know what to say for a moment. He didn't know if this guy was an enemy or not. If he said something wrong, he would be doomed. Lu Xuan looked at Luo Xiaobai, who was quite calm. She said, Luo Xiaobai, a human, has returned from the wilderness to support the human race and crusade against the 10,000 scale race. Support the human race? Crusade against the 10,000 scale monarch? Are you so short of information? 52 years have passed since the war. My master, the human emperor, has slaughtered 100 cities in a row, killed 19 monarchs of the Dao-proving level, 10 monarchs of the carefree level, 2 monarchs of the immortal level, and the strongest powerhouse of the 10,000 scale race, 10,000 scale monarch. Do I need you to support such a powerful human race? Lu Xuan, Indri, Yu Zhao, Indriel, everyone? So, Han Fei won? Lu Qianzi screamed, How dare you? How can you call my master by his name? Woman, I'm going to whip you. Bang! In the next second, with a bang, Lu Qianzi was sent flying 100,000 miles by an unknown force, collapsing a small hill. Lu Qianzi was dumbfounded. Who hit me? At this moment, opposite Luo Xiaobai, Han Fei grinned brightly. You're back? Chapter 2812. Han Fei seen through at a glance. 1281T, Han Fei seen through at a glance. Lu Xuan and the others were dumbfounded. Killing 32 monarchs? They didn't believe it at first, but the scene just now had completely shattered their understanding of the monarchs. A monarch was sent flying without being able to fight back. Was he a human? On the way, although Luo Xiaobai didn't reveal too much detailed information to them, they knew that the human race was very weak, so they were here to help the human race fight. They knew that the human race was enslaved by the 10,000 scale race and that Luo Xiaobai had a friend who was fighting for it, but they never expected that Luo Xiaobai's friend was already so strong. Gulp. Yu Zhao glanced at Lu Xuan. The destruction of more than 100 cities scared him. The population of the so-called mountain city was more than 5 million. If hundreds of cities were massacred, wouldn't billions of people be slaughtered in the battle 52 years ago? As for Lu Xuan, he knew that Luo Xiaobai must have insisted on coming here for someone. He liked Luo Xiaobai too much. Since he first saw Luo Xiaobai, he had been amazed by her. He even felt that no one in this world was worthy of Luo Xiaobai. But today, he got a heavy blow. What if the guy Luo Xiaobai liked was a monarch? What if this monarch could kill other monarchs at will? What could he use to compete for her? Just when everyone thought that this was a destined meeting, Luo Xiaobai frowned slightly and said indifferently, You are not Han Fei. Woman, don't talk nonsense. My master is the human emperor. I've been following him since he was in the infinite mining area. How can he not be my master? Lu Qianzi jumped over again, spinning in anger. This guy was now completely convinced by Han Fei. He felt that the greatest blessing in his life was to meet Han Fei. Swish, swish, swish. When Luo Xiaobai said this, she saw the Beast King and the 2 elders of the lava giants appear here at the same time. The Beast King looked at Luo Xiaobai. Little girl, you have to be responsible for what you say. For the Beast King and the others, Han Fei often appeared in front of them, and they had been working hard for the human race all these years. How could the person in front of them not be Han Fei? However, they couldn't ignore Luo Xiaobai's words. It would be disastrous if Han Fei was possessed. When Lu Xuan and the others heard the name Han Fei, they found it familiar, but they didn't remember it. Then, they saw 3 more monarchs appear at the same time. At this moment, they didn't dare to make a sound. Luo Xiaobai, on the other hand, looked at Han Fei quietly in front of the monarchs without changing her expression. Han Fei was also a little surprised. He couldn't help but smile. How can you tell? The expressions of the Beast King, Lu Qianzi, and the 2 elders of the Lava Giant clan changed at the same time, and they felt that all the hair on their bodies stood on end. They couldn't believe that Han Fei, who they spent all their time with, was fake. If Han Fei was fake, who was this person in front of them? For a moment, the atmosphere here was tense, and pressure fluctuations appeared in the space. Lu Xuan and the others were enveloped by this monarch-level might, and their bodies stiffened and even trembled slightly. Luo Xiaobai said calmly, Divine manipulators can sense the fluctuations of all demon plants. When I first saw you, I felt it. At first, I thought it was that demon plant, but then I realized that something was wrong. The life energy fluctuations in your body have already affected me. So even if I can't see it, I can confirm that you are not a human being. You are a demon plant. What? Demon plant? Woman, are you mistaken? I signed a contract with Master. At that time, Master was still in the sky-opening realm. The human race and the city of scavengers hadn't started a war yet. If Master was a demon plant, how could I not sense it? And if he was fake, why would he risk his life to attack the 10,000 scale race? Lu Qianxi was dumbfounded. What Luo Xiaobai said was simply absurd, but what shocked her most was that Han Fei admitted it. Oh? Luo Xiaobai raised her eyebrows in confusion. She had a bold guess in her heart, but she felt that this guess was a little too bold. Han Fei still maintained a faint smile, but Luo Xiaobai hesitated and said tentatively, "Are you an avatar? The monarchs?" The Beast King said, "How is that possible? Han Fei has only been in the sea realm for 600 years. He just opened the sky when he left. If his avatar is already so strong, how strong is his original body? 600 years? A sky opener at first?" Yu Zhaozhao, Lu Xuan, and the others couldn't help but look at each other. This guy had just entered the sky-opening realm 600 years ago, but now he had already proven Dao? And this was only his avatar? Although they trusted Luo Xiaobai's judgment very much, this time they still felt that it was a little ridiculous. But as soon as the Beast King said so, a voice came from the void, and another Han Fei walked out of the void. "As expected of you. I didn't want to reveal this, but I didn't expect you to see it through as soon as you came back." The Beast King, back, Lu Qianzi, and huff. Luo Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief and then glared at Han Fei, but she didn't acknowledge him directly. Instead, she thought for a moment and said, "Make me a dress. I want my favorite one." Chapter 28113, 28113, Han Fei seen through at a glance 2, 28113, Han Fei seen through at a glance 2. Han Fei was taken aback for a moment and then nodded. Luo Xiaobai was a cautious person. She said her favorite dress, but she never said which dress she liked most. Besides, Han Fei had made many clothes for them when they were young. If he was possessed, even if the person could read Han Fei's memory, he might not be able to analyze which her favorite dress was. Han Fei simply waved his hand and spiritual energy intertwined into a net. Then, a white long-pleated Hanfu dress with a pink waistband and collar appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, Lu Xuan's heart skipped a beat. He would have no chance. They were childhood sweethearts, and this guy had even made clothes for Luo Xiaobai. The relationship between the two was not something he could interfere with. Luo Xiaobai finally let down her guard and snorted, but there was a hint of relaxation and joy in her voice. "I'm fine. Are Le Renquang and Zhang Xuanyu around?" Han Fei was about to speak when a voice buzzed. "Brat, tell me what's going on first." "My head hurts." Han Fei glanced at Lu Xuan and the others and said, "My friends, just pretend you didn't hear anything, okay?" Lu Xuan nodded slightly in embarrassment, and Yu Zhaozhao and the others all nodded like chickens pecking at rice. This one looked different. This was a big shot having a monarch realm avatar and killing 32 monarchs in a row. How could they dare to be impudent? Han Fei said, "Teacher, you don't know, but Xiaobai should know. Do you remember the golden page in the ideal palace?" Luo Xiaobai nodded. She naturally wouldn't forget the golden page Han Fei obtained by beating the heavenly vine. Han Fei said, "It's a special technique that allows you to cultivate avatars, but I'm the only one who can practice it because of my inheritance." Luo Xiaobai nodded again, knowing that Han Fei was talking about the source of his avatar. Han Fei asked, "Have you ever heard of me winning first place in the 100,000-year competition of the Divine Capital Dynasty?" "Yes, it said that you were rewarded with an origin ground." "Huh!" Immediately, everyone looked behind Luo Xiaobai, and Yu Zhaozhao exclaimed, Han Fei, a disciple of the Void Temple. Suddenly realizing something, Yu Zhaozhao hurriedly covered her mouth. Lu Xuan and the others all sweated. No wonder the name sounded so familiar. It turned out to be Han Fei. After the 100,000-year competition, Han Fei's name resounded throughout the East Sea Divine Realm, and he had become a legend. For a moment, Lu Xuan and the others couldn't help but look at Luo Xiaobai. Luo Xiaobai didn't reveal anything about this along the way. If anyone else had such a friend, they would probably brag every day. But thinking of Luo Xiaobai's personality, they felt that it was only natural. Han Fei said, "The golden page, the power of the heavenly Tao in the origin ground, the origin star of a monarch, and the help of an immortal level powerhouse created this demon plant avatar for me." This explanation made sense. Luo Xiaobai didn't want Lu Xuan and the others to hear too many secrets of Han Fei, so she nodded slightly and said, "Let's talk about it later." "Wait," the Beast King said. "No, tell me everything now." The flowers, plants, demonic trees, and strange vines planted by the human race are actually not for adding fun to the lives of the human race, right? Han Fei looked at the Beast King with a smile. "Teacher, let's talk at home." The Beast King glanced at Lu Xuan and the others. "Why don't you cut off some of your memories?" Before Lu Xuan and the others responded, Han Fei said in amusement, "Teacher, don't scare them. These are Xiaobai's friends, so they are naturally my friends. How can you just cut off their memories?" The Beast King said in a muffled voice. All right, then you can catch up with each other. Tell us when you have time. It's outrageous of you to hide everything from me, your teacher. Han Fei smiled and nodded. The Beast King beckoned, and the two elders of the Lava Giant tribe were about to leave, but Lu Qianxi pretended not to hear him and wanted to stay. Lu Qianxi said, Master, welcome to joining the demon plant lineage. Get lost. Okay. After the others left, Han Fei issued an order in his heart and Han Song disappeared into the void. Only then did Han Fei look at Lu Xuan and the others. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you for escorting Luo Xiaobai all the way here. Thank you. Yu Jiaojiao hurriedly said, You flatter me, Master. Master Human Emperor, you're welcome. Xiaobai is our castle lord, so we certainly should come together. Castle lord? A mobile sea monster fortress? Seeing Yu Jiaojiao nod, Han Fei was slightly taken aback. Wasn't there a perfected star transformation realm cultivator here? How did Luo Xiaobai, who had just entered the star transformation realm, become the master of the castle? Luo Xiaobai said, It's a long story. I should have arrived earlier, but I was too far and too many things happened on the way, so I didn't arrive until now. Sorry. Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, Why are you apologizing? I didn't intend to call you back in the first place. Quang and Zhang Xuanyu both came after the war. Zhang Xuanyu wanted to wait to meet you, but you didn't arrive 7 or 8 years later, so he left first. But he asked me to leave something for you. With that, Han Fei handed over the space-time cultivation bead and said, This is a space-time cultivation bead. If you cultivate in it, you will obtain 50 times the time acceleration, which can last for 10 years. Yu Jiaojiao and the others were all shocked. What kind of treasure was this? In the wilderness, it was almost impossible to cultivate in peace for 500 years. Therefore, this space-time cultivation bead might be one of the best treasures they had ever seen in their lives. Chapter 2814 Han Fei seen through at a glance. 32814 Han Fei seen through at a glance. 320. Luo Xiaobai just took it casually and asked calmly, What about himself? Han Fei smiled and said, Those two guys were lucky. Quang got lucky and became the disciple of a great monarch. Now he is in the West Wilderness and may have already proved Dao. Zhang Xuanyu is very popular in the Ghost Strait. When he came, he was at the late stage of the Star Transformation realm. Now he should be in the peak level late stage Star Transformation realm. He still has one of these things, and I don't need it, so take it. Putting away the space-time cultivation bead, Luo Xiaobai introduced him to Lu Xuan and the others. This is Han Fei, my childhood companion. In the end, Lu Xuan cupped his hands. Lu Xuan greets Master Human Emperor. Han Fei smiled and said, You're welcome. You traveled hundreds of millions of kilometers to reach here. I should be the one who says thank you. Luo Xiaobai said, These are my friends I got to know in the wilderness. This is Lu Xuan, the strongest person in the demon plant fortress. If it weren't for him, it would have been difficult for me to return to the chaotic wasteland. This is Yu Jiaojiao. Here, Luo Xiaobai described Han Fei as a companion and Lu Xuan and the others as friends. Only women could tell what she meant. Yu Jiaojiao secretly shook her head, thinking that it was impossible for old Lu to win this time. This was no longer something she could matchmake. The difference was too great. Who in the world could compare to the descendants of the Void Temple? After a while, Han Fei took Luo Xiaobai and the others to the human cities. Before they arrived, they saw a towering bamboo in the passing city. In a nearby city, a golden tree 800 kilometers tall towered. Han Fei didn't enter the city as a stranger. Instead, he took Luo Xiaobai and the others to Ginkgo City in his true appearance. The city was named after the ginkgo tree. After entering the city, Luo Xiaobai felt that she had entered a different world. Wow, it's so beautiful! Yu Jiaojiao and the others couldn't help but exclaim. Along the way, the chaotic wasteland they had seen was a wasteland. Apart from frequently encountering ominous creatures, there was nothing. But here, it was a paradise. On the way, there were rows of houses, shops, and stalls facing the street. More importantly, almost every house had demon plants in front of them. For example, they saw 7 or 8 peach trees, fig trees, banana trees, loquat trees, cherry trees, rhododendron trees, rose bushes, ginkgo trees, sword hemp bushes, purple vines. These demon plants decorated the human cities in colorful colors. Furthermore, there were various spiritual fruits growing on those trees. Lu Xuan said, They're all demon plants. Although they're very weak, there are so many of them. Wu Jiaojiao said in shock, There are so many people, too many to count. Gulp. Having been adrift in the wilderness all year round, they naturally knew what population meant. Population meant an opportunity to rise. The major mobile fortresses in the wilderness cared about population the most. Population cultivation had almost become the meaning of the existence of mobile sea monster fortresses. Luo Xiaobai scanned the area with her perception and looked at Han Fei in shock. They're not weak anymore. How did the human race become so strong? Even the weakest are dangling fishers, Han Fei said. Once human beings enter the sea realm, they will inevitably evolve in order to adapt to the environment. You've already established the sea, so you don't feel it clearly, but ordinary people will definitely welcome a breakthrough tide after they arrive here. Luo Xiaobai asked, How can humans like to grow demonic plants? Well, tell me in detail later. Han Fei nodded. Let's go. I'll introduce you to the human race again. Han Fei led Luo Xiaobai and the others to the street. When Luo Xiaobai saw the stunned and shocked gazes of everyone, she knew that everyone must have known Han Fei's true appearance. In such a situation, Han Fei didn't intend to hide himself at all and still wanted to take her to the street. There must be something fishy. Luo Xiaobai pinched Han Fei's arm. I just came back. How do you know I won't leave? How could Luo Xiaobai not know Han Fei's thoughts? As the human emperor, once he introduced her to everyone along the way, the next day, she would become a famous person in the entire human race. Her popularity, prestige, and the human race's trust on her would immediately soar. It was unknown what Han Fei's purpose was, but Luo Xiaobai knew that Han Fei had jobs for her as soon as she came back. Without dodging, Han Fei chuckled. Kuang and xuanhuan will leave, but you definitely won't, Luo Xiaobai said. I used battlefield points to apply for a vacation from the Sky Crater world. I only have a few hundred years. If I don't go back, I'll be considered a deserter. Han Fei said, I'll tell Great Monarch East Marshal when I'm free. Lu Xuan and the others? I suspect that you are bragging. Han Fei smiled and said, Great Monarch East Marshal was here during the battle. Luo Xiaobai said, in that case, you'd better tell them that I wouldn't go back. However, can you not directly tell Great Monarch East Marshal about this? Why bother a great monarch with such a trivial matter? Han Fei said, I don't know anyone else. Okay. Lu Xuan, Yu Zhaozhao, and the others were all dumbfounded. They felt that they were dreaming. Fuck, why did they have to trouble a great monarch to take a leave of absence? More importantly, it was Great Monarch East Marshal. He was a godlike figure in the East Sea Divine Realm and could suppress the entire Divine Realm. How could you just inform him so casually? Chapter 2815, Han Fei seen through at a glance. 42815, Han Fei seen through at a glance 4. Greetings, Master Human Emperor. When Han Fei and the others passed by the nearest shop, the boss was already waiting at the door. This shop specialized in the spiritual fruit business. Now this kind of fruit shop, spiritual fruit shop, was everywhere. People with capital were buying all kinds of spiritual fruits for those who had never tasted them. Han Fei nodded slightly, then took 2 bananas from the booth and handed one to Luo Xiaobai. Try it. For Han Fei, although he was eating the bananas that grew from his body, he could still feel the pleasure of eating fruit. Luo Xiaobai naturally wouldn't be polite. In addition to the banana, she also took a peach. She might not be interested in anything else, but she was interested in demon plants. She also wanted to see what Han Fei was up to and how effective this spiritual fruit was. Han Fei said to the boss, these are friends from afar. Give them one of each spiritual fruit. As Han Fei spoke, he threw down a bag of energy crystals. Immediately, the boss was unhappy and hurriedly said, Master Human Emperor, you're slapping my face. You've sacrificed so much for the human race. How can I accept your money? With that, the boss hurriedly picked up the money bag and was about to return it to Han Fei. Han Fei said, that's a different matter. You paid for these spiritual fruits. How can I eat them for free? The boss shook his head quickly. That won't do. Many people have seen you buy things in my shop. If I accept your money today, my business won't be able to continue tomorrow. But if I don't accept your money today, my business will boom later. I won't lose anything in this business. Master Human Emperor, please take the money back. Okay then. Therefore, Lu Xuan and the others each received a large bag of various spiritual fruits. Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai walked side by side on the road. Han Fei introduced something to Luo Xiaobai from time to time. Wherever the two of them passed, countless pairs of eyes were staring at them, and all of them put on a motherly smile. Haha, Master Human Emperor, you finally have a girlfriend. By the way, who is this girl? Why haven't I heard that Master Human Emperor has a girlfriend before? Ha! How dare you call her a girl? To be by the side of the Human Emperor, she has to be at least at the sky-opening realm. Show her some respect. Hush, Master Human Emperor and the others can definitely hear us. What's wrong with them hearing us? Master Human Emperor is not young anymore. He should have given birth to a little Human Emperor as soon as possible. Cough, cough. On the way, Han Fei coughed and looked at a corner of the crowd. Hey, the human race is still rising and hasn't finished fighting. There will be a lot of things to do in the future. What are you talking about? Greetings, Master Human Emperor. Long live Master Human Emperor. The group of people who were stared at by Han Fei weren't scared, but bowed respectfully to him. Then, it was the same group of people. I think this girl is not bad. She has a good temperament. With her calm and unhurried attitude, she must be the Human Emperor's girlfriend. Someone shook his head. Not necessarily. Maybe they are already married? Then she won't be Master Human Emperor's girlfriend but his wife. Someone said, be bold. Maybe there is already a little Human Emperor, but Master Human Emperor hasn't announced it yet. Han Fei was lost for words. Hey, that's enough. Haha, long live Master Human Emperor. The group of people were very respectful, but they nodded at each other and continued to communicate silently. Yu Zhaozhao couldn't help but look at Lu Xuan, who was a little disappointed. She sighed in her heart, thinking that this was probably because of luck. Sometimes, falling in love with someone you shouldn't like wasn't the most painful thing. What was painful was that your love rival was tens of thousands of times better than you. Lu Xuan looked at Luo Xiaobai, who was still chatting with Han Fei about the human race, seemingly unaffected by the noise at all. Lu Xuan secretly sighed. Sure enough, what these people said was true. Han Fei naturally noticed Lu Xuan's expression. He secretly shook his head. This person was not suitable for Luo Xiaobai after all. This was because he didn't understand Luo Xiaobai. He thought that Luo Xiaobai really had a relationship with him. But in fact, Luo Xiaobai knew that this kind of thing couldn't be explained clearly, and no one would listen to her explanation. The more she explained, the more she seemed to be trying to hide it in the eyes of others. Therefore, Luo Xiaobai chose to ignore it. This was the simplest and most effective method. Unfortunately, Lu Xuan had traveled together with Luo Xiaobai for 48 years but still didn't understand her, so it was impossible for them to get any results. Chapter 28116-2816, Luo Xiaobai's Breakthrough, 12816. Luo Xiaobai's Breakthrough, one wherever Han Fei took Luo Xiaobai and the others in the Ginkgo city, discussions were heard. Although everyone was surprised by the appearance of the human emperor, most of them were paying attention to Luo Xiaobai beside Han Fei. They were wondering who this girl was who was received by the human emperor personally, and the latter even introduced the human race's cities to her so warmly. As for Lu Xuan, Yu Zhaozhao, and the others, although some people paid attention to them, everyone felt that they should be Luo Xiaobai's subordinates. In any case, they were the kind of people who weren't important. It took Han Fei half a day to take Luo Xiaobai to the giant ginkgo tree. Although they could see it from afar, when they saw the huge ginkgo tree and the golden fallen leaves all over the ground with their own eyes, they couldn't help but be shocked. It wasn't because the ginkgo tree was strong, but because it was too beautiful. The ginkgo tree and the human emperor square were together. Because this was also the core of the city's array, there were many people cultivating nearby. Some were body refiners, some were sitting cross-legged to cultivate, and some were actually here to pray for blessings. The person they prayed to for blessings was naturally Han Fei. Greetings, Master Human Emperor. Seeing Han Fei arrive, everyone stopped cultivating and looked at Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai curiously. Han Fei said, "Everyone, continue cultivating. Don't worry about me." After everyone calmed down, they stopped cultivating and fell silent. Luo Xiaobai said, "Tell me, instead of taking me to the Thug Academy, you took me around the city. What do you want me to do?" Han Fei glanced at the people in front of him and said indifferently, "What do you think of the current human race?" Luo Xiaobai said, "The human race has become much stronger. In just 52 years, the lowest level of the human race is in the dangling fisher realm. This shows that the comprehensive strength of the human race has increased by at least 2 levels. Han Fei asked, "How do they compare to the average level in the sea realm? For example, your demon plant fortress." Luo Xiaobai said, "Not enough. There are still 2 levels lower." Han Fei asked, "How do they compare to the superpowers like the Divine Capital Dynasty and the Capital of Horror?" Luo Xiaobai said, "The average strength is at least 3 levels lower." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Xiaobai, the human race now has 180 billion people, which is too many. At present, Uncle Xuan is helping me govern them. But no matter how capable Uncle Xuan is, it's difficult for him to handle 180 billion people. There are too many things involved." After a pause, Han Fei continued, "The human race has just entered the sea realm and is rising quickly. The city of scavengers was destroyed, but the city of origin is still there. The human race needs war. Only the humans baptized in war are qualified to step onto the huge battlefield of the sea realm." Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei. "There are many monarchs on the human race's side now. Do you still need me to lead the race war?" Han Fei said. "It's different. Lu Chanxi is a demon plant. Teacher Beast King and the 2 monarchs of the lava giants just now are not human beings. I'm the only human monarch of the human race. So far, the human race hasn't even had a perfected star transformation realm powerhouse. Therefore, I've been waiting for you to come back." Behind Luo Xiaobai, Lu Xuan, Yu Zhaozhao, and the others were dumbfounded. 180 billion humans was shocking enough, but this person actually wanted Luo Xiaobai to lead such a human race to war? For a moment, Lu Xuan and Yu Zhaozhao thought that the demon plant fortress was nothing compared to the huge population of the human race. At the same time, they were also a little shocked. The human emperor, the strongest person in this race, the faith of everyone, and the current successor of the Void Temple, but he handed the human race over to Luo Xiaobai. How much trust did he have in Luo Xiaobai? As soon as the leadership of the war was handed over, every decision Luo Xiaobai made would concern the life and death of countless people. Ordinary people didn't dare to take on this burden at all. Even for the 3 million people in the demon plant fortress, Lu Xuan was on tenterhooks all day long. Every step he took was carefully considered. If these 180 billion people were handed over to him, Lu Xuan could guarantee that he wouldn't dare to take them on at all, nor could he bear this burden. Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes but didn't refuse. She said, "By the way, what was that cicada chirping about?" "Oh, I met a god when I was traveling in the sea realm and I did something for him, so he owes me a favor. I asked him to kill all the monarchs of the city of origin, including the great monarch of the city of origin." Luo Xiaobai, Lu Xuan, and the others. Han Fei said it so casually that everyone who heard it was shocked and incredulous. Lu Xuan's heart even sank. "Are you really going to say this to my face? Yu Zhaozhao was a little nervous. Would they be silenced? Luo Xiaobai wondered. There are still gods in this world? Didn't they say that there were no gods? Yes, there are, but I've only met one so far. Luo Xiaobai glared at him. How many more do you want to meet? Haha, Luo Xiaobai thought for a moment. I'll consider it. Let's go back to the Thug Academy first. Luo Xiaobai turned around and looked at Lu Xuan and Yu Zhaozhao. Sorry, I will stay in the human race and can't enter the wilderness with you again. But if you want, you can bring demon plant fortresses to our human race. Lu Xuan said in a deep voice, You are the master of the Demon Plant Fortress. Chapter 28117, 28117, Luo Xiaobai's Breakthrough, 22817, Luo Xiaobai's Breakthrough, 2, Yu Zhaozhao nodded repeatedly. Xiaobai, from the moment you saved the Demon Plant Fortress, we have already been your followers. Luo Xiaobai said, I've never admitted this. I came to the chaotic wasteland with the power of the Demon Plant Fortress. Lu Xuan said, In any case, the 3 million people in the Demon Plant Fortress are your followers. Since you chose to stay in the human race, we will naturally stay here too. Han Fei smiled and said casually, Lu Qianxi, come here. Swish to now, Lu Qianxi was happy every day. His full-time job was to help every giant demon plant grow, or to teach those demon plants from the Forest of Terror. Demon plants got along well with demon plants, especially after Han Fei almost turned human cities into demon plant cities. For the first time, Lu Qianxi felt that she was no longer alone. Master, Han Fei said, take these guests who have come from afar out of the chaotic wasteland and guide a mobile fortress over. Huh? Out of the chaotic wasteland? Han Fei said. Just use the teleportation array between us and the city of wanderers. Go. Okay. After that, Lu Qianxi turned around and said, well, guests, let's go. After Lu Qianxi and Lu Xuan left, Han Fei said, these people are not bad. They actually accompanied you into the chaotic wasteland and came all the way here. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Yes, not bad, but not to the point where they can trust me with their lives. They kept me because of my abilities. This is because of the personality of the wilderness people. It's destined that they won't be completely trustworthy. Han Fei said, Tusk. I think Lu Xuan quite likes you. He made you the master of the castle, although he's already a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. Luo Xiaobai said, because my plan for the Demon Plant Fortress can increase their survival rate by 50%, increase their strength growth speed by 20 to 30%, and stabilize the Demon Plant Fortress in the chaotic wilderness. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Didn't you refuse to admit that you're their master? Why are you? Luo Xiaobai looked up at Han Fei and said seriously, those words are meant to be heard by them. This is a strategy of retreating for advancement and playing hard to get. In this way, I can subdue the Demon Plant Fortress more easily. Although the population of the Demon Plant Fortress is only 3 million, there are many strong masters. If the human race wants to develop and enter the Sea Realm, we have to unite all possible forces. Then your friendship? Luo Xiaobai said. They treat me sincerely, and I treat them sincerely too. But friendship is friendship, and business is business. As a human, I naturally have to obtain more resources and strength for the human race. Quote, fine. Sure enough, Luo Xiaobai was still the same Luo Xiaobai. Ever since she grew up, or rather, since the battle in the Thousand-Star City, Luo Xiaobai had become extremely rational. Since then, she didn't seem to have made any friends like the four of them. Han Fei was happy that Luo Xiaobai had made a few friends who could trust her with their lives. However, Luo Xiaobai's words made Han Fei recognize reality. Han Fei said, let's go, let's return to the Thug Academy. You know what? When Zhang Xuanyu and Yi Xian were waiting for you, they gave birth to a child named Zhang Panpan. Luo Xiaobai put on a rare smile. Then I have to prepare a gift for our first meeting, Han Fei said. She is already a big girl. With your identity, she should call you aunt. But don't give her too precious a gift. These children don't lack anything now. The adults dote on them. Luo Xiaobai said, then let her follow me to gain experiences on the battlefield. Han Fei said, your gift will probably make her cry. Luo Xiaobai didn't care at all. She asked, is there any news about Xiaochan? Han Fei shook his head. Over the years, I've been to very few places. I've spent almost all my time on how to destroy the 10,000 scale race, and haven't had the time to find her. Luo Xiaobai said, there's no rush, it's only been 600 years. Even if Xiaochan reincarnates into a big clan in the Sea Realm, it won't be easy for her to open the sky in 600 years, so there's still time. In fact, he had asked the vast ocean navigator to show the location of Xiaochan, which showed that she was in the South Sea Divine Realm. When his plan was done, it would be time for him to set off for the South Sea Divine Realm several days later. On the ginkgo tree, in more than 300 human cities, rumors about Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai appeared one after another. The rumors were not ill-intentioned. The people just felt that this was a good thing and worth talking about. Most of the people were asking why they had never heard of their relationship before. Did the two just fall in love? Or would the two of them give birth to a little human emperor or something? While many people were guessing Luo Xiaobai's identity, Han Fei was telling Luo Xiaobai about the loose life form. Han Fei said, this is it. The combat power of the loose lives might not be very strong, but their overall combat power is definitely ridiculously strong. Besides, it's very difficult for such a life form to die. Luo Xiaobai took a deep breath. So, are you cultivating with the power of the entire human race? Han Fei nodded. Yes. Luo Xiaobai asked, what about the cultivation efficiency? Han Fei said, at present I'm still at the Dao proving level, but it's not that I can only reach the Dao proving level. Every plant needs to split a trace of my energy, spiritual energy, and soul. Energy and spiritual energy are easy to get, and even ownerless souls aren't difficult to obtain. The problem is that the more people plant demonic plants, the more energy, spiritual energy, and soul power I'll have to split. Fortunately, loose living beings have individual memories and are gradually growing. Otherwise, I would have been sucked up sooner or later. Chapter 2818, Luo Xiaobai's Breakthrough, 32818, Luo Xiaobai's Breakthrough, 3 Luo Xiaobai frowned. Since it's all the soul power you distributed, how can it be enough for 180 billion people to nurture demon plants? Han Fei said, actually, there aren't that many. At present, only less than 1/10 of the population can afford raising demon plants. Luo Xiaobai said, there are still 18 billion people. Even if you are a monarch, even if each loose living being only needs a little bit of soul power, it's still 18 billion soul power. Where do you get so much soul power? Han Fei smiled and said, of course I don't. Therefore, among these 180 demon plants, only about 3 billion spiritual plants have already established a connection with me. The rest are pure demon plants, but that's also a seed distributed from me so I can add soul power whenever I want. Luo Xiaobai, 3 billion, Han Fei said. Well, I accidentally got a treasure called the Soul Sealing Pearl, which can store 1,000 origins of soul power. Plus, you know that my origin star can accelerate time. After more than 10,000 years of cultivation, coupled with a monarch realm divine quality technique, the power I cultivate will be all invested in these loose bodies. In the early stages, I might be at a disadvantage and my strength might even decline. But as time goes by, these loose bodies can feed back to me, so the longer I cultivate, the stronger I will be. Luo Xiaobai quickly analyzed, there are 180 billion human beings. If you want your loose life forms to spread throughout the human race and enter every household, it will take more than 3,000 years even if you cultivate day and night. During this period of time, your demon plant avatar probably won't be able to make any progress unless you gather parts into a whole. Han Fei nodded slightly. This was a problem, 3,000 years, and this was the result of cultivating on his origin star. Otherwise, it would have taken 700,000 or 800,000 years. Therefore, the growth of loose living beings was actually not as fast as he imagined. Of course, this was only if he didn't use Han Sung. If he really had no choice, it would be a different matter if he gathered all the loose living beings into his original body. Once all his loose lives returned, his strength might soar, and it was possible for him to enter the great monarch realm in one fell swoop. Also, the time acceleration of the demon purification pot could only be stopped at 256 times because of the lack of vines. He wondered if the time acceleration would continue to double if new vines returned. Therefore, the small vine of the heavenly race was very important to him. As for the growth of loose living beings, he could only follow the current development route, and loose life forms could only be held in his hands as the final trump card. Otherwise, once they were exposed and targeted by someone, all his efforts might be wasted overnight. Or perhaps he had another way, which was to find an origin ground and use the world origin and the power of the heavenly Tao of the origin ground to achieve the rapid growth of loose living beings. Just like Tao Domain Sunflower Head, how could she fill the demon domain with vitality in just a few decades? Apart from the help of Great Monarch East Marshal, it might be related to the world origin of the demon domain. Furthermore, the last time he went to the demon domain, it seemed that many demon plants were still at very low levels. They might not belong to a loose life form, but had to wait for the Tao Domain Sunflower Head to recover her strength to its peak before gradually changing this situation. Han Fei was too lazy to think about it. The demon purification pot's vine and an origin ground were things that could only be chanced upon by chance. He couldn't set foot in the Soul Sea easily now, so it was useless to think too much. Han Fei suddenly changed the topic. My problem can't be resolved overnight. Now let's discuss your problem. Luo Xiaobai asked, what's my problem? Han Fei said, it seems that you've entered the star transformation realm for a while, but your breath is still unstable. You must have just shaped the ground veins, right? Luo Xiaobai nodded. Yes. Han Fei asked, how large was your origin sea when you entered the star transformation realm? 10,000 kilometers. How large? Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai in shock and disbelief. Luo Xiaobai was puzzled. Why? Is there a problem? Han Fei asked. Have you ever heard of the heavenly number star transformation? Luo Xiaobai said, I have. Everyone in the Sky Crater world knows it. There are clear analyses and records on star transformation on the battlefield. Han Fei asked, have you told anyone else? Luo Xiaobai shook her head. No, I know that there are very few people who can have a 10,000 kilometer star transformation. Although I don't know the deeper meaning of it, I naturally won't tell others about it. I publicly claimed that I only had a 490,000 kilometer star transformation. Han Fei asked, where did you get so many resources? The resources required for a 810,000 kilometer star transformation are quite terrifying. In addition to resources, it also requires a lot of energy. Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, I know. I entered the Sky Crater world before I entered the Star Transformation realm, so I naturally prepared everything before I entered the Star Transformation realm. As for the source of resources, apart from a portion that I accumulated by killing Sky Openers, it's also related to luck. As a divine manipulator, my talent is better than I imagined, so in the Sky Crater world I sensed the place where a carefree realm demon plant powerhouse died. From there, I learned the way to step into someone else's origin star and inherited some of the senior's resources. As for the way to refine stars, in the Sky Crater world it can be exchanged for points and is easy to obtain. Chapter 2819-2819, Luo Xiaobai's Breakthrough. For 2819, Luo Xiaobai's Breakthrough, for Han Fei was slightly relieved. I see. In the past, Luo Xiaobai had awakened a Dao seed in front of them. Although Han Fei had never seen Luo Xiaobai awaken as a divine manipulator, the divine manipulator was a unique existence in the yin-yang world or even the sea realm. With this in mind, Han Fei felt that it might have something to do with the Raging Sea. The Raging Sea was the ancestral land of human beings, and because of the influence of the bloodline divine tree in the Soul Sea, all creatures would show signs of atavism. Luo Xiaobai might have inherited a powerful bloodline from the ancestral land of human beings. In that case, the human race's ancestral land indeed had much more resources than he had imagined. Han Fei asked, have you used up all your resources? Luo Xiaobai nodded. Yes, after all, it's the origin star of an ancient powerhouse. When I went over, the origin star of that powerhouse had already been torn apart. The star core had been emptied, but there were still some resources left. Perhaps that bit of resources is nothing to powerhouses, but to me, at that time, it was already a lot. In addition to the resources I accumulated from killing sky-opening powerhouses, it was barely enough for me to enter the star transformation realm. By the way, what kind of a star transformation did you have? Han Fei said. A810,000 kilometer one. The corners of Luo Xiaobai's mouth curled up slightly. Isn't it the same? Han Fei really wanted to say that there were so many awesome existences behind him. His parents were all gods. Besides, there were really few such people. However, although there were few people who could have a 810,000 kilometer star transformation, there were still some. For example, the members of the Void Temple definitely all had a 810,000 kilometer star transformation. The known great monarchs were probably the same. This represented potential. There were always some talented people. Han Fei said, leading the human race to fight a war will inevitably waste a lot of your time, so the top priority now is naturally to improve your strength. Since you've already created earth veins, you should be walking your star path now, right? Luo Xiaobai nodded. Yes, I have 32 refined stars at present. After all, with my strength, I can only kill early-stage star transformation realm cultivators in the Sky Crater world. Only occasionally, with the cooperation of a team, will I have a small chance to hunt a late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse. Han Fei asked, the undead have origin stars? Yes, and their origin stars are no different from ordinary people's. Or maybe I was too weak back then and hadn't seen the origin stars of stronger undead creatures, so I take this with a grain of salt. After he came back to himself, he took out a bag of thousands of beads, which were refined stars. Luo Xiaobai raised her eyebrows. So many? Han Fei said. There are 100 refined stars here that span 810,000 kilometers. But I've studied them. These aren't the origin stars left behind by real powerhouses who had a 810,000 kilometer star transformation. They should be modified stars. There are also 1,000 normal modified stars. Han Fei was also shocked by the 810,000 kilometer long refined stars. After studying it, he found that something was wrong, so it was easy to find out why. He estimated that the 10,000 scale monarch tried to make stars similar to the 10,000 kilometer long stars, but after making them, he found that these modified stars were not like real origin stars, so he gave up on modifying them. Luo Xiaobai opened her mouth, and then Han Fei took out a dozen more bags and said, well, I still have a lot of them here. Is 10,000 modified stars enough? Luo Xiaobai pondered for a long time. Have you never taken the star path? Han Fei was a little surprised. How do you know? Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes at Han Fei. Next time, don't give these to everyone you see. These are more than enough to push me to the monarch realm. The reason why I said that you didn't take this path is that if you have taken this path, you should know that I don't need to use so many at once. The system of the star path can only be slowly constructed. You have to have a structural direction first. Every modified star around your origin star needs to undergo a balance test. This is because modified stars will affect your origin star. It doesn't actually belong to you. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Do you mean that you can't use these to quickly improve your strength? No. Luo Xiaobai put on a rare smile and said, there's a way. The balance test is not difficult. What's difficult is to obtain so many high-quality modified stars. With these, in 10 years, I can enter the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm in 10 years. If I use the space-time cultivation bead you gave me, it won't take more than a year plus the time I'll use to consolidate my realm. Han Fei was overjoyed. Ha, you can keep them and make a breakthrough in my origin star. My time acceleration is faster than this thing. Luo Xiaobai shook her head. No hurry, I can try this space-time cultivation bead. I have to know its effect in case I'm not familiar with this thing when you're not around in the future. Entering it rashly might delay some things. That's good. Luo Xiaobai was not a pretentious person. She had a very clear idea about the use of resources and the space-time cultivation bead. The human race lacked high-end combat power, so this was not the time to be pretentious with Han Fei. Besides, she didn't need to be pretentious to Han Fei. Luo Xiaobai directly collected all the origin stars that Han Fei threw out and didn't stand on ceremony with Han Fei at all. Although she didn't know why Han Fei didn't take the star path, she had already taken it. Han Fei had killed many monarchs. She knew that Han Fei must have obtained more modified stars than these. Then, it was crucial for her to improve her strength. As the human emperor, Han Fei definitely had to think of a way to improve the strength of the human race, so these modified stars would definitely be sent everywhere. Instead of giving them to others, he might as well give them to her. This was because she didn't believe in the abilities of others. The space-time cultivation bead was activated, and time flowed in this place. With a flash, Luo Xiaobai disappeared. Han Fei thought for a moment and muttered, interesting. With my great Tao of time, I can't understand the way to refine this kind of space-time cultivation bead. The usage of the great Tao of time surged into Han Fei's mind. In the end, he was certain that this thing exceeded his understanding of time. 6 divine time techniques. Han Fei was certain that this was definitely one of the 6 divine techniques of the Time Temple. The usage of this law of time was too advanced. Han Fei didn't even know the mechanism. 2.5 months later, swish, the time fluctuation appeared again, and Luo Xiaobai appeared again. Han Fei had deliberately not cultivated for the past 2 months, so the moment Luo Xiaobai came out, he immediately came to the top of the ginkgo tree. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai had already entered the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. This effect is immediate. How is it? Have you mastered the usage of the space-time cultivation bead? Luo Xiaobai nodded. Okay, let's go to your origin star now. Chapter 2820-2820. War Commander Luo Xiaobai, 1-2820. War Commander Luo Xiaobai, New L. Luo Xiaobai's greatest advantage was that she knew what she should do, what she shouldn't do, and how to do it. In Han Fei's origin star, it only took Luo Xiaobai less than 2 months in reality, which was equivalent to more than 40 years of normal cultivation, to completely stabilize the perfected star transformation realm in the human race's cities. Han Xuan was listening to Hong Yue's report. Hong Yue asked, Brother Han, the tidal wave is coming in 5 months. Shall we distribute the clean stones in advance? Han Xuan said. Old Hong, you've experienced many tidal waves. The main source of our clean stones was the ones found after the destruction of the city of scavengers. There are only more than 90 billion of them. Plus the hunting over the years, there are only 100 billion of them. What I'm worried about now is that the scale of the tidal waves may be determined by the size of the specific power to be impacted. Hong Yue nodded slightly. Well, I haven't been in the City of Scavengers before, so I don't know much about it, but it's very likely. This is because the City of Scavengers used to adopt a village system. How strong can an ordinary village be? But they resisted it, which means that there won't be many ominous creatures attacking the villages. Xuanhuan said, That's right. It's exactly because of this that the human race is different from the 10,000 scale race. The 10,000 scale race only has a few billion people in total, but our human race has a population of 100 city billion and more than 300 cities. That's why I'm worried that the number of clean stones might not be enough. Don't worry. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai's voice came from outside, and Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai arrived together. Luo Xiaobai cupped her hands at Han Xuan. Uncle Xuan, for human beings, we don't have to worry about the number of clean stones. Yo, Xiaobai has come out of seclusion? Your strength has entered the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. This speed is much faster than me and old Hong. Hong Yue couldn't help but sigh. The people around Han Fei were really abnormally strong. When Luo Xiaobai entered the Raging Sea, she was unknown and her strength seemed to have just advanced to the Venerable Realm. Now, she had transformed into a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. Even if Han Fei provided the modified stars, this speed was too fast. Han Xuan looked at Luo Xiaobai with a smile. I think I know what you think. Luo Xiaobai nodded. The 10,000 scale race needed to kill a large number of ominous creatures in order to obtain more energy crystals and refine more clean stones. In addition, except for the city of scavengers, most of them were inhabited by human beings and other foreign races. They didn't pity them, so everyone had to participate in the war. But the current human race is different now. The human race won't stay long in the chaotic wasteland, so as long as most people below the explorer or law enforcer realm are taken into the origin seas or origin stars of the powerhouses, and only a few people were left outside to resist the tidal waves, we can easily go through this tidal wave. The clean stones will be enough. Han Xuan said, The problem is when the human race will leave the chaotic wasteland. 100 years is neither long nor short. For ordinary cultivators, they can only cross 1 or 2 minor realms in 100 years. Is it really fine to enter the sea realm so early? Luo Xiaobai said. Uncle Xuan, we can't wait that long. It's impossible for us to wait for the human race to grow up before leaving. After the breakthrough tide, it may take hundreds or thousands of years for the overall strength of the human race to rise by another level on average. Even if the overall strength rises by another level, it can't reach the average level of the sea realm. What the human race needs now is not that everyone is strong, but that a small number of people are strong. For this, we can implement a plan to have those getting strong first help those getting strong later. We can concentrate the resources and let the strongest batch of people rise first to improve the combat power of the strong and be prepared to enter the wilderness. That's a good idea, but the problem is resources. Even if Hanfei has the modified stars and a large number of resources, the powerhouses also need a lot of resources. If Hanfei can provide the resource needs of tens of thousands of people, can he provide the resource needs of 100,000 or 1,000,000 people? Luo Xiaobai shook her head. We don't necessarily need his resources. According to Hanfei, there are hundreds of thousands of sky-opening powerhouses in the city of origin. These are our resources. Oh, Han Xuan was also slightly surprised. You want to? Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly. I have a secret technique that can allow me to go to other people's origin stars, provided that I have the other party's corpse or life remains as a springboard. I can teach this technique to the human race, but I need someone I trust. At that time, even if hundreds of thousands of sky-opening realm powerhouses can't be cultivated with these resources, it shouldn't be a problem to cultivate hundreds of thousands of sea establishment realm powerhouses. And some people who have already reached the peak level of the sea establishment realm, with the supply of these resources and the help of Hanfei and the lava giants, it won't be a problem for them to open the sky. Hong Ye couldn't help but ask, how can the lava giants help us? Luo Xiaobai said, refining. The people of the lava giants are all refiners and have the means to forge godly weapons. They may not be able to forge powerful godly weapons, but low-quality godly weapons are still easy to forge for them. Hanfei said, they don't need to build godly weapons. In fact, every lava giant has hundreds of godly weapons. We can just borrow them. Let me talk to them. Luo Xiaobai said, that's even better. In any case, the city of origin is an important resource for the rise of the high-end combat power of our human race. Therefore, we have to change our strategy of destroying their sky-opening realm army with the tidal wave. Chapter 2821-2821. War Commander Luo Xiaobai 22821. War Commander Luo Xiaobai, Han Xuan. Luo Xiaobai, Han Xuan looked at Hanfei, thinking that Luo Xiaobai had never been so ruthless before. She had shown an aggressive personality after her return this time. Hanfei shrugged. Well, let me introduce you. Xiaobai, the current war commander of the human race. I may be powerful and can sweep through the city of origin, but I can't squeeze out the value of the city of origin. Uncle Xuan, you're also very powerful. You can govern the entire human race. The strongest thing you have is the ability to plan, but Uncle Xuan, you're too busy and have limited manpower. In the future, our human race will go to the wilderness and fight countless battles. We can't count on you alone to lead us, so Xiaobai's identity as the commander is particularly important. Han Xuan nodded. He really didn't have much time to care about war. Just planning to develop and expand the human race was exhausting enough. This was not the previous 9-palace world, but the entire human race. Han Xuan said solemnly, from now on, the battlefield command of the human race will be handed over to you. Hong Yue, gather all the powerhouses above the venerable realm who are currently in the human race. Since I want to fulfill your identity as the commander, I shall do it with great fanfare. Then Han Xuan said, I'll inform Gu Tingnan. Luo Xiaobai said, Uncle Xuan, Han Fei and I will go to the city of wanderers. They don't need to fight this battle. I want all the resources in the city of origin. Gulp, Hong Yue swallowed hard. Although he didn't know what Luo Xiaobai was going to do, he knew that the city of origin was doomed. Han Xuan nodded with a smile. Now that we have a plan, I can finally let go. The human race had been in the chaotic wasteland for 52 years, and the number of venerables had increased by a terrifying amount. Although the breakthrough frenzy had passed, many people had broken through to the venerable realm every day in the past decades because of the large population. As a result, there were 160 million venerables. Of course, this number couldn't be compared to the breakthrough tide. After all, in the first 15 years, the venerable realm had increased by 100 million times, and in the 37 years since, the venerable realm had only increased by less than 30 million. However, even so, the total number was shocking. Not long ago, venerables were already the top existences in the raging sea. Who would have thought that one day there would be venerables everywhere? When 160 million people gathered, the scene was spectacular. In the sky above the central emperor city surrounded by cities, 982 of the 1,722 sky-opening realm powerhouses had arrived. 290,000 sea establishment realm powerhouses, 90,000 sea establishment realm powerhouses, and 160 million venerables had gathered from all directions. In the city, countless people looked up. What happened? Why are there so many strong masters all at once? Oh my god, how many people are there? They almost cover the sky and the sun. The scale is comparable to the human race's spirit gathering day. How can the human race's spirit gathering sun compare to this? Look at these people. All of them are stepping on the sky. Even the weakest is in the explorer realm, right? But if they are really explorers, why didn't the explorers of our imperial city participate in today's matter? Someone couldn't help but sigh. Are they all in the venerable realm? This guess shocked many people. If they were all venerables, how many venerables would there be? In midair, most of the venerable powerhouses were dumbfounded. They'd been informed to gather, but they hadn't expected so many people to come. Didn't this mean that all the venerable powerhouses of the entire human race had been summoned? Someone said, "It seems that it's going to be a decisive battle this time." Someone sighed. "I never imagined that one day our human race would grow to this point." Someone said expectantly, "We're going to follow the human emperor to fight again. Then the city of origin is doomed." This situation lasted for 4 hours. When these venerables spontaneously lined up, in the eyes of the world, they were like heavenly soldiers in battle. At this moment, a giant 10,000 feet tall stepped forward from the sky. It's the human emperor. Master Human Emperor is here. I knew that the human race would definitely start a war after cultivating for so long. Isn't the tidal wave coming? Is Master Human Emperor going to destroy the city of origin before the tidal wave? Look, on the left shoulder of Master Human Emperor, that's Master xuanhuan. Is this Lord xuanhuan? For so many years, Lord xuanhuan has been planning the development of the human race and working hard, but not many people really know him. This time, it's time to let the world know him. Wait, who is the woman on the other shoulder of Master Human Emperor? I've never seen this woman before. I haven't seen it either, Wait, it's that woman. Master Human Emperor once personally took this woman shopping in Ginkgo City. Hiss, it's actually that person. Is she the Empress? Wow, is it true? Is she really the Empress? Who knows? This woman has only appeared once. Everyone is guessing, but who knows if she is the Empress or not? We're not close to Master Human Emperor. At this moment, Han Fei stood still. My fellow human beings above the venerable realm, you may have guessed why I summoned you today. Yes, a new war is coming for the human race, which is to crusade against the city of origin. Chapter 2822 War Commander Luo Xiaobai 3 2822 War Commander Luo Xiaobai 3 Fight. The sound shook the sky, and the fighting intent raged. Han Fei raised his huge hand, signaling everyone to be silent. Han Fei's voice swept across the world. Yes, I want to crusade against the city of origin and destroy it. It has been 52 years since the human race came to the sea realm. Destroying the 10,000 scale race is only the first step. Destroying the city of origin will be the second step. Walking out of the chaotic wasteland will be our third step. The human race needs to be honed and grow. We can't be like flowers in a greenhouse. The rise of the human race doesn't depend on my strength alone. Therefore, I can fight and win some wars, but it's meaningless. And the war against the city of origin is like this. This is a war that needs you to complete. Only by winning this war can you become the torrent of the human race's rise. Your victory will guide the direction of hundreds of billions of human beings. When Han Fei spoke, all the people in the sky opening, sea establishment, and venerable realms on the opposite side held their heads high. Han Fei had a high evaluation of them and high expectations of them. It was their honor to be rewarded by the human emperor. Everyone was proud of them. Han Fei continued, "Today, I'd like to introduce 2 people to the whole human race. The first is the one on my left. He created the human race's law, built the human race's cities, and created the city's arrays. He governs the human race and maintains the order of the human race. I think you should know his name, Han Xuan, the guardian of the human race." Han Xuan. Although we have never seen Lord Han Xuan, he has always been in our hearts. Who in the human race doesn't know Lord Han Xuan? He is the creator of all the orders of the human race. We will remember Master Han Xuan for the rest of our lives. Thank you for your hard work, Master Han Xuan. Han Xuan didn't want to come. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but blush. Amidst the noise, Han Fei pressed his palm again, indicating for everyone to be silent. Han Fei continued, "Previously, Lord Han Xuan had to maintain the order of the human world and the war between the human race and the city of origin. He was under great pressure and couldn't split up. Therefore, I've summoned you here to introduce you to another person." For a moment, everyone looked at Luo Xiaobai. Most humans knew Han Xuan. Although they had never seen him in person, his name had always been printed on the human race's codex. Furthermore, every time a decree was issued or a major decision was made, it was Han Xuan who signed it. Therefore, everyone was very familiar with this name. However, in their impression, Luo Xiaobai didn't seem to have an important role in the human race as important as Han Xuan. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai was calm as Han Fei announced, "The person next to me is called Luo Xiaobai. She's close to the perfected star transformation realm and is the second most promising person in the human race to become a monarch." Hiss. Hearing that Luo Xiaobai might be the second monarch of the human race, everyone was shocked. Was the human race going to have another strong master so soon? Someone sighed. Sure enough, anyone who can win the favor of the human emperor must be extraordinary. This makes sense. It's mainly because she's strong. It's said that the perfected star transformation realm cultivators are very powerful. The big guys of the lava giant tribe once said that a perfected star transformation realm cultivator can almost sweep through all people below this realm. It's not easy to kill them with numbers. Is this the Empress or not? Asked Master Human Emperor. In a corner of the crowd, Xuanhuan, Yu Zhaozhao, and the others were also present. Since they had chosen to submit to the human race, they naturally had to fight for it. Yu Zhaozhao said, Old Lu Xiaobai has broken through to the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. I remember that she just succeeded in entering the star transformation realm 20 years ago and creating Earth Veins 3 years ago. Lu Xuan said, her talent is extraordinary, and she's a born leader. The resources that the human emperor has are unimaginable, therefore it's only natural that she can break through to the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm so quickly. I won't even be surprised if she advances to the perfected star transformation realm in a few decades. Wu Zhaozhao was stunned. Really? Lu Xuan said. You should know that resources determine the growth of a strong master. Han Fei continued, from today on, Luo Xiaobai will be the war commander of the human race for a long time. She can command all the human race's large and small battles. The battle to conquer the city of origin will be led by Luo Xiaobai. Everyone, applaud. Everyone, one, pa, pa, pa. In the next moment, loud applause broke out, but the scene of hundreds of millions of people applauding together was really shocking. Above the imperial city, raging waves slapped. Seeing this, Han Fei quickly raised his hand to stop the applause. After the applause ended, Han Fei said, Now, Luo Xiaobai, the war commander of the human race, will give a speech to everyone. No one knew Luo Xiaobai, so they were very curious about her. Although she was very strong, it didn't mean that she knew how to fight. Suddenly hearing that a stranger was going to lead them to fight, and it was a female cultivator, many people weren't convinced. For example, many people knew Hong Ye. This person's fame was only second to Lord Han Xuan's. Furthermore, his methods were quite powerful. He had personally saved tens of thousands of sea establisher-level powerhouses from the chaotic wasteland. Furthermore, Hong Yu was also responsible for part of the battles in the city of origin. Therefore, many people thought that Hong Yu was more suitable for this role. If it weren't for Lord Human Emperor's personal order, there would even be people raising objections on the spot. Chapter 2823 War Commander Luo Xiaobai 42823 War Commander Luo Xiaobai 4 Luo Xiaobai naturally knew this. She took a step forward and glanced at the dense mass of human powerhouses in front of her. Her voice was crisp and cold. I know that many people are unconvinced by me, but I don't care. I can give you a promise. Under my command, within 50 years, the human race will have more than 10,000 sky-opening realm powerhouses and more than 1 million sea-establishing realm powerhouses. If I can't do it, I'll voluntarily give up my position as the war commander of the human race. Boomer, is she crazy? 50 years? How is it possible? The breakthrough tide has already passed. This is too unbelievable. Even Master Human Emperor can't do it, right? Where does she get her confidence from? Crazy, crazy. I definitely don't believe it. The human race has been in the sea realm for 52 years. Including the strong masters that the human emperor subdued in the sea realm, even if we've experienced a breakthrough frenzy, there are only 1,700 people in the sky-opening realm. If she wants 10,000 sky-openers in 50 years, this means that she has to make at least 8,300 people to enter the sky-opening realm. How can there be such a fast cultivation method in this world? Han Xuan also looked at Luo Xiaobai in shock. She really dared to speak. Although there were many peak-level sea establishers in the human race now, it was not easy to make a breakthrough. As for 1 million sea establishers, this was also quite difficult. Now, there were less than 300,000 sea establishers. In 50 years, another 700,000 sea establishers? At least, Han Xuan didn't dare to say that. However, no matter if Luo Xiaobai could do it or not, the name Luo Xiaobai would spread throughout the human race today. Her promise would be the hope of the entire human race, and everyone would look at her. The pressure on her was obvious. Luo Xiaobai continued, However, as the war commander of the human race, my orders are above everything else. There's no reason but only acceptance. I'll tell you when I should tell you, but don't ask if I haven't. Any passive combatant will be punished by military law. The basic rules of military law will be pasted under the statues of the human emperor in the various cities in 3 days. Everyone can read them on their own. I'm done. It seemed that Luo Xiaobai had changed a lot. Han Fei guessed that this must be Luo Xiaobai's temperament honed from the battlefield in the Sky Crater world, so Luo Xiaobai didn't need to deliberately reveal the aura of a war commander. After Luo Xiaobai finished speaking, Han Fei continued, Now, dismiss on the spot. We'll inform you if there are battles. Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai walked in the air towards Ginkgo City. Han Fei said, That's a bold promise. Do you need me to give a sermon? I think a concentrated sermon might work out well. Luo Xiaobai shook her head. Not for now. I learned in the Sky Crater world that war is the fastest and most stable way for an individual to grow up. How can one comprehend the great Tao without experiencing life and death? You and I both understand this principle. Han Fei said, But if too many people die, I'm afraid there will be many people who suspect you. Luo Xiaobai said, "That's my business." Han Fei smiled. Luo Xiaobai was keeping him in suspense. Then he asked, "Huh? Why are we in Ginkgo City?" As she spoke, Luo Xiaobai had already arrived under the ginkgo tree. She reached out and picked up a chubby big starfish. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? Seeing that it was Han Fei, the hexagon starfish rolled his big eyes crazily and shouted, "Starfish is cultivating. Starfish is extremely hardworking. Starfish is really not greedy for these yellow leaves." "Huh, Luo Xiaobai, why are you pinching me? Let go." Luo Xiaobai glanced at Han Fei. "I heard that he doesn't cultivate well." Han Fei nodded. "You're right," Luo Xiaobai asked. "How soon can he open the sky?" Han Fei glanced at the hexagon starfish and said without thinking, "I think he can do it now." Upon hearing the word "open the sky," the hexagon starfish twisted crazily. "No, Starfish doesn't want to open the sky. Starfish doesn't want to transcend the tribulation. Starfish is not ready yet." Han Fei smiled. "Do you need his help?" Luo Xiaobai nodded. "As the commander, I'm the enemy's first target and the best bait. But I'm only in the peak level late stage star transformation realm after all. I can't really put myself in danger, so I need some help." Han Fei nodded quickly. "I see. This guy will definitely open the sky in a month. By the way, I'll introduce you to my other special friends later." Chapter 2824 Decapitation Operation in the City of Origin 1. 2824 Decapitation Operation in the City of Origin 1 month later. When Han Fei returned with the miserable hexagon starfish, the starfish's body was still shaking, but the hexagon starfish did make a breakthrough. Not only did he make a breakthrough, but he also lost weight and became as thin as before. Han Fei grinned and said, "This guy has accumulated too much energy and resources." This time, he was fully stimulated by the heavenly tribulations. When he endured the last heavenly tribulation, he was almost killed. Seeing Luo Xiaobai, the hexagon starfish quickly sucked on Luo Xiaobai's leg. He didn't care anymore. Whoever this person was, it was better than Han Fei. This guy just watched as he was struck by the heavenly tribulations without giving him anything good. 70% of his belongings had been consumed in the heavenly tribulations, which really pained him. Luo Xiaobai said, "It just so happens that I plan to set off for the battlefield in 3 days." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "Why the rush?" Luo Xiaobai said. "Before the tidal wave comes, I need to do something. Otherwise, how can I create 10,000 sky-opening realm powerhouses?" Han Fei nodded slightly, then waved his hand, and Wang Xiaoju, Wang Lanlan, Xiaoju, Huang Ergu, and Yu Ju were released by him. Han Fei said, "This is Luo Xiaobai, the war commander of the human race. Your mission is to protect her." Wang Xiaoju asked, "Can a mere peak-level late-stage star transformation realm be the human race's war commander?" "Sha Diao, shut up and listen to Master." Wang Xiaoju said, "I'm the cat that's going to become a monarch. Do I need to show up for such a trivial matter?" Han Fei said indifferently. "I can send you back to the Emperor Sparrow to continue cultivating." Immediately, Wang Xiaoju shivered. Although it's just a trivial matter, without the protection of this cat, this little girl in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm will be very dangerous. "Fine, I'll go." Luo Xiaobai glanced around and found that these guys were all stronger than her. Luo Xiaobai frowned slightly. "You gave me so many strong masters. Who dares to kill me? More importantly, they don't seem very obedient." Bang. Wang Xiaoju was suddenly smashed into the bottom of the sea, and Han Fei said, "You don't seem very obedient." Wang Lanlan and the others, Wang Xiaoju, shivered and rushed out. I will definitely be obedient. There is no cat more obedient than me." Only then did Han Fei smile at Luo Xiaobai. "Look, he's obedient. Now if you ask him to go east, he won't dare to go west. If you ask him to hit a dog, he won't dare to chase a chicken." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "Good." 2 days later, the Humans' Imperial City War Command Center. In the hall, a huge map was hanging on the wall. In front of the map was a sand table, but no one was surrounding the sand table or looking at the map. Luo Xiaobai was sitting at a big desk, and there were 80 sky-opening realm powerhouses below, including Shumeng and Yingyue, who were designated by Han Fei. In fact, Shumeng and Yingyu weren't very strong. Shumeng hadn't even entered the star transformation realm yet. Even Yingyue, who had been with Han Fei for the longest time, was only in the late-stage star transformation realm. However, the reason why these two people were stationed here was that in the early stages, no matter how Luo Xiaobai promised, there would always be some people slacking off or looking down on her. And with these two senior people around, they could have a certain deterrent effect. As for the others, Luo Xiaobai had selected more than 80 sky openers, and only 20 of them had entered the star transformation realm. Luo Xiaobai said, "Do you know why I chose you to go with me?" Everyone shook their heads, but there were only 1,700 sky openers in the human race, so it was normal to choose them. Luo Xiaobai said, "I've read your information. After you opened the sky, you tried to walk on other great Daos, trying to walk on multiple great Daos, right?" Everyone was puzzled. Why did Luo Xiaobai bring this up? Luo Xiaobai said, "In this war, if the human emperor doesn't take action, our human race has too few high-end combatants. If you travel with me, you might encounter some unexpected dangers. I ask you to leave a portion of your flesh, blood, and soul here. When you follow me, if you encounter any enemy you can't handle, you can destroy your great Tao and pretend to die. Of course, as compensation, you will gain a sum of resources. If you don't want to, you can leave now." Huh? Destroy my great Tao? Everyone was a little stunned, but they were not stupid. As the commander of the war, Luo Xiaobai's status was indeed different. It made sense for her to be targeted. However, what if they were enslaved after they gave out their flesh, blood, and souls? On second thought, this was the war commander appointed by the human emperor. She couldn't do such an outrageous thing. It was definitely a life event for them to destroy their own great Taos and pretend to die. However, if the resource return was enough, it was not impossible to do. After all, most of them had just opened the sky. Even if they had embarked on a new great Tao, it wasn't that important. Besides, what they thought at the same time was that Luo Xiaobai was very domineering and needed absolute obedience. They even suspected that this was a test Luo Xiaobai gave them. Therefore, they didn't dare to bet on the consequences if they retorted Luo Xiaobai. After dozens of seconds, seeing that no one left and no one asked why, Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, "All right, in that case, let me tell you the route of tomorrow's operation. After that, no one present can leave and has to follow me to the battlefield tomorrow." Chapter 2825 Decapitation Operation in the City of Origin 22825 Decapitation Operation in the City of Origin 2. Han Fei watched Luo Xiaobai leave with her men without escort. Han Xuan came to Han Fei with a teacup, scraped the tea with the cover of the teacup, and took a sip. "I'm finally relaxed a little. This girl is going to the front line before the tidal wave. Including the time she will use to come back, she will only have more than 2 months to stay on the front line. I'm quite curious. What will she do in more than 2 months? What can she do?" Han Fei chuckled. "It's not a big deal. She's just going to accelerate the war between the human race and the City of Origin." The human race was built on the old site of the City of Scavengers, not far from the City of Origin. If it were an ordinary sky-opening realm powerhouse, he would reach the City of Origin in at most 7 days. It was even closer to the battlefield. With the speed of Luo Xiaobai and the others, it would only take less than 4 days. After all, the human race had just built their cities and the battlefield between them and the City of Origin was newly established, so there weren't many teleportation arrays in the middle. They mainly relied on manual travel. It had been 3 days since Luo Xiaobai set off. She had brought very few people with her, only 80 sky-opening realm powerhouses. At this moment, Ying Yue followed Luo Xiaobai and asked, "Commander, I feel that something is wrong. We haven't encountered any ominous creatures for hours." Luo Xiaobai, okay. Seeing Luo Xiaobai so cold, Ying Yue sighed in her heart. This person is really cold. Seeing that she had been given the cold shoulder, Ying Yue shut up obediently. Several hours later, Luo Xiaobai suddenly stopped. In the next moment, the sound of cicadas filled the sky. All of a sudden, nearly 100 figures rushed out of the void. Luo Xiaobai was the first to be attacked. The person who attacked her was a powerhouse in the perfected star transformation realm. Bang! In the next moment, 6 purple lights soared to the sky. The starfish's 6-gate array was powerful, but it was only in the sky-opening realm, so it was still not strong enough to deal with a perfected star transformation realm cultivator's blow. "Ah, I'm dying! I'm dying!" The 6-gate array was instantly broken, and dozens of places on the hexagon starfish's body exploded. Luo Xiaobai was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai glanced at the person who ambushed her. It was a perfected star transformation realm cultivator, and the other people had combat power similar to that of the humans. Seeing this, Luo Xiaobai actually sneered. The people who came to ambush her weren't that strong. There were only 5 people in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm of this 100-person team led by a perfected star transformation realm powerhouse. This could only mean one thing. The people from the City of Origin wanted to test the strength of the human race. If they could kill or seriously injure a figure like Luo Xiaobai in ordinary battles, it meant that the current human race was just so-so. Their strength was indeed as they had shown, and they didn't hide their strength. As for Luo Xiaobai, they wouldn't believe that she was the so-called war commander of the human race, so they didn't mind killing her. But was that all? Luo Xiaobai knew that it was definitely not. On the human side, someone shouted, "Commander, there's a traitor. Our whereabouts have been exposed." Everyone's expression changed drastically. Someone shouted, "Who is it? We were clearly together yesterday. No one left alone." Ying Yue shouted, "Commander, there are 100 of them. This is a 100-person team from the City of Origin. Half of them have entered the Star Transformation Realm. They're far stronger than us." As he spoke, the perfected Star Transformation Realm powerhouse from the City of Origin had already appeared beside Luo Xiaobai. He condensed a long saber with his full strength and pierced through Luo Xiaobai's body with it. However, in the next moment, long vines stretched out in all directions, and Luo Xiaobai's figure had already appeared tens of thousands of kilometers away. Swish, swish, swish. The tens of thousands of long vines were holding spears engraved with Tao patterns at the same time. It was the God-sealing spear. Almost instantly, the void here was sealed and the strength of the 100-person team of the City of Origin was suppressed by at least 30%. The expression of the 100-person team suddenly changed drastically, and the powerhouse roared, "It's a trap, stabilize the formation and retreat." But at this time, how could they have a chance to retreat? Although the sky openers of the human race weren't in high realms, the cultivation techniques and techniques they practiced were basically handed down by Han Fei. And most of the things Han Fei passed down had been deduced by the demon purification pot, so the true combat power of these people was far stronger than on the surface. Almost in the blink of an eye, a huge battle broke out between the two sides. And Yuan, the captain of the 100-person team of the City of Origin this time, was quite experienced. When he slashed at the array of the God-sealing spear with all his strength, only a dozen God-sealing spears exploded. Immediately, and Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He was ambushed too. Was it the so-called commander's trick, or was the human race's secret operation and this war commander actually bait? In the sea realm, there were few fools. Although the news was sent back that the human emperor appointed Luo Xiaobai as the war commander, it also pointed out Luo Xiaobai's current strength and the human emperor's claim that Luo Xiaobai would become the second monarch of the human race. The City of Origin certainly couldn't let the human race have another monarch, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, if Luo Xiaobai really had the potential to prove Dao, she had to die. Chapter 2826, Decapitation Operation in the City of Origin, 32826. Decapitation Operation in the City of Origin, 3:1 shouted, "Kill the enemy first before breaking the array. Be careful of the ambush from the outside to the inside." In the God-sealing spear array, there was a fierce battle. This was because the God-sealing spear's restricted area was only 10,000 kilometers wide, but there were more than 80 battlefields. Therefore, the combat power here kept rushing at the God-sealing spear array. Rumble. Unfortunately, even though the strength of the cultivators from the City of Origin had been suppressed, Luo Xiaobai led 80 people, and the sky openers from the City of Origin were generally stronger than those of the human race. Therefore, in just one clash, one person on the human race's side was blown up, and the great Dao crack only cracked for hundreds of kilometers in the sky. However, the human race was brave. And Yuan personally witnessed a human cultivator hugging a powerhouse from the City of Origin and blowing himself up. As for why this person dared to do this, it was naturally because he could still be reborn. At this moment, everyone seemed to realize something. Luo Xiaobai seemed to have expected all of this, so without asking for their opinion, she forcibly took their flesh, blood, and soul. From the looks of it, this was really a way to save their lives. Otherwise, they would have really died now. As for An Yuan, he had his eyes on Luo Xiaobai. Although he had fallen into the other party's trap today, the other party was clearly not strong enough to kill the strong masters of the City of Origin. Therefore, so far, no one had suffered a loss in this battle. And Yuan said, "You're not qualified to be a commander at all." Luo Xiaobai only responded with one word, "Kill." In less than half an hour, the sky was full of great Dao cracks. More than 50 people had died on the human side, but only 32 people had died on the City of Origin's side. Besides, even though An Yuan and the others' strength had been restricted by about 30%, and the human race's great techniques were very strong, the latter was still no match for the former. Luo Xiaobai was even forced to run and could barely resist An Yuan. Ying Yue shouted, "Commander, call for reinforcements." Someone shouted, "Commander, we can't hold on anymore. Our realms are not as high as theirs." The hexagon starfish also roared crazily, "Luo Xiaobai, starfish can't hold on anymore. Aren't you very smart? Why don't you have any plan B?" Luo Xiaobai's face was slightly cold. "Come, swish, 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 swish." In the void outside the God-sealing spear array, 5 figures rushed over. They were all in the perfected star transformation realm. Who would they be if they weren't Wang Xiaoju and the others? Seeing this, An Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just 5 perfected star transformation realm cultivators. I thought you had a lot of trump cards. Chirp! As the cicadas chirped, a hole appeared in the void, and 50 strong masters in the perfected star transformation realm suddenly appeared. An Yuan mocked, "I've been waiting for your cards." "Is that all you've got?" Puff One, however, as soon as An Yuan said so, a huge, fierce cat phantom burst out with the shadow of a sky-tearing claw and tore apart a perfected star transformation realm cultivator from the City of Origin. And Yuan's face changed slightly. "Dao lock level," Wang Xiaoju shouted. "Come on, I'm unparalleled in the world. I once fought 10,000 enemies with the human emperor." Sha Diao was as swift as a shadow. With the protection of the sand, he rushed into the siege of the perfected star transformation realm cultivators, and his ferocious shadow wreaked havoc. Yuju's defense was unparalleled, and he was like a humanoid, ultra-quality godly weapon. Wang Lanlan activated the Clam Mountain array and trapped 3 people. Huang Ergu's strength was mediocre, and he could barely fight 2 people. Then, Luo Xiaobai shouted, "Enter the array, don't fight." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoju and the others rushed out of the battlefield. It's not difficult for 5 Daolock level powerhouses to rush out of the siege of 50 perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators. When Wang Xiaoju and the others rushed into the God-sealing spear array, the others outside also tried to rush in, but they all bumped into the array. Wang Lanlin was surprised. This array recognize people? Luo Xiaobai said. Cut the crap. Kill them. Remember to keep their corpses. They're useful. The expressions of Yuan and the others changed drastically. Isn't this a sealed array? Why can't the people of the An family enter it? But if even the perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators of the City of Origin couldn't get in, and Yuan's face changed drastically and he shouted, An Yi, charge! Outside the array of the God-sealing spear, a strong master roared, Everyone, follow me to break the array. But at this time, Wang Xiaoju and the others had already begun to slaughter wantonly. The team of the City of Origin, which only had 1 perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivator, was almost crushed by 5 lock-level powerhouses. Luo Xiaobai looked calm and stopped attacking, letting Wang Xiaoju and the others charge forward. Xiao Diao caused a sandstorm with the protection of sand, and in the storm, more than 30 people were crushed in the blink of an eye. Wang Lanlin's Great Dao was very strange. It could actually slow people down. When the people of the An family used the heavenly cicada wings, their speed was very fast, but under Wang Lanlin's Great Dao, their speed seemed to suddenly decrease by several times. Coupled with Yuju's sharp claws, more than 10 people were killed in a row in the blink of an eye. Outside, Annie's men had launched a round of attacks, only to discover, to their surprise, that the spear array was intact with only less than 200 walls broken. However, after this round of impact, there were only less than 30 cultivators from the City of Origin left in the array. An Yi shouted, Luo Xiaobai, even if they all die, you won't be able to survive today. Chapter 2827 Decapitation Operation in the City of Origin. 2827 Decapitation Operation in the City of Origin. On the human side, there were only 27 people left at this moment. All of them looked at this scene speechlessly. They didn't hate Luo Xiaobai much. However, although Luo Xiaobai had prepared a trump card, there was already such a huge sacrifice before the war even started. They just felt that this war commander didn't deserve her position. Besides, it was rather careless of her to expose their whereabouts. Luo Xiaobai said unhurriedly, This place is only a little more than a day away from the front line of our human race. Besides, the human race's teleportation array has been under construction. Although it hasn't been completely completed, it will only take 6 hours at most to come here. With that said, Luo Xiaobai took out a jade slip and crushed it. Then, she said indifferently, Let's make a bet. In 6 hours, will you break through the array and kill us, or will human reinforcements arrive? An Ye sneered and bombarded the array. Your array can't even last half an hour. 6 hours? I think you're kidding. Luo Xiaobai casually took out 100,000 God-sealing spears and said indifferently, The human emperor gave me a lot of these things. Do you want to try them? An Ye's expression changed immediately. What the hell is this? Doesn't this level of array cost money? Taking out 100,000 spears at once? Is this human emperor out of his mind? When the 100,000 God-sealing spear appeared, An Yuan's heart turned cold. They were doomed. In less than 10 seconds, An Yuan was slapped to death by Wang Xiaoju's claw. He left quite peacefully without any pain. Wang Xiaoju was still mumbling. Why don't we kill our way out now? I think if there are only 50 people on the other side, maybe we can make it. Upon hearing this, An Ye shouted, Stop attacking. An Ye wasn't stupid. They could destroy 200 of the 100,000 God-sealing spear arrays on average every time they attacked together. If they wanted to destroy 100,000 of them, they would have to attack at least 500 times with all their strength. But the 5 guys inside weren't weak. They were all Daolock level powerhouses. If they attacked with all their strength 500 times, with these 5 guys in the array, nearly half of his men might die. Besides, 500 full-strength attacks were too time-consuming. If it were just ordinary attacks, they could bombard 500 times in an instant, but in the face of such a level of array, they obviously couldn't. In addition, Luo Xiaobai had already called for reinforcements. Although she said 6 hours, it was possible that human reinforcements would come faster. And Ye shouted, Humph, your human race doesn't even have high-level combat power on the frontline battlefield. Who are you fooling? Luo Xiaobai asked. If we don't have high-level combatants, why did we fight for decades? That's because An Ye suddenly stopped. The human race and the City of Origin had been fighting tentatively for decades. The strong masters of the City of Origin had always said that it was unknown whether the Great Monarch was alive or not, so they couldn't be too aggressive. Otherwise, if the human emperor and the Master of Silence joined forces and attacked, the war would continue to escalate, and the consequences would be very serious. It was for this reason that the war between the City of Origin and the human race was actually just stalling for time. They had no intention of really starting a war. However, he couldn't tell Luo Xiaobai about this. Otherwise, wouldn't it be equivalent to telling her that it was unknown whether our great monarch was alive or not? Come on, beat us. Cold sweat broke out on Anye's back. He almost fell for Luo Xiaobai's trick and told her the truth. Anye snorted coldly. It's just a training exercise. Doesn't your human race have the same purpose? If your human race sends out high-end combat power, aren't you afraid that our city of origin will also send out high-end combat power? That being said, Anye wasn't sure if the human race had any high-level combatants. Therefore, he said via voice transmission, Anmo, go back to the front line through your origin star immediately and tell everything here to Commander An Liudao. In addition, tell him that Luo Xiaobai is indeed difficult to deal with. If we don't kill her today, she will definitely become a big problem in the future. Tell him that I need reinforcements. A person beside Anya suddenly disappeared. Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, it's a technique to cross domains with origin stars. Anya sneered. So what? Like I said, you will die today. Luo Xiaobai didn't speak but just waited quietly. And Yi snorted coldly and didn't attack either. He thought to himself, anyway, it will only take 100 seconds at most for my reinforcements to arrive. I don't believe you won't die then. Yingyue, Shumeng, and the others were all very nervous at this moment. The result of this trip was far beyond their expectations. They had thought that something would happen, but they didn't expect it to directly trigger a war of this scale. They didn't even understand why Luo Xiaobai was so calm. On the other side, NMO returned quickly. Commander-in-Chief, something has happened. Please reinforce us quickly. NMO's origin star had long been refined and placed beside An Liudao. This was a habit of some big clans. The reason why the human race didn't do this wasn't that they didn't want to, but that the high-level combat power of the human race hadn't gone up yet. And Mo was a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. But on the human race's side, there weren't any perfected star transformation realm cultivators yet, and there were only a few people in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. It was meaningless to use this technique, and Liao immediately appeared. What's the matter? I saw that the life tablets of Xuanhuan and the others were all shattered. Were they tricked? Was Luo Xiaobai the bait? Chapter 2828-2828. Decapitation Operation in the City of Origin 52828. Decapitation Operation in the City of Origin 5. And Mo said, My lord, not exactly. Blah blah oh. After and Mo finished speaking, and Lu Dao was a little surprised. Are you saying that Luo Xiaobai called for reinforcements from the frontline battlefield? And Mo nodded. Yes. Luo Xiaobai said that reinforcements would come in 6 hours, but we should be faster. My lord, there's no time to lose. Luo Xiaobai seems not bad. However, and Lu Dao suddenly interrupted and Mo. After a moment of silence, he asked, was Luo Xiaobai very strong? And Mo said, not exactly. Nothing special has been shown so far, but she can indeed cross realms to fight. Also, she has a lot of treasures and 5 Dao Lock level guardians. Those 5 people seem to be ferocious beasts and are very powerful. In just a moment, the 5 of them swept through 60 to 70 people, including An Yuan. Are you sure they don't have any more trump cards? Anmo said. I'm not sure about that, but I guess not, because more than 50 human cultivators brought by Luo Xiaobai died in this battle. The astronomical changes are obvious. They should be completely dead. If it weren't for her 5 guardians, I'm afraid they would have all died by now. But I can't guarantee it. It's possible that the human race used more than 50 sky openers to put on a show. And Lu Dao shook his head. No. You haven't fought the human race before, so you don't know their fighting style. They are a group of people who value friendship very much. On the battlefield, even if their partners only have a bone left, they will snatch it back if they can. If Luo Xiaobai has a trump card, she shouldn't be indifferent to the deaths of so many sky openers. Unless she is a heartless person, wait for me for a moment. And Lu Dao left his origin star, and within 100 seconds he took 6 teleportation arrays in a row to the frontline battlefield. At this moment, nearly 50,000 soldiers were fighting in the front line, or to be exact, they were training their soldiers. This had been a tacit agreement for decades that they would hone themselves through war. In the past, it had been like this between the City of Scavengers and the City of Wanderers. Now that the human race had come, it was the same game. Seeing in Lu Dao, someone hurriedly went forward and bowed. Commander-in-Chief, why are you here? And Lu Dao frowned slightly. Why is the scale of the fight so large? The man said. My lord, we don't know what's wrong with the human race. They suddenly sent 10 times their original manpower to fight a group battle. How can we admit defeat, so we can only fight them? And Lu Dao's expression changed slightly. Ignoring this person, he unfolded the heavenly cicada wings and instantly disappeared. After a while, and Liu Dao's eyes flashed. Sure enough, there are strong void fluctuations behind the human race. It seems that someone has indeed gone to reinforce them. Haha, since we want to kill the war commander of the human race, why don't we destroy the front line too? Swish, and Liu Dao disappeared and reappeared in the Sea of Stars. On his origin star, 1,000 perfected star transformation realm cultivators were sitting cross-legged quietly. These people were here only to prevent accidents from happening. Usually, they didn't have to go out to fight. At this moment, En Liao said, En Mie, come out, take a 100-person team and follow En Mo to quickly attack and kill Luo Xiaobai, the war commander of the human race. The rest of you, come out and follow me to destroy the front line of the human race. Huh? Someone was surprised. Destroy the front line of the human race? Are we declaring war on the human race? The great monarch has returned? And Lu Dao shook his head. This is an order from the Elder Council. Once Luo Xiaobai's potential is confirmed, she must be killed. Even if it means starting a war, our city of origin must not let the human race have another monarch. Chapter 2829, Luo Xiaobai's First War, 1-2829. Luo Xiaobai's First War won on the way to the front line of the human race. Luo Xiaobai and the others were waiting. However, on the human side, be it Ying Yue or the others chosen by Luo Xiaobai, they were all nervous. In this battle, no one won. They even felt that Luo Xiaobai might not win. This was because this place was actually more than 6 hours away from the front line of the human race. There weren't that many so-called teleportation arrays. However, they couldn't show it now. Their only hope was that Luo Xiaobai still had other trump cards. It took Enmo about 300 seconds to leave. And Ye frowned. Did Enmo run into some trouble? Buzz. In the next moment, Anmo appeared. As a phantom of a world appeared, a team of 100 perfected star transformation realm cultivators appeared. Yes, there were many sky openers in the city of origin now. Another 100-person team had randomly come, and they were all perfected star transformation realm powerhouses. And Mo said, Master and Ye, the commander-in-chief, said that Luo Xiaobai must die. He asked Master and me to bring a team of 100 perfected star transformation realm cultivators here to kill her. Gulp, Ying Yue and the others were all dumbfounded. Although they had seen a lot of battles, a team of 100 perfected star transformation realm cultivators was too much. Plus Enyi and his men, there would be 150 people. How could they defeat them? Although there were 5 strong masters on the human side, it was unrealistic for each of them to fight 30 alone. Before Enyi spoke, Luo Xiaobai said calmly, It seems that the city of origin is preparing to declare war on the human race. Ha ha ha! Enyi laughed out loud and suddenly turned ferocious. So what? Declaring war won't give you a chance to prove your Tao? And Mie said, Cut the crap, let's end this quickly. The commander-in-chief has started the battle before the human reinforcement comes. Against our front line, and Ye's heart skipped a beat. This was really a declaration of war. Suddenly, the clan became so aggressive. Could it be that there was news of the great monarch Tianming? And Ye shouted, Let's attack together. This array is rather difficult to break. We need 100 people to break it together. The rest of you, reserve your strength. At this moment, a turtle shell appeared in Luo Xiaobai's hand. Then the world seemed to be enveloped by darkness. She said indifferently, All right, it's time to end this. On Yi and Mie, I? The humans? I? In the next second, the 100,000 god-sealing spear rolled back, and Luo Xiaobai's figure changed. In the blink of an eye, she turned into a man. The hexagon starfish? Ah? How can it be you? Han Fei smiled casually. I've been tolerating you for days, you stupid starfish. Boom. The hexagon starfish was slapped to the ground, his face full of shock. He felt so aggrieved. He was supposed to follow Luo Xiaobai. Why did it suddenly become Han Fei? Hiss, Master Human Emperor. Huh, greetings, Master Human Emperor. Greetings, Master Human Emperor. Ying Yue, Xu Meng, and the others were all stunned. What kind of transformation technique was this? An Yi and An Mie were dumbfounded. Human Emperor, the monarch of the human race? Not good. We're tricked. Run. At this moment, An Mie reacted first. Facing a monarch, they could only run or die. With their strength, it was impossible for them to kill a monarch. However, with continuous bangs, they all hit the turtle shell sky ceiling technique. Han Fei had come in person. How could they survive? An Yi roared, Human Emperor, you are declaring war on our city of origin. Our great monarch is still around. How dare you? Hee hee. Han Fei chuckled. Didn't you declare war first? The war on the frontline battlefield should have started by now, right? For a moment, everyone thought, if the Human Emperor personally led this team, where was Luo Xiaobai? Shocked, and Ye and Enmi immediately figured it out. This was a trap set up by the Human Emperor to deliberately make it look like they were defeated and ask the front line for help. Since this was fake, the so-called reinforcement from the front line must be fake too. The humans in the front line deliberately set up a trap to bait An Liu Dao. In this way, if An Liu Dao attacked the human race first, it would be a real declaration of war. But what they didn't understand was why they had to set up such a trap. What was the point of such a trap? Furthermore, the Human Emperor had personally set it up. Not to mention, An Yi and the others, even Ying Yue and the others didn't understand. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask, Master Human Emperor, since you want to take action, why did you set up such a trap? What this person meant was, why did they have to cut off a great Dao? Han Fei was not in a hurry to attack. He said casually, Firstly, your path has gone astray. This time, I'll help you cut off your great Daos. Think carefully next time you choose a great Dao to cultivate. Secondly, although I said I would leave the battle below the monarch realm to you, I'm not asking the only thousands of sky openers of the human race to fight against the hundreds of thousands of peak-level late-stage star transformation realm and perfected star transformation realm cultivators in the city of origin. That would only be courting death. If I really want to do that, even if I mobilize all the strength of the human race, we won't be their match. Therefore, many people misunderstand what I mean. Chapter 2830, Luo Xiaobai's First War 22830, Luo Xiaobai's First War 2. Thirdly, who will declare war first? This matter is of great significance and involves the subsequent arrangements of your war commander. After a pause, Han Fei turned around with a smile and said, "By the way, I didn't set up this trap today. I'm just a tool. Everyone, Anne Yi seemed to have thought of something, and his expression turned ugly. Our spies are pure human beings, Han Fei sneered. Possession is not a difficult thing. If you think you can completely infiltrate the human race just by possessing someone, you're underestimating us." Anye asked, "So, the news that Luo Xiaobai is going to be the human race's second monarch is also a lie?" Han Fei smiled casually. "No, the war commander of the human race must be the second person to prove Tao after me." Anye shouted in a low voice, "Human Emperor, you are a monarch. Don't you think it's shameless to attack us who are mere sky openers? I'm done talking to you." Han Fei crushed the air, and Anye felt gravity change around his body. His body seemed to be deformed, his bones seemed to be squeezed, and the world seemed to be pressuring him. Bang! And Yi exploded into a mist of blood. However, Han Fei seemed to think of something and summoned a beam of divine light to revive a small part of Anye's body. Han Fei said to the others, "Next time you attack, remember to leave some body parts of the enemy. It's very useful. It can save you 1,000 years of cultivation." Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Was there such a good thing? However, it seemed that Master Human Emperor didn't hold back and crushed him. If it were us, we wouldn't be able to cut him even if he stood still and let us slash him. Ying Yue was one of Han Fei's most trusted subordinates. At this moment, she boldly stepped forward. "Master Human Emperor, shall we go to the front line to provide support?" Han Fei shook his head slightly. "No hurry. Wait a moment. Several hours ago." In the rear command center of the human battlefield, a woman in white stood quietly in front of a sand table on the battlefield. Beside her, Lu Xuan and Yu Jiaojiao were on her left and right, and Hong Ye was standing opposite Luo Xiaobai. Someone said, "Commander, if An Liaojiao really attacks our rear, I'm afraid we don't have enough manpower." Someone frowned. "I'm afraid that the realm and strength of our human race can't keep up. I heard from the people in the City of Wanderers that there are many peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm or perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators in the City of Origin. What if," Luo Xiaobai said calmly, "it's about time." Everyone couldn't help but look at Luo Xiaobai in confusion. It's about time? Luo Xiaobai picked up a small bamboo pole and pointed at a gap in the sand table. "Zhang Ya, listen." Zhang Ya perked up. "Yes." Luo Xiaobai said, "Lead 20,000 Sea Establishers to ambush in the 9 linked mountains. Once the Sea Establisher army of the City of Origin retreated, cut off their formation from the middle." "Yes, Commander." After that, Zhang Ya turned around and left without hesitation. They were trained by Han Fei. Since Han Fei said that Luo Xiaobai was the war commander of the human race, she must be. Although they liked Hong Yue, it didn't mean that they couldn't accept Luo Xiaobai. Luo Xiaobai said, "Ling Ran, listen up." Yes. Luo Xiaobai instructed, "Take 20,000 Sea Establishers to the Gunyu Mountains and wait for the defeated deserters of the City of Origin. Kill as many of them as you can." "Yes, Commander." Ling Ran didn't ask why Luo Xiaobai was so sure that there would be deserters. She just felt that since Luo Xiaobai had said so, there would definitely be deserters. Luo Xiaobai said, "Chu Lingyu, Wen Ruxing, listen up." Yes. Luo Xiaobai instructed, "After the battle, go straight to the command center of the City of Origin and behead all the commanders of the City of Origin. If the mission goes smoothly, evacuate from the Three-World Mountain after completing it." "Yes, Commander." Luo Xiaobai continued, "Wen Ruqing, take 200 sky openers to take a detour to the Three-World Mountain to receive Chu Lingyu and the others. If anything happens to their mission, you have to find Xingyu as soon as possible and ask him to take action. These are Chu Lingyu and the others' life tablets. Take them all with you." "Yes, Commander." Luo Xiaobai led a small bamboo pole and picked 67 people in a row, including both sky openers and explorers. When there were only Luo Xiaobai, Lu Xuan, Yu Jiaojiao, and Hong Ye who served as the acting commander left in the huge human command center, Yu Jiaojiao couldn't help but frown. "Xiaobai, if you send everyone out, won't the strong masters in the City of Origin notice?" Luo Xiaobai said. "Firstly, the spatial fluctuations caused by the departure of the sky openers were originally left for them to see. Secondly, other than the mobilization of the sky openers, the rest are just normal military mobilization. Cultivators are extremely mobile and can't only guard one place. The frequent random distribution of military power can greatly reduce the possibility of being targeted. The other party is experienced in battle and knows this. Even if they have seen some clues, they won't care about these trivial matters now." Lu Xuan asked, "You're using yourself as bait. Who will protect you? Human Emperor?" Luo Xiaobai shook her head slightly. "No. Besides, I'm not the only bait. There are a total of 403 baits. The sky openers I dispatched just now were all brought over later. The former sky openers on the frontline battlefield are all here. Only in this way can An Liao and the others believe. Chapter 2831, Luo Xiaobai's First War 32831, Luo Xiaobai's First War 3. Yu Zhaozhao asked, "Then what should we do now?" Luo Xiaobai said, "Speed is important in war, and Liao knows this well." Wait for half an hour. Lu Xuan and Yu Zhaozhao looked at each other. Back then, they were convinced by Luo Xiaobai's powerful logical ability and talent for wisdom. They had thought that the 3 million people in the Demon Plant Fortress were enough for Luo Xiaobai to lead, but now it seemed that the Demon Plant Fortress might be nothing to Luo Xiaobai. This battlefield of the human race might be where Luo Xiaobai could give a full play to her strength. After half an hour. In the rear command center of the human race, a total of 403 people were cultivating here, and Luo Xiaobai didn't count in those supervising the battle on the front line. Bang! Suddenly, outside the human race's headquarters, the void trembled, and the overwhelming pressure of various great Daos shook the world. Led by An Liu Dao, 832 cultivators in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm or perfected star transformation realm suddenly appeared here. The human race naturally noticed their blatant attack the moment they appeared. For a moment, all the sky openers here were on guard. There were hundreds of thousands of sea establishers and tens of millions of venerables in the headquarters in addition to them. Not good. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The people in the city of origin are crazy. They are going to officially declare war. Buzz. Immediately, a large array was activated in the human headquarters. However, An Liu Dao didn't seem to care. He said, "You should know that this kind of energy array can't withstand a strong attack." He raised his hand, and 832 people from the city of origin attacked at the same time. These were all in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm and perfected star transformation realm, and even half of them were in the perfected star transformation realm. Therefore, when these more than 800 people attacked together, their strength was terrifying. After only one round of impact, the human race's protective array dimmed. Puh, puh, puh. For a moment, the 64 sky openers in charge of guarding the array spat out their essence blood. They were seriously injured by this terrifying counterforce. Think of a way to escape. You must go back alive and report this matter to the Human Emperor. Nonsense. If we die, no one needs to inform Master Human Emperor. He'll find out soon. Let Master Hong Yue escape with his men. Hey, Beastards from the city of origin, come on. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I might die today, but you'll have to come to accompany me tomorrow. Master Human Emperor will avenge us. You idiots have no idea what you're doing. Come on, how can we humans be afraid of death? And Liu Dao was indifferent. As a general, he had already made a decision and couldn't change his mind now. Even if he changed his mind now, he had completely offended the human race, and there was no possibility of reconciliation. Therefore, and Liu Dao roared, "Break the array now!" Just as the cultivators of the city of origin were about to break the array, a woman in white walked out of the human command center calmly. Even Hong Ye stood behind this woman, not daring to cross at all, not even walking side by side with her. Master Hong Yue, run. Huh? Who is this? The war commander. Ah, wasn't it said that the commander wouldn't come to the front line until tomorrow? Why is it today? The moment An Liu Dao saw Luo Xiaobai, his heart trembled. How could it be? This woman was the war commander of the human race. Then who was the person besieged by An Mo and the others? We've been tricked? An Liu Dao reacted very quickly. He immediately scanned his surroundings with his perception, but he didn't find anything unusual. And Liu Dao sneered. Are you bluffing? Your war commander is besieged on the road at this moment. Do you think you can trick me? Lu Xiaobai slowly opened her mouth and said indifferently, as if introducing the battle situation, in war, you have to know how to cheat. If you are capable, you have to pretend to be incapable. If you want to take action, you have to pretend not to take action. When approaching the enemy, you have to make the enemy feel that you are very far away. When you are far away from the enemy, you have to make the enemy feel that you are very close. Among battle formations, the necessary disguise can make the enemy hallucinate and make a wrong judgment. As the saying goes, all is fair in war. As a commander, you are actually very ordinary. Attack. Kill all of them. The human cultivators? 1. The cultivators of the city of origin? The cultivators of the city of origin? Swish, swish. In an instant, billions of strands of hair appeared in the void, like infinite beams of light spreading out in the void. Nearly 200 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm and perfected star transformation realm cultivators of the city of origin were pierced through. Ha ha ha, watch me on a killing spree. Lu Qianxi stepped out of the void. Anyone who was pierced by the hair felt that something was growing in their bodies the next moment, but in the blink of an eye, the bodies of these people began to sprout. Their flesh and blood were passively resisting the power of life crazily growing. Few of the 200 people could dodge Lu Qianxi's attack. A monarch? No, you are not the human emperor. At that moment, and Liu Dao was shocked. The person who came was not a strong master of the human race, but a demon plant at the Dao-proving level. This was clearly not the human emperor. Someone was shocked. The human race has a second monarch. Not good. Disperse and evacuate now. However, Luo Xiaobai's voice echoed in all directions. Since you're already here, why are you in a hurry to leave? Since you've declared war, this will be your last resting place. Chapter 2832 Luo Xiaobai's First War 42832 Luo Xiaobai's First War 42832 Luo Xiaobai's First War 4 The strong masters of the human race were all shocked. Such a way of appearance really caught them by surprise. People didn't know much about Lu Qianxi, but it didn't mean that no one knew him. When these people saw that it was a monarch who personally took action, they knew that the human race would definitely win this battle. Although Lu Qianxi had been staying around Han Fei and didn't seem to cultivate much, it didn't mean that he wasn't strong. It was just that Han Fei's strength completely covered up his brilliance. At this moment, Lu Qianxi unexpectedly pierced through the 23 people of the city of origin on the spot as if it were a game, and Lu Dao went crazy. It was not because there were too many people killed on his side, but because he was shocked to find that the human race had one more monarch the moment Lu Qianxi showed up. God's Arrival Technique. A few of the strong masters in the city of origin began to use the God's Arrival Technique. Although their God's Arrival Technique was no longer effective because of the disappearance of their great monarch, they had no choice but to try it when faced with a monarch realm strong master. Unfortunately, in the end, no powerful force fell on them. The God's Arrival Technique was to borrow the power of the strong. When An Tianming was still here as a great monarch-level powerhouses, he could indeed lend power to them. But now An Tianming had died, and the strongest person in the city of origin was only the puppet An Beilin. An Beilin had even sacrificed himself, so how could he lend them power? Those who performed the God's Arrival Technique became Lu Qianxi's second target. The billions of hairs intertwined in the void. In the past, in the storm quicksand sea, Lu Qianxi had controlled and killed countless mind demons with this move. At this moment, it was no exception. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 people were pierced through. Even if they had soul-suppressing godly weapons, it was useless. While Lu Qianxi controlled her power to restrain them, Luo Xiaobai had already summoned spiritual plants in their bodies to devour their qi and blood. The soul-suppressing godly weapon could only suppress souls, but the destruction of the body was extremely dangerous in such a battle. Besides, the city of origin was not like the lava giants. It was impossible for every one of the hundreds of thousands of sky openers to have a soul-suppressing godly weapon. Otherwise, how many godly weapons would the city of origin have? Therefore, in this round of attacks by Lu Qianxi, 238 people were pierced, and 213 people had their star beads shattered and died on the spot. The remaining people only held on for a while longer. Luo Xiaobai said, "Human sky openers, listen up. Kill all the heavily injured cultivators of the city of origin." Hearing that, the human cultivators all roared, "Brothers, kill them. Kill. Whoever offends our human race must be killed." Just now, they thought that they were doomed today, but who knew that the tables would turn so quickly? This newly appointed war commander not only lured the enemy in and caught the city of origin off guard, but also showed them the ability of a war commander. The only thing they didn't understand was why didn't the monarch fight at the very beginning if he would attack anyway. Seeing this, Enliao knew that it was impossible for his sneak attack to succeed, but he had to tell the others that a second monarch had appeared in the human race. "Everyone, retreat. Whoever escapes must inform our city of the news that the human race has a second monarch." Swish, 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 swish. After all, they were all in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, or perfected star transformation realm. Lu Qianxi could kill more than 200 people with a sneak attack, but in a head-on battle, it was almost impossible to kill more than 300 strong masters of this level. Although a Dao prover was strong, it wasn't that strong. Therefore, about 580 of the nearly 600 people quickly retreated. Lu Qianxi shouted, "Don't run. Hey, why am I the only one attacking? If Master is here, none of them can escape." Luo Xiaobai just said calmly, "If he were here, I'm afraid we wouldn't even have been able to find a piece of wreckage. Go after them. Someone will cooperate with you." Cooperate with me? Just as Lu Qianxi was full of doubts, darkness gradually enveloped the rear of the human race. The fleeing cultivators of the city of origin all disappeared into the darkness. Aha! Accompanied by a shrill scream, none of the cultivators of the city of origin who were enveloped in the darkness could come out, and Liao's face changed in shock. "That's impossible. Why would the undead be here?" And Liao lowered his head in confusion, only to see a white bone extending out of his chest. He felt that his infinite vitality seemed to have been extracted by someone at once. Then a creepy voice rang in his ears. "Hehehe, this is just the beginning." Chapter 2833 Victory on the Front Line 12833 Victory on the Front Line 1 Lu Qianxi was chasing dozens of people, only to see that those people were enveloped by the black fog. The screams coming one after another made Lu Qianxi's scalp tingle. At that moment, he saw a black-robed man sucking An Lu Dao into a dried corpse. More importantly, the other party was clearly stronger than him. He definitely had the strength of the carefree level. The black-robed man turned around and waved at him gently. "It's been a pleasure to cooperate for the first time. Please tell the war commander of the human race that the Immortal Temple will deliver the refined stars he wants to him within 10 days. As for the corpses of these people, we'll take them away. Lu Qianxi said. Ah, okay. Lu Qianxi was a little scared. He watched the man in black drag and Lu Dao into the black fog, and then the black fog gradually dissipated. The strong masters of the city of origin were nowhere to be seen. Lu Qianxi shivered and quickly ran back. When he saw Luo Xiaobai, before he could say anything, Luo Xiaobai said in advance, "The people of the city of origin have been executed. Now everyone, please lead all the human beings in the front line to participate in the battle and start a head-on battle. Within a day, I want the entire city of origin to be crushed." Ah, they were executed so easily? Those are all cultivators in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, or the perfected star transformation realm. Is Monarch Qianxi so powerful? I never heard of his name before. The strength of a monarch is indeed extraordinary. Hongye shouted, "Now, take the order and set off." Immediately, everyone agreed. "Commander, we will definitely complete the mission." Except for those who were still besieging the heavily injured cultivators of the city of origin, the others immediately mobilized their troops. For a time, voices rose and fell in the human camp. Assault battalion, assemble and be ready to attack. Charging battalion, gather. The war has begun. Let's go. Whetstone battalion, gather up. Hurry up. For a moment, all the warriors in the rear of the human race, be it sea establisher, venerable, or explorer, were mobilized. There were more than 30 million of them in total. At this moment, Lu Qianxi came to Luo Xiaobai and said with a scared expression, "It's terrifying. I saw infinite death energy. The people from the city of origin were all enveloped." And Luo Dao was also a Dao Lock level powerhouse, but in the blink of an eye, he turned into dried meat. "Have we really cooperated with the Immortal Temple?" Luo Xiaobai asked. "Didn't you see everything?" Lu Qianxi said. "I just feel that these people are evil. Even if it were me, if I were enveloped by that death aura, I would probably only have a dry trunk left when I came out. And I think I heard you say that these guys are waging war everywhere. Are these really good people?" Luo Xiaobai said indifferently. "There are no absolute good and bad people. The undead have their own goals when they start a war. We also have our own goals when we start a war. On a certain level, there is no conflict between us. As for the evilness of these people, it's not our human race who should be afraid, but our enemies." Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai discussed cooperation with the Immortal Temple for a long time. Originally, Luo Xiaobai didn't know the purpose of the Immortal Temple's war and thought that they were evil. However, when Luo Xiaobai clearly knew that the three temples maintained uniformity in resisting the ominous, she put down her prejudice against the Immortal Temple. Although the war waged by the Immortal Temple had caused too many people to die, in fact, not all the people who died had truly died. It was possible that they had transformed into undead creatures. Secondly, the cultivators of the myriad races who fought against the undead had gained a lot in the war, and their strength and realm had improved. Therefore, Luo Xiaobai made a hypothesis. If there was no immortal temple in this world, what would the sea realm be like? The answer was that the sea realm would fall into even crazier chaos because there were too many strong masters in the sea realm, and the reason why they could become strong was that they kept training, fighting, and growing. If one wanted to continue to obtain this kind of training, he had to have a suitable whetstone and target to kill. Without the Immortal Temple, this growth might very well evolve into a conflict between the various factions, a battle between the various races, or even a war between the 5 divine realms. After all, in the sea realm, many creatures could no longer be called sea demons. Everyone was one of the myriad races. Why should I be a sea demon and you are not? Therefore, the myriad races needed an enemy, and the ominous was too far away from them, so it was unrealistic to make an enemy of the ominous. As for the Immortal Temple, they insisted on going against the myriad races and attacked and killed everywhere like a meat grinder of the myriad races. Therefore, they naturally became the myriad races' common enemy. From this perspective, the sea realm really couldn't do without the Immortal Temple. And the Immortal Temple might not be as evil as everyone thought. It could even be said that they were shouldering the incomprehension and disdain of all races to do a great thing. This was also the reason why Han Fei didn't really kill Ye Qi when he first saw him. Since the 3 temples existed, there must be a reason for their existence. Otherwise, there might have been a war between the 3 temples long ago. Chapter 2834, 2834. Victory on the front line, 2834. Victory on the front line, 20 on the other side. Just as An Liaodao and the others were about to die, Han Fei took action. Even though An Yi and the others had used the heavenly cicada wings and secret techniques to keep up, the 100 or so people's lives were being harvested at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the eyes of Ying Yue and the others, Han Fei hadn't even moved when the powerhouses of the city of origin were pierced through between their eyebrows one after another, with their soul-suppressing godly weapons and star bead shattered together. In a moment, these 150 people were all killed. The human race wasn't surprised at all. Since Master Human Emperor had personally taken action, even monarchs would be killed, not to mention that these people were only in the sky-opening realm. After dealing with these people, Han Fei smiled faintly. It's almost time. With that, Han Fei waved his hand, and some flesh and blood appeared. Under the light of the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, the flesh and blood turned into human shapes in the blink of an eye. These were the people who had faked death just now. They seemed to have perished, but in fact it was just that their great Taos were severed. Their body's strength wasn't great. However, as long as they had enough resources, they could rebuild their bodies at will. Therefore, as long as they didn't truly die, it wouldn't be a problem to revive them. After these people rebuilt their bodies, the first thing they saw was Han Fei. Immediately, everyone hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Master Human Emperor." "Master Human Emperor, why are you here?" They didn't know what happened yet, but soon, those who hadn't died quickly told them what had happened. Everybody was shocked. One of them bowed to Han Fei. "Master Human Emperor, before I faked death, I didn't know that all of this was a trap set by you and the commander, nor did I know that it was for our own good to cut off our great Taos. I'm sorry, Master Human Emperor. I'm willing to punish myself," Han Fei chuckled. "Punish my ass. Your war commander wants you to learn a lesson. You shouldn't randomly walk on some messy road although you've opened the sky. Even if you want to walk on a road, you have to walk on something different. Look at what you've all walked on. Body refiners cultivated illusion techniques. Those walking on the Tao of balance cultivated the path of berserker. Do you think you haven't died quickly enough? Also, those walking on the Tao of strength. Why did you cultivate the Tao of soul? If you really want to walk on this path, ask me. If I don't teach you a lesson, I'm afraid you'll make mistakes again." For a moment, everyone blushed. Yes, these great Taos were all randomly thought out by them. They didn't know themselves enough, thinking that it was a sign of talent if they had embarked on a different great Tao, so they didn't explore whether it was feasible or not, but wanted to keep that great Tao as a trump card. At this moment, they were ashamed. Yes, Master Human Emperor was devoted to the people. How could he covet anything from them? In terms of cultivation, Master Human Emperor was definitely stronger than them. What were they thinking back then? Han Fei said, "Let's go." The sky-opening realm battle in the front line should have ended. A head-on battle should have started now. Come on, let's take a look. A head-on battle? Han Fei thought for a moment and explained to them, "There are too many sky-openers in the city of origin. We don't expect you to fight them. Blindly fighting will only cause the strength of the human race to decline again. What you're going to fight is a war below the sky-opening realm." By the time Han Fei arrived at the frontline battlefield, the first super large-scale frontal battlefield between the human race and the city of origin had already begun. At this moment, even Luo Xiaobai was gone from the human war command. It wasn't until Han Fei came to the frontline battlefield and spread out his perception that he saw Luo Xiaobai standing on the top of a mountain, quietly watching the current war, Lu Xuan and Yu Zhaozhao standing behind her. When Han Fei arrived, the two of them quickly retreated. Han Fei said, "This is even more magnificent than when we were on the Scattered Stars Island. I wonder how many people will die in the battle of more than 60 million people." Luo Xiaobai said calmly, "If the human race wants to rise, sacrifices are inevitable. You can lead the human race into the sea realm, but you can't grow on behalf of the human race. All the sacrifices now are telling them that the powerful human race today has not come easy. To protect this human race, they need to constantly grow and face all kinds of enemies." Han Fei was also a little emotional. "Yes, if we want the human race to rise, you and I have to be ruthless. Only the human race that survives in a group of enemies can be considered a powerful human race. Xiaobai, it's great that you're back." The corners of Luo Xiaobai's mouth curled up slightly. "I can't let you take care of everything alone. Li Ringquang and Zhang Xuanyu know it too. Everyone who went out with us in the past knows it, but they can't come back now because they know that even if they come back now, it's meaningless. However, they will come back eventually. The human race is their home," Han Fei said. "This battle will be very fierce." Luo Xiaobai said, "If it's not tragic, how can it arouse the fighting intent in the bones of the entire human race?" The two of them looked at the battlefield and didn't say anything else. On the battlefield, the sound of fighting shook the sky. Although the human race's sky openers were far stronger than those in the city of origin, these people wouldn't take action. This was a battle below the sky-opening realm, on the battlefield of the Venerables. A human Venerable was being entangled by a Venerable from the An family. The other party was very fast. Although this person had tried his best to catch the other party, he couldn't even touch a corner of the other party's clothes after fighting for more than 30 seconds. Chapter 2835, 2835. Victory on the front line, 3:28:35. Victory on the front line, 3. At this moment, this person was already covered in wounds. There were no less than 1,000 wounds on his body. Bam! He finally couldn't hold on anymore. He supported himself on one knee with one hand and his other hand was badly mutilated. In many places of this hand, his bones were exposed. Puffer. At this moment, the cultivator from the An family had already cut open half of his body and severed his other arm. In such a situation, he already couldn't be revived. The other party wouldn't give him a chance to be reborn with blood. However, this person suddenly raised his head, and a blood arrow spurted out of his mouth, pouring all his vitality into his sword. The An family cultivator wanted to retreat, but he found that this person had clamped his long sword with his flesh and blood. After only an instant of hesitation, this blood arrow struck his face. The An family cultivator's entire body exploded. Before he died, the only thought in his heart was that I am clearly stronger than him, but why? The human cultivator vomited a mouthful of blood, dragged his heavy body, and cursed, "Son of a botch, you can hurt me 1,000,000 times, but if I catch you once, you'll be doomed." Of course, there were people who could see this scene, but they couldn't help, because they couldn't even protect themselves. It was different from when they were fighting the 10,000 scale race. At that time, the 10,000 scale race's morale had collapsed, and the heavenly Tao cracks representing their monarch's death stimulated their hearts. They thought that they were going to die. And in that battle, the human race had much more people than the 10,000 scale race, so the human race had an absolute victory. However, today's battle was different. This time, although the human race's soldiers might be millions more than that of the city of origin, the human race's strength was only improved after they entered the sea realm. Although they had Han Fei's various great arts and techniques, they were still a little powerless in the face of the strong masters of the city of origin. For example, a venerable level heavenly talent from a city of origin had already killed 17 humans in a row. He shouted, "Come on, you slaves, how dare you plot against our city of origin? Dream on, let's see who can stop me from killing 100 humans today. Who are you calling a slave? Fuck, I'm gonna kill you, kill!" The heavenly talent of the city of origin activated a soul technique, and a soul sword tore through the air. Accompanied by the sound of a cicada, 2 humans who rushed over instantly bled from their 7 orifices. In an instant, they were killed on the spot. "Old Black, I'll avenge you." Someone still wanted to rush up, but his shoulder was suddenly pressed down by a palm. The man looked back and saw a sturdy girl. His first reaction was that the girl's face didn't match her body. "Leave him to me." The girl was holding a warhammer in her hand. There was no telling how heavy it was, but the backhand hammer seemed to be super light in her hand. The girl pointed at the heavenly talent from the city of origin and said indifferently, "I've already hammered 48 people from the city of origin to death. You will be the 49th. Heh heh. Where is this big woman from? Are all human women so ugly? Chirp." As he spoke, he condensed sound waves into a sword and activated the heavenly cicada chant. The young man grinned ferociously. In his realm, there were less than 10 people who could block his heavenly cicada chant. How could a mere human girl resist it? Roar. But in the next moment, the burly girl roared, and 100 beasts rampaged in the field, kicking the void. A raging bull bore the brunt of the attack and bumped into the soul sword. Crack, bam, in the next moment, the heavenly cicada chant was shattered by a single blow. As the 100 beasts roared, the young man from the city of origin vomited blood. Chirp! The young man's expression changed drastically. He really didn't expect this person's soul power to be so strong when her body was so burly. However, this person couldn't be without shortcomings. With a strong physique and soul, her speed might be very slow. The heavenly cicada wings were activated, and the person disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this time, electric arcs flashed on the hammer in the burly girl's hand. She suddenly jumped up, and within a radius of 100 miles, electric arcs flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Treasure image lightning hammer. Bang! A figure in the void trembled under the electric arcs that filled the sky, and his wings were broken. In the next moment, a lightning hammer fell from the sky. Bang! The young man didn't have time to cry for help before he was hit by the hammer. He instantly turned into a mist of blood. The blood mist was enveloped by the lightning and evaporated in an instant. The human cultivators nearby and even the cultivators from the city of origin were all dumbfounded. Is this woman really a human? The burly girl's gaze swept across the battlefield. The heavenly talents of the city of origin can't withstand a single blow. In the distance, Luo Xiaobai, who was watching the battle, said, "Xiao Xiao is a bit like you. She seems to be growing very fast." Han Fei said, "Xiao Xiao's bloodline has atavism. She was born with great strength and talent. So far, Xiao Xiao is the most talented child I've met in this generation of humans." It must be because senior brother Dashwai's bloodline has already had a bit atavism, so Xiao Xiao has extraordinary talent since she was born. In fact, it was not just Han Fei and the others who were watching the battle. In the city of wanderers, a large number of strong masters were also watching the battle. For example, Jingyu and Duan Qingxi were among them. Jingyu said, "They're really risking their lives. Even if the human race wins this battle, I'm afraid their casualties will reach nearly 30%. Logo. This is the end of Part 1 and Chapter 2836, Victory on the Front Line. 42836. Victory on the front line. 4 Duan Qingxi said, "It's not easy to make such a decision. Those who make the decision will probably be subject to criticism, but it can't be helped. The human race grows too fast, but speed alone is useless. They need corresponding training. And where else can temper people best besides the battlefield?" Xingyu nodded. "That's true. These people are quite fierce and fearless. Are the combat skills of the human race so good? According to this crazy fighting style, I'm afraid this battle will be over in 3 days at most." Duan Qingxi shook her head slightly. 2 days at most. If the human race maintains this high intensity and crazy fighting method, the people of the city of origin will be routed and flee in a day at most. Besides, the number of human cultivators is greater. They can easily take out 37 million people. Even if there is a realm gap between the two sides, they can't withstand numerical suppression. Half a day after the battle began. The people of the city of origin who were fighting had obvious dislocations in their array battle techniques. This was because at some point, someone had attacked from their rear, causing some of the cultivators in the city of origin to return to reinforce them. Then, these cultivators never returned, leading to the disarray of the front line. Another half a day passed. Chu Lingyu and Wen Ruqing had returned, and almost both of them were covered in blood. Obviously, they had killed too many people. Chu Lingyu said, "Commander, Master Human Emperor, the headquarters of the city of origin has been destroyed. We killed a total of 39 Sky Openers and 3 Sea Establishment Realm armies, a total of 60,000 people." Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly. Well done. After all, this was the first battle of many human cultivators. Luo Xiaobai didn't want to see the casualties of the human race soar to 30 to 40%. After all, more than 3 million people would die in this battle if the casualty rate was 10%. If 30 or even 40% died, it meant that nearly 10 million people would die on this battlefield. Therefore, Luo Xiaobai's decapitation plan was to help the people in the war create some mental disruption, such as messing with the enemy's heart or raising their own morale. Luo Xiaobai suddenly spoke, her voice resounding in all directions. "Humans, the headquarters of the city of origin has been destroyed by our strong masters, and their peak-level combatants in the rear are all killed. Now, please show us all your means and survive this battle." In a head-on battle, all methods were the manifestation of strength. Some were smart and good at killing enemies, some had strong physiques and unparalleled bravery, some had strong souls and often took enemies by surprise in battle, some developed in a balanced manner and had many methods. But in either case, those who could survive in a head-on battle couldn't be weak. This was because the pure weak had no chance of survival on the battlefield. For a moment, the human army was greatly shocked. On the other hand, the confidence of the strong masters in the city of origin was shaken because no one came out to refute the rumors. Besides, why did these humans have so many spiritual fruits to eat when they were tired? What they didn't know was that there was a large supply of spiritual fruits in the human frontline command center. The spiritual fruits could be exchanged with battlefield points, and some were brought from the cities and kept until now by the cultivators themselves. For example, someone lost too much blood and was dispirited. He took out a spiritual fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. In the next moment, his chi and blood began to fill up. It was not that the people in the city of origin didn't have such things, but there were relatively few of them. They mostly used pills. Finally, after the 18th hour of the head-on battle, the city of origin finally showed signs of widespread rout. This sign marked the human race's final victory in the war between them and the city of origin. But these escapees didn't know that their escape route had long been blocked. Luo Xiaobai had already blocked all their escape routes at the beginning of the battle. Luo Xiaobai said, "Let's go." The only significance of victory on the frontline battlefield is sacrifice, to awaken the fighting spirit in the bones of the human race. But the sacrifice of the human race will not be in vain. Let's go. I need you to accompany me to the city of origin. Chapter 2837, Conquer the City of Origin, 12837. Conquer the City of Origin, 1. There were more than 600 sky-opening realm cultivators following Luo Xiaobai and Han Fei to the City of Origin. Because Han Fei was here, they were fearless. Of course, now there was another person they respected in their hearts, who was Luo Xiaobai. They didn't really admire or worship her. They even felt that they couldn't understand this human war commander at all. They felt that their victory in the frontline battle was mostly because of the help of strong masters. When they thought of the scene of the rear command post of the human race that in Essex had suddenly appeared with more than 800 people in the sky-opening realm, they felt a chill down their spines. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai said that she would take everyone to the city of origin. Everyone was puzzled. This was because today's war had declared a true war between the human race and the city of origin. Since the war had officially started, why would they go to the city of origin with so few people? Were they looking for a fight? However, Han Fei didn't object to Luo Xiaobai's proposal, so no one would object. With Han Fei around, they felt safe. They also wanted to see what Luo Xiaobai wanted to do several days later. The Elder Council of the City of Origin was already in a mess. Someone said solemnly, "City Lord, after the war started at the front line, we sent out 300-person teams in the sky-opening realm in a row, but they were all wiped out. The soldiers mobilized by the human race this time is probably far beyond our imagination." At this moment, someone said respectfully to the puppet, "On Beilin, City Lord, all the people in the front line have died in battle. Regardless of whether the beheading plan succeeds or not, I'm afraid the human race is going to launch a full-scale war against us this time. City Lord, if we really start a full-scale war with the human race, the City of Wanderers will definitely take advantage of the situation. Although we have a large number of sky-opening realm cultivators returning, no matter how many sky-opening realm cultivators we have, they aren't as intimidating as monarchs." The Elder Council had been holding a meeting for several days. Someone said, "City Lord, according to the news from the front line, the strength of the human race's sky openers is generally low. Most of them haven't entered the star transformation realm. How can such a group of sky openers break through our front line? The human emperor have probably personally taken action." And Balin said coldly, They are no longer satisfied with testing us, someone said solemnly. If Great Monarch Tianming still doesn't return, City Lord, you may have to face 2 monarchs alone. Can you handle them? Puppet and Balin's face was cold as he snorted coldly, and the people below were all silent. After a long time, Puppet and Balin said, our war with the human race and the City of Wanderers will start sooner or later. Now, it's just a little early. Now, we have an advantage. That is, the number of our sky-opening realm cultivators far exceeds the total number of the sky-openers of the human race and the City of Wanderers, even more than 10 times their number. Suddenly, the Puppet and Balin frowned and looked out of the City of Origin. The elders? With a solemn expression, and Balin said coldly, the human emperor is here. Hiss. For a moment, the elders of the City of Origin looked at each other in bewilderment. Could it be that the human emperor had come knocking on their door? And Balin shouted in a low voice, gather all the sky-opening realm cultivators and follow me to meet this so-called human emperor. The human sky-openers followed Luo Xiaobai and Han Fei without any fear at all. But when they arrived outside the City of Origin, they saw 150,000 sky-opening realm cultivators standing majestically in formations in the sky. Gulp. The 622 human powerhouses all swallowed saliva. They were not afraid, but shocked. So many sky-openers. Every one of them seems to be very strong, Hong Yue said. Each of them has reached the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, which means that there are at least 150,000 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators here. It's hard to tell how many of them have reached the perfected star transformation realm. Someone thought to himself, faced with such a strong enemy, if the monarchs didn't take action, what could they use to fight the enemy? Not to mention the 150,000 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, even if there were only 150 of them, with a total of less than 2,000 new sky openers, they might not be able to resist. But at this moment, everyone sighed in their hearts. When they were on the front-line battlefield, the City of Origin really didn't use their full strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to survive a round of attacks. In front of the 150,000 sky openers, there was a small group of people led by the puppet and Balin. Of course, although it was Han Fei's own puppet, he still had to put on an act. After all, Luo Xiaobai had done so many things just to put on this show. And Balin, the puppet, spoke first. Human Emperor and War Commander of the human race, you dare to come to our City of Origin with only 600 people? Do you really think our City of Origin can't keep you here? Han Fei sneered. I dare to come here today because I want to see if you dare to make me stay. We fought. You should know that you can't make me stay. Then I'd like to see if anyone in your City of Origin can make me stay. I want to bet on it, so I'm here. The puppet and Balin's face sank. As for the elders, their hearts trembled. It's over. This human emperor is really impatient. He's already using himself to test the City of Origin. Chapter 2838. Conquer the City of Origin, 2838. Conquer the City of Origin, 2838. Conquer the City of Origin. Now, it was unknown whether the Great Monarch was dead or alive, and Balin was the strongest person in the clan. Judging from the human emperor's tone, he wasn't afraid of Balin at all. This let the elders know that this matter had become serious. The fact that their Great Monarch wasn't in the clan couldn't be hidden anymore. Not to mention the elders, even the expressions of many of the hundreds of thousands of sky openers had clearly changed. When they were sent back, the Great Monarch was still in the chaotic ice domain, but when they returned, they heard the heavenly cicada's sad cry. This made them lose their backbone. Fortunately, Balin's return made them realize that the heavenly cicada clan still had a monarch, and the Great Monarch might still be alive. But today, the human race had come to their door. If they couldn't keep them here, the consequences would be disastrous. After a moment of silence, Balin slowly said, even if Great Monarch Tianming can't take action for the time being, how dare your human race, a group of weaklings who haven't even entered the star transformation realm, make an enemy of our City of Origin? This time, Luo Xiaobai stood up and said, I'm Luo Xiaobai, the war commander of the human race. It's not up to you whether we can be enemies with your City of Origin or not. Let's meet on the battlefield. A few days ago, your City of Origin gathered 1,000 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm and perfected star transformation realm cultivators to destroy the front line of our human race. Although I've killed all of them, this behavior is equivalent to declaring war on our human race. Since your City of Origin has already declared war, how can our human race not respond? Here, no matter if the Great Monarch of your City of Origin is seriously injured or dead, he won't be able to take action anyway. In that case, after the tidal wave, the City of Origin is prepared to welcome the wrath of our human race. For a moment, someone from the elders of the City of Origin said to Balin via voice transmission, City Lord, since they've sent themselves to us, keep them here. If we let them go, there will be endless trouble in the future. That's right, City Lord. Great Monarch Tianming can't take action now, but this is our chance. City Lord, Balin suddenly turned around and glanced at the group of elders, and everyone immediately shut up. Han Fei smiled casually. There's no need for a voice transmission. Since I dare to come here today, how can I be afraid of a battle? And Balin, do you want to fight me? Behind Han Fei, the faces of the human cultivators didn't change on the surface, but they were all puzzled in their hearts. They had no chance to beat the people of the city of origin this time. What was the human emperor up to? And Balin, on the other hand, said lightly, "Those who think they can fight, step out." Instantly, nearly 10,000 of the 150,000 people stepped out. The reason why they stepped out was that they really didn't think the human race could win. With so few human cultivators and such strength, it was only a matter of one or several rounds of attacks. Why didn't they dare to fight such a battle? Besides, they thought that even if they didn't fight today, they would fight the human race in the future. Besides, today was their home ground. With the hundreds of thousands of brothers behind them and the city lord around, they might fall into some kind of trap, but they probably wouldn't die. As long as they took action, they would know if the human race was bluffing. The rest of the people were smarter. They thought that Han Fei was too strong to use such a low-level trick. If he didn't use it well, the losses would be too great. Therefore, they concluded that Han Fei wasn't bluffing but had some special methods. And Balin said, 1,000 people have stepped out. Okay, now enter the arena and fight. 1,000 perfected star transformation realm cultivators stepped out, and Balin stepped out and confronted Han Fei from a distance. Among the people present, only Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai knew that this was just a show. The others were all nervous at this moment, especially the humans. They had no idea how to fight this battle. Since these people could reach the perfected star transformation realm, they were all swift and decisive and had their own judgment. Since they were going to fight, they would try to annihilate these people of the human race, including the war commander who had just reached the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. However, in the next moment, a turtle shell rose into the sky, and then the 1,000 people disappeared in a layer of barrier. The mystic martial monarch armor could reveal the situation of the inside to the outside world, or conceal the situation of the inside, which was up to Han Fei. Immediately, the pupils of the elders of the city of origin and the sky-opening realm army were all constricted. It was indeed a trap. However, this was the city of origin. Was it really fine for the human race to set up a trap so blatantly? The moment the mystic martial monarch armor appeared, and Balin and Han Fei disappeared at the same time. Immediately afterward, in the sky, fist lights flashed and cicadas chirped. Bang! Energy raged in the void for 100,000 kilometers. The strong masters from the city of origin who were considering whether to support them were forced to temporarily stay in a defensive state under the sudden impact. Besides, the city of origin was behind them. In addition to defending themselves, they also had to protect the city of origin. There was nothing they could do. The Monarch realm battle was too close to them, so they couldn't attack immediately. In fact, when monarchs fought, the power of the law dissipated and no ordinary people could intervene. At the same time, in the turtle shell sky sealing technique, the 1,000 strong masters in the perfected star transformation realm were about to launch a charge, when suddenly, a void opening appeared in this world, and a magical void passage connected to an unknown area. In the next moment, under the surprised gaze of Luo Xiaobai and the human cultivators, a golden hook extended out of the huge void passage. Chapter 2839-2839, Conquer the City of Origin, 32839, Conquer the City of Origin, 32839, Conquer the City of Origin, 32839. This hook was extremely huge and was thousands of kilometers long. No one could see who was caught by the hook. On the City of Origin's side, the 1,000 strong masters in the perfected star transformation realm stiffened at the same time. Then, they were pulled into the mysterious channel by the huge hook, including that piece of void. In less than 3 seconds, how could there be a sky-opening realm cultivator from the City of Origin here? What's that? I felt numb just now. What kind of method is this? With a single hook, 1,000 perfected star transformation realm cultivators were hooked away. Even fishing is not like this. Commander W, what is this? Luo Xiaobai was also in a daze. In fact, at first, she told Han Fei that it was enough for the two of them to come. This was because their main purpose here was to expose the death of the great monarch of the City of Origin. They could expose this matter, but it couldn't be revealed by the puppet and Balin. Otherwise, it might affect their subsequent plans. However, Han Fei said that he wanted to put on a perfect show and let these new sky openers of the human race see the world. That was why this scene happened. Luo Xiaobai felt that she had seen a big scene. She said, "I'll tell you when it's time. Now put away your shocked and stunned expressions." After only 10 seconds, Han Fei and Balin returned to their positions. It seemed that neither of them could defeat the other. Han Fei grinned and said, "The City of Origin is really generous to give me the corpses of 1,000 perfected star transformation realm cultivators. I really appreciate it." The surface of the turtle shell sky sealing technique was glowing, revealing what was inside. All the human sky openers were still standing there, and Luo Xiaobai was standing in front of them, but the 1,000 perfected star transformation realm cultivators just now had disappeared. Seeing this scene, all the strong masters of the City of Origin constricted their pupils and felt their scalps tingle. It must be noted that that was 1,000 perfected star transformation realm cultivators. Even if they faced a monarch head-on, they could fight back. It was just that they couldn't kill a monarch. However, such a terrifying force was gone in just 10 seconds after entering the turtle shell barrier. This was simply impossible. Even the human cultivators behind Luo Xiaobai couldn't believe it if they didn't see it. They had seen the entire process, so they knew that these people weren't gone in 10 seconds, but 3 seconds. They had just recovered in these 10 seconds. And Balin's expression changed drastically. Her first reaction was to turn around and shout, "Everyone, stand separately, don't gather together." At that moment, the sky openers of the city of origin all dodged when they heard this. God knew if there would be another such barrier suddenly enveloping them. Then he heard Balin say, "Impossible. You definitely don't have the ability to kill so many perfected star transformation realm cultivators in such a short period of time." Han Fei grinned and said, "How did you know?" And Balin asked, "There are no great Dao cracks. Where did you transfer them to?" Han Fei shrugged. "Why should I tell you? Anyway, they will never come back." Do you want to try again?" After that, Han Fei put away the mystic martial monarch armor and said indifferently, "The war between the human race and the city of origin has officially begun. Enjoy the last piece before the tidal wave." Under the gazes of Balin and countless strong masters of the city of origin, Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai calmly led the more than 600 human beings to disappear from their vision. It wasn't until they completely disappeared from sight that someone from the elders said, "City Lord, what should we do now? This human emperor doesn't look simple." Someone said in a panic, "City Lord, they won the bet. If they go back and collude with the city of wanderers, I'm afraid we'll have to face the joint attack of 2 monarchs after the tidal wave. City Lord, why don't we move as soon as possible before the tidal wave comes?" These elders all panicked. The means Han Fei had shown today was too unbelievable. 1,000 perfected star transformation realm cultivators were gone so easily. Who wouldn't panic when faced with this? As for whether Han Fei would attack them before the tidal wave, they didn't think so. They knew that there must be a limit to Han Fei's unbelievable methods, or the city of origin would have been gone. Therefore, Han Fei could only trick some people, but he couldn't destroy the city of origin with such a method. Since they couldn't quickly destroy the city of origin, the human race wouldn't take action before the tidal wave. After all, the human race had to transcend the tidal wave themselves. The puppet Balin's face was cold as he shouted, "Inform everyone that the 13 cities under the jurisdiction of the city of origin will all move to the vicinity of the city of origin. We will have a tough battle to fight. In addition, activate the city protecting array. Before the tidal wave comes, no one is allowed to leave the city of origin except for those with special missions." At last, elders continue their meeting, and all sky openers return to the camp and be on standby at any time. On the way back, Han Fei and the others didn't rush. Han Fei said, "When we return to the battlefield, the battle over there should be almost over. This trip is complete. After the tidal wave, there will be a bloody battle." Chapter 2840, Conquer the City of Origin 42840. Conquer the City of Origin 4. Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly and paused. "What's the hook exactly? Is it the attack of a powerhouse from the Void Temple?" Han Fei shook his head slightly. "No, it's a very hungry great monarch. He often sends me messages saying that he's very hungry, so I took this opportunity to prepare some food for him." "One?" Luo Xiaobai said. "You're talking nonsense again." Han Fei smiled casually. "His name is God of War, a strong master trapped in the Sea of Stars." Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly. This made sense. The strength of a great monarch was naturally not something she could understand at this moment, not even Han Fei now. Luo Xiaobai said, "In the end, it's not your own power. You'd better not use this inhuman power randomly in the future. More importantly, it's 1,000 perfected star transformation realm cultivators. From them, we can have a lot of refined stars and modified stars." Huan Fei, Meika. While Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai were chatting, Hong Ye and the others behind them were all holding back their curiosity. Finally, when they paused, Hong Ye asked, "Well, Master Human Emperor Commander Luo, what was going on just now?" In their opinion, Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai didn't seem to have done anything except show off their strength. Did they come all the way here just to show off? Was it a new way to declare war? Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai looked back and saw that everyone was looking at them in confusion. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Luo Xiaobai and then said, "Can you explain to them?" Luo Xiaobai said, "All of this starts from the signal sent to the city of origin when I took over as the war commander of the human race. The human emperor said that I would be the second person of the human race to prove Dao. This was the cause. Because of the cause, the city of origin ambushed me. The human emperor pretended to be me to hide my whereabouts. Not because he was afraid that I would be killed in the ambush, but to take the opportunity of the city of origin's ambush to pretend to mobilize the combat power of the human race's front line, creating the illusion that the human race's frontline command headquarters was empty, and baiting the city of origin. As for why this trap was set up, you can figure it out yourselves." Luo Xiaobai didn't want to explain too much. She couldn't just say that she wanted to wipe out the high-end combat power of the city of origin in one go and build a fair frontal battlefield to arouse the fighting spirit of the human race with the sacrifice of the human race, right? This sounded too cold-blooded, but it was the truth. As for why sacrifice was needed to arouse the fighting spirit of the human race, it was because a peaceful race couldn't survive in a complicated world like the Sea Realm. In the Sea Realm, no one would give you fairness. The wilderness of the East Sea Divine Realm spanned a long distance of 8 light years with an infinite wilderness of billions of kilometers, endless races, and countless sea creatures. Who would talk about fairness with anyone? This world was not beautiful in the first place, but a cruel world. But now, because of Han Fei's leadership, the human race was too smooth sailing and had no idea what cruelty was. Therefore, Luo Xiaobai wanted to break their beautiful life and let them reacquaint themselves with this world. At this moment, the sacrifice of millions of people on the frontline battlefield was just to pave the way for the battlefield after the tidal wave and give a warning to the human race in advance. Luo Xiaobai knew very well that as the human emperor, Han Fei couldn't do such a thing, so she did it. People might not understand her and might even blame her for being heartless. There were so many strong masters here, but she didn't ask them to do anything but watch millions of people die. But Luo Xiaobai didn't care. This was the responsibility of a commander, and this responsibility could make her feel better. After all, she had indeed watched millions of people die. There was no dispute about this. After following Han Fei for so long, Hong Ye quickly figured it out. He asked in confusion, "Then why did we come to the city of origin?" Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, "Give them a way they think can help them turn defeat into victory. All you need to know is that after the tidal wave, the monarch and the hundreds of thousands of sky openers of the city of origin will disappear." "That's enough." "Will they all disappear?" Hiss. Well, for a moment, everyone was stunned on the spot, clearly shocked. They really couldn't understand why so many strong masters would disappear. Luo Xiaobai and Han Fei continued to step in the void. Han Fei sighed slightly. "You have indeed grown a lot. Perhaps many people can't understand you, but we can. Whenever you're tired, tell me." Luo Xiaobai didn't speak, but a smile appeared on her usually cold and indifferent face. Others might not feel it, but in Han Fei's eyes, the smile was especially bright. Chapter 2841, The Eve of the Race War, 12841, The Eve of the Race War, 1 in the human race's cities. When Luo Xiaobai and the others returned triumphantly with all the warriors on the frontline battlefield, the entire human race was shocked. Because of Han Fei's personality, he definitely had to share the victory with everyone. Luo Xiaobai was supposed to explain this matter to the entire human race in person, but she wasn't used to Han Fei's habit, so she refused. Before the human army arrived, Han Fei's voice had already come. "My fellow human beings, I am Human Emperor Han Fei." When people heard this, they immediately chose to put down what they were doing. Han Fei hadn't talked to the entire human race like this for many years, but he had done it twice in a row recently. The first time was when Luo Xiaobai took office, and the second time was now. In the next moment, Han Fei's voice continued. Under the lead of the war commander, Luo Xiaobai, the frontline battlefield launched the largest head-on battle against the City of Origin in history. Our human race and the City of Origin launched a super war with a total of more than 65 million soldiers. Our human warriors killed 1,023 sky openers, 68,312 sea establishers, 5 million venerables, and 21 million explorers of the City of Origin, killing a total of more than 26 million enemies. We won a great victory. The last word, great victory, exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. Roar, our human race is invincible. Awesome. This war commander has just taken office, but we have already won such a great victory. It's indeed unbelievable. Back then, there weren't so many strong masters in the entire raging sea, but now we've killed so many powerful enemies in a single war, our human race has indeed risen. Of course, there were also people who were puzzled. Killed 1,203 sky openers of the City of Origin? Is this real? There must be monarchs involved in the war. Someone agreed. It must be Master Human Emperor, or we couldn't have won so fast. After more than 10 seconds, when the entire human race was about to fall into ecstasy, Han Fei's voice sounded again, but this time there was no joy in his voice. Han Fei's voice was slightly low. We won this war, but we also paid a huge price. In this battle, more than 26,862 sea establishers, nearly 1,000 venerables, and 8,200 explorers of our human race died. Yes, while we won, we also paid a heavy price. More than 20% of the frontline soldiers were killed. I'm very sad. For a moment, the people who were cheering just now couldn't laugh anymore. No matter how many enemies died, they didn't feel anything when they heard the number. When Han Fei destroyed the city of scavengers, not many humans died. But now, when they heard that nearly 10 million people from the human race had died, many people were no longer happy. Those were tens of millions of lives, living lives that had dreams and expectations like them. All these years, everyone knew that the human race was rising and thought that since Han Fei was around, they were invincible. But today, reality told them that nothing was as they imagined. Death was right before their eyes. War was right beside them. The 26,862 sea establishers, 1.3 million venerables, and even the 8.2 million explorers were all strong masters that many people dreamed of but couldn't become. But such a group of existences who were extremely powerful in their eyes completely disappeared in just a few days and were completely buried in this boundless wasteland. Some female cultivators and some weak cultivators couldn't help but shed tears. Han Fei's voice sounded again, low and firm. My fellow human beings, we entered the sea realm from the raging sea for the rise of the human race, and for the glorious future of the human race. But this path is definitely not as simple as you think. Today we are facing a city of origin. Tomorrow there will be countless cities of origin, and there are even enemies stronger than the city of origin waiting for us. We have no time to rest. We are not qualified to sink into today's peaceful life. Our human race is far from rising. The warriors in the front line can't sacrifice in vain. They were fighting for the better tomorrow of the human race. It wasn't easy for us to walk out of the raging sea and get a chance to become stronger. Therefore, no matter how powerful the enemy in front of us is, we have to flatten them, kill them, and destroy them. We have to build a brand new world for our juniors in this sea realm and give each of them a chance to open the sky and prove Tao. So, we don't have time to grieve. Han Fei paused for a moment and said firmly, after the tidal wave, it will be time for our human race to start a war with the city of origin. From today onwards, 1 billion soldiers will be recruited. The recruitment plan will be announced to the entire human race in 3 days. Not long after Han Fei's voice disappeared, the army passed through the sky. Accompanying them was overwhelming blood qi and killing intent. With the imperial city as the center, these people dispersed to the surrounding 300 cities. At this moment, in the various human cities, all kinds of discussions began to ferment. Someone said, tens of millions died in a war. How many people will die when the war between races begins? Is this really what we pursue? Someone scolded, ignorant. The raging sea is safe, but why didn't you stay there? Why did Master Human Emperor struggle so hard to find a way for us in the sea realm? It's all for the prosperity of our human race. Chapter 2842, The Eve of the Race War, 22842, The Eve of the Race War. 2. Someone said, but if there are really so many enemies, how can we see them if we all die in battle? Someone sneered. Dying in battle means that you were eliminated by the sea realm. Why do you think so many people signed up to join the war? Everyone wants to become stronger, to hone themselves to become a true powerhouse. Which person's path to rise isn't filled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood? How many of you haven't read Master Human Emperor's biography? Is it easy for Master Human Emperor? A youth said, I want to participate in the battle. Although I'm only in the law enforcer realm, I want to participate in the battle. Someone berated, when is it your turn to fight? How can there be a law enforcer on the frontline battlefield? The youth's tone was firm. What we will start is a war between races. I don't believe that the city of origin is all powerhouses above the law enforcer realm. Since it's a war between races, there will be battles of all realms. That's right, war is the fastest way to increase strength. Strength is the eternal truth. If you and I don't work hard and want to enjoy the fruits of others' battles, such a human race won't be far from destruction. For a time, in the various cities, it was full of sounds of signing up and quarreling. Half a day later, the warriors at the front line returned exhausted and full of killing intent. These people were easy to recognize. Because they were full of killing intent, everyone who saw them felt their hearts skip a beat. Green Bamboo City. Zhang Haichao was holding a jar in his left hand and a bloody long knife in his right hand, asking something in a shop on the road. Boss, is Slate Street in this place? The shop owner was a little scared by Zhang Haichao's killing intent and quickly nodded. Yes, my lord, this is Slate Street. Zhang Haichao frowned. Do you know the way to Shuji's refining shop in the 9th district of Slate Street? Upon hearing this, the boss hurriedly said, I know, Old Shu's refining shop. Go along this intersection, turn left, and after 3 intersections there's a small alley. Go straight in and you'll see it. Thank you. A moment later, when Zhang Haichao saw the entrance of the alley, he took a deep breath, frowned, and walked in. After Zhang Haichao walked into this alley, many residents didn't dare to speak. They watched Zhang Haichao come to the Shu family's refining shop. Immediately, the neighbors nearby knew what happened. Shuji's refining shop was very conspicuous. Because the refining sound was loud and the power dissipated, it enjoyed a large piece of land. When Zhang Haichao came to the front of the shop, he saw a bare-armed man brandishing a hammer, knocking on a red iron. Every time he hammered, the power formed a gust of wind that dispersed around. Not far from the man, a woman was melting materials with the spirit-fusing scripture. When she saw Zhang Haichao, a piece of ore that the woman was smelting fell to the ground with a bang. With tears in her eyes, she looked at the long bloody knife in Zhang Haichao's hand. The middle-aged man realized what was going on too. He hammered faster and faster, more than 300 times in a row. It was not until the hammer in his hand shattered with a bang that he gasped heavily and put his hands on the refining table. Is there no body left of my son? When Zhang Haichao heard this, his nose was sour. He knelt on the ground. Uncle, in order to save me, Shu Da perished with a venerable level enemy and detonated himself on the spot. This saber was left behind by Shu Da. He once told me that this saber was his father's best work and his favorite weapon in his life. Sorry, I caused Shu Da's death. Even his corpse wasn't left. I, Zhang Haichao, am willing to take care of you on behalf of Shuda. Humph, the middle-aged man strode forward and snatched the long saber. He wiped the blood on the saber with his sleeve and said solemnly, this is the path he chose. If you want to repay him for saving your life, you should go to the battlefield and kill a few more bastards of the city of origin. After a pause, the man continued, as for revenge, humph, of course I'll avenge my son. The woman's tears flashed, and she couldn't help but sob slightly. The middle-aged man roared, why are you crying? You and I are both cultivators. You should know that on the path of cultivation, death is common. Zhang Haichao hurriedly said, Uncle, I'll avenge Suda. You two can't go to the battlefield. Ridiculous. The middle-aged man scolded angrily, why should others avenge my son? If the human race wants to rise, every human should raise the knife in their hands and cut through all obstacles for the human race. How can we be an exception? Boy, my son saved you because he wanted you to fight for the human race. If you kill enemies on the battlefield, you will be worthy of his death. In fact, there were already tears in the middle-aged man's eyes. He turned his head and waved his hand gently. There's another person in your jar, right? Go. Don't make his family wait, Bursey Peach Blossom City. Under the peach tree, a woman had been waiting here for a day and a night. This was a place for recruitment, so there was an endless stream of people coming and going, and no one noticed her. Two unfamiliar men carrying an armor box on their backs looked around for a long time before they walked forward. Excuse me, are you Lin Adi? It's me, Chapter 2843. The Eve of the Race War, 32843. The Eve of the Race War, 3. The woman's face was expressionless. She just stared at the armor box on the unfamiliar man's back. The two men frowned and then heaved a sigh. One of them took off his armor box and held it in his hand. We went to your residence and didn't wait for you to come back. We didn't know that you were here until we asked around. This is Zhou Mosheng's armor box. He killed 7 explorers on the battlefield and died of exhaustion. Before he died, he looked up at the sky and shouted, if there is a next life, I will definitely not fail you. The woman's lips curled up slightly and a trace of tears fell. She said, that's enough. Seeing that Lin Adi stopped talking and just looked at the peach blossom tree quietly, they looked at each other, sighed, and quietly left. 2 hours after the two of them left, Lin Adi came to the recruitment office with the armor box. I'm a peak-level explorer. I want to participate in the battle. The recruiter asked, name, address, anyone else at home? Lin Adi said lightly, Lin Adi, 1099,000 Flower Road, Peach Blossom City, alone. Everyone had their own stories. There had never been a shortage of people with stories in this world. Some people fought for their dreams, some fought for others, and there were naturally some who didn't dare to fight. More importantly, it was fine if they didn't dare to participate in the battle, but they often found excuses for themselves. For example, in recent days there had been some criticisms about Luo Xiaobai. At a certain dinner table someone said, I won't participate in the battle anyway. The human race's casualty rate is as high as more than 20%. The sky-opening realm powerhouses of the city of origin were all wiped out. I heard that those sky-opening realm powerhouses are all in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm or perfected star transformation realm. Logically speaking, it's impossible for our human race to win. But now, not only have we won, but not a single human sky-opener has died. Master Human Emperor must have helped them. However, Master Human Emperor was helping the sky openers, so he naturally couldn't care about the ordinary battlefield. This shows that in a real battle, Master Human Emperor can't take care of everyone. Someone said in a low voice, I heard that all of this was arranged by the war commander, Luo Xiaobai. It's said that she has many strong masters in her hands, but she doesn't let them attack. She just uses ordinary soldiers to fight. She's beautiful, but she's really ruthless. Someone said, I heard that too. Luo Xiaobai is already using our human warriors as bait before she reaches the front line. That's right, this is only a battle of tens of millions of people. If a race war breaks out, there will be a battlefield of billions of people. Under such complicated circumstances, there's no way to care about every soldier. Then we can only fight head-on. That's simply taking our lives as a joke. Alas, I think Master Human Emperor is really blind this time. This time, Master Human Emperor said that he would start a race war. Sigh. I know that Master Human Emperor has a goal, but his goal might not necessarily be our goal. Anyway, I won't go to war. Of course, these people were just talking and didn't dare to spread these words. After chatting for a while, they went home. However, this time, they suddenly discovered that their demon plants were gone. Where were their demon plants? Someone shouted, Law enforcement team. A moment later, when the law enforcement team arrived and saw this scene, they sneered and said bluntly, Did you discuss the human emperor and the war commander in private? They looked at each other in bewilderment. Does it matter? A member of the law enforcement team sneered, Have you forgotten that these demon plants are all followers of Master Human Emperor? You're criticizing the human emperor. These demon plants know what you're talking about, so they just ran away. This is already giving you face. Come register and explain the reason. Someone was stunned. Did I hear you wrong? The law enforcement team member said. No, you hear me right. Okay, the matter has been roughly cleared up, but I have to remind you that anyone who criticizes the human emperor and the war commander will be recruited as soldiers. You guys, come with me. Huh? Why? What did we say? How can you compulsorily recruit us as soldiers? Why? Don't we even have the freedom of speech? The law enforcer asked. Why? It's just meant to let you truly understand how cruel the battlefield on the front line is. As for freedom of speech, you can talk to me about it after you experience the real battlefield. You don't know anything. All you know is spreading nonsense and panic. You still want to sit behind the human race and enjoy your peaceful lives? Don't worry, it's not just you. There are many people like you. You are not alone. After a while, this group of people was escorted away by the law enforcement team dejectedly. As for resistance, it was impossible. If they dared to tell others that they had criticized the human emperor and the war commander, they might be directly beaten to death. Therefore, rather than resist, they would rather join the army. After days of mourning, the sadness brought about by the war in the front line was gradually replaced by the fear and anxiety about the coming tidal wave. The people in the raging sea had never experienced tidal waves. They only knew how to fight according to the descriptions of the humans in the chaotic wasteland. 1 month later. There was only a month before the arrival of the tide wave, but the distribution of resources for resisting the tide wave hadn't started yet. Gradually, some people began to worry. What's going on? There's only 1 month until the tidal wave comes. Why haven't the clean stones been distributed yet? It's not that the clean stones haven't been distributed. It's said that the lava giants, the ferocious beasts affiliated to the yin-yang world, the forest of terror, the insect race, and the undersea human race have all received the clean stones. Now, only our human race hasn't received them. Chapter 2844, The Eve of the Race War, 42844, The Eve of the Race War, 44. Huh? Why did they receive the clean stones first? It's probably because they have fewer people. It's convenient to distribute resources to them. Our human race has too many people. It's not easy to distribute resources to us. If that's the case, there should be a plan, right? I'm a little suspicious. Is the number of clean stones not enough? Hiss, someone's face darkened. I heard from the human race in the chaotic wasteland that when they resisted the tidal waves in the past, in addition to the city protecting array, each of them had at least dozens of clean stones. As long as they used them appropriately, they could kill dozens of ominous creatures. However, our human race does have too many people. If each of us has 1 clean stone, that would be 180 billion pieces. If each of us has 10, someone's expression changed slightly when he heard that. That's right. How many people are there in the 10,000 scale race? Even if we confiscate their resource bank, I'm afraid it's unrealistic to distribute dozens of clean stones to every human being. Suddenly, on the streets in the city, a street manager began to shout, "Humans, please take note! Humans, please take note! Anyone below the law enforcer realm, quickly gather at the square of the human emperor's statue." Countless people were overjoyed when they heard that. It seemed that resources would be distributed. Everyone thought that it would start from distributing resources to the weak, but they didn't know how much they could get. As the entire human race was waiting for resources to be distributed, they were very enthusiastic. In a moment, the area around the human emperor's statue square was filled with people. An hour later, within dozens of kilometers of the human emperor's statue square, except for the necessary passages, people were standing everywhere. A sky-opening realm powerhouse stood in the sky and said, "My fellow humans, the tidal wave is approaching." In order to avoid unnecessary casualties, Master Human Emperor said that not everyone has to go to war. Therefore, most humans below the law enforcer realm will temporarily live in the origin stars of the strong masters and won't participate in resisting the tidal wave. Boomer. So that's how it is. Hearing how the people in the chaotic wasteland described the tidal wave, I was so scared. I thought we were going to experience a great battle. I knew it. Those below the law enforcer realm are powerless to fight. It's a good thing to enter the origin stars of the strong. It'll be great if we come out after the tidal wave passes. However, someone was unhappy and shouted, "Why? We can fight too." That's right, we haven't even seen the tidal wave. It's impossible that all the ominous creatures are above the law enforcer realm, right? We want to participate in the war. We are also part of the human race. Most of the people who said this were young people. These people were generally more motivated, confident, and worshipped human emperor Han Fei. An elder cursed, "You little bastards, what do you know? The human emperor is doing this for the good of the entire human race. You just need to listen." That's right, a bunch of brats who have never experienced a war. Do you know that you might all be gone when a round of tidal waves comes down? Are you idiots? If you could participate in the battle, would Master Human Emperor not let you participate? Little bastards, listen to us. It's good that you want to make a name, but you should know your limits. You will only cause trouble for Lord Human Emperor if you join in the battle. For most people, it would be best if they could survive the dangerous tidal wave safely. Seeing the chaos below, the sky-opening realm powerhouse said, "Be quiet. It's not that the Human Emperor doesn't want everyone to fight. However, you have to meet the conditions to stay. I want to participate in the battle." The sky-opening realm powerhouse said indifferently, "The first condition is that you have no relatives or friends. Anyone who meets this condition and is willing to participate in the battle, gather under the statue of the Human Emperor. Immediately, many people heaved a long sigh of relief and then sighed. Master Human Emperor is really considerate. Someone slapped his son's head. Did you hear that? Did you meet the conditions? Silly boy. This is a matter with a high probability of death. Master Human Emperor is compassionate for all living beings and doesn't want to see people separated from their families. A man asked, but why can people who have no relatives or friends choose by themselves? An elder said leisurely, a person who has no relatives or friends has a lonely heart so they can judge for themselves. Kids, people are different. You should be grateful. A young man stepped out of the crowd, came to the empty road, and walked under the statue of the Human Emperor. Immediately someone shouted, Kid, although you don't have any relatives or friends, you don't have to participate in such a battle. The human race still has countless battles in the future. Why are you in such a hurry? Come back quickly. Someone shouted, Boy, you're still weak. If you want to participate in the battle, you have to become a law enforcer first. What's your strength now? Why are you rushing forward? Boy, come back. On the road, countless people were persuading him, but the young man grinned. Thank you for your kindness, uncles and aunts. Everyone's path is different. I have nothing to care about, so I can risk my life. I remember the Human Emperor's biography said that fighting makes me grow and become stronger. Someone laughed and walked out of the crowd, echoing, the next line is yes, so I yearn to fight. Someone continued, what follows is that I bloom in slaughter, like a flower in the dawn. Chapter 2845. The Eve of the Race War, 52845. The Eve of the Race War, 5 more and more young people walked out of the crowd. In a moment, about 1.2 million people had gathered under the statue of the Human Emperor. In fact, 1.2 million orphans was already very few for a city with a population of nearly 500 million. This was the world of cultivators. If it weren't for the fact that the human race had been relatively stable for the past 600 years, this number might have increased by more than 7 or 8 times. Of course, there were still some who didn't choose to participate in the battle, so they weren't counted in. There were so many orphans in one city, and there were more than 300 human cities. In total, there were about 400 million people. This was still a huge number. After instructing everyone to pack up their things in a day, the sky-opening powerhouse took the lead to lead the loners who chose to participate in the battle to the imperial city. This was because, in the human race, the people below the law enforcer realm accounted for the vast majority. Therefore, when such a group of people entered the origin stars, the human race's cities immediately became empty, losing 80% of its population. But even so, the human cities still had a total population of nearly 40 billion, which was also incomparable to the former city of scavengers. The people who stayed behind knew that the people below the law enforcer realm could avoid the tidal wave, but they couldn't. If some people could safely avoid the tidal wave, there would naturally be some people who would take the risk for them. But no one complained, because strength meant heavy burdens. Compared to Han Fei, what they bore was nothing. Half a month after the humans below the law enforcer realm entered the Strong's origin stars, the signs of the soon arrival of the tidal wave were already very obvious. But the cleanstone resources hadn't been distributed yet. The humans left behind were all waiting. Many people even guessed that something had happened to the cleanstone resources. It was on this day that Han Fei descended on the major cities with the void descending technique, and his voice spread throughout the human race. My fellow human beings, I am Human Emperor Han Fei. Everyone, gather in the Human Emperor Square and prepare to receive the cleanstone resources. Finally, great. With resources, we can fight. It seems that the resources are in place. Everyone was overjoyed. What they were most afraid of was the lack of cleanstone resources. But today, Han Fei finally appeared, which reassured them. In the Human Emperor Square, Han Fei appeared. Looking at the billions of human beings, he said, My fellow human beings, I've summoned you here today not only to distribute supplies, but also to explain something to you. Many people took a deep breath, wondering if the tidal wave was harder to deal with than they imagined. Master Human Emperor, we are not afraid. Yes, we are not afraid. The human brothers in the chaotic wasteland have taught us a lot. We are confident of resisting the tidal wave, Han Fei said with a rumbling voice. Everyone, the tidal wave is actually not very difficult to resist. The humans in the chaotic wasteland experience it once every 100 years and are living well now, so I'm not worried. That's not what I want to talk about. Huh? If it's not the tidal wave, what is it? Han Fei said. I'm going to launch a sneak attack on the city of origin with the cover of the tidal wave. Hiss, Ambush the city of origin? Many people were stunned at first and then overjoyed. Since it was a sneak attack, they must catch the city of origin off guard. However, many people still didn't understand why Han Fei would tell them such an important thing. Some people reacted very quickly. It turned out that it wasn't that there were no cleanstone resources, but that Master Human Emperor deliberately delayed distributing them. There was only half a month before the tidal wave came. At this time, Han Fei announced the plan to launch a sneak attack on the city of origin. This was clearly meant to catch the spies. There were 180 billion people in the human race. It was impossible to say that there were no spies of the city of origin in the human race. It wasn't like they were trapped in the cities every day. Once they went out, they might be possessed. Han Fei chose to announce his plan at this point. Even if these people learned of it, even if they ran away, so what? Unless they were in the Sea Establishment realm or the Sky Opening realm, it was impossible for them to go from the human race to the city of origin in such a short time. However, someone would definitely try to spread the news, which was inevitable. Therefore, Luo Xiaobai had already set up an inescapable net, waiting for the fish to take the bait. Because Sky Openers could achieve space crossing through star beads, under the guidance of the vast ocean navigator, those that had possessed humans had nowhere to hide. 13 people had already been secretly executed by Han Fei. Han Fei continued, "My fellow human beings, as you know, I've recruited 1 billion soldiers to resist the city of origin. However, the number of soldiers this time is not enough. According to what I've learned recently, the total population of the city of origin may exceed 3 billion in total. Although 3 billion is nothing compared to our human race, don't forget that they are the indigenous residents of the sea realm. Their general strength is stronger than ours. If we want to win a big victory and crush them, being evenly matched in strength is not enough. Therefore, I need to recruit 8 billion more soldiers. With 3 times the number of people, we will surround and annihilate them." The so-called recruitment of 1 billion was just Han Fei telling the people of the city of origin through the mouths of the spies, and at the same time, making them believe that the human race would indeed attack them after the tidal wave. Chapter 2846-2846, The Eve of the Race War, 6-2846, The Eve of the Race War 6. After a pause, Han Fei continued, "Although the number is 3 times, the battle won't be easy and we will definitely suffer heavy losses. The only thing I can promise you is that this is a great war. This war will determine whether our human race will become strong or not. The participants might die, but they might also obtain a large number of resources or even opportunities. Master Human Emperor, I'm willing to go. Master Human Emperor, I didn't sign up because I was rejected. I must join the army today. Master Human Emperor, you must count me in for this sneak attack. No, this expedition." Han Fei motioned for everyone to stop talking. "Everyone, don't be hasty. Sneaking on the city of origin is a big deal, but resisting the tides is also a big deal. We have to take care of both. If you all come with me to sneak attack the city of origin, who will guard the human cities? Therefore, I'll only take 8 billion people. First of all, those who are unaccompanied and alone come under the statue of the human emperor." Just as Han Fei was recruiting soldiers and preparing to launch a sneak attack on the city of origin, in the Elder Council, a senior elder said, "City Lord, we've already investigated the strength of the human race. They actually have very few true powerhouses." After the human emperor returned, he directly conscripted 1 billion soldiers, and a war between races will break out at any moment. It's not that our city of origin can't fight a race war, but in this chaotic wasteland, in addition to the human race that is rising, there's also the city of wanderers that has a close relationship with the human race. Now that it's unknown whether Great Monarch Tianming is alive or not, the enemy is pushing too far. We can't fall into a passive position. Therefore, City Lord, we unanimously think that we should take the opportunity when the tidal wave comes to launch a sneak attack on the human race with our sky-opening realm army. The puppet and Balin thought that Luo Xiaobai's prediction was really accurate. The only way these people could come up with was to sneak attack the human race. Besides, this method was unanimously agreed by the elders, which was great. It was not proposed by him, so no one would doubt him. After pretending to ponder for a moment, the puppet and Balin slowly said, "Okay. Ah, City Lord, you made a wise decision." An elder seemed to pacify the puppet and Balin and added, "City Lord, there are more than 300 human cities, but there is only one human emperor. As long as we restrain the human emperor, no one can stop our city of origin." Someone pondered and said, "Although the 1,000 perfected star transformation realm powerhouses disappeared within only 10 seconds that day, we can be sure that such a move has great restrictions. As long as our sky openers launch separate sneak attacks on the human race, the human emperor will definitely be helpless." Someone echoed, "That's right. That kind of method can't be used casually. Otherwise, our city of origin would have long been gone." The puppet and Balin tapped his fingers on the table and pondered for a moment before saying, "Do you think the human race will launch a sneak attack on us?" "Ambush us? How can they launch a sneak attack on us? With 180 billion people, it's even a question if they can survive the tidal wave. They won't even have enough clean stones." The puppet and Balin asked, "What if they enter the Strong's origin stars to take refuge?" Even so, when the human race first came to the sea realm, they worked so hard to build the cities. It's impossible for them to watch it be destroyed. Some humans can enter the Strong's origin stars to take shelter, but there must be strong masters guarding the cities. How many people are needed to defend so many cities? This number is difficult to calculate. Therefore, we think that the human emperor will be too busy to take care of the entire human race. Balin said, "Since you've analyzed it so thoroughly, I'll give it a try." An elder stood up. "City Lord, you're wise. We wish you a triumphant return, City Lord." Chapter 2847-2847, The Frozen Army, 1-2847, The Frozen Army, 1-2847, The Frozen Army, 1-2847. The day before the tidal wave came. At this moment, Ominous creatures had already appeared outside the human city one after another, but there weren't many of them. For the more than 30 billion human beings, they were no different from cannon fodder. In the imperial city, Han Fei, Luo Xiaobai, and Han Xuan stood in the sky. At this moment, there were 10,000 sea establishers, 40 million venerables, as well as the strong masters of the lava giants, the undersea humans, and some demon plants and ferocious beasts from the Forest of Terror and Beast King Island here. Han Fei said leisurely, "Everyone, due to the limited number of clean stones, we still need to rely on you to guard the human cities." In all the human cities, there are super large teleportation arrays leading to the Imperial City, which are located in the Human Emperor Square. If the tidal wave is violent, don't resist it by force. Our fellow humans don't have to sacrifice ourselves here. If necessary, you can retreat to the Imperial City with your people. The human race will be in your hands for the time being. The sea establishers were all moved by his words. Someone said, "May the human emperor return triumphantly. May the human emperor return triumphantly." The sound wave was like a waterfall shaking the heavens and earth. Those who stayed behind knew that compared to the racial war in the city of origin, the tidal wave was just an ordinary disaster. Perhaps there would be sacrifices in the tidal wave, but they might not be worth mentioning compared to the war between races. They were not ordinary cultivators. The people present were at least above the venerable realm. They knew that the difference in strength between the strong could be huge. The advantage of the human race was that they had more people, but the advantage of the city of origin was that they had lived for hundreds of thousands of years here. In terms of the average strength, the city of origin was definitely stronger than the human race. Although Han Fei said that the human race army has 3 times more people than the city of origin, it was actually hard to say who was stronger. Unfortunately, they were asked to stay. Otherwise, they would really be willing to follow Han Fei to conquer the city of origin. After everybody was dismissed, Han Fei said, "Uncle Xuan, please take care of the tidal wave matter." Behind them, Hong Yu couldn't help but interject, "Master Human Emperor, can I go to the city of origin with you? There are fixed ways to resist the tidal wave. It's meaningless even if I'm here." Han Fei shook his head. "Old Hong, I want you to stay here for a purpose." Hong Yue, seeing that Hong Yu still didn't understand, Hon Xuan couldn't help but say, "Old Hong, you still don't understand. Han Fei wants you to have more contact with human beings in various realms to increase your popularity. He wants to entrust you with a heavy responsibility in the future." Ah, well, seeing Han Fei nod slightly, Hong Yue couldn't help but be excited. He had thought of killing Han Fei before, but after Han Fei rose to prominence, he shamelessly approached him. After so many years, he didn't dare to be negligent of any jobs Han Fei gave him because he knew that this was not in the raging sea where he, a mere king, could dominate. From submitting to Han Fei to lying low in Mountain City and then fighting to save the human race, he was no longer the Hong Yue he used to be. However, he had never thought how many humans he could manage. But Han Xuan's words reminded him. Yes, Han Fei asked him to assist Han Xuan in managing the human race. Han Xuan even asked him to be in charge of the frontline battlefield. These days, all kinds of events happened one after another, making him busy but fulfilling. Now it seemed that all of this was indeed intentional. Han Fei was tempering him. Hong Yue's face turned red, and then his voice was crisp and loud. "Hong Yue will not let you down, Master Human Emperor," Han Fei said. "Just try your best. The human race still has a long way to go. Old Hong, you have to work hard too. Don't be caught up by others." After Han Xuan's reminder, Hong Yue felt much more energetic and broad-minded. He grinned. "After all, I used to be one of the only kings in the raging sea." The next day, the tidal wave came. However, Han Fei was no longer in the human race. Similarly, the puppet An Beilin was no longer in the city of origin. In the void near the city of origin, Han Fei, Luo Xiaobai, and the puppet An Beilin stood quietly. Although this was just a show, only a few people knew the truth, so it wouldn't affect the overall situation. The reason for Luo Xiaobai's plan was actually very simple. The sky-opening realm powerhouses were the greatest advantage of the city of origin. They mingled with most people of the city of origin, so it was difficult for them to kill them without affecting ordinary people. Even if it was a head-on battle, it was impossible for Han Fei to kill hundreds of thousands of peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm and perfected Star Transformation Realm powerhouses in one go. Even if there were puppets from the Puppet City, he would have to sacrifice many puppets to win. Therefore, if the battle in the sky-opening realm started head-on, the combined strength of the human race and the Wanderers might not be enough to resist a few rounds of attacks. Therefore, this was Luo Xiaobai's purpose in leaving the city of origin. She wanted to create a sense of crisis for the city of origin and let the elders take the initiative to propose a sneak attack strategy. Even if the elders didn't propose this strategy, the puppet An Beilin would control one of them and propose this strategy. In order to make this show more realistic, he left 10,000 sky-opening realm powerhouses in the city. Otherwise, if he really proposed to take away all the sky-openers, it would arouse suspicion. Luo Xiaobai said, "Although they are now trapped in An Beilin's origin star, can you solve the hundreds of thousands of peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm and perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators?" Chapter 2848. The Frozen Army 22848. The Frozen Army 2. Han Fei said, "Don't worry, I'll solve it. They're already trapped and can't escape. As long as I detonate, no." Luo Xiaobai knew what Han Fei meant. He planned to directly detonate in Balin's star core, and then most of the sky openers would immediately be killed or injured. However, this way, many people might be reduced to ashes under the monarch's law. At that time, it would be a waste of so many sky-opening realm powerhouses. Han Fei smiled again and said, "Haha, I'm just kidding. The tidal wave will last for about 2 to 3 days. If we attack them now, we'll only alert them." In Balin's origin star, the voice rumbled. "Everyone, stay in the city for 2 to 3 days. We're going to launch a surprise attack at the end of the tidal wave, which is when the human race is most exhausted from dealing with the tidal wave. At that time, it will be the time to solve the crisis of our city of origin." In Balin's origin star, all the sky opener responded. Someone clicked his tongue. "I'm really looking forward to it." Someone smiled and said, "In any case, this time, the human race will definitely suffer. They have many people and their overall strength is very weak. As long as we attack quickly, we can make them suffer heavy losses." Someone sneered. "That stupid human emperor is so arrogant. I don't want anything else. If anyone can catch the human's war commander, I'm willing to pay a low-quality, soul-suppressing godly weapon to buy her." "Fuck, you're really generous." Just as the sky openers of the city of origin were looking forward to the start of the sneak attack, Han Fei was also waiting. He was right about one thing, which was to attack at the end of the tidal wave and when the people in the city of origin were most exhausted. Bang, half a day later, darkness enveloped them, which was an ominous aura. Taking advantage of the moment when the ominous aura hit the barrier of the city of origin, Han Fei quietly entered the city of origin with his black mist body. After all, this was not the first time he had come here. This city-protecting array seemed to be useless to him. On the first day of the tidal wave, the city of origin consumed nearly 20 billion clean stones, and the city of origin only had 13 cities under its jurisdiction, and each city must have consumed a lot of clean stones. In general, on the first day of the tidal wave, at least 50 billion clean stones were consumed. The next day, the people in the city of origin were fighting methodically. Suddenly, they saw a crack in the city-protecting array. The reason was unknown. Immediately, many people were dumbfounded. From the huge crack, a large number of ominous creatures surged in. Immediately, hundreds of sky-opening realm powerhouses came to block them. However, for some reason, the city-protecting array seemed to have failed, and the crack couldn't be repaired. Not good. There's a problem with the array. Who can understand the city-protecting array? Come here quickly. However, the array masters in the city of origin quickly came to a conclusion. Not good. One of the array eyes is broken. We need 2 hours. Hearing that it would only take 2 hours, the sky openers were all relieved. If it was only 2 hours, it would be simple. They just needed to hold out for 2 hours. However, an array master immediately said, "But with this place as the core array eye, it will reduce the efficiency of the entire city, protecting array by 30% and may cause other array eyes to break. We need to put in more clean stones." What? The effect of the entire array is reduced by 30%? For a moment, everyone's expression changed. The next day was when the tidal wave was at its fiercest. The defense effect of the array was reduced by 30%, which meant that the consumption of the clean stones was at least 50% faster than usual, or even more. The sky openers all shouted, "Everyone, help defend other fronts and hold on for 2 hours." Everyone thought that this was just an accident. After all, only one of the array eyes had a problem and could be quickly repaired. It was just that the clean stones were consumed faster. In the end, after 2 hours, problems appeared in 3 array eyes, and 3,000 sky-opening realm powerhouses took action. They mainly relied on the clean stone to quickly kill the ominous creatures. Finally, on the second day of the tidal wave, the city of origin consumed nearly 36 billion clean stones. As for the 13 cities under the city of origin, because the attacks of the ominous creatures were fiercer, each city's consumption of clean stones increased slightly. In total, on the first day of the tidal wave, at least 90 billion clean stones were consumed. Halfway through the third day, the tidal wave was no longer as fierce as before, and the consumption of the clean stones had obviously begun to decrease. During this period, there was no problem with the city-protecting array. Among the sky openers, someone said, "I wonder how the city lord is doing." Someone said, "I'm sure they haven't taken action yet, but they'll probably take action in 6 hours. Someone said confidently, "It's impossible for the human race to stop them. If they want to completely occupy the chaotic wasteland, they have to make use of the tidal wave this time to collect enough energy crystals. Otherwise, how can a monarch afford so many people? And once all the humans participate in the war, the city lord will have a great chance." Someone echoed, "That's right, we just need to wait for the good news. When the tidal wave is over and the human race is heavily injured, the city of wanderers will definitely take action. A war will be inevitable, but the human race might not be able to afford the price. At that time, as long as the city lord delays the human emperor and our city of origin suppresses the city of wanderers, our city of origin will definitely become the biggest winner in the chaotic wasteland." Chapter 2849, The Frozen Army, 32849, The Frozen Army, 3a. However, just as everyone was happily thinking about how the City of Origin would dominate the chaotic wasteland, the array of the entire City of Origin suddenly extinguished. Yes, it was completely extinguished. The city protecting array stopped working, and the ominous creatures that were no longer blocked rushed in like a tide. Why did the array stop working? Help me. For a moment, the venerables and explorers who were responsible for consuming the ominous creatures on the city wall suffered a round of impact, and nearly 1 million people were corroded by the ominous creatures. After all, no one expected the city protecting array to stop working. At this moment, the expressions of the elders in the sky-opening realm powerhouses all changed. Someone among the elders shouted, "Not good, there's a traitor, someone has damaged the city protecting array." Someone shouted, "All the sky openers and sea establishers protect the city. The main city must not be broken through. The sky-opening realm powerhouses guarding the other 13 cities will each leave 100 people to protect the city." The others quickly returned to reinforce the main city. More than 60% of the Heavenly Cicada clan's heirs were gathered in the main city of the City of Origin. Once the main city was destroyed, the Heavenly Cicada clan would definitely suffer a catastrophe. At this moment, the strong masters of the Elder Council couldn't care less. Even if other cities had problems, they could only give them up, but the main city had to be defended. For a time, more than 8,700 sky-opening realm powerhouses quickly rushed up. Someone shouted, "The Elder Council, hurry up and arrest the traitor. Let's guard the main city first." All sea establishers form the second line of defense. If any ominous creatures escape, we must kill them all. All venerables form the third line of defense. Those below the venerable realm immediately approach the core area of the main city. Array Masters, is it possible to repair the city protecting array? Many Array Masters had already tried to repair the array. The core array of the main city was in the City Lord's mansion, hanging high above the City of Origin. When they arrived, the foundation of the city protecting array on the floating palace had already turned into powder. The 72 pillars engraved with Tao patterns in the entire floating palace had all snapped. Immediately, an Array Master shouted, "The pivot of the city, protecting array has been destroyed and can't be repaired." But everyone, the tidal wave can last at most 6 to 8 hours. Hang in there. Fuck. Someone cursed angrily. The ominous creatures weren't powerful, but there were too many of them. As sky openers, they weren't afraid of the ominous creatures, but the space they could control was limited. And each city was very big. They might be able to withstand it in the early stages, or could achieve a super large-scale killing of enemies. However, such a super large-scale attack couldn't be launched continuously. Once there was a gap in use, a large number of ominous creatures would immediately break through the blockade. However, there was nothing they could do at this moment. Someone said, "Damn it, if the mayor hadn't taken away more than 100,000 sky openers, even if the array was completely broken, it might not have been a problem to resist for 3 days and 3 nights. But now," someone shouted, "no matter what, hold on for 6 hours. When the tidal wave is over, ordinary people can fight." At this moment, in the crowd of the City of Origin, a figure quietly left. After a while, Han Fei appeared in a relatively safe place behind the City of Origin. Bang! Han Fei smashed the ice with a punch, and Enbalin jumped out and stepped on the ice. Only a few seconds after Han Fei stepped out, the broken cave condensed again as if it had never been penetrated. On the ice of the chaotic wasteland, it would only take 300 seconds to fill the ultra-quality godly weapon, Extreme Cold Pearl, with the power of Extreme Cold. If it were a peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivator, as long as he stayed here for 100 seconds, he would be almost dead. A perfected Star Transformation Realm powerhouse might have a stronger resistance, but he wouldn't be able to last more than 200 seconds. In Enbalin's origin star, his voice echoed, "Everyone, it's time to flatten the human race. In a moment, I will let all of you enter human cities. Remember, I want you to attack indiscriminately. Only when the human race is in chaos can our City of Origin win." Immediately, the 150,000 strong masters of the City of Origin were all ready to attack. "Is the war finally going to start?" someone said in a low voice. "Although attacking ordinary ants will affect our Dao hearts, this is a war between races after all. We should try our best to slaughter the human race as much as possible." The human emperor and the war commander of the human race are just arrogant and conceited. "Apart from having more people, what else do they have?" someone said. "Many people are enough. I heard that they have 180 billion people. I don't know if it's true, but it will be very troublesome to kill them all." Someone sneered. "So what? The 80 billion people gather in more than 300 cities. How many cities can the human emperor protect? We just need to try our best to destroy the cities. Just the aftershock of the battle is enough to bring a devastating blow to the human race. Alright, we have to be careful. You should know the strength of the human emperor. Some of us will inevitably encounter the human emperor. Whoever encounters him will be unlucky. Isn't the human emperor restrained by the city lord? It's hard to tell who will win the battle between monarchs. Just be careful." At this moment, the puppet Enbalin said, "Everybody, get ready for battle." Chapter 2850, The Frozen Army 42850. The Frozen Army 4. For a moment, everyone gathered together holding their weapons in their hands, ready to activate their great Tao at any time. But in the next moment, as the phantom of the world descended, their first feeling was cold, bone-chilling cold. Shoot, what's going on? Where is this? Fuck, isn't this on the ice? Why are we here? It's so cold. No, everyone, activate fire element techniques immediately. Wait, we are sealed in a barrier. For a moment, many people scanned their surroundings and were surprised to find that their perception couldn't even penetrate 1,000 kilometers. Although permeating perception would be frozen on the ice, it didn't mean that perception couldn't sweep this place. At that moment, they would still receive feedback. However, this time, they were shocked to find that their perception was restricted. There seemed to be an invisible barrier around them, directly trapping them. Not good. I can't connect to my origin star. It's over. Something is wrong with the City Lord. What are you talking about? He's not the City Lord at all. Yes, at this moment no one would believe in Balin anymore. However, under the suppression of the turtle shell sky sealing technique, even if they knew that there was something wrong with Anne Balin, what could they do? Someone shouted, "Everyone, charge with me. There are hundreds of thousands of us. Not every barrier can trap us. Otherwise, our combat power will plummet in less than 100 seconds on this ice, and it will be impossible for us to break through the barrier." The first reaction of these hundreds of thousands of powerhouses was to break through the barrier. However, as they attacked crazily, they could only shake the turtle shell and couldn't destroy it. After all, it was the armor of a great monarch who was best at defense. How could these mere sky openers destroy it? After hundreds of consecutive attacks, everyone was desperate. Some of them had lost almost 70% of their strength. Their bodies were almost frozen into ice cubes, and their vitality was rapidly slipping away. At this moment, someone cursed angrily. "And Balin, you bastard, you betrayed the heavenly cicada clan. And Balin, come out if you dare. It's over. The City of Origin is over. And Balin has betrayed us. If we die, no one can protect the City of Origin. The City of Origin is over." Another 100 seconds later. Among these hundreds of thousands of people, 30,000 had already died. Yes, they had been frozen to death. They had no choice. Unable to break through the mystic martial monarch armor and withstand the extremely cold power, they would definitely freeze to death. More importantly, if one was frozen to death here, their soul would be frozen and shattered. The power of extreme cold infiltrated indiscriminately, so it was only natural that their souls would be frozen and shattered. However, Han Fei was still quite surprised. These people had rich fire origin energy, and there were actually 120,000 people who endured for 200 seconds. It must be related to the Sea of Fire in the chaotic ice domain. The cultivation of these people was still effective. However, after 300 seconds, less than half of them were still alive, and only 50,000 people were still alive. After 400 seconds, there were no more than 600 people who could still hold out, and these 100 people were all fire-type Dao Lock level powerhouses. But even so, Han Fei didn't intend to do it himself. He just waited another 100 seconds. In the end, within 500 seconds, 150,000 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm and perfected Star Transformation Realm powerhouses in the City of Origin all died. No one survived. In Han Fei's origin star, Luo Xiaobai, Lu Qianzi, the hexagon starfish, Wang Xiaozhu, and the others all felt a chill down their spines after witnessing this scene with their own eyes. Lu Qianzi said, "I swear, I will never go into an ice pit in my life. It's horrible." The hexagon starfish's big eyes rolled. "Han Fei, I'm going to cultivate the great Tao of fire." Wang Xiaozhu and the others looked at each other in bewilderment, and Huang Ergo's teeth were chattering non-stop. Wang Lunlin said, "Look at you. It's not you who are frozen." "Why are you shivering?" Huang Ergo said. "It feels freezing just looking at them." Wang Xiaozhu sighed. "How sad are these people? They were frozen to death without even seeing the enemy. This is much more sad than dying on the battlefield. They don't even have a chance to die with their opponents." Luo Xiaobai said, "Collect these corpses. Now is not the time to appreciate the battle results. There are still a group of sky-opening realm powerhouses in the City of Origin. These people have to die too." With a swish, the hexagon starfish was sucked to Wang Xiaozhu's head. He suddenly felt that Luo Xiaobai seemed to be even more ruthless than Han Fei. Chapter 2851-2851 Sneak Attack on the City of Origin 12851 Sneak Attack on the City of Origin 1 City of Origin. When the hundreds of thousands of life tablets shattered in just 500 seconds, the Elder Council was completely dumbfounded. They had never imagined that so many sky-opening realm powerhouses would die in such a short period of time. They were all powerhouses in the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm and above. Each of them had been nurtured by the City of Origin with countless efforts and resources. But in just 500 seconds, the powerhouses that the City of Origin had nurtured for hundreds of thousands of years had all perished. How could they accept this? Impossible, impossible. Something must have gone wrong, or they have lost contact with each other. Unless a great monarch comes in person who can kill hundreds of thousands of sky-opening realm powerhouses. Traitor. And Balin is a traitor. There must be something wrong with him. Damn it, he took away most of the sky-opening realm combat power of the City of Origin. I'm doomed. Even if I can defend against the tidal wave, so what? We're doomed. Should I spread the news? How can we spread the news? If the news spreads out, the front line of the city of origin will collapse instantly. Someone was exasperated. Damn it, what second monarch of the human race? What declaration of war? What destruction of the front line? In fact, it was all planned by the human race. They deliberately used this to publicize the race war. That's why we were a little anxious and wanted to use the tidal waves to launch a sneak attack on the human race. What vicious human beings. This is an extinction plot. Not only did they destroy the city of scavengers, but they also want to destroy our city of origin. Why? Our city of origin didn't enslave the human race. Why are they so ruthless? However, no one answered this question. There was no reason for race wars. The human race treated their city of origin as a stepping stone. Since it was a stepping stone, how could they let it rise again? At this moment, someone suddenly said, "Hurry up, the defeat of the city of origin is a foregone conclusion." Before they know what happened, immediately transfer the disciples of the heavenly cicada clan and other outstanding geniuses. No matter where they're sent, they have to run now. Otherwise, when the tidal wave passes, the human army or the city of wanderers will definitely arrive as quickly as possible. Then they won't be able to escape. Therefore, now is our last chance. That's right. This is an extinction crisis of our heavenly cicada race. In any case, our bloodline must be passed on. Our heavenly cicada race had a god. Even if we leave the chaotic wasteland, one day, a god will be born with our bloodline again. I don't know if a god can be born, but I know that I have to tell them that the human race is our enemy for life. Come on, move now. Another moment later. Above the city of origin, an elder shouted, "All those below the venerable realm in the city of origin, gather in the central square of the city in 2 hours. The city protecting array here has been broken. In order to preserve the combat power of the sky-opening realm, we have to immediately carry out a large-scale transfer." Yes, the elders didn't tell the truth. Otherwise, once they did, the front line would collapse. After all, no one who had cultivated to the sky-opening realm was a fool. As long as they knew that Enbalin had betrayed them and the 150,000-strong sky-opening realm army had been completely wiped out, they would probably run immediately. With the strength of the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm and perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators, they would definitely be able to escape. However, if they ran away, the people left in the city of origin would be all killed. Compared to the 10,000 sky openers, the hundreds of millions of seeds of the heavenly cicada clan in the city were actually more important. Of course, the Elder Council could also ask these strong masters to run with ordinary people. But in that case, no one would be able to hold back the humans and the city of wanderers. If there was no one to cover them, even if they were given a chance to run, could they escape? The strong masters of the Elder Council called out to collect the seeds of the city of origin into their origin stars, but they didn't choose to run immediately. If they all ran away, the people who stayed behind would definitely notice. Therefore, while the elders secretly refined their origin stars, they opened a secret teleportation array, which was a teleportation path to the outside of the chaotic wasteland. 6 hours later, the tidal wave was almost coming to an end, and the elders were almost done refining the stars. With the excuse of holding a meeting, the members of the Elder Council gathered and placed all their refined stars on an elder named An Yi. It was this person who had just gathered the seeds of the city of origin into his origin star. An Yi had a special bloodline. Or rather, the members of the Elder Council were all special people of the Heavenly Cicada clan. They either had special dows, outstanding abilities, or extraordinary bloodlines. An Yi had extraordinary bloodlines. His Heavenly Cicada wings were about twice as strong as others, which meant that his speed was more than twice that of other strong masters of the Heavenly Cicada lineage. Besides, An Yi had 5 locks. Now that even their monarch had defected, the 5 lock-level powerhouses were already the strongest in the city of origin. An Yi said, "Everyone, I'll take my leave first. I'll escape the chaotic wasteland at full speed. The human race has just destroyed 150,000 soldiers of our city of origin. Even if they want to destroy the city of origin, it will take them half a day. Half a day is enough for me to cross half of the chaotic wasteland. If they can be delayed for a day, I might be able to rush out of the chaotic wasteland with the help of a hidden teleportation array. Once I leave the chaotic wasteland, the sea is vast and the sky is high, and we can just give up the city of origin." Chapter 2852, Sneak Attack on the City of Origin, 22852, Sneak Attack on the City of Origin 2. An elder nodded. "Alright, that's all we can do for now. It's impossible to save the entire city of origin. If the human race wants a race war, let's fulfill their wish. As long as we don't perish, the hope of the Heavenly Cicada clan is still there." Someone asked, "What about the sky-opening realm powerhouses outside? Are we really going to give up all of them?" Most of the elders shook their heads. Someone said, "The city of origin is in danger. If we want to save them now, we'll probably lose our lives. With them around, no one will know that we ran away. Everyone, the situation is against us now. Only when the city of origin is destroyed under the nose of the human race will we be absolutely safe. With 60% of our elites who survive, we might have a chance to make a comeback in the future. There's no need to gamble now. Someone asked, what about the resources in the resource bank? Anyi said, we can take up to 30% of the resources. Beyond this number, it'll arouse doubt. When the human race can't find the resources, they will inevitably guess that a group of people ran away. Considering the human emperor's murderous personality, we will definitely live in fear in the future. Therefore, we can only take away 30% of each resource, and we can't take away all the rare resources. We can get resources again, but we can't gamble with our freedom. Got it. Seconded. Alright, let's end it quickly. Otherwise, it will arouse suspicion. An Yi, just use the teleportation array and leave first. With you missing, no one will notice. That's right, leave quickly. I'll erase this teleportation array as soon as you leave. And Yi cupped his fists. Everyone, see you in a few days. In the meeting hall, and Yi was teleported away very quickly. Although people who could reach the level of the Elder Council usually bickered with each other, they were surprisingly united when it came to dealing with major events. After Yi left, an elder who was proficient in arrays completely erased the teleportation array here, took back all the energy and resources in the memories hall, and erased all the Dao patterns. After they went out, the meeting hall was no different from before, but who knew that someone in the Elder Council of the City of Origin had already begun to run? As soon as the elders came out, someone immediately said solemnly, everyone, after our analysis, this city protecting array has clearly been tampered with, and the person who tampered with it must be from the City of Wanderers. An elder added, at present, the plan to launch a sneak attack on the human race has already begun. So far, nearly 632 people have died. But this also happens to show that the human race doesn't have enough means to deal with our sneak attack. Therefore, our greatest enemy now is not the human race, but the City of Wanderers. At this moment, the tidal wave is about to end, and it's the time when the warriors of our City of Origin are most exhausted. I suggest that we clean up the battlefield in half a day as quickly as possible. After cleaning up the battlefield, the strong masters quickly take the scattered warriors of the City of Origin into your origin stars. We will hide in revived places for a short period of time. When our strength returns to its peak, we will come out to fight again. This was naturally the Elder Council's lie. Their purpose was to divert the attention of the incoming human army and buy some time for An Yi's escape. The sky-opening realm powerhouses believed it immediately. They certainly didn't expect that the Elder Council would lie to them, let alone that the 150,000-strong army and Balin-led had been completely wiped out. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Luo Xiaobai with mixed feelings. You've guessed right. The Elder Council of the City of Origin has really chosen to abandon the City of Origin. Luo Xiaobai said, it's simple logic. The moment they knew that the 150,000-strong army had perished, they knew that the City of Origin was doomed. At this moment, anger is useless. If they resist stubbornly, they will only die. And sacrificing most people to save a small number of people is a choice most people will make. People are always selfish. Their choice is not wrong. If we hadn't had your vast ocean navigator, their plan must have succeeded. Han Fei nodded slightly. Although he felt that he was already quite smart, Luo Xiaobai was always smarter, calmer than him, and seemed to have better judgment. From the moment she became the war commander of the human race, she had probably guessed all the reactions of the City of Origin in her heart. Perhaps the term having inexhaustible strategies was the best description for people like Luo Xiaobai. Han Fei said, based on the number of the ominous creatures, the sparse tidal waves can last for at most 2 hours. After that, there will only be scattered ominous creatures left. Shall we launch a general attack in 2 hours? Okay, 2 hours later, the tidal wave was coming to an end, and there was no longer a steady stream of ominous creatures attacking the city. The warriors of the 13 cities under the jurisdiction of the City of Origin were cleaning up the battlefield in full swing. They knew that danger was coming, but with the tidal wave blocking the way, they thought that even if a war would break out, the other party couldn't act so quickly. But just as these people began to clean up the battlefield, the sea shook, and a perfected Star Transformation Realm Strong Master exclaimed, not good, the enemy is attacking, the enemy is attacking. In their perception, an army of nearly 10,000 people was rushing over. The number of people was about the same as the number of sky openers in their City of Origin. Chapter 2853 Sneak Attack on the City of Origin 32853 Sneak Attack on the City of Origin 3. But they didn't have the time to think about these questions because the enemy came too quickly, completely disrupting their rhythm. The members of the Elder Council were also stunned at this moment. Their expressions changed drastically. Impossible. How could they have come so quickly? This anomaly completely disrupted the plan of the elders. They didn't intend to escape now, but the enemy came so quickly. Obviously, they came prepared. A member of the Elder Council shouted, Sky Openers, please quickly stop them. You must hold on for 2 hours. Everyone, immediately stop cleaning up the battlefield in return. Sea Establishers and ordinary Sky Openers, gather people into your origin seas or origin stars. Hurry up, in the blink of an eye, as urged by the elders, 90% of the sky-opening realm powerhouses who had returned from the chaotic ice domain took action. They thought that they were buying time for the 3 billion people in the city of origin in the rear. But in fact, they didn't know that they were only buying time for the escape plan of the elders of the city of origin. However, when they came into contact with the incoming army, they were all surprised. This is clearly an army of puppets. Has the current city of wanderers become so strong? Tens of thousands of puppets in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm or perfected star transformation realm. Did they see it right? Unfortunately, the enemy was right in front of them. Regardless of whether these puppets were from the city of wanderers or not, they still needed to resist them. Therefore, they had no time to think and could only fight. However, just as they were fighting the puppet army, a large amount of black fog quietly dispersed in this void. Because the ominous aura was also black, they just thought that the black fog was another wave of ominous aura. But then, there was more and more black fog. When the black fog covered millions of kilometers, someone realized that something was wrong. Not good, these are not ominous aura. What is this? What a strong aura of death. Not good, we are surrounded by this thing. Damn it, this is obviously a trap. The enemy is coming too fast. It's as if they're waiting for the tidal wave to end. Fuck, a powerful enemy is hiding near my city of origin. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind everyone. Hee, the people from the city of origin don't look very smart. You don't even know our immortal temple? Who is it? Immortal temple? Many people looked back while fighting the puppets, only to see countless black-robed figures standing quietly in the darkness. It wasn't until they were close that someone was shocked. It's the immortal temple. Hanfei almost rolled his eyes. You've been told. Why are you still making a fuss? At this moment, in Hanfei's origin star, Luo Xiaobai was talking to everyone who participated in the battle. Luo Xiaobai said, "Everyone, the battle between our human race and the city of origin will officially begin the moment you go out. In this race war, cultivators of every realm have their respective battlefield, and everyone has your own battle. Therefore, no strong masters will help you in this battle. You have to rely on yourselves. You may die or win, but it depends on you. The rise of the human race is not the rise of the human emperor alone, but the rise of the entire human race. Once you come to this battlefield, you have no way out." It was rare for Luo Xiaobai to say so much, even if her words were quite ruthless. Following that, Luo Xiaobai shouted, "In 10 seconds, the Sky Opener and Sea Establisher will fight. Remember, your mission is to pull powerhouses of the same realm into the void to fight. The reality is not your place to fight." "Yes, Commander." The Sky Openers and Sea Establishers had both been led to fight a frontline battle by Luo Xiaobai. At first, they didn't think much of Luo Xiaobai, but since they saw Luo Xiaobai's brilliant plan in that battle, they put away discontempt. At this moment, the race war was no children's play. They didn't dare to take it lightly. Another moment later. Buzz! Above the city of origin, thousands of sky-opening realm powerhouses suddenly appeared, including Wang Xiaoju, Wang Lanlan, and the others. As for the sea establishers, there were as many as 80,000. Of course, if it were before, these people wouldn't be a match for the city of origin. But in the battle at the front line, nearly 70,000 sea establishers of the city of origin died. Although they still had about 60,000 more sea establishers than the human race, the gap was already very small. In the 13 cities of the city of origin, the sky openers and sea establishers all soared into the sky. However, they were exhausted at this moment. The 3 days and 3 nights of endless fighting had consumed their spiritual power greatly. At this moment, so many enemies suddenly appeared. They were not mentally prepared at all. The few sky openers who didn't fight the puppets exclaimed, "Humans? How can it be humans? How is this possible?" Lord and Balin led an army to launch a sneak attack on the human race. How can humans appear in the city of origin? Could it be that both sides have the same idea and are sneak attacking each other? Who cares? Hurry up, buy time for everyone to move to revived places. It's too late. After the sky openers and sea establishers arrived, 100 million venerables suddenly appeared. Chapter 2854, 2854, Sneak Attack on the City of Origin, 42854, Sneak Attack on the City of Origin, 4. 2854, Sneak Attack on the City of Origin, 4. Where did so many human venerables come from? How many venerables are there? Come on, all the cities, continue to activate the city protecting arrays. All venerables, prepare to fight. Humans are attacking, get ready to fight. Why? Where is the city lord? Where are the sky-opening realm powerhouses in our city? It's over, we can't escape. The race war that the human race mentioned has begun. Why did the human race come so quickly? Can anyone explain? Explain my ass. The human race is already at the door. Even if we don't want to fight, we have to. There's no turning back. As for the sky-opening realm powerhouses, they wanted to find the members of the Elder Council, only to discover, to their surprise, that there were no members of the Elder Council in the 13 cities. They had all fucking disappeared. Fuck. The Elder Council lied to us. Someone found the storage space of the life tablets and glanced at it, only to be stunned. Gulp. All dead. The man was shocked at first, and then he felt that all his hair was standing on end. He wanted to shout out and tell everyone, but he held himself back. If he shouted out loud and told everyone that the city lord was dead and the 150,000-strong sky-opening realm army had been wiped out, it would only cause the resistance of the city of origin to instantly collapse. At that moment, he suddenly realized what the elders had done. They had discovered this secret early on, but they kept it a secret and escaped, leaving the others here to attract the firepower. Damn it, a bunch of shameless bastards. This person also wanted to run, but now that the human army was pressing down, there was no way for them to escape. But this person didn't give up. He perked up and spoke to all the remaining colleagues sky-openers. Everyone, the city lord has perished. The 150,000-strong army he took away has all perished, and their life tablets are all shattered. The elders found this out a few hours ago, so they ran away with the elites of the Heavenly Cicada clan, leaving us here to wait for death. What? What the hell are you talking about? You can check whether I'm lying or not. Bastards, what should we do now? Do we still fight? This person suggested. Let's keep it a secret for now. Over there, it's shrouded in black fog. I suspect that everyone else has been ambushed. If we don't leave, we'll definitely die. Someone echoed. The strength of the human sky-openers is mediocre. Now, they can only attack us with a dozen or so against one. The nearly 1,000 human sky-openers have only entangled 100 or so sky-openers of us, and we still have more than 900 people available. Why don't we break through a gap and fight our way out together? If we don't leave now, when the battle on the other side is over, none of us can escape. Fuck, what about the others in the city? Can you save them? This is a race war with billions of soldiers. How can you save them? We can't even protect ourselves. The elders have all fled. Brothers, I know a revived place, and we can hide in it to avoid disaster. Let's fight our way out. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the city of origin was in a mess. More than 900 sky-opening realm powerhouses began to charge in a certain direction at the same time. Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai didn't care about all this at all. They just quietly watched these people rush out smoothly. Another moment later, these people rushed forward and bumped into a dark mist that suddenly appeared. In the next moment, countless bones extended out of the mist, and those sky-openers were all shocked. Not good, there are monarchs. Damn it, we've been tricked. You traitor, you deliberately led us into this place. The guy who said that he knew a revived place changed his appearance in the blink of an eye. Who else could it be but Han Fei? Of course, it wasn't Han Fei's real body, but it wasn't difficult for him to disguise himself as a heavenly talent of the Heavenly Cicada clan. In the darkness, a cold laugh echoed. It's your honor to have the dignified human emperor personally take you here. Han Fei put on a smile. Hey, don't forget the resources. In the black fog, a voice sounded. After this battle is over, our immortal temple will personally send their origin stars to the human race. That's good. These people are yours. At this point, the city of origin no longer had any peak combat power. At this moment, the city of origin was an absolutely fair battlefield. Yes, everything Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai did was to create a fair battlefield for this war. Luo Xiaobai said, "We've done everything we can. They have to pass this level no matter what." Chapter 2855. Reactivate the 5 major professions. 1-2855. Reactivate the 5 major professions. 1. The destruction of the city of origin was undisputed and preordained. From the beginning, the city of origin still existed because Han Fei had left it to hone the human race as a stepping stone and a tool for training soldiers. Now, the human race had temporarily adapted to the sea realm, and most of them were stuck in a bottleneck. They needed a battle, a huge, long-lasting, crazy battle. Without the large number of sky-opening realm powerhouses, the city of origin quickly fell into chaos. The plan of the powerhouses to move to a revived place had been ruined before it began. The human army surged like a tide. First, it was the sea establishers, and then it was the venerables. The corresponding strong masters in the city of origin and the 13 cities under its jurisdiction had no choice but to take off and fight. They had no choice because they couldn't fight in the cities, or innocent people would be implicated. The aftershock of the battle alone would cause countless deaths. The only thing that made them feel lucky was that the human race didn't have many sea establishers. After being divided up by the 14 cities, the average number of people was only more than 10,000. As for the venerables, although there were as many as 100 million venerables on the human race's side, there were more than 30 million on the city of origin side. However, they quickly sensed that the general strength of the human race's venerables wasn't high. Many of them had just entered the venerable realm or the intermediate venerable realm. From the looks of it, the 100 million venerables of the human race only looked a little scary in number. After the venerables in the city of origin saw through the strength of the human venerables, they thought that if it weren't for the 3-day tide battle, they were confident to be evenly matched with the 100 million venerables of the human race, or even stronger. Even if their combat strength wasn't at its peak, they felt that they could still fight. As for the explorers, there were even more of them. There were as many as 2 billion people on the human side alone, and as many as 600 million in the city of origin, equivalent to 1/5 of the total population. It could be seen that the average strength of the city of origin was much stronger than that of the human race. Even if it was 3 against 1, it wouldn't be easy for the human race to win, and there would inevitably be heavy casualties. As for those below the explorer level, there were many of them. The human race had nearly 8 billion people, and the city of origin only had more than 2.4 billion. Therefore, in terms of comprehensive numbers, except for sea establishers, the human race had about 3 times the military strength of the city of origin. As for the sea establishment realm, with the 7-kill army here, the human race wouldn't be at a disadvantage. For a time, a great battle began, and horns of the charge sounded one after another. The human tide spread out, and in just one clash, the city of origin was completely crushed. Of course, this was because the humans were well prepared, while the city of origin weren't. Therefore, they couldn't gather their forces so quickly. It was certainly impossible for a small number of soldiers to block the torrent of humans. Therefore, in an instant, be it venerables or explorers, the city of origin was swept away. However, one of the characteristics of the human charge was that they only attacked strong masters of the same level as them. They would not attack anyone in a lower realm than them. This was because they knew that this race war was their war, the human emperor, and the war commander's trial on them. Only a battle of the same realm could temper them. They didn't feel a sense of accomplishment killing people of lower realms than them. On the battlefield, the order of the city of origin was quickly being corrected. Someone shouted, "Don't panic, everyone, don't panic. Sea establishers, fight in the void. Venerables, quickly disperse and try to restrain the human race. Explorers, quickly retreat from the cities and gather at the Thousand Islands, mine not far away. Those below the explorer realm, prepare to fight in the streets." There was no shortage of commanders of war in the city of origin. After all, the city of origin, the city of scavengers, and the city of wanderers all had strong masters leading their troops to fight on the graveyard battlefield. So the city of origin still had a lot of commander-level figures. At this moment, the commander's role was neither big nor small. They were useful because they could quickly stabilize the chaotic situation in the city of origin. They weren't very useful because they had nothing to do after directing everyone how to fight. This was because there were too many people in this race war. It was unrealistic to precisely direct so many people to fight. It was already very impressive to be able to separate the battlefields of various realms. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for low-level cultivators to survive in such an environment. Han Fei, Luo Xiaobai, and the others didn't comment on this but just watched this scene quietly. They had done enough. Since the beginning of the war, the human race had always had an absolute advantage. Now that it was time to speak with strength, they shouldn't help the humans anymore. So the battlefield divided by the temporary commanders of the city of origin was something they were happy to see. On the battlefield of the sky-opening realm who started to fight earliest, the 1,000 sky-opening realm powerhouses who had besieged 100 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators of the city of origin were at a disadvantage. This was specially instructed by Han Fei not to fight perfected star transformation realm cultivators, but only to kill peak-level late-stage star transformation realm ones. But in less than half an hour, more than a dozen sky-opener level powerhouses had died on the human side. Chapter 2856, reactivate the 5 major professions. 2856, reactivate the 5 major professions. 2. As for Wang Xiaoju and the others, as Daolock level powerhouses, they guarded the 5 directions and didn't attack. Their mission was to prevent these peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators of the city of origin from escaping. But seeing humans being killed, Wang Xiaoju couldn't help but ask Han Fei, "Are we really not going to help them?" Han Fei clenched his fists. All the sky openers were precious for the human race. He didn't want to lose any of them, but they were killed one after another, although each of them had godly weapons and the other party had been fighting for 3 consecutive days. However, he couldn't help them. If one wanted to grow, he had to fight. Even sky openers weren't an exception. Seeing this, Luo Xiaobai comforted him. "You can't bear to let our sky openers take the risk, but the more you protect them, the more vulnerable they are. Even if they can survive this time, what about next time?" Han Fei clenched his fists and nodded solemnly. Then he shook his head at Wang Xiaoju. "You don't have to do anything." However, Han Fei suddenly reached out and plucked the hexagon starfish from Luo Xiaobai's body. "Ah, no, Starfish doesn't want to fight. Starfish has just transcended the tribulation." Swish to Han Fei ignored the call of the hexagon starfish. This guy's 6-gate array was quite powerful, and after he advanced to the sky-opening realm, his talent in arrays became even stronger. There was no telling if it was because the hexagon starfish was afraid of death that he focused all his talents on defense. Therefore, as long as there were still resources in his 6 gates, even a perfected star transformation realm cultivator couldn't kill him in one blow. At this moment, on the battlefield of the sky-opening realm, Xumeng's chi and blood soared as he activated a secret technique and burned his will. He was fighting a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse from the city of origin when he roared, "Everyone, I'll hold him off." Ancient desolate war body, roar, Xumeng's strength suddenly soared and he entered a berserk state. This was the only venerable level divine quality technique that Xumeng could use now. Although it was only at the venerable level, its strength lay in its berserk state, which doubled its strength, just like what Xuemeng was doing now. Bang! The peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse of the city of origin slightly changed his expression and punched out. Xuemeng was sent flying and even smashed through the void, causing cracks to appear in the void. Huh? An overdraft-type secret method? It can help you reach the late stage of the star transformation realm? The man's face changed slightly. He wasn't afraid of a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, but he was besieged at this moment. Although a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator was insignificant, there were 10 people besieging him. 3 of them were at the late-stage star transformation realm. As for the other 5 or 6, although they hadn't entered the star transformation realm, they were obviously stronger than their peers. Is the level of the cultivation technique very high? This powerhouse was horrified. These people had thick skin and flesh and couldn't be killed no matter how hard he fought them. Furthermore, their techniques were extraordinary. How many powerful cultivation techniques and combat skills had the human race taught them? This person glanced at the ferocious beasts guarding outside and made up his mind. A light flashed between his eyebrows and a small cicada lit up. Then, a mysterious sound shot straight into Xuemeng's mind. However, with this blow, the 9 people who surrounded this person, including Xuemeng, unleashed their star beads at the same time. Yes, using the star beads to attack was their strongest method. They intended to heavily injure the opponent's soul. With a bang, the void exploded. Xuemeng was not killed by the soul attack, but grinned. Thank you, everyone. Bang. However, before Xuemeng could rejoice, he saw that the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse from the city of origin also launched a star bead attack. It couldn't be helped. 1 against 9, he had to fight with his full strength. Therefore, he could only try his best at this moment. He roared, "Everyone, stop hiding. If we want to leave, not only are these people stopping you, but there are also those 5 ferocious beasts. We have to evacuate quickly." Evacuate? How much liquor have you had? Look how drunk you are. Cicada movement, soul-breaking kill. This person fought for a long time and found that he couldn't get rid of Xuemeng and the others. Finally, he activated a great technique. His body was like a phantom as he rushed forward with the sound of tearing through the void. In the next moment, he turned into tens of thousands of glass blades and suddenly attacked. In an instant, he nailed through 2 human sky openers who were besieging him. The glass blades cut the 2 of them into pieces in an instant. Ashhole. They could feel that the glass blades were full of soul power. In a very short period of time, the other party could kill these 2 people with the strength of the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. However, it seemed to be too late to save them now. Old you. Someone roared. In the next moment, one of the 2 people nailed through actually had his soul leave his body and roared, "I'll drag you down with me even if I die." Soul explosion. This was Zhang Xuanyu's soul explosion technique. During his stay in the human race, Zhang Xuanyu had left behind many soul-type offensive techniques. The soul explosion technique was the simplest and strongest close-quarters combat technique. Rumble. The powerhouse was so heavily impacted by the explosion that blood gushed out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. He covered his head with both hands. Fuck, kill this fish shit. Son of a botch, I'm gonna kill you today. In desperation, the 3 of them launched soul attacks one after another. Xuemeng felt that his heart was burning as if a fire was ignited in his chest. 9 against 1, but one of them was still killed. He couldn't help but feel sad. It was because he wasn't strong enough. It was because they weren't strong enough. At that moment, Xuemeng burned his life and used all his anger to brand a saber beam on this peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse, cutting him into pieces from his head to his feet. Chapter 2857, Reactivate the 5 major professions. 32857, Reactivate the 5 major professions. 3. At the moment this person's flesh and blood were shattered and his soul dispersed, Xuemeng and the others immediately formed a circle. Their soul attacks continuously annihilated the remaining soul. After this person died, Xuemeng and the other 8 were exhausted. Each of them took out their energy crystals and began to absorb them quickly. Of course, they knew that it was not good to use too many energy crystals, but now was not the time to worry about this. They still had to fight the next battle. On their side, the situation was not bad. There were a few besieging teams with only 1 or 2 people still fighting. Yes, they had tried their best, but failed to kill 1 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. And once there was no one holding them back, 1 or 2 people couldn't resist a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse at all. Therefore, after only resting for 100 seconds, Xuemeng and the others rushed to another battlefield. After only a short while, Wang Xiaoju and even Wang Langlan asked Han Fei whether they should attack or not. It was Luo Xiaobai who answered them. Luo Xiaobai said, "Today, no matter what the war is like, even if half of our sky openers are killed, you don't have to interfere unless I order it." Wang Xiaoju said, "Woman, you are too cruel. I'm not from your human race, but even I can't bear it." But in the next moment, a black-robed figure quietly appeared. He said in a sharp voice, "You still don't understand. It's useless for one person of a race to be strong. The rise of a race has to be that everyone in this race is becoming stronger. Between life and death, there are great horrors. Since ancient times, there have been only a few ways to make people stronger. You either have to gain insight in battle, or have external forces help you. No matter how many external forces there are, they can't always accompany you. Once there are no external forces, you won't be far from death. Han Fei glanced at the black-robed man casually. You sound quite experienced? The black-robed man chuckled. My clansmen died like this. Because I couldn't bear to let them experience all the things the human race is experiencing, they had no room to resist when a real catastrophe came. Seeing the human race today reminds me of my clansmen. Sigh, if I had been more ruthless back then, Han Fei couldn't help but look at the undead. This person's strength hadn't reached the carefree realm, but he didn't seem to have just proven Tao. He should be close to the carefree realm. Although he had reached an agreement with the immortal temple, he still didn't understand where the undead came from or how they disappeared. Unless their powerhouses walked out of the mist of death, it was difficult to judge their strength and number. The man seemed to feel that he had said too much, so he laughed dryly. As expected of a disciple of the Void Temple, you actually killed 150,000 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm and perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators in one go. Impressive. Han Fei didn't pay much attention to the other party's flattery. Instead, he said, I can give you the corpses this time, but what will you give me in exchange? Haha, from today onwards, any human who becomes undead after dying in battle can stay in the human race and continue to fight for the human race. Both Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai's pupils were constricted slightly. After dozens of seconds, Han Fei nodded casually. Okay. On the battlefield, the Sea Establishment realm battles were going well because the 7-kill army was very strong and almost 80% of them had reached the peak level of the Sea Establishment realm. Besides, with the various techniques and time acceleration given by Han Fei, these people were ridiculously strong. Not to mention fighting the Sea Establishers of the City of Origin, they could even participate in the 100,000-year competition. Perhaps some of them could even rank high. Of course, only about 60,000 of them were at this level. The rest were not from the 7-kill army. Most of them had just advanced to the Sea Establishment realm decades ago. Although they were supported by official resources, they were still lacking in real combat power. As for the Venerables, the battle was quite fierce. When one reached the Venerable realm, they could fly in the sky or burrow into the ground. They could travel 1,000 kilometers with a single step and were usually proficient in various techniques or combat techniques. However, the Venerable realm was the beginner realm of Tao enlightenment. It was the key to comprehending the essence of the great Tao. The battlefield of more than 100 million people stretched thousands of kilometers into the sky. At this moment, the sky was full of techniques like dazzling flames. In terms of cultivation techniques, combat skills, and techniques, the human Venerables were actually not bad, but their cultivation time was shorter than that of the other party, and they lacked actual combat ability. The Venerables in the City of Origin were stronger because they were very fast. Although not everyone in the City of Origin belonged to the Heavenly Cicada family, that was because not everyone could awaken the Heavenly Cicada bloodline, so over time they became ordinary people. However, even if they hadn't awakened the bloodline of the Heavenly Cicada, their speed was not weak. Even the ordinary people who were mediocre in all aspects had very fast speed, which was related to their bloodline. However, at this moment, they had just experienced the tidal wave, so with the 3-against-1 fighting mode, the human race had the upper hand, which was somewhat beyond Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai's expectations. Han Fei could tell why. It was because almost 80% of the Venerables had cultivated the ancient Desolate War Body, or rather, not all of them had learned the ancient Desolate War Body. They had chosen to cultivate the body technique of the 108 Desolate God Body. Chapter 2858-2858, Reactivate the 5 Major Professions. 4-2858, Reactivate the 5 Major Professions. 4, logically speaking, it was a little late for Venerables to cultivate the ancient Desolate War Body. Although they could still cultivate the ancient Desolate War Body, it required a lot of resources. Furthermore, the cultivation effect wasn't that good. However, the greatest feature of the 108 Desolate God Body was not its strong physique, but its footwork and combat skills. Yes, not only these Venerables, but many explorers also practiced this technique. Han Fei didn't pay much attention to it before because he was cultivating most of the time. Even if he was the human emperor, he wouldn't be bored enough to watch what the 180 billion people of the entire human race were doing every day, right? Of course, cultivating the 108 Desolate God Body didn't make them invincible, but their combat skills, evasion, and physique were better. At this moment, a Venerable from the City of Origin was so fast that the human Venerables couldn't dodge him at all. When Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai noticed that person, he had already killed nearly 100 human beings. He was definitely a heavenly talent. Until this person met a team of cultivators of the 5 major professions. Obviously, they were from the yin-yang world. This made Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai a little dazed. People cultivating the 5 major professions had actually decreased a lot after the people of the yin-yang world left the yin-yang world. Although there were still 5 major professions in the Raging Sea, at that time, not many people formed teams because they had more choices. It might be inconvenient for 5 people to stay together all the time. For example, Han Fei and the other four were separated in the end because they had to separate when their strength grew to a certain level. However, the team in front of him had all reached the venerable realm, but they still maintained the habit of living and dying together. It was really eye-catching. The man from the city of origin said coldly, 5-1? What a show. Without a word, he instantly disappeared. At the moment he disappeared, the armorist in the team shouted, Heavenly Shield Attachment, clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, the 5 of them were covered in invisible shields. The man from the city of origin attacked but failed to kill any of them. Han Fei couldn't help but say, he's fast, so his combat power isn't high. In fact, it only needs a layer of shield armor to block him. Luo Xiaobai didn't speak but continued to watch. Then, the heavenly talent of the city of origin saw that the spirit gatherer among the 5 of them was stepping on a spiritual array. It was a trapping array that rose in all directions. There was no law in it, so it couldn't trap him. But he was sure that this strange array had a function, so he turned around and attacked the spirit gatherer with all his strength. However, in front of him was a soul warrior holding a saber. The soul warrior summoned his spiritual beast, an octopus, and held 8 scimitars in his hand. He tried to block the attacks, but because he couldn't keep up with the enemy's speed, he was missed after only one clash with the heavenly talent of the city of origin. However, after that round of entanglement, the hunter in the team used the 1,000 opportunities flash and slashed out 1,000 blades, instantly leaving dozens of wounds on the heavenly talent of the city of origin. Seeing this, Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai couldn't help but be dazed. What a familiar scene. The heavenly talent from the city of origin was shocked. He didn't know when this person disappeared under his nose and appeared again. He formed a net with his sword technique and managed to block the hunter. Suddenly, he discovered that vines were snaking out of the void. Among the vines that filled the sky, there was always one that could catch him. The moment he was caught, the armorist put on a smile, and swords and knives poured out of the armor box behind him, forming a storm of swords and knives. After all, he was a venerable. Even if Blade Storm was just an ordinary combat skill, it was still extraordinary to be performed by a venerable. When the heavenly talent of the city of origin were trapped by the Blade Storm, the spirit gatherer shouted in a low voice, Sword-tied array, ultimate killing array, 6 spirit armor beads rise. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual arrays that he had set up just now appeared at the same time, trapping the heavenly talent of the city of origin. In all directions, he was surrounded by endless blades, sword marks, and random void blades. Puff, puff, puff. But in the blink of an eye, this person's body was covered in blood. No matter how fast he was or how he dodged, he couldn't dodge. This person even jumped up and tried to break out, only to bump into the binding array formed by the 6 spirit armor. Puff, puff, puff. In the next moment, infinite blades cut off all the flesh on this person's body. The man was appalled. That's impossible. Your strength is mediocre, the spirit gatherer sneered. It's strong enough to kill you. Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai looked at each other, their eyes shining with a strange brilliance. Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai immediately looked around the battlefield. Soon, Han Fei said, Here. The place Han Fei pointed to was only the battlefield of explorers. In one of the battlefields, thousands of 5-person teams were fighting. The 2 of them saw that these 5-person teams had unleashed unimaginable combat power in the group battle. As for the one with the highest combat power, more than 30 people from the city of origin charged at them but failed to kill them. Instead, 7 or 8 of them were killed. Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai watched for about half an hour. Finally, Luo Xiaobai slowly said, The 5-person teams have extremely low casualties. A 5-person team with perfect cooperation can defend against at most 30 enemies. Even a 5-person team with ordinary cooperation can defend against 7 or 8 enemies. I've watched 3 teams fight. One has imperfect cooperation, one has ordinary cooperation, and the other has perfect cooperation. The first team killed 8 enemies and all perish. The second team killed 14 enemies. After the armorist and soul warrior died, they killed 6 more and then all died. The third team killed 24 enemies in a row and all survived. As long as they don't face a group attack all at once, the chances of survival of a 5-person team with perfect cooperation are extremely high. Chapter 2859, Reactivate the 5 major professions, 52859. Reactivate the 5 major professions, 5. After a few seconds of silence, Han Fei suddenly shouted at the battlefield, Yi Xian, Su Daiji, Xing Yue, Su Sun Qian, and Gu Qi, the 5 of you, don't fight separately. Fight together. I want to see your true strength. The 5 of them were shocked. Eldest senior brother? Since Han Fei had given the order, they certainly didn't dare to be negligent. In fact, they didn't cooperate to fight for a long time. This was because their individual combat ability was very strong now. If they fought separately at the same time, they could kill 5 people, but if they cooperated, they could only kill 1 person. Unless a group of people rushed over and wanted to fight them head-on. Of course, because they were close partners and the Sea Establishment Realm battlefield wasn't big, they were close to each other. In just 3 or 5 seconds, the 5 of them met up. The 5 of them looked at each other, and Yi Xian shouted, It's been a long time since we fought like this. We can't disgrace ourselves since eldest senior brother wants to watch it. In the next moment, as the captain, Xingye shouted, "Go to the area where the 7-kill army is fighting." After a while, on the battlefield, a sea establisher from the city of origin saw 5 people coming together and immediately called out, "Anyone come to help?" Originally, there were many sea establishers in the city of origin, but most of them were fighting the 7-kill army. The 7-kill army was powerful, so there were naturally many people besieging them. At this moment, with a shout, someone naturally temporarily withdrew from the siege and attacked Jing Yue and company. Jing Yue shouted, "Zhuqi, lure the enemy." Guqi took out an armor box that she hadn't used for a long time. As soon as the armor box was opened, the blade storm slashed out. There were 7 enemies. The great Dao swept out and fists and saber beams struck out as the blade storm dissipated. In the next moment, Su Daiji carried 2 huge hammers and rushed over alone. As she jumped, thousands of hammers shot out. As for Xing Yue and company, they followed Su Daiji's footsteps and maintained a relative distance without changing. Su Daiji could fight 7 alone, but this was not the time to show off. This was cooperation. Since eldest senior brother wanted them to cooperate, they had to cooperate well. Seeing that Su Daiji's attack was quick and fierce, the 7 people opposite almost unleashed their speed at the same time. They could tell that although Su Daiji was small, her combat strength was rather terrifying. Armor, 10,000 phenomena armor. As Guqi shouted, Su Daiji put on an invisible armor. There was a semi-curved armor shield on both sides of her body to block. Su Daiji placed her double hammers in front of her. After a series of clangs, she was only sent flying hundreds of kilometers. Ah, puff! However, just as the main power of the sea establishers of the city of origin was placed on Su Daiji, Yi Xian suddenly appeared beside one of them. The short knife flashed 1,000 times in the blink of an eye. The dagger was enhanced by soul power and directly stabbed a sea establisher over and destroyed his soul. The others were startled. They had been careless. They, who were good at speed, had actually been approached by a late-stage sea establisher. 3 people attacked. 1 launched a soul power attack at Yi Xian, and 2 spear beams stabbed at her. However, in the next moment, although Yi Xian didn't move, she retreated quickly. Just as they were wondering how Yi Xian retreated, the 3 people who had attacked suddenly felt their bodies tighten. They hurriedly nodded and looked over, only to discover that they had been entangled in layers of spider silk. Sword waterfall. In the next moment, 6 sword shadows flashed out of Guqi's armor box in a row, but what appeared was a dense sword shadow like an upside-down waterfall hanging in the sky. As the 3 sea establishment realm powerhouses were entangled by the spider silk, they were pierced through in the blink of an eye, and their souls were destroyed. Since xuanhuan taught humans many soul techniques, at least every time a student of the Thug Academy attacked, it would attack the enemy's souls and had very strong destructive power. Of the 7 of them, only 3 were left in the blink of an eye. When the 3 of them saw the perfect cooperation of Xing Yue and company, they felt helpless. They felt that their attacks were like stones sinking into the sea and couldn't touch them at all. Therefore, the first thing they wanted to do was to retreat and reorganize more people. However, they ignored the fact that there was still the commander-in-chief, Xing Yue. As a spirit gatherer, Xing Yue needed to control the overall situation and could heal his teammates. As a sea establishment realm spirit gatherer, he was very powerful to begin with and only temporarily played a commander and support role. When the 3 of them tried to retreat, they suddenly discovered that they had retreated into a misty space. Not good, it's a maze array. A sea establishment realm spirit gatherers could set up arrays with a thought, but as long as they paid attention, they could actually notice it. However, after being knocked down by Guqi and the others, they couldn't tell north from south, so they ignored it. So, when they blindly wanted to quit, it was already too late. The enemy who had entered a sea establishment realm maze array under the siege of a perfect combination, the outcome could be imagined. The 3 of them were tied up by threads at the same time. They were dragged at a certain distance and then 3 sledgehammers fell from the sky. With just 3 hammers, all 3 of them died. This battle actually exceeded Xing Yue and company's expectations. 5 against 7, it only took about 30 seconds. More importantly, the time it took wasn't the most important. At that moment, Xing Yue and company looked at each other in bewilderment. Su Sangqian, isn't it a little too simple? Guqi, their cooperation is simply a mess. I feel that even if they are all peak-level sea establishers, we can still kill them. Su Daiji, yes, they're a little weak, Yi Xian said. Perhaps the people in the sea realm are relatively uncooperative. Xing Yue concluded, that's right, we forgot about team battles. Although it's not impossible to fight alone, the danger index is very high. Even if it's us, it's very difficult to kill all enemies in one go when surrounded by multiple peak-level sea establishment realm powerhouses. From now on, if we join forces, it'll be safer and our killing speed will be faster. While Xing Yue and the others made the decision, Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai looked at each other and said almost in unison, reactivate the 5 major professions. Chapter 2860, The Road of the Human Race, 1-2860. The Road of the Human Race, 1. Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai realized a problem at the same time, which was the origin of the 5 professions. When they were young and still lived in the small world of the yin-yang world, the 5 major professions were everyone's path. When everyone's talent was awakened, they had basically laid the foundation for their profession. They could quickly determine their profession according to their spiritual beast and their affinity with the professions. When fighting an enemy, what one's profession was quite important. For example, during the large-scale battle on the Scattered Stars Island, soul warriors were the absolute first line of defense and played a pivotal role. Armorists were absolute powerhouses in area attacks. Hunters specialized in hunting intelligent creatures and commander-type talents among the enemy, trying to kill them with one blow. Spirit gatherers could be said to be the strongest healers. In terms of immediate and large-scale healing, Hanfei had never seen any group better than them. A manipulator, in addition to their own control ability, was also a born commander-type talent. Whether in team battles, solo battles, or escape abilities, they were excellent. The 5 major professions complemented each other. Perhaps when they grew up, they wouldn't be strong enough separately, and the 5 of them might vary in strength. However, in a large-scale group battle, the combination of the 5 major professions was almost a perfect tactical combination. When Han Fei and the others were young, they had asked about the origin of the 5 major professions, but they were told that the 5 major professions were passed down from ancient times. But when was this ancient time, and who passed down these professions? The old turtle had said before that people cultivating the same great Tao were mutually attracted to each other, but he hadn't felt it at all except when he encountered Zhao Qinglong. Perhaps it was because he was too strong in the same realm, so he didn't feel it clearly. However, the old turtle at that time was just a clone with incomplete memories. He misled him with the principle of the mutual attraction of the people cultivating the same great Tao, and even made him mistakenly think that the strong masters of the same great Tao would definitely harvest the weak. Therefore, he once thought that the 5 professions might have been deliberately passed down by some strong masters to harvest the weak, but now it seemed that the old turtle's words weren't complete. For example, Gu Tingnan and he had both awakened the heavenly awakening divine technique, but had Gu Tingnan harvested him? On the contrary, now that he had discovered the advantages of the 5 major professions again, he could roughly guess something. When humans swept through the 10,000 scale race, the latter was destroyed easily, so Han Fei didn't notice this. Although they were watching the battle on the frontline battlefield last time, the frontline battlefield at that time had a requirement on strength. Only tens of millions of human beings went to the frontline battlefield. There might be a small number of the 5 major professional combinations, but they didn't notice it. But this time, too many people came to the war between the human race and the city of origin. The various battlefields were divided, and some powerful combinations showed their strength, especially the strength of the 5 major professions. Han Fei took a deep breath. Xiaobai, are those combinations from the yin-yang world? Luo Xiaobai said, I don't know. But ever since the yin-yang world entered the raging sea in the 36 mystic worlds, although there were still 5 major professional combinations, they mostly focused on the development of individuals. I had some doubts at the time, but then I found that the members of the former 5 major professional combinations had different cultivation talents, so the level gap between them would widen. In this way, the 5 major professional combinations naturally disappeared. Han Fei nodded slightly. Besides, the Raging Sea back then didn't have the battle layout like the yin-yang world did. They didn't have a fixed battle venue. When they went out to explore or fight sea demons, once someone in the team died, the team would be disbanded. The problem is in the explorer realm, which is the Tao-seeking realm. In this realm, everyone finds their own path, so it's very easy for the team to disband. This includes us back then. Because Xiaoshan was gone and we sought our own development, our team was actually disbanded. Luo Xiaobai said, it's not that the combinations can't be disbanded, but that they can't be reassembled after they're disbanded. The 5 major profession combinations are fighting combinations. They need wars, battlefields, and long-term enemies. Only in this way can the long-term existence of the combinations be maintained. As it is now, the 5 major profession combinations have shown extraordinary combat power. Therefore, it's not that the human race is weak, but that we haven't found a way to rise. Han Fei nodded heavily. At this moment, Han Fei couldn't help but remember that old Han and the others had said that the human race was a race that had declined many times, but still could rise again in history. At that time, Han Fei thought that the rise of the human race was because of its population. Just like weeds, as long as the weeds' roots were not removed, they would grow back. But from the looks of it, that didn't seem to be the case. The human race could rise repeatedly not purely because of population, but because they had their own way of rising on the basis of population. Humans were one of the 6 innate lineages. All the races in the infinite ocean would awaken companion spirits, while humans would awaken spiritual beasts. In the past, Han Fei felt that companion spirits and spiritual beasts were just different titles for the same things. This was because, other than the different names, there didn't seem to be any difference. But now, Han Fei had doubts about this. Spiritual beasts would probably show the professional talent of this person. Chapter 2861-2861, The Road of the Human Race, 22861, The Road of the Human Race, 2 What kind of professional talent a person had, he was suitable for that profession. If since the birth of the human race, which was the chaotic era, the human race would awaken spiritual beasts, then the existence of the 5 major professions could very well be traced back to the chaotic era. If everything was as he thought, the human race might be able to restore its glory in the ancient times. One of the reasons for the existence of the Time Temple was to trace back to the chaotic era. As for the human race, they had the 5 major professions inherited from the chaotic era. Didn't it mean that they had directly replicated the path of fighting and rising in the chaotic era? Thinking of this, Han Fei's eyes flickered. However, this battle was a fair battlefield that had been designed with great difficulty. Everyone was so determined to fight that they couldn't be stopped forcibly. Han Fei shouted, "Human compatriots, I am Human Emperor Han Fei. Everyone who has walked the path of 5 major professions, immediately find your partners of the 5 major professions nearby and form a team to cooperate in battle. Form as many teams as you can. Execute it immediately." Huh? 5 major professions? Isn't that a long time ago? 5 major professions? My team has been disbanded. The team will definitely be imperfect if I just find partners nearby. The most difficult thing about the 5 major professions is teamwork. Forget it. Since Master Human Emperor has given the order, let's give it a try. My armor box hasn't been used for a long time. It's been sealed for a long time and the weapons haven't been updated. Fine, I'll just make do. Although Han Fei's decision was a little hasty, it was not difficult to implement. At this moment, the battlefield was divided into different levels. The Sea Establishers were fighting on the Sea Establishment Realm battlefield. The Venerables on the Venerable Realm battlefield, and Explorers were fighting Explorers, so as long as they shouted, it wasn't difficult to find suitable partners of the 5 major professions. It wasn't difficult to find teammates. What was difficult was teamwork. The combat ability of a team without good teamwork was definitely not as good as a team with good teamwork. However, this didn't mean that without good teamwork, a team couldn't improve the combat power of individuals. It was just a matter of how much. The people in the city of origin were dumbfounded. 5 major professions? What 5 major professions? As for the human powerhouses who were fighting them, they were all in a conservative combat state. While fighting, someone shouted, "I used to be a soul warrior. My profession hasn't changed. Who will team up with me?" Near this person, someone abandoned his opponent and rushed over. "I'm a spirit gatherer. I'm a little rusty in arrays, but my spirit concentration art is not bad. Now I'm practicing soul killing technique now. It should be able to replace arrays. It won't be a problem for me to act as a spirit gatherer." Someone approached this side. "Fellow Taoist, my armor box has been sealed for a long time. Now, I just directly refine spiritual weapons into my body, but I can use myself as an armor box. Now that I've switched to body tempering, my defense is good, but I'm still lacking some armor techniques. Is it okay? Okay. Cut the crap and come over. Let's team up first. Even if we have some shortcomings, we can hone our teamwork in battle." Buzz! Suddenly, a green vine extended out of the void and bloomed. A female cultivator walked out and came close to the combination. Manipulator, spiritual beast, thousand-leaf vine. Although I'm now cultivating the soul-killing technique, my professional characteristics are fine. The powerhouse from the city of origin who was fighting the soul warrior retreated quickly. How could he fight 4 people alone? However, at the moment when this person retreated, the void fluctuated and a ghost-like figure instantly broke through the void. Facing the sneak attack of the saber, this person's expression changed drastically, but it was too late for him to dodge. With a puff, one of this person's arms was cut off and his body lost balance. Soul-killing technique. The spirit gatherer and the manipulator activated the soul-killing technique at the same time. The man's mind went blank. In the next moment, the same dagger slashed across and cut him apart. Before this person died, he didn't understand why these people were all running towards him. What were the 5 major professions? The hunter said indifferently. "I still have my hunting talent. I didn't expect that after such a long time I would still have a chance to fight in a team." The soul warrior laughed. "Come on, fellow Taoists. Let's fight first and talk in detail after the battle." On the various battlefields, there were many similar situations. Cheers rose and fell on the battlefield. "I'm a manipulator. Who will team up with me?" "Brother, here I am." "Fellow Taoist, I'm a soul warrior. I'll join your team. Spirit gatherer and hunter needed. Anyone who hears it, join the team quickly. Manipulator needed." Manipulator needed. Soul warrior seeking to join a team. Is there a manipulator captain? For a moment, this huge battlefield almost turned into a fair. It was mainly explorers, law enforcers, and cultivators below the law enforcer realm forming teams. Among them, the efficiency of law enforcers and the cultivators below the law enforcer realm was not low at all. This was because at this time, many of these people still retained the characteristics of their original professions. As for those above the venerable realm, their teaming efficiency was low. Many people seem to have forgotten how to play the 5 major professions. They were used to being alone. It wasn't easy to suddenly let them form teams to fight. More importantly, in the venerable realm, their range of battle was already huge. They might only receive 1 or 2 responses even if they called out. Chapter 2862, The Road of the Human Race, 32862, The Road of the Human Race, 3. However, the venerables of the city of origin weren't fools. After a brief observation, they discovered that on the battlefield of the explorers, many temporary 5-person teams had suddenly appeared, making their combat efficiency higher. This was because when the 5 humans were combined, there would inevitably be a lot of people from the city of origin who had no place to fight. They could have fought 2 or 3 alone, but when they found that the humans had run away, they naturally gathered together. Although they didn't know what the 5 major professions were, the human race only formed 5-person teams, but they could make up 10 or 15-person teams. Therefore, as far as the battlefield was concerned, the fighting crowd didn't change much, but the fighting style was clearly changing. In just half an hour, about 1/10 of the explorers teamed up. Furthermore, as time passed, more and more people formed teams. At first, it didn't seem to have much effect. However, after there was a certain number of 5 profession combinations, the combat effect was clearly different. For example, when a 5-person team fought more than a dozen enemies from the city of origin, although the team members were not so familiar with each other that they couldn't defeat them directly, the 5-person team could hold out long. In particular, when a spirit gatherer was completely responsible for healing and setting up arrays, and a manipulator was completely responsible for precise control, many fatal situations changed. And generally, when facing enemies less than 10, a team could basically kill 1 or 2 people in one round. Unfortunately, after the 5 major profession combinations accounted for 1/5 of the population, it was difficult to form more profession combinations. Some people didn't have the concept of the 5 major profession combinations at all. Some people had no team to join in because others formed teams too quickly. Furthermore, the people of the city of origin clearly realized that something was wrong. Someone shouted, "Everyone, hold back the humans. Don't let them form teams. Don't let them form teams." Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai quietly watched the battle change, and Han Fei frowned slightly and said, "It's much worse than I imagined." Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly. After all, they're just temporary teams. Their teamwork is very poor. But even so, it can still increase their overall combat power by more than 30%. It's already a huge breakthrough. Quan Fei shook his head. Not enough. A 30% increase is too little. Look at Yixian and the others. Their comprehensive combat power has increased by more than several times. And the teams that persist in the 5 major profession combinations can even resist enemies 5 times stronger. Luo Xiaobai said, "The requirements can't be too high. If the overall strength is increased by 30%, it will directly crush the city of origin. Now, that's all we can do. Retreat." Retreat? Han Fei frowned. "It wasn't easy for you to arrange for the battlefields." "How can we retreat so easily?" Luo Xiaobai said. "No need to delay. We don't expect to completely destroy the enemy in one go. The 5 major professions need to be reactivated. If we forcefully fight to the death with the city of origin, we will only sacrifice some people in vain. As long as we surround them but don't attack, they won't be able to escape. Their destruction is still inevitable." Han Fei said, "You promised that the human race would have 10,000 sky openers and 1,000,000 sea establishers." Luo Xiaobai said, "I don't care about that. Besides, it's a good thing to keep the city of origin. If the 5 major professions can really flourish again, we'll definitely need enemies to polish our soldiers. Besides, we've actually already gained a lot. Isn't the battle fierce now? After this battle, there must be many people making breakthroughs. In addition to the large amount of resources we have previously obtained, the next 10 years will definitely be a period of high growth and breakthrough for the human race." Han Fei paused and said, "Then let's restart the war in 10 years. Luo Xiaobai nodded. In the next moment, she said, "I'm Luo Xiaobai, the war commander of the human race. Now I announce that the human race will retreat and temporarily stop the race war." "Retreat? Retreat now? They killed my brother. Why? Why is it so sudden? The city of origin clearly can't resist us," someone shouted. "Everyone, listen to the command. Retreat. Retreat." "Do you want to defy the war commander's order?" The humans were all puzzled, but everyone knew that the human emperor and the war commander were both here. Since they had announced a retreat, there should be a reason for the retreat, right? The people who formed teams seemed to understand Luo Xiaobai's meaning, so they all shouted, "Everyone stop fighting. There's a reason to retreat." Someone echoed, "That's right. If my guess is correct, retreating this time will be of great benefit to our human race." Someone agreed. "My fellow human beings, please trust the judgment of the human emperor and the war commander." For a moment, although everyone in the human race was unwilling to retreat, they still retreated. The city of origin, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised. Some people even began to cheer. For most ordinary people, they didn't commit any crimes. In a race war, there was no right or wrong. If someone rose, there would definitely be someone who was destroyed. The human race had borne the decline of countless years. When they rose, some other races would inevitably begin to decline. This was the price of growth. Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai were commanding the retreat, unaware that a couple and a girl were watching quietly in the void in the distance. Who else could it be but Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian? Chapter 2863 The Road of the Human Race 4-2863 The Road of the Human Race 4 Zhang Linxian said, "This girl is very gutsy." Han Guanshu nodded slightly. Divine manipulators are very atavistic, but they are a bit cold-hearted. But this is also in line with the characteristics of this lineage. If this girl can become a great monarch, she may even be able to control gods. Han Yiner asked, "Dad, is there anything special about Sister Xiaobai's identity as a divine manipulator?" Han Guanshu smiled and said, "Yes, it's quite special. It's said that in the chaotic era, this bloodline could control one of the 6 innate lineages, the innate demon plants, but there are too few such people. Zhang Linxian also said, the ancestral land may be weak, but it has some extremely legendary bloodlines. When people with these bloodlines grow up, the rise of the human race is inevitable. Han Yin'er asked, Mom, are the 5 major professions of the human race very powerful? Brother and sister Xiaobai even gave up this xuanhuan race war because of this. Zhang Linxian said gently, it's right to give up. Otherwise, even if they can win, even if they can filter out many outstanding talents, it will deviate the path of the human race. Furthermore, the sacrifice will be huge. Your brother didn't discover the potential of the 5 major professions before, but it's different now. If they reactivate the 5 major professions, the overall combat power of the human race will rise to another level in the short term. At that time, the city of origin will be nothing to worry about. Han Guanshu also nodded and said, human beings with the 5 major professions are the strongest human beings. It was too easy for fire to destroy the 10,000 scale race, so he didn't realize the combat power and potential of the 5 major professions. Han Yin'er asked, since father and mother know, why didn't you tell brother earlier? Han Guanshu smiled. What others say is different from what you comprehend on your own. Besides, the race war planned by him and Luo Xiaobai is actually very successful even without the 5 major professions. War makes people grow and make breakthroughs. A tragic war makes people reflect on themselves. If this war is really won, it's completely possible for the human race to have 10,000 sky openers and 1 million sea establishers in 50 years, as Luo Xiaobai said. This can be referenced from the situation in the Sky Crater world. If you don't experience it, you won't know that a breakthrough is so simple and easy to make in battles. Han Yin'er didn't understand, but this wasn't important. She felt that what Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai did was good enough. Han Yin'er asked, are we going back to the human race now? Han Guanshu shook his head. No. Now that they have discovered the secrets of the 5 major professions, this race war will become a protracted war, and the city of origin will become a real training ground for soldiers. Luo Xiaobai won't sweep through the city of origin so easily. In this case, the pressure of war on the human race has been relieved. Now that the city of origin have almost lost all their sky openers, your brother will definitely no longer care about this xuanhuan war, so he will definitely cultivate in seclusion. It's meaningless for us to return to the human race. Let's go. Your mother and I will take you to the Sky Crater world to take a look. When Luo Xiaobai announced the retreat of the army, on the other side, and Yi, who was fleeing crazily out of the chaotic wasteland, were quite surprised. This was because a group of elders had already appeared outside his origin star in advance. When all these people came in, An Yi asked in surprise, didn't I say that you had to hold out at least half a day to a day? It's only been less than 8 hours. Why are you all here? Someone said, we have to come. The human race came too quickly and didn't give us any time to prepare. Even if we have left the remaining 10,000 sky openers behind, we still can't stop them. If we don't come now, we won't be able to come. An Yi's face changed slightly. Damn it, I hope you won't be discovered. An Yi's running speed was extremely fast. He made up his mind and broke all his 5 Dao lock, erupting with a speed comparable to the Dao proving level. Having no time to think, he quickly made the decision. But at this moment, a spiral ripple appeared in the void. An Yi didn't have time to react and hurriedly released a sword light to slash out. Rumble. Perhaps because the speed was too fast, or perhaps because the spiral ripples were too strong, and Yi's blow failed to shatter the ripples. Even his godly weapon longsword and his arm were shattered into powder by the violent collision. You came quite quickly. However, it's impossible for you to leave the chaotic wasteland now. Who is it? And Yi's expression changed drastically. He didn't see the person coming, but he knew that the person wasn't simple. A middle-aged man stepped out of the void with a smile. As he appeared, the monarch might descended. An Yi was shocked. A monarch? What a strong monarch. He was much stronger than in Balin. It's over. If it were a Dao prover, An Yi might be able to escape. But above the Dao proving level, it was completely beyond his reach. Unless he could borrow the combat power of a monarch and reach the carefree realm. However, he didn't have such a treasure. An Yi smiled bitterly. The human race has more than one monarch. And Balin lied to us again. Chu Hao smiled faintly. Think about it. Your city of origin's monarchs have long been slaughtered. How can An Balin be safe and sound? It's just that you want to clutch at straws and don't want to believe that the city of origin has declined. Do I still have a chance to live? I brought a lot of resources from the city of origin, and there are people— Chu Hao shook his head slightly. And Yi heaved a sigh. In the next moment, with a cicada sound, and Yi's wings shattered, and a strange ripple appeared behind him. However, before he could step in, he was grabbed by a big hand. Chu Hao said indifferently, Cross realms? This life-saving technique is not bad, but unfortunately you are too weak. If you were in the carefree realm, I might not be able to stop you. Unfortunately, you are not. Bang. An Yi died. Chapter 2864, Secrets of the Soul Sea. 1, 2864. Secrets of the Soul Sea. 1. Han Fei didn't know that Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian had been here. As the human race withdrew, Luo Xiaobai was very busy. As the human emperor, he had become a tool. In addition to informing the entire human race and reactivating the 5 major professions, he should cultivate in seclusion. He had many things to do. For example, his strength hadn't returned to its peak yet. Little Black and Little White were about to break through to become monarchs, and the Emperor Sparrow that had been sent to the primordial world where the lava giants were located might have to prove Tao at any time. There was also the 100-year gathering of the Void Temple, as well as the most important method of creation, Han Fei said. Relaunching the 5 major professions is a 100-year plan of the human race. There's no point for me to stay now. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Okay, leave it to me, but remember to come out of seclusion every once in a while. Okay. After giving the reactivation of the 5 major professions to Luo Xiaobai, Han Fei calculated the date. The 100-year gathering was in 3 days. He had been busy consolidating his cultivation these years and didn't participate in the small gatherings. Besides, small gatherings weren't of much help to him for the time being, but this time, it was time for him to tell his senior brothers and sisters the good news. Of course, reporting the good news was secondary. The senior brothers and sisters would probably be happy to give their junior brother some gifts to celebrate his Tao proving, right? 3 days later. As soon as he received a message from the eldest senior brother, Han Fei immediately summoned the bronze door from the Sea of Stars and stepped in. Void Temple. As soon as Han Fei came in, he saw that the eldest senior brother was already sitting there, with senior sister Shenle standing on his shoulder. Greetings. Eldest senior brother and senior sister Shenle. Han Fei was the third to come and was waiting to greet them one by one. Senior sister Shenle chuckled. Little junior brother, you've caused quite a stir in the EC Divine Realm. We've discussed it several times, but you didn't come. Are you finally willing to come after proving your Tao? Senior sister Shenle, the human race has many things that need to be done, so I am very busy. But how can I miss this 100-year gathering? Eldest senior brother said. Good. Who's good? Han Fei was about to ask, when he heard 5th senior brother's carefree voice. Greetings, 5th senior brother. Hey, little junior brother, let's not be strangers. You've been busy fighting battles recently, so I didn't disturb you. Can you make me a few dishes later? Han Fei chuckled in his heart, but he said, Senior brother, I've taught you all the dishes I can make. There's nothing more I can teach you. 5th senior brother said, Alas. Young people should have a sense of innovation. I've recently developed a few innovative dishes. You can try them later. Han Fei said, Thank you for your kindness, senior brother, but I may not be in the mood for food recently. My realm is not stable yet. I have to cultivate in seclusion when I go back. At this moment, senior brother Azure Dragon's voice sounded, Little junior brother, your strength doesn't seem to have improved much after you proved Tao. Senior brother Undead appeared behind Han Fei and said indifferently, Little junior brother, you cultivated an avatar, right? Han Fei hurriedly responded, Senior brother Undead, you have a keen eye. I've indeed slashed out too much soul power because I cultivated an avatar. Han Fei didn't bother to hide it. He wanted to ask for gifts. How could he ask for gifts if he didn't make himself sound miserable? Sure enough, as soon as he said this, Senior Sister Green Lotus and Senior Sister Red Lotus, who had just arrived, exclaimed. Senior Sister Red Lotus said, Little junior brother, it will affect you greatly if you cultivate an avatar as soon as you prove Tao. Fortunately, 5th senior brother is with you. Otherwise, your identity would have been exposed and you would have been in danger. Let me find some fruits for you to nourish yourself. Han Fei put on a brilliant smile. Thank you, Senior Sister Red Lotus and Senior Sister Green Lotus. Then, Senior Brother Six God, Senior Sister Dark Shadow, Senior Brother Lei Hung, and Feng Yu all arrived. Senior Brother Six God said directly, Little junior brother, now you are very famous for killing 2 great monarchs in a row. Your name has already reached my ears. Han Fei smiled. Senior Brother Six God, you've always been well informed. It's normal that you know, Senior Brother Lei Hung said. Your name is indeed resounding. I even heard your name in the West Wilderness. To be precise, you should be famous in the entire Sea Realm now. Senior Sister Dark Shadow said, Little junior brother, this is not a good thing. The Void Temple actually has a lot of enemies, especially those from the Central Sea Divine Realm. Many of their people were killed by our Void Temple. On the surface, they dare not conflict with our Void Temple, but it's certain that they will attack you as allowed by the rules. So, you have to be careful of the people from the Central Sea Divine Realm in the future. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Knowing that he was from the Void Temple, they still dared to attack him. In addition to expressing their hatred for the Void Temple, they also showed their strength. Behind these forces, there must be very powerful existences. Otherwise, how could they dare to do this? Han Fei nodded slightly. Thank you for your reminder, Senior Sister Dark Shadow. With that, Han Fei glanced at Feng Yu only to see that the girl tilted her head and deliberately didn't look at him. Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. Senior Sister Feng Yu, are you being bullied? Feng Yu snorted. Because a certain someone secretly proved Tao, a certain senior sister was forced to give up her idea of slacking off and resting and went to a trial again. Wow. She sounded quite aggrieved. Han Fei grinned. Good luck, senior sister. Humph. In fact, Feng Yu was speechless. She knew that with Han Fei's talent he would soon prove Dao, but it didn't make sense for him to do it so quickly. How many years had it been? Chapter 2865 Secrets of the Soul Sea 22865 Secrets of the Soul Sea 22865 Secrets of the Soul Sea 2. When Han Fei joined the Void Temple, she was the one who tested him. Good lord, Han Fei was so weak back then, but in the blink of an eye he could even kill great monarchs. In 600 years he became from a sea establisher to a Dao prover. His cultivation speed had been nearly 3 times faster than hers. Of course she was depressed. In the past she had always felt that she was a peerless genius, but now it seemed that those who could enter the Void Temple were all abnormal. Only she was relatively normal. Senior Sister Green Lotus and Senior Sister Red Lotus giggled. Haha, little junior sister is under pressure. The eldest senior brother said, all right, let's catch up later. Yes, eldest senior brother. Everyone became serious. The lecture came first, and the gossip came second. Especially this 100-year gathering class, it was much better than usual. The eldest senior brother said, the Tao and the law are one. The law is the Tao. The Tao proves the law. The law is boundless. The eldest senior brother seemed to have a lot of things to say. Han Fei's ears buzzed, and he heard it. He seemed to feel that many of his laws had derived many usages. The most direct comprehension was that the Tao patterns actually had deeper patterns, which were finer and engraved with laws. Han Fei suddenly found that many questions in his heart had got an answer. The shadow of the God-sealing spear appeared in his mind. He felt that the God-sealing spear could be even stronger now. It seemed that if he casually condensed a God-sealing spear, he could seal at least 50% of the strength of sky openers, or even 20% or 30% of the strength of monarchs. Of course, the monarchs who were too strong could break free with their own strength, such as those in the immortal realm or the great monarch realm. In addition, he felt that his comprehension of laws seemed to have deepened a little. His combat power had increased slightly, no more than 5%, but for a Dao prover, a 50% increase in strength was already considerable. After class, Han Fei felt that his head was buzzing. He felt that he still had to digest it when he went back. Eldest senior brother said, that's all for today's class. Is there anything else you need to communicate? Senior sister Hong Lian said, little junior brother has proven Dao. It's not good if we don't give him something. Besides, little junior brother has just proven Dao and has already cultivated an avatar. His realm fluctuates greatly now. I have a soul casting fruit here. Little junior brother, quickly eat it when you go back. Thank you, senior sister Red Lotus and senior sister Green Lotus. Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Senior sister Red Lotus is so generous. She promised to give me spiritual fruits just now and I got them so quickly. Han Fei took it and information appeared in his eyes. Name, soul-casting fruit. Introduction. This is a strange fruit from the land of annihilation. It's usually born in the void, left behind by the soul power battle of the strong in the chaotic sea. The soul-casting fruit contains a large number of ownerless souls. After taking it, cultivators can strengthen their soul and increase the visualization time. With the current soul power of the cultivator as the foundation, it can effectively increase the visualization time by up to 3,000 years. Level TACT, Chaotic Spiritual Fruit A Quality, Ultra Quality Ownerless Souls, contain amenity 86002 points, Odorless CAT, it can increase the speed of CAT 2 points. Odor TAT, it can increase the speed of soul cultivation if eaten directly. It's ineffective on creatures in the Great Monarch realm or above. It can be eaten repeatedly. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. Good stuff. This was really good stuff. It was equivalent to giving him 10 origins of ownerless souls. In 3,000 years, the speed of soul cultivation could increase by more than 50%. Just this one fruit could restore his original soul power to its previous state in decades. However, he didn't really need this. With the God-Fiend Formless Technique and the Supreme Divine Technique, he could restore his strength in 50 years without using this fruit. Instead, this thing was quite suitable for Han Song's growth. 3,000 years was equivalent to 5,000 years of cultivation. It could greatly relieve the pressure on Han Song. Then, senior sister Shen Lei said, little junior brother, your soul is unstable now, so I'll give you a drop of soul dew. A drop is equivalent to 100 origins of ownerless soul power, the kind that can directly fuse with your soul. Senior brother Undead said, little junior brother, I'll give you a divine bone. It can be refined and absorbed by your avatar and can conceal your fortune, making it impossible for others to detect. It can strengthen the body and soul too. Thank you, senior sister Shen Lei. Thank you, senior brother Undead. This divine bone senior brother Undead gave him sounded like a good thing. Treasures that could hide one's luck were quite rare. Led by senior sister Red Lotus and senior sister Green Lotus, a flurry of gifts was inevitable. Senior brother Azure Dragon took out a dragon spiritual fruit. It was said that it was born from the essence blood of a real dragon. It could strengthen one's blood and flesh and could help cultivate the heavenly Dao Jade Marrow. Fifth senior brother gave him a pot of wine, which was said to be brewed from some kind of soul spring. It had the dual effect of strengthening spiritual power and improving the power of the soul. Anyway, Han Fei was surprised to find that this thing could increase his spiritual strength by at least 50 origins of ownerless chaotic energy and permanently increase his spiritual strength by 5%. It seemed that fifth senior brother knew Han Fei's current state very well, so the wine he gave out was very targeted. Han Fei had already decided that this thing would be used by his original body. It could restore his original body and save him half of the time. Senior brother Six God, senior sister Dark Shadow, senior brother Lei Heng, including Feng Yu, all gave him resources to consolidate his cultivation, improve his physical strength, and refine the heavenly Dao Jade marrow and his soul. Chapter 2866, Secrets of the Soul Sea, 32866, Secrets of the Soul Sea, 3. After Han Fei collected all the things, he felt that it was great to have senior brothers and sisters. He had planned to return to his peak state in 50 years, but now it wouldn't even take him 20 years. Furthermore, he even felt that he could rush to the peak of the Dao proving level in one fell swoop. When the gift-giving session was over, senior brother Six God said, "Junior brother Lei Heng, I have some information about the West Sea Divine Realm. It's said that someone from the primordial divine race has appeared and is planning something big. I don't know the details, but the West Wilderness is bound to be in turmoil and many people will die. Junior brother, you are in the West Wilderness. Be careful not to be targeted." Senior brother Lei Heng was slightly surprised. Primordial divine race? Is there anyone still alive in their race? Senior brother Azure Dragon said. There are still people alive from any superpower that you think has already gone extinct, just like our dragon clan. After the primordial era, many people said that our dragon clan had been extinct, but are we? Lei Heng smiled and said, "Got it. Thank you, Senior Brother Six God, and thank you, Senior Brother Azure Dragon. I'm actually quite low-key." Senior Brother Six God expressed his disdain with his actions, as if he thought what Lei Heng said was a bit ridiculous. Han Fei's heart did a flip. The primordial divine race? He had pretended to be from that race for quite a while. Furthermore, Xuanhuan was from the primordial divine race. It had to be said that this guy came out at the right time. He might be able to make it in time for this wave of chaos. Unfortunately, Xuanhuan was still very weak and hadn't recovered his strength. If there was really a huge upheaval involving a high-level battle, even if Xuanhuan went back, he might be killed. Han Fei decided not to tell Xuanhuan about this matter in case he was implicated. After all, the human race couldn't even handle their own affairs now. How could they have the time to care about the primordial divine race? After talking about the primordial divine race, Feng Yu said, "Senior brother Azure Dragon, I'm in the chaotic fire domain now. It's not far from the dragon hiding place. You said you would take me to bathe in the dragon pool." "You must keep your word," Senior brother Azure Dragon said proudly. "Of course, but junior sister, you'd better finish the trial in the chaotic fire domain first. Meals should be eaten one bite at a time. Don't be impatient just because little junior brother has caught up with you." "I am not." Feng Yu quibbled loudly. "No, I am not impatient. I've accumulated a lot of experience and my growth isn't slow. Even if little junior brother wants to catch up with me, he has to be able to." Han Fei said, "Don't involve me. I'm not competing with you, hey, but where is the chaotic fire domain? And senior brother Azure Dragon bathe in the dragon pool? What benefits will it bring?" Han Fei thought that it must be very beneficial, otherwise Feng Yu wouldn't have asked for it. Bathing in the dragon pool sounded extraordinary. As for the chaotic fire domain, it should be similar to the chaotic ice domain. That kind of place must be an excellent cultivation place for the Phoenix divine race. He just didn't know what the so-called trial Feng Yu mentioned was. Feng Yu said, "I'm not so easy to catch up with anyway." Yes, senior sister's talent is unparalleled. I can't compare to you. It's good that you know. Don't worry. After I reach the immortal level, you can chase me." Han Fei shook his head. "No, it's not good for others to know that I'm chasing senior sister." "Everyone?" Feng Yu immediately laughed. "What are you talking about? I don't want to talk to you." After teasing Feng Yu, senior brother Azure Dragon said, "Little junior brother, if you have the chance, you can also come to bathe in the dragon pool." The dragon pool is actually a place to temper the body. It's the place where 10,000 dragons turned into blood in the past. A person can only bathe in it once. There aren't many members of our race, so you can come to bathe in the dragon pool too. Of course, it's only for trustworthy people. Others can't come. Han Fei's heart trembled. What a great place and opportunity. A place where 10,000 dragons turned into blood? That sounded awesome. And it was a body-refining opportunity. Wasn't it perfect for him? Han Fei immediately cupped his hands. "Thank you, senior brother Azure Dragon. I'll definitely visit the dragon race when I'm free." Eldest senior brother asked, "Is there anything else?" Fifth senior brother smiled and said, "How could there always be something big happening? Maybe the biggest event recently was caused by little junior brother." TSE. Senior sister Dark Shadow said, "It seems that every time the human race rises, there will be a storm of blood. Little junior brother, take note of this. With fifth senior brother around, you'd better advance steadily. It won't be too late for you to come out when your strength is consolidated or when you make further progress." Han Fei said, "Thank you for your reminder, senior sister Dark Shadow." Han Fei knew that the reminders of senior sister Dark Shadow and the others were good, but the human race had to come out as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they really stayed for hundreds or even thousands of years in the chaotic wasteland, they would be crippled. The morale of the human race that he and Luo Xiaobai had painstakingly aroused might be gone over time. Feng Yu said, "Oh, right. There's something I don't know if it's a big deal." Everyone couldn't help but look at Feng Yu, and the latter said, "Before I entered the chaotic fire domain, I had a brief contact with the Holy Lady of the Miracle Forest and even accidentally fought her. These aren't the key. I just feel that woman seems to have grown a little too fast. She can turn into a huge red flower with an extremely ancient aura, the kind that can swallow the law of the heavenly Tao. For the first time, I feel that someone in the same realm as me can fight me head-on without being at a disadvantage." Chapter 2867, Secrets of the Soul Sea, 42867, Secrets of the Soul Sea, 42867, Secrets of the Soul Sea 40, Senior Sister Shenla asked, "How big is the red flower?" "How did it appear?" Feng Yu said. "It emerged from a gray void, green vines, red flowers, devouring laws, and it can even swallow my fire technique." Han Fei couldn't help but think of such a huge flower. It seemed quite spectacular. It was rare to be able to draw a tie with Feng Yu. Although he hadn't tested Feng Yu's strength as a disciple of the Void Temple, she couldn't be weak. Then the Holy Lady of the Miracle Forest must be ridiculously strong. Senior Sister Shen Lei said, "It must be an innate demonic plant just like Green Lotus and Red Lotus." Interesting. It's a little strange that such a person doesn't enter our Void Temple. "We have a selection trial in the South Sea Divine Realm, right?" Senior Brother Azure Dragon said. "We can't expect all the most outstanding heavenly talents in the world to belong to our Void Temple. It's a pity to miss this talent, but it won't be a big problem." Feng Yu nodded. "Yes, I don't want her to join us. Anyway, I don't like her. She's especially cold and aloof. She's a woman with no feelings." Senior Sister Shen Lei, "Forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. Is there anything else? If not, shall we disperse?" "Wait a minute," Han Fei shouted. Under everyone's gaze, Han Fei turned around and cupped his hands at Senior Brother Undead. "Senior Brother Undead, I have something to ask you." Senior Brother Undead said. "Little Junior Brother, just tell me," Han Fei asked. "Senior Brother Undead, is it a good thing or a bad thing if a cultivator becomes an undead creature after he dies?" Senior Brother Undead asked. "Little Junior Brother, have you come into contact with the Immortal Temple?" Han Fei didn't keep it a secret. There was no need to keep such a thing a secret. The people who knew the three temples best must be from the three temples. Senior Brother Six God said, "Little Junior Brother, you'd better not interact with these people from the Immortal Temple. They're quite annoying." Senior Brother Undead said, "Six God, you can't deny them just because the Immortal Temple once declared war on your insect race. You know the reason for the war." Senior Brother Six God said, "Senior Brother Undead, of course I know it, but I just don't like them." Senior Brother Undead didn't say anything else but said to Han Fei, "It's difficult to define whether it's good to become an undead creature or not. When living people die, their souls return to the Soul Sea, but not all of them return at once. Most of them are still floating in the void. Only after 7 days will the soul in their bodies completely dissipate. In these 7 days, as long as they cultivate undead techniques, they can become an undead creature and live again. Of course, their soul can only stay in the original body, and they can't possess others or transfer into other bodies. The remaining soul of their body will be locked in that body. The benefit is that their memories won't disappear. It's equivalent to having a dead person live again. What's the disadvantage?" It was not difficult for Han Fei to accept this. After all, living people had Yang Soul and Yin Soul, but it was difficult for ordinary people to separate them. Perhaps only his father and mother could separate them so accurately. Senior Brother Undead said, "The disadvantage is that if anyone who becomes an undead creature dies again, their soul will really shatter and disappear, which means that they won't be able to reincarnate." "Huh," Feng Yu said. "Apart from the reincarnation wheel of our Phoenix Divine race, for the myriad races in the infinite ocean, isn't it true that when a person dies, they are completely dead?" Lei Heng also said, "Yes." "Can a person reincarnate after death?" Han Fei was also puzzled. It seemed that he was not the only one who was puzzled. Senior Brother Undead said, "That's not true. Perhaps my choice of words isn't appropriate. The Immortal Temple doesn't resort to reincarnation, but soul capture. However, a long time ago, from the chaotic era to the early prehistoric era, it was called reincarnation." Reincarnation? Everyone was immediately interested. Senior Sister Dark Shadow, Senior Brother Six God, and the others, including Green Lotus and Red Lotus, didn't seem to know either. Senior Brother Undead slowly explained, "Legend has it that in the chaotic era, there was a path of reincarnation. After a person died, their souls entered the path of reincarnation before reincarnation. But for some reason, in the middle of the primordial era, the path of reincarnation disappeared and the Soul Sea appeared. After a person died, their souls no longer entered the path of reincarnation, but the Soul Sea. There's no reincarnation in this world anymore. Nowadays, the so-called reincarnation refers to the act of a powerhouse forcibly taking a strand of his soul, purifying it and reshaping it, resulting in the creation of an avatar or the transfer of his soul body." Han Fei couldn't help but say, that is to say, in the chaotic era, when people died, they could reincarnate. But now, when people die, they are really dead. Senior Brother Undead said, "Yes." Han Fei couldn't help but think of the brocade sachet that he had opened. On it was written, "Death is not the end of life. It's just that the door of reincarnation has not been opened." Why did the mysterious person write this for him? Reincarnation? Reincarnation? Suddenly, Han Fei's heart did a flip and he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Is circulation considered reincarnation? From the surface of the lake, my green jade stone bridge seems to be circulating, but that doesn't count as reincarnation, right? Han Fei frowned. What's the relationship between reincarnation and the Soul Sea? The Soul Sea is so big, Senior Brother Undead said. When the path of reincarnation was still there, the soul body wouldn't perish after death. There was a place where souls circulated, which was equivalent to rebirth. At that time, it was called reincarnation. As long as a person's soul didn't dissipate, there might be countless reincarnations. But the path of reincarnation was gone, and a large number of people died, which meant that a large number of soul bodies couldn't find a place to go. So there was no reincarnation in the world, so no new life was born. It wasn't until the Soul Sea appeared that the Soul Sea purified the soul body and reformed a brand new soul body, throwing it into the vast sea of stars. Although there was no more reincarnation in the world, the birth of life could continue. Han Fei and the others were all dumbfounded. Including fifth senior brother, everyone was stunned. Senior brother 6, God hurriedly said, "Senior brother Undead, do you mean that the number of souls in this world is fixed? Every time a creature is born, the total amount of the Soul Sea will be consumed by 1 point? Senior brother Undead said, "Num." Senior brother 6, God said, "That's not right. Then why is there no new life in this world when the path of reincarnation is gone?" Senior brother Undead said, "First of all, I don't know what a soul body really is, eldest senior brother." Eldest senior brother shook his head slightly. "I don't know much about it, but it's certain that a soul body can only be called a soul body when it's symbiotic with a human. Otherwise, it's just a special power." Senior brother Undead continued, "That's right. This power is continuously born. It's said that there's no new life when the path of reincarnation is gone because this power could only be projected into the vast sea of stars through the path of reincarnation in the past. Without this entrance, there will naturally be no new life. And the Soul Sea opened this entrance again. In essence, it replaced the path of reincarnation. However, the Soul Sea doesn't have the power of reincarnation of the path of reincarnation," Senior brother Undead said. "Therefore, Junior brother, if an undead creature dies again, he will completely disappear and won't exist in this world anymore." Han Fei said, "But the path of reincarnation is gone. Anyway, if one dies, he will return to the Soul Sea. Isn't it equivalent to origin returning?" Senior brother Undead shook his head again. "No, after a normal death, only part of the soul returned to the Soul Sea, and some parts drifted between the heavens and earth. In the end, it went missing." Chapter 2868-2868. A strange usage of the Green Jade Stone Bridge, 1:2868. A strange usage of the Green Jade Stone Bridge, 1. Missing? At that time, Han Fei and the others asked in unison, "How can it be missing?" Senior Sister Dark Shadow asked, "Could it have simply dissipated into the world or transformed into normal energy?" Senior Brother Undead, "No. Because of the disappearance of these soul fragments, we suspect that the path of reincarnation is actually still there, but the door to reincarnation has been closed for unknown reasons." Dong. Han Fei was stunned. Death was not the end of life. It was just that the door of reincarnation had not been opened. Then, why did the mysterious person send him such a message? Even if this message was very important, why did he reveal it to him? Han Fei felt as if an invisible net was covering his head. This feeling was very uncomfortable. He kept trying to break out of the net, but after breaking through one layer after another, he was still in the fucking net. Senior Brother Undead said, "So, Junior Brother, you asked whether it's a good thing or a bad thing to cultivate undead techniques after death. I think it varies from person to person. For most people, it's actually no different. Even if they experience reincarnation, very few people realize that they are in reincarnation." Han Fei took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Then, he asked, "Then, can we cooperate with the Immortal Temple?" So far, Han Fei hadn't discovered that the Immortal Temple had any particularly bad intentions. They didn't want to destroy the myriad races in the infinite ocean. However, it was better to ask his senior brothers about this. What if there were some unspeakable secrets behind it? This time, before Senior Brother Undead said anything, eldest senior brother said, "Yes." Hearing this, Han Fei realized something. Luo Xiaobai had previously said that since the three temples existed side by side and there was no hostility between them, it made sense that the three had the same goal. The Immortal Temple's invasion and killing were also tacitly approved by the other two temples. Now, eldest senior brother's answer confirmed this. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that the cooperation with the Immortal Temple would be long-term. Seeing that Han Fei was deep in thought, Senior Brother Undead said, "Little Junior Brother, is there anything else you want to ask?" Oh no, thank you for clearing my doubts, Senior Brother Undead and eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother said, "In that case, let's disperse." When Han Fei returned to reality, he pondered for several hours above the sea of stars before returning to his origin star. On his origin star, Han Fei took a deep look at the Green Jade Stone Bridge. He had a feeling that the green jade stone bridge might be related to the path of reincarnation. Of course, he only felt that it had something to do with it. After all, the path of reincarnation was at the same level as the soul sea. It could melt the soul bodies of the entire sea of stars. It was not something such a small green jade stone bridge could compare to. Bear with it a little longer. Let me try again when my body returns to its peak. Han Fei waved his hand and lined up the gifts given by his senior brothers and sisters. He thought for a long time and decided to keep the divine bone and the soul-casting fruit for himself. He would give the rest to Han Song. His original body only needed a small number of resources to assist in cultivation. Even if all these resources were spent on him, it would be useless. This was because his recovery was actually more related to time and the cultivation of the God-fiend formless technique. 10 years later, Han Fei had come out of seclusion again. Under Luo Xiaobai's reform, almost half of the human race had begun to recultivate the 5 major professions, mostly looking for suitable people to join their teams. The population of the human cities was maintained at about 170 billion. It was definitely not enough to rely on the city of origin for trials. Wars didn't happen every day. Therefore, at this moment, the arenas became popular. Hundreds of thousands of arenas popped up like mushrooms after a rain, and almost every arena was full. In the arena, the figures of some powerhouses from City of Origin appeared. They were released from an Ease origin star by Chu Hao. The frontline battlefield of the human race had already become the location of the City of Origin. The City of Origin had been surrounded and had completely become a training ground. It was just that Han Fei came back late. The new round of race war had been over. At the cost of 6 million human soldiers dying, the lives of 18.6 million people from the City of Origin were harvested. This was the first battle after the reactivation of the 5 major professions. Luo Xiaobai was not satisfied, so she chose to retreat. Han Fei didn't disturb her but went back to cultivate in seclusion. 20 years later, the resources given by the senior brothers and sisters of the Void Temple had all been consumed. Han Fei's physical strength had returned to more than 90% of its peak state. Although Han Song had used so many treasures, the price of the early-stage cultivation of a loose life form was still too high. Those resources only increased the number of demon plants in the human cities. Earlier, he had only thought that loose life forms were powerful, but he had neglected the fact that this was a big spender. No amount of resources was enough, especially soul-type resources. If it weren't for the 256 times time acceleration on his origin star, Han Fei felt that the human race's demon plant planting plan could have been stopped because he really couldn't withstand it. Even now, Han Fei wanted to give up the planting plan, wondering if he should do this after the 7th vine returned or when he obtained a new origin ground. But Han Fei didn't come out this time. He continued to cultivate in seclusion for more than 4 years, cultivating his strength to the peak in one go before coming out again. Chapter 2869. A strange usage of the Green Jade Stone Bridge. 2869. A strange usage of the Green Jade Stone Bridge. 20. As he expected, another race war between the human race and the City of Origin broke out 3 years ago. But this time, the human race harvested 19.6 million people from the City of Origin at the cost of 4 million people. The 5 major professions were starting to work. The City of Origin also clearly realized that something was wrong. This was because the 5 major professions of the human race cooperated too well and grew too fast. As a result, the City of Origin tried to break through the array several times and took the initiative to start a race war. However, as soon as this kind of behavior happened, Luo Xiaobai had the monarchs take action and directly stopped it. Luo Xiaobai wasn't in a hurry to destroy the City of Origin now. The training wasn't over yet. How could she let these people escape so easily? Han Fei was quite surprised when he came, because in the past decade or so, the number of human sea establishers had suddenly soared by nearly 300,000, and the number of sky openers had soared by nearly 2,800. Han Fei was surprised. Did I miss something? Why are there suddenly so many sea establishers? Luo Xiaobai said. 7 reasons. Firstly, I added 9 human armies similar to the 7-kill army. Each army has a total of 100,000 people until they are full. Secondly, spend resources on them. Thirdly, many venerables made breakthroughs in the race wars. Fourthly, establish a cultivation warehouse. Everyone can submit their experience and obtain battlefield points. Everyone can spend battlefield points to exchange for the experience they want. Uncle Xuan had already discovered many usage methods of energy crystals. Sixthly, I sent many peak-level sea establishers to comprehend life. There used to be a large number of peak-level sea establishers in the chaotic wasteland. These people have already passed the extremely harsh screening of the City of Scavengers. They are all very talented. They don't lack talent, potential, or perseverance. What they lack is experience. 7th, points can be exchanged for refined stars. Han Fei opened his mouth. It sounded simple, but he didn't expect that so many sea establishers could be created so easily. Luo Xiaobai said, there are actually many peak-level venerables. All they need is one opportunity to break through to the sea establishment realm. Apart from the Sea Establishment realm, there are even more explorers who have broken through to the Venerable realm. Unfortunately, just by comprehending life, thousands of sky openers can be created in a short period of time, but 10,000 is still a little difficult. Therefore, in order to fulfill my promise, I need you to lend me 10,000 puppets to train the soldiers. No problem, Luo Xiaobai added. I also need the help of the lava giants. Han Fei said, okay, I'll talk to the Grand Elder of the lava giants later. Luo Xiaobai said, there's no need. I've told Uncle Xuan, I'm just informing you. Luo Xiaobai said, in the end, I'm running out of resources. There are only 40 billion people resisting the tidal waves in the human cities, but 170 billion people need to cultivate, so there aren't enough energy crystals. Although the various mines are being dug, our human population is too large and it takes time to mine, so we don't have enough resources. Although we can trade with the City of Wanderers, their size is too small. The resources you once gave me are not enough at all. Therefore, we are short of resources now. Han Fei's heart did a flip and he quickly said, oh, I forgot it. Don't worry about resources. Han Fei had dug countless refined stars, especially those modified stars which were made of resources. Although the resources disassembled were a little mixed, they were still usable. Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly. Also, if you have the ability, prepare more refined stars. Not for the present, but for the future. When more and more people open the sky, the demand will be huge. Although more than 160,000 sky openers have been killed, it's still too little compared to the population of the human race. Han Fei nodded. The fact that points could be exchanged for refined stars could indeed motivate people to cultivate, especially for sky openers. Refined stars were very important for people who had just entered the sky opening realm. In the wilderness, many people couldn't enter the star transformation realm just because they lacked a star core. A refined star was more than just a star core. There were also many resources on it. If 10,000 sky openers wanted to enter the star transformation realm, the refined stars they needed were not just one or two. Furthermore, refined stars weren't just for sky openers to use. They could also be disassembled. The star core could provide energy to the human race, and the other parts could power the spirit-gathering arrays in the cities to transform spiritual energy. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, all right, but you can't completely rely on me to supply refined stars to solve this problem. The growth of the human race still depends on the human race itself. However, after we completely solve the city of origin, we'll have to leave the chaotic wasteland as soon as possible. Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly. After the next race war, come out and replace me for a year. I need to cultivate in your origin star for a year. After a short conversation with Luo Xiaobai, Han Fei continued to cultivate in seclusion, and Luo Xiaobai continued to guard the front line. In this seclusion, Han Fei's focus was not on the growth of his strength. In such a short period of time, it was already very good for his strength to return to its previous peak. After all, he had severed nearly half of his strength and created Han Song. This was equivalent to spending more than 20 years to cultivate a Dao-proving level avatar. This speed was extremely rare. Chapter 2870, A Strange Usage of the Green Jade Stone Bridge. 32870, A Strange Usage of the Green Jade Stone Bridge. 3 Of course, there must have been such a person in history. Otherwise, how could all things 3 have been passed down? Old Han had said that one of the 2 cultivation techniques of Yin-Yang World was the Great Dream Heavenly Book, and the other was the All Things 3. Combined with Old Han's current strength, it wasn't unreasonable that All Things 3 was comparable to the Great Dream Heavenly Book. Finally free, Han Fei came to the Green Jade Stone Bridge. Han Fei couldn't figure out whether this Green Jade Stone Bridge or the Great Dao on the 2 roads behind it was his original Great Dao. Logically speaking, after becoming a monarch, one's Great Dao would transform into the power of laws. However, this Great Dao hadn't changed at all, and he hadn't gained any insights. Buzz! Han Fei stepped onto the Green Jade Stone Bridge. The front and back roads were actually the same for him. In the past, he took the front road. This time, Han Fei turned around and walked towards the road with the power of extreme cold. Crossing the 10,000-meter smooth road, Han Fei looked at the snowy road in front of him and the looming huge gate in the distance. He took a slight breath and stepped on it. Cold. The bone-piercing coldness penetrated into his body. Although theoretically this was his original Great Dao, it was freezing him. Around Han Fei, there were ice crystals condensing. If he didn't move, these condensed ice crystals would soon freeze the space around him, and then Han Fei would be trapped in the ice of this space. Han Fei didn't hesitate. Since he was already here, he naturally had to take a walk and give it a try. At this moment, he had just entered this place, and the power of ice wasn't that strong. A junior sky opener should be able to hold out for 2 or 3 seconds. However, as Han Fei crossed 100 meters on this road, even a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator couldn't hold on for more than 5 seconds. Less than a kilometer, the extreme cold power here was completely comparable to the ice world in the chaotic wasteland. The last time Han Fei walked this road, he could only make it this far and couldn't go any further because he couldn't bear the cold. This time, Han Fei felt fine. With his strength at the Dao proving level, it wouldn't be a problem for him to hold out here for half a day. Holding his breath, Han Fei quickly moved forward on the ice road. Surprisingly, every time he took a step, he left a footprint on the ice. 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters. When Han Fei had walked 30,000 meters on this road, his body finally began to tremble. With every step he took, there would be the sound of ice crystals shattering around him. Once he stopped, these ice crystals would freeze the space around him in a few seconds, and then he would have to retreat from the green jade stone bridge. I can't even walk 1/10 of this path with the strength of the Tao proving level? Han Fei was shocked. Although he didn't know how far he had gone, it was definitely less than 1/10. The huge door looked quite far away from him and didn't seem to have changed much from the beginning. Han Fei was helpless. He knew that he couldn't pass the road. The green jade stone bridge was probably much more mysterious than he thought. However, it wasn't that Han Fei didn't gain anything. He discovered that the longer he walked on this path and the farther he went, the better his bones, flesh, and spiritual power adapted to his original great Tao. More importantly, Han Fei found that his Tao bone that was transforming into the heavenly Tao jade marrow bone had an ice blue color. Even the Tao patterns had undergone a slight change. This is my limit, Buzz. Han Fei retreated from the green jade stone bridge and immediately felt his body cracking. Because he had to frantically resist the power of extreme cold, his body had been in a tense state, absorbing and locking a lot of the power of extreme cold. Therefore, when this crackling sound sounded, the thousands of kilometers around Han Fei were instantly frozen, turning into a world of ice. Han Fei was about to curse, thinking that the resources and spiritual plants within 1,000 kilometers were going to suffer. But in the next moment, something unexpected happened. In this world of ice, a few spiritual plants unexpectedly didn't shatter but mutated. Huh? How was that possible? Even Han Fei himself was shocked. One of the mutated spiritual plants was an orchid. This orchid was one of the many seeds that Han Fei obtained from the infinite mining area. He didn't find it special before, but this thing could produce a small mutation in this extreme cold. It seemed that this orchid seed was underestimated. Logically speaking, these ordinary spiritual plants couldn't withstand the extreme cold power, even if it was just a small amount of the power that escaped from his body. Han Fei came to the orchid and information popped up in his eyes. Name, Mutant Ice Orchid Newborn. Introduction. This is a mutated spiritual treasure that was eroded by the extreme cold power and an unknown power. Because it was corroded by the extreme cold power in a very short period of time and couldn't shatter in time, the unknown power spontaneously borrowed its body and life potential to mutate it. In essence, the mutated ice orchid is not the same spiritual plant as ordinary water orchids. The mutated ice orchid can grow quickly under the baptism of enough chaotic extreme cold power and the unknown power. After its leaves mature, one can pick some to eat. After swallowing its leaves for 90 days in a row, one can master the Tao of extreme cold and increase his resistance to extreme cold by 10%. Chapter 2871-2871, A Strange Usage of the Green Jade Stone Bridge. 4-2871, A Strange Usage of the Green Jade Stone Bridge. 4-second lead Stone Bridge. 4-second lead Spiritual Treasure of Heaven and Earth. Quality Ultra Quality E-Contained. Unknown Power Effect. Help you learn the Tao of extreme cold and increase your resistance to extreme cold. Taking it repeatedly can increase your resistance to extreme cold by up to 100%. Gulp. A Spiritual Treasure of Heaven and Earth? Han Fei was dumbfounded. What kind of treasure was a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth? In the sea realm, it was a treasure that could only be chanced upon by luck. Its level was not comparable to ordinary spiritual plants at all. This thing was only slightly inferior to a chaotic spiritual treasure. This effect was also remarkable. It could directly help people comprehend the Tao of extreme cold. Han Fei was a little surprised. Wasn't the Tao on that path something I was born with? Why did I still have to comprehend it? However, in any case, it was indeed a surprise for him to walk on the green jade stone bridge again. There were 7 more similar spiritual plants, which meant that he had 8 more spiritual treasures of heaven and earth for no reason. Every single one of them was priceless. Schnut. Han Fei had seen a lot of big scenes, but he was still shocked at this moment. Just because of some of the extremely cold power that escaped, he had gained 8 fucking spiritual treasures. If he did it a few times, wouldn't he be rich? This meant that from now on, he would obtain a steady stream of spiritual plants at the spiritual treasure of heaven and earth level. No, it can't be the power of extreme cold. Han Fei tried to calm himself down. He didn't know the Tao of extreme cold at all. This was definitely not his original great Tao. Although he had once condensed an original great Tao crystal on this path, it didn't seem to have such a powerful extreme cold attribute. It was that unknown power. Although it was unbelievable, Han Fei was almost certain that it must have caused the mutation of the spiritual plants. And this unknown power was his original great Tao, a great Tao that even the demon purification pot couldn't recognize now. If this was the case on this road, what about the other road? Han Fei chose a place of volcanic lava and moved forward in the same way, resisting the baptism of the scorching fire essence until he couldn't resist it and returned to reality. After a while, the same thing happened. 5 mutated fiery red fruit trees were born here, all of which were spiritual treasured of heaven and earth. Mine name a Flame King Newborn. Introduction. This is a mutated spiritual treasure after being swept by the scorching power of fire and an unknown power. Because it was corroded by the power of extreme yang in an extremely short period of time, it was destroyed too quickly and didn't have time to shatter. The unknown power spontaneously borrowed its body and life potential to create this spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. In essence, the Flame King and the Flame Needle Fruit are not the same kind of spiritual plant. Under the baptism of enough extreme yang and the unknown power, the Flame King can grow quickly. It produces 3 fruits. After maturity, it can be taken 3 times in 3 years. By taking them, one can master the Tao of Extreme Yang Fire Essence and increase resistance to Extreme Yang Fire Essence by 10%. T.E. Level Spiritual Treasure of Heaven and Earth. Quality E. Ultra Quality E contained DE Unknown Power Effect. X. By comprehending the Tao of Extreme Yang Fire Essence, you can increase your resistance to Extreme Yang Fire Essence. Reusing it can increase your resistance to Extreme Yang Fire Essence by up to 100%. Can only these 2 types of spiritual treasures of heaven and earth be born? Han Fei thought for a moment and gathered almost all the different kinds of spiritual plants in his origin star, producing 2, each occupying 1,000 kilometers. He tried again. Han Fei swept with the power of extreme cold. This time, a total of 13 spiritual treasures of heaven and earth level demon plants were born. 6 of them were of the same type as the mutated ice orchid, which meant that they had the same effect as the mutated ice orchid. As for the remaining 6, 5 were spiritual treasures of heaven and earth that had comprehended the extremely cold domain. Only a dark blue 6-leaf flower attracted Han Fei's attention. In his eyes, information emerged. Unnamed W? Introduction. Unknown. It will wither in 100 seconds. Level 8lin, 1, quality, 1, quality, 1, contained 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, contained 1, 1, 1, effect 1, 1. After so many years, Han Fei saw a question mark level treasure again, but even its name couldn't be recognized. When he saw the information that this space couldn't bear the birth of this flower, Han Fei's first action was to pluck the flower. Then, with a thought, he took the flower onto the green jade stone bridge and came to the path of extreme cold. Sure enough, the green jade stone bridge didn't reject the flower, and the power of extreme cold couldn't destroy the flower. When Han Fei planted the flower on the roadside and looked at it again, the introduction became a question mark. But the good thing was that the flower was alive. Using the same method, Han Fei tried 3 times with the power of extreme yang and finally got a question mark level red grass. It couldn't survive in his origin star either, so Han Fei transplanted it to another path. When Han Fei was about to create more spiritual treasures of heaven and earth, he discovered, to his surprise, that dozens of spiritual treasures of heaven and earth in his origin star had withered. Yes, they had withered. These spiritual treasures of heaven and earth were competing for resources. The resources within 100,000 kilometers of Han Fei's experimental ground had been sucked up. It was as if the spiritual energy, immortal chi, chaotic chi, earth veins, spring water, and so on in his entire origin star were all surging towards here. Not good. I planted too many. Chapter 2872, Creation 1, 2872, Creation 1. Han Fei realized that too many spiritual treasures of heaven and earth had appeared at the same time. Because of their growing needs, they were crazily competing for resources. Those who couldn't gain enough resources died out. There were nearly 60 spiritual treasures of heaven and earth just now, but in a moment there were only 42 left. Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent. These were spiritual treasures of heaven and earth. It would be a waste if they withered just like that. Therefore, Han Fei took out dozens of refined stars to feed them. But in just 3 days, these spiritual treasures of heaven and earth had all grown up, and these refined stars had all dried up. Isn't planting spiritual treasures of heaven and earth too costly? Dozens of refined stars were enough for a person to advance to the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, or even to break through to the perfected star transformation realm cultivator. However, they were all sucked dry by these spiritual treasures of heaven and earth in 3 days. More importantly, he couldn't stop feeding them. Once he stopped, there would be competition for resources. Han Fei, who didn't know much at the beginning, felt his heart ache when he saw the 5 spiritual treasures of heaven and earth wither. In the end, there were only 37 spiritual treasures of heaven and earth left. Han Fei took out thousands of refined stars to nourish them. However, Han Fei discovered that when the extreme cold subsided, these spiritual treasures of heaven and earth would wither too. Therefore, he had to travel back and forth between the 2 roads of the green jadestone bridge. In the end, only 32 of the 37 spiritual treasures of heaven and earth were preserved. Han Fei was also feeling his way. This was the first time he planted a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, so he didn't have much experience. This resulted in a lot of losses, but he wasn't in a bad mood when he thought that he could continuously create spiritual treasures of heaven and earth. After cultivating in his origin star for 30 years, Han Fei had comprehended both the Tao of extreme cold and the Tao of extreme yang, and his resistances to extreme cold and extreme yang fire essence had both reached 100%. Of course, this 100% was not a complete defense, but just relative. At this moment, Han Fei was walking on the path of extreme cold on the green jade stone bridge. Because he cultivated the Tao of extreme cold and had high resistance to extreme cold, he had already walked an extremely long distance of 100,000 meters on this path. Huff! Every breath Han Fei took was accompanied by the burst of Tao runes. Can I only walk 1/3 of the way? Han Fei had tried countless times. He looked at the huge door that had become much clearer, but unfortunately he couldn't move forward anymore, even though he had refined nearly 30% of his heavenly Tao jade marrowbone. Buzz! Han Fei retreated from the green jade stone bridge. After releasing the power of extreme cold in an open space, he shook his head slightly. It seemed that he had to wait until he reached the carefree level or completely cultivated the bone H. With his current strength, he was definitely comparable to carefree level monarchs, but he could only walk 1/3 of this path. In other words, if Han Fei were an ordinary carefree level monarch, he might not be any better off on this path. After all, they didn't have such strong resistance to extreme cold and extreme yang fire essence. Han Fei even felt that he might not be able to walk under the door and see it clearly until he reached the immortal level. Immortal level? Han Fei smiled bitterly. He still had a long way to go. Since he couldn't explore the green jade stone bridge, Han Fei was ready to start creating a world. The reason why he was only trying to create a world now was naturally that there were too many things to do in the early stages to study this path in peace. Just as Han Fei was thinking this, he suddenly felt something wrong. He quickly looked at his information, only to see that it appeared. Owner, Han Fei level, 11-2 Tao proving. Bloodline rank in the infinite ocean. The 29,142nd Immortal Chi, 360,000 Soul, 324 Origin Strength, 324 Star Powers First Spiritual Heritage, Origin Spiritual Heritage, Eternal Darkness, Spiritual Heritage, Eternal Darkness, Spiritual Heritage First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin Yang, Sky Swallowing Fish, Level 10-9, Second Spiritual Beast, The Emperor Sparrow, Level 109, Main Art, God Fiend Formless Technique. The Emperor Sparrow has proven Tao? Yes, back in the God-burying ridge, the Emperor Sparrow had already had 5 Tao locks. Now, the Emperor Sparrow was cultivating peacefully in the fragment of the primordial world, so it was only natural for him to prove Tao. However, Han Fei was not in a hurry to take him back. After proving Tao, he still needed to consolidate his foundation, which would take at least decades. As for Little Black and Little White, they were still in a deep sleep. Over the years, they didn't have to participate in any battles except eating. This was the 5th time they had been in a deep sleep. After waking up this time, if nothing went wrong, it would be time for them to transcend the tribulation. He had already prepared countless resources for them. Han Fei calmed himself down and sat cross-legged in the void. At this moment, the power of faith he had accumulated had reached an unimaginable level. Old Han didn't teach him how to use the power of faith, but he was not completely clueless about how to create a world. What he wanted to create was the human race, but he didn't want to treat the human race he created as a test subject. Therefore, with his body as a sample, he looked at his meridians and acupoints and began to visualize and mold. Different from shaping the ground veins back then, although the ground veins of the origin stars were also set according to the veins of the human body, they were only a stereotypical brand. For a primate creature, Han Fei needed to give them life, intelligence, and bloodline. Life could be taken from his own long river of life. Intelligence could take his own soul as the base point and be created with the ownerless souls drifting between the heavens and earth. As for bloodline, Han Fei used a drop of his essence blood as a catalyst, diluted it to a certain extent, and bestowed it to these lives. Chapter 2873 Han Fei creates humans 2873 Han Fei creates humans 2. He decided to create a few people tentatively. After all, he couldn't waste the power of faith. He had to figure out how to use it first. As for the usage of the power of faith, Han Fei only had a preliminary guess now. Before that, Han Fei had to see how a new race lived on an origin star and how their intelligence grew before confirming some of his guesses. Besides, he didn't know the potential of the people he created. He had to experiment and find it out. Han Fei tentatively condensed a body, connected its life to his river of life, gave it a drop of diluted essence blood of his, and then put a bit of his soul into it. Buzz! When a figure appeared on the ground, he slowly opened his eyes and looked around blankly, his eyes filled with emptiness and confusion. The figure subconsciously took 2 steps forward and then looked down at his legs and feet for a long time. Then he raised his arm, looked at his hand, clenched his fist, turned around, raised his foot, and stepped on the spot. As if finding it novel, the man began to trot. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. He had thought that he was careful enough, but this person turned out to be a venerable the moment he was created. It seems that I've given him too much strength. Sure enough, it's quite difficult to create humans. The number one test subject rushed far away with a swish. Because he was unsteady, he hit the ground head-on, leaving a gully mark on the ground. Then he directly smashed dozens of trees and plants. A mess of fruits hit him, and juice splashed into his mouth. The number one test subject's eyes lit up, and he grabbed the fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. As if he found it delicious, he ate dozens of fruits at once. After eating them, he ran to the other side and punched out. Without using much strength, he smashed hundreds of fruit trees and blew up the fruits. Han Fei's face turned green. What a spendthrift. Should he kill him? But soon, this person knew that he had used too much strength, so he retracted a lot of strength this time. However, even though he retracted a lot of his strength, he still broke more than a dozen fruit trees at once. Naturally, he didn't feel distressed. He grabbed the fruit and ate it. While eating, he sat on the ground and plucked the weeds. Like a kid, he also put the weeds into his mouth and then felt that something was wrong, so he spat them out. Then, when he saw stones, he also put them in his mouth, chewed them, and spat them out. When he saw minerals, he also put them in his mouth, and when he saw flowers, he did the same too. Coincidentally, it happened to be close to the crater of the volcano. He looked around for a while and actually jumped in. Then he opened his mouth and drank the lava. As if he didn't like it, he spat it out. Is he fucking exploring the world with his mouth? Han Fei was speechless, but he had already created this human. If he killed him, it would be the same as killing a normal human being. Han Fei endured it, but he felt that if he had to let such a person explore his origin star for a long time, God knew how many things he would destroy before he learned his lesson. Therefore, Han Fei pointed at the air and instilled some simple thoughts into this person. In the eyes of others, this was something he was born with. Test subject number 1 temporarily fell into a deep sleep. Han Fei ignored him. He felt that this person wasn't created successfully, so he changed to another place and continued to make people. This time, Han Fei was more conservative and only bestowed 1% of the power of test subject number 1. This time, he directly created 2 people, a man and a woman, respectively test subject number 2 and test subject number 3. Fortunately, this time, their initial strength was only in the law enforcer realm. Han Fei frowned slightly. It still seemed too high. The power he gave them was actually very little. Han Fei observed first, wondering what the 2 people would do. When the second female lead and the third male lead woke up, they roughly repeated number 1's initial behavior. However, because the 2 of them had no language to communicate with, they slowly began to gesticulate and yell at each other. Han Fei observed them for a few days in a row. Their situation was much more interesting than number 1's. At least, they would do everything together. Because they had just developed intelligence, they hadn't developed independent thoughts and were curious about everything. They ate together and played around as if they had endless energy. This made Han Fei realize that although his origin star had day and night created by the great Tao of yin and yang, these people were cultivators and didn't need to sleep. Han Fei thought for a moment and decided that he'd better find something for them to do. He felt that it was too troublesome to let them invent and create words themselves. He might as well teach them the current language so that they could have a preliminary idea. This way, they wouldn't mess around in his origin star all day long. After the 2 of them fell asleep, Han Fei planned to create a few more people this time, but this time he must control his strength well. He even cut a bit of his soul into dozens of pieces, and his bloodline was diluted more. This time, Han Fei created 7 people. He didn't have any special thoughts. He just wanted to see how they lived and what they would do when there were more people. Chapter 2874 Han Fei creates humans. 2874 Han Fei creates humans. 3 among the 7 people. There were 5 men and 2 women, and the weakest was a hidden fisher. No, I can't use my own soul to create humans. This is already my limit. If I continue to sever the soul, it will be incomplete, and I can only create a fool. So that's the problem. Yes, my soul strength is at the Tao proving level, which is too high leveled. If I use ownerless souls, then I should be able to control the strength of the created beings to around the fishing master realm. Han Fei thought that he should try their cultivation potential and use of weapons. After all, the people he created must know how to cultivate and fight. Otherwise, how could he see their development? Therefore, Han Fei left some incomplete cultivation techniques and some less powerful spiritual weapons on a certain cliff. However, Han Fei discovered that they didn't look at the technique at all, but were brandishing their weapons. In the middle of it, an accident happened. One of them swung his sword and accidentally killed one of the women. Even Han Fei was stunned. Are you fucking kidding me? When a hidden fisher was dead, he was dead. There was no such thing as blood rebirth for hidden fishers. Then Han Fei saw the group of 6 people holding the body of the woman who was accidentally hacked to death and crying heart-wrenchingly. However, there was also a benefit to this, which was that this group of people didn't dare to play with weapons anymore. After a few days of sadness, they finally became interested in the technique patterns on the cliff. Therefore, these people began to cultivate. This refreshed Han Fei. They had finally entered a cultivation state. However, after a few days, Han Fei was lost for words. Fuck, is their talent for cultivation so high? It seems that my essence blood is not diluted enough. Han Fei discovered that in just one day, this group of people had generally advanced by a small level, which was unreasonable. If they cultivated for years, wouldn't they reach the sea establishment realm? After observing for a few days, Han Fei found that the number of created beings was useless. They were 7 fools. Together, they were still fools. They were only talented in cultivation but nothing else. Therefore, Han Fei gathered the few people he had created in a place. Number 1 could fly now. After all, he was a failed experiment and was given too much strength, which broke the balance. Fortunately, Han Fei patched up in time and gave him born wisdom. Therefore, number 1 was seriously exploring his strength and this world. Soon, number 1 found number 2 and number 3. Han Fei also patched number 2 and number 3. They were creating words. Seeing the arrival of number 1, they knelt down. Although they were law enforcers, how could they compare to a venerable? People always worshipped miracles they couldn't explain. Number 1 came to number 2 and number 3 and looked at the words engraved all over the ground. He danced with joy because he could recognize all these words. Han Fei was speechless. What's the big deal of recognizing these words? I gave the knowledge to you. Han Fei was still a little uncomfortable to see number 1 dancing like a savage. It seemed that he had to give him some higher intelligence so that he wouldn't be so reckless and at least would know to wear clothes. A few days later, after the second transformation, number 1 became much more mature. He began to feel ashamed of not wearing clothes, so he used leaves or something as clothes. Han Fei couldn't have felt more awful. Wasn't this still shameful? Forget it. Han Fei made up his mind. Men were useless in detail. Women were needed to make clothes. So, Han Fei began to modify number 3. Several days later, number 3 began to master the way to weave clothes without being taught. She made a decent piece of linen clothes for number 1 and number 2. Although they still looked like savages, it was enough as long as the clothes were made. Sure enough, when number 1 saw the clothes made by number 3, he was astounded. Then, as a matter of course, he weaved a set of clothes for himself with spiritual energy. Because these 3 people had mastered language, a few days later, they made huge progress in the modification of clothes and made a robe. Number 1 didn't know that it was because Han Fei had given him the ability to think flexibly. But the more Han Fei bestowed, the more distressed number 1 became. When Han Fei saw number 1 start to think about life and the world, Han Fei knew that he couldn't let number 1 continue to think. After thinking for a long time, Han Fei decided to give number 1 and the others the last patch. This patch made them feel that they were born from the chaos and the heavens and earth. Otherwise, with number 1's current high-level thinking, he might suspect that a mysterious powerhouse was controlling everything behind in a few days. A few days later, the patch was applied, and number 1 no longer suspected it. He took number 2 and number 3 to find the other 6 people cultivating on the cliff. At this moment, the 6 of them had figured out the way to cultivate, but when they saw someone flying over from the sky, they immediately danced with joy and ended up kneeling. Number 1 said, "You don't have to kneel to me. We're all spiritual bodies born from chaos. I'm just slightly stronger than you." Chapter 2875 Han Fei creates humans 4. 2875 Han Fei creates humans 4, however, except for number 2 and number 3, when number 1 found that these people were all shouting stupidly, he immediately realized that these people hadn't mastered words and language. Therefore, he immediately taught these people words and languages. Yes, there was no need to teach them. At number 1's level, he could teach these people these with a tap of his finger between their eyebrows. After number 1 taught these people language and how to mold spiritual clothes with spiritual energy, they finally became the first batch of primitive humans Han Fei created. The few people who had just learned the language were all curious at this moment. Because there were too many people, number 1 thought for a long time and finally gave himself a name, Tai Chu. Number 2 and number 3 invented writing, and their strength was second only to Tai Chu, so number 2 named himself as Tai Air. Tai Chu instinctively felt that the name wasn't good and wanted to let Tai Air change it, but Tai Air felt it was good, so they didn't argue over this. When it was number 3's turn, she just looked at Tai Chu eagerly. Tai Chu thought for a moment and said, "You invented clothes. Let's call you Tai Yi." Then, because the others weren't born with knowledge, couldn't express themselves, and didn't have special abilities or time to learn more, they called themselves Tai Si, Tai Wu, all the way to Tai Ju. At this point, Tai Chu had become the absolute leader of these people. Tai Lu asked, "Tai Chu, what is this? This is a spiritual fruit." "Eating it can improve your strength," Tai Lu asked. "Tai Chu, why is there a spiritual fruit?" "Tai Chu, it's born by the heavens and earth." Tai Chi asked, "How was the world born?" Tai Chu thought for a long time. "In the way that heaven and earth gave birth to us, flowers and trees were born. The flowers and trees absorbed the essence of heaven and earth and grew into spiritual fruits." Taiju asked, "Tai Chu, what is growth?" Taiba asked, "Tai Chu, what about these patterns engraved on the stone? We are all imitating the actions on these patterns." Tai Chu said, "That's a cultivation method produced by the heavens and earth. By cultivating with it, we can become stronger and more powerful." Tai Wu asked, "Tai Chu, why should we become stronger?" Tai Chu, people who had just gained wisdom had too many questions. Even if Tai Chu was born with knowledge, it was difficult for him to answer these questions. Some things couldn't be said with a mouth. Han Fei also realized this. He seemed to understand the direction of making beings. But now was not the time. Now he had to create an ordinary person first. He couldn't just create cultivators. Therefore, Han Fei added many restrictions to his origin star, such as sealing most of the area and setting up a misty state to prevent Taichu from running around with the others. When he successfully created a normal person who he felt was perfect, he would let Taichu and the others discover it. Normal people couldn't be molded with Han Fei's own soul. He chose ownerless souls. Fortunately, he could extract them through energy crystals. This time, Han Fei carefully diluted the essence blood again and again, combined it with the ownerless souls, and controlled the connection between this person and his long river of life, allowing him to age naturally. Besides, he didn't give him any patches, even if this person didn't know anything, couldn't read or wear clothes. When this person was created, he was in a state of slumber and his strength was that of a fishing master. The birth of this person marked the birth of the first normal primitive man. This person's strength was already the limit of what Han Fei could do. He didn't expect that as a monarch it would be so difficult for him to make an ordinary person. Strength is no longer a problem. His physique was about the same as in reality. Han Fei tried to soak this person in the spirit awakening fluid, but he gave no reaction at all. In the end, he concluded, the people I created can't awaken their spirits or summon their spiritual beasts. Han Fei decided to make a few hundred first. Another moment later, a 200-person savage tribe was born. After observing this group of savages for a full month, Han Fei confirmed that they were ordinary savages in general, but their learning ability was very strong. Although he had already adjusted the spiritual energy concentration on his origin star, their strength was growing relatively fast. These people picked fruits everywhere every day and ate them. They also explored a little further away, but they didn't dare to go too far away. Life was boring. After living in groups for more than half a month, when a man and a woman discovered a certain secret between men and women, Han Fei couldn't bear to watch the scene. Han Fei thought to himself, this is fucking shagging. It wasn't until a person became stronger quickly, defeated many men, and became the leader of this tribe that this mess was slightly better. This was because women all wanted to do something with this leader. Han Fei knew that he couldn't just let them go on like this. He moved all the spiritual fruits that these people hadn't explored away, trying to agitate them to explore further places. However, after only a few attempts, they felt that they had gone too far and returned to live in groups. They would rather be hungry than try to find food. After a stalemate for more than half a month, someone starved to death. Han Fei was speechless. He wanted to give them a patch again, but he held himself back, thinking that primitive people were not like this. For 3 days in a row, after dozens of people starved to death, the leader still didn't take them further away to find food, but new fruits grew on the fruit trees they had finished eating earlier. Although the fruits were still small, these people were overjoyed. Therefore, more than 100 people were kneeling around the tree. It seemed that kneeling had become their instinct. Shoot, Han Fei's face turned black, but then a light flashed in his mind. He seemed to have missed something. Chapter 2876, Han Fei creates a world 1, 2876. Han Fei creates a world 1, yes. After a period of observation, it was not difficult for Han Fei to detect some problems. That was, although the life demon plants in his origin star could grow naturally and have natural rules, it was far from enough. Therefore, just a simple sign of growth was enough to make these people prostrate themselves in worship. This was supposed to be their instinct. Thinking of the origin star of the 10,000 scale monarch, Han Fei could quickly summarize some basic questions. Although he was only in the test phase, these questions were equally important. Its problems can be roughly classified as, most of the known rules were bestowed by his great Tao. They were too powerful. There were only people on his origin star, and that definitely wouldn't do. Creation required a complicated ecological environment, not just people. Spiritual plants were too monotonous. Most of them were auxiliary demon plants, but there were all kinds of spiritual plants in the real world. Some were good, and some were bad. Everything was about competition. Not just humans, flowers, trees, birds, beasts, fish, insects, and everything else had to compete. In the past, he didn't care about this because his origin star was his backyard. He just needed to put things that were useful to him. However, he was creating a world now, creating all the rules of this world, which was the law of the heavenly Tao of this world. Before the law of the heavenly Tao was created, it was actually meaningless to just create a few people to observe their actions. Therefore, what he needed to do now was not just create humans. This was the difficulty. If he wanted to be in line with the principle of creation, he had to create everything. But how much work would it take to create everything? Han Fei realized that the difficulty of creating a world lay in creating everything, which was based on the rules of the heavenly Tao. I see. No wonder old Han asked me to save all my power of faith. It's saved for this moment. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. Earlier, he wanted to take a shortcut and observe people through people, but this idea was wrong. What he should observe was the relationship between humans and nature, between humans and the world. This relationship hadn't been established yet. With a thought, Han Fei left the origin star. He didn't let the fruit trees where the small tribe was located produce fruits again, because it would mislead them into thinking that they could receive gifts just by kneeling. This was clearly wrong. However, he had opened this area so that Taichu and the others could find these people, which ensured that they wouldn't die. After leaving the origin star, Hanfei immediately went to the Raging Sea. Although there was no one in the Raging Sea now, it didn't mean that humans had given up on it. However, the life origin here needed to be restored. As long as the human race didn't go out, the Raging Sea couldn't be restored. After all, every breakthrough required resources and spiritual energy. With 180 billion people, it would be difficult for the Raging Sea to recover. However, there were still a large number of low-level creatures in the Raging Sea, such as plants and animals in the sea and some plants on land. In the Raging Sea, Hanfei kept stuffing things into his origin star, such as various fish, marine plants, algae, insects, coral reefs, shellfish, and even plankton, dust, and a small number of birds. Of course, Hanfei didn't just stuff these things into his origin star. These plants were the plants in the Raging Sea, so they enjoyed the law of the heavenly Tao of the Raging Sea. However, his power actually came from the Raging Sea. Therefore, even if these things were in his origin star, they could also carry his law of the heavenly Tao. However, creation didn't just move these things over. Every creature had its own unique composition. Hanfei moved these creatures over because the time in his origin star was 256 times that of the outside world, and he had time to study these creatures. Several days later, Hanfei entered seclusion again. He began to analyze the composition of these creatures one by one. Disassembling them was much easier than disassembling spiritual energy. Normal people couldn't see spiritual energy, not even cultivators, so, even with a microscope, it still couldn't be seen. And disassembling spiritual energy was even more difficult. To disassemble something so minute that it was almost invisible was naturally much more difficult than disassembling a creature. At least, cells could be seen. Life was composed of cells, which Hanfei knew before he came to this world, but it was more complicated here. This was because in a world of cultivation, cells also had to carry the upper limit of cultivation. Hanfei produced thousands of clones and was about to study different lives. Suddenly, a cry woke Hanfei up from his research. He looked at the source of the sound, only to be shocked. How can that be? Hanfei was surprised because he saw that a baby was born. Yes, he didn't see it wrong. A baby was born. He hadn't established the heavenly Tao law yet, but the influence of the Soul Sea had already descended on his origin star. Aren't the origin stars independent? Yes, the origin stars exist in this vast sea of stars. Aren't the stars in the sea of stars all within the coverage of the Soul Sea? Chapter 2877-2877, Hanfei creates a world 2-2877, Hanfei creates a world 2. Yes. The birth of a life meant the reincarnation of a soul body. The reincarnation of a soul body meant that they could summon their spiritual beast or companion spirit. However, the people he created couldn't summon their spiritual beasts. Perhaps they were created humans, but this newborn baby wasn't. He was the first living creature in this world to be naturally born. However, this episode only surprised Hanfei a little, but then he was overjoyed. This was because since the Soul Sea could affect here, it meant that there was no problem with the life reincarnation in his origin star. He had thought that only after the heavenly Tao laws were established would there be a chance to connect them to the Soul Sea. He had even thought of asking the god of war or his eldest senior brother how to connect the heavenly Tao laws of his origin star to the Soul Sea. Now it seemed that he didn't need to. In this way, Hanfei was relieved and began to study attentively. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years. It wasn't until Hanfei had studied in this place for more than 500 years that his countless clones were combined and infinite information formed a huge net, that Hanfei knew that he still had a lot of things to study, but it didn't matter. For now, it was enough. Due to the adjustment of time acceleration, except for where Hanfei was, other places returned to normal time flowing. The barbarians back then had already begun to cultivate under the lead of Taichu. Now, they were all dressed in clothes. They didn't have to worry about food and drink anymore, and they could also cultivate. They couldn't be happier. The corners of Hanfei's mouth curled up slightly. Taichu and company had explored many areas in his origin star. Now that the layout of this world had changed drastically, he had to let them watch it. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to understand the future world. On this day, these people were cultivating. Taichu sat in an open space and looked up at the sky, but he couldn't see anything. He was lonely. He was the strongest person in this world. He was born with a lot of knowledge. He was incompatible with these savages. This world seemed to only have these fruits all over the ground and some places that he couldn't explore. There was nothing new. Over the years he had tasted all the fruits he could eat, bathed in the river of spiritual energy, and soaked in hot springs at the mouth of the volcano, but he couldn't make a breakthrough or improve further. Something seemed to be restricting his growth and improvement. It was the same for the others. No matter how they cultivated, once they reached the bottleneck of their current realm, they couldn't go further. Boom! Suddenly, there was an explosion in the sky. Taichu stepped into the void on the spot, but as soon as he stepped into the void, he was suppressed by a certain force and fell to the ground. Tai-Er, Tai-Yi, and the others all ran towards Taichu. Tai-Er asked, "Taichu, what happened?" Tai-Yi said, "What a horrible sound." "Taichu, I don't know yet, but we are safe." As they spoke, Taichu and the others were stunned because they saw an extremely tall giant appear inexplicably where they could see with their naked eyes. The giant was 330,000 feet tall, like a god. For them, this was an existence that they couldn't understand. The group of people knelt on the ground in horror, trembling. Han Fei watched all of this indifferently, but he didn't care about these people at all. At this moment, he was thinking that the foundation of the heavenly Tao law in his origin star could only be the power of faith. In other words, the power of faith was actually the power of the human world, a mature power of the human world. After determining the direction of creation, Han Fei naturally understood what old Han meant. He wanted him to transform the power of faith into the great Tao of the human world, which was the law of the heavenly Tao on his origin star. Only with the operation of the heavenly Tao could there be vicissitudes and all living beings in the world. Up to now, there was no heavenly Tao operating on Han Fei's origin star. Han Fei opened his mouth and a mass of golden light spewed out. As Han Fei issued an order in his heart, the golden light suddenly dispersed, turning into billions of mystic lights in the sky that scattered between the heavens and earth. However, there was too much power of faith, and it didn't completely dissipate. This was because Han Fei discovered that the law of the heavens formed by the power of faith wasn't completely activated. Those mystic lights dissipated between the heavens and earth, but they only dissipated between the heavens and earth. They can't form the heavenly Tao? Han Fei realized something. Yes, man followed the laws of the earth followed the laws of the heavens followed the laws of the Tao, and the Tao followed the laws of nature. Although everything on his origin star was also growing because of the basic law, it was the basic law of his origin star. Now, the power of faith had turned into the heavenly Tao, but it didn't operate. It was probably because the rules of everything in this world weren't perfect yet. At the same time, it was time to change the yin and yang produced by his great Tao. Han Fei's origin star was only 8,000 kilometers long, but it was wrapped in a thick defense layer like a small ball in a large ball. Therefore, his origin star was actually protected. At present, Taichu and company were on the small ball inside. Now that he was going to create a world, he had to transfer these people to the outermost surface. Taichu and the others disappeared in the blink of an eye. When they opened their eyes again, they found that they were in a desolate place. There were no flowers, trees, green mountains, water, sky, or anything else. The world was dark. Chapter 2878. Han Fei creates a world 3, 2878. Han Fei creates a world 3. But the giant was still there, and they could only tremble and pray. Han Fei blew out a cloud that covered the sky. Then he saw stars flashing all over the sky. Let there be light. Therefore Han Fei reached out and grabbed, and a big burning star hung high in the sky. This was the sun. Following that, a star with a dim luster was also placed on the other side of the 9 heavens. This was the dark moon. At that moment, light appeared. It was bright all over and radiated in all directions like a golden flame piercing through the darkness. The flashing stars in the sky were replaced by blue sky and white clouds. The mystic sound rose again. The earth is flat, the mountains are high, and water is falling from the sky. At that moment, the ground began to tremble violently. Some places were sunken deeply, showing an irregular state. In some places, there seemed to be mountains towering after the violent collision. And between the heavens and the earth, there was a long celestial river sweeping past, falling from the 9 heavens and turning into a sea. For such a miracle, Taichu and the others could only kowtow crazily, instinctively, in awe and fear, looking extremely pious. Let there be air, spiritual energy, and wind. At first there was a strong wind, then a breeze. White clouds floated in the sky, and the water rippled. Green grass shall grow on the ground, as well as plants with seeds and trees that can bloom and bear fruit. The fruit shall all have seeds inside. Han Fei waved his hand, and as if he had sprinkled a galaxy of stars, infinite spiritual energy flowed incessantly and scattered between the heavens and earth. Trees grew all over the land, and flowers and trees were lush and full of vitality. As the breeze blew, the strong fragrance of flowers and fruits wafted in the air. Let there be life in the water and birds in the sky. Various forms of life that Han Fei had studied for 500 years were born in water in groups. Of course, there weren't many of them, and he couldn't create billions of creatures at once. Fortunately, the natural reproduction of creatures could accelerate the process of life evolution. At least, they didn't have to slowly evolve from cells. At this moment, a flock of birds flew across the sky, and many creatures in the water began to swim. Let there be living creatures on the ground, including livestock, demonic insects, and ferocious beasts. Some creatures that had been nurtured in Han Fei's 500-year research were released. For a time, these animals rampaged on the ground. At this time, Han Fei had already felt that the power of faith was being consumed crazily. They seemed to be connected to everything here and finally formed a magical rule. Huff! Had it finally been completed? Han Fei knew that he couldn't be hasty. It took a lot of time for everything to grow and reproduce. Fortunately, his origin star didn't lack time at all. Han Fei didn't have to wait for thousands of years. 1 year in the outside world, which was 256 years on his origin star, would be enough. Creatures actually reproduced very quickly. Reproduction certainly needed restraint. Therefore, except for the created humans, the ecological balance of all things made their reproduction steadily rise, but not to the point of being excessive. As for Taichu and company, Han Fei gave them some time to sleep for a year. When they woke up, they found that the world had changed. Wouldn't that be interesting? After doing all this, Han Fei quickly crushed many refined stars and gathered a huge amount of resources to replenish and modify his origin star. Although he looked awesome just now, even if he used the power of faith to create the heavenly Tao, the resources needed to be consumed were not reduced at all. This was only because he had created some creatures in the previous 500 years. Otherwise, the resources on his origin star might not be enough. As for the modification of his origin star, Han Fei mainly wanted to set up some dangerous places, forbidden places, blessed places, and so on the periphery. Besides, although Han Fei cultivated the supreme divine technique and didn't need other stars to assist his origin star, he felt that in order to create a reasonable environment, some things were needed, such as the sun, the moon, and a few refined stars to balance the origin star. After hundreds of years of modification, Han Fei finally declared in satisfaction that it was done. In the following hundreds of years, Han Fei still didn't idle. This was because after the power of faith turned into the heavenly Tao law appeared, and the world origin of his origin stars was born. The world origin here was different from that of the Raging Sea and the Demon Domain. Han Fei discovered that his world origin lake was only a small lake less than 100 meters long. The lake looked like it was about to dry up. The world origin lake was not big enough, but it was not important now, because the creatures he created, except for the small tribe, would generally be stuck at the peak of their current strength level. When all the creatures on the origin star grew up, this place would evolve into a world similar to the yin-yang world. In the end, after Han Fei felt that all creatures had taken shape, he created about 10,000 small tribes, each with a population ranging from dozens to hundreds. At the same time, he also created some powerful demon plants and ferocious beasts. He arranged some treasures in certain dangerous places before stopping. Creation couldn't be achieved overnight. He was only at the Tao proving level now. It wasn't realistic for him to draw inspiration from such a new world. Chapter 2879 Han Fei creates a world for 2879. Han Fei creates a world for Han Fei decided to accelerate the time by 256 times and wait for tens of thousands of years. On this day, Taichu and the others woke up. For them, it was just a nap, but this world had already undergone earth-shaking changes. Han Fei erased most of their memories, only retaining the memories of his creation of the world and these people's origin. The reason why he kept the memories of the creation of the world was to tell them the origin of this world. However, Han Fei's creation of the world was still engraved in their minds. They would probably never forget it. The awakened Taichu, Taier, and the others were still in shock. They looked around and found that the shocking giant had disappeared. At this time, birds flew past in the sky, and butterflies were playing around. Tai Yi pulled out a soft worm from the ground, her face full of curiosity. The others all exclaimed, "What is this? This and this." Everyone looked at the source of the sound and saw that someone was holding a bird and twisting its wings curiously. Someone took a snake from a tree trunk and let it bite him. Someone even got a few bird eggs but accidentally crushed them. Then, he licked them with his mouth, as if he had tasted something different and was even more surprised. Taichu looked around, unable to contain the joy in his eyes. He raised his head and shouted, "A miracle! It's a miracle! In the beginning, the world was chaotic and darkness enveloped everything. We floated in the boundless chaos, and the entire world was dim and silent. It's God, the great God who created the world. God created all things, gave us light, gave us food. Thank you for the gift of God." Taichu led everyone to kneel and mutter a bunch of strange words, and these people began to live in groups again. This time was different from last time. Last time, their life was just eating fruits, lying flat, and studying the affairs of men and women. But this time, it was obviously different, because the diversity of creatures and the complicated world made them feel unprecedented novelty. There weren't so many fruits anymore, and they were no longer spiritual fruits. Besides, under the lead of Taichu, they discovered the secret of hunting. Taichu, who was born with knowledge, even ignited a spiritual fire, making them feel the pleasure of eating cooked food. These people were undoubtedly happy. Han Fei didn't stop them at first, but it was impossible for him to let the bugs like Taichu and company mingle with ordinary people all the time. On the other hand, the lives of the other small tribes were not so optimistic. In just 3 days, there were different kinds of deaths. Their living environment was relatively harsh. Except for their slightly stronger physique, they had no weapons and could barely fill their stomachs with fruits, but the fruits would always be eaten up. New fruits were not something that could be eaten in a day or two. Helpless, they began to choose to lie flat. However, if lying flat was useful, why would he need to create those ferocious beasts? When a ferocious beast invaded these tribes, their instincts made them escape. When they couldn't escape, their morale was aroused. Therefore, these people began to fight and found that they could kill ferocious beasts. Hunger made them live a life of eating raw meat and drinking blood. It didn't matter to him whether he watched it or not. However, only a few days after his 10,000-year plan began, Han Fei discovered something unexpected, which shocked Han Fei. That was, Han Fei discovered that the souls of the people on his origin stars hadn't completely dissipated after they died, but were complete soul bodies. But according to Senior Brother Undead, after they died, some of their souls would directly return to the Soul Sea. But these people on his origin star, including those creatures who accidentally died for various reasons, didn't return to the Soul Sea. Instead, they converged towards the Green Jade Stone Bridge. Yes, this was what shocked Han Fei the most. Their soul bodies penetrated the outer surface where they were and were sucked into his true 810,000-kilometer origin star. Furthermore, these soul bodies numbly crawled into the Green Jade Stone Bridge. Han Fei's imagination was racing, so he followed these soul bodies into the Green Jade Stone Bridge. Then, Han Fei discovered that these soul bodies were all gone. Yes, he had thought that these soul bodies would appear on the path of the Green Jade Stone Bridge. But when he stood on the Green Jade Stone Bridge, or walked on the path of extreme cold, or the path of extreme Yang Fire Essence, he didn't see any soul bodies. Those soul bodies disappeared into thin air, disappearing without a trace. Gulp. At this moment, Han Fei couldn't help swallowing and muttering, Road of Reincarnation, Chapter 2880, Divine Manipulator Bloodline, 12880. Divine Manipulator Bloodline, 1. Finally, Han Fei's guess came true. He was at a loss for what to do. After seeing the brocade sachet of the mysterious man in black, Han Fei felt that something was wrong. After hearing Senior Brother Undead mention the relationship between the Road of Reincarnation and the Soul Sea, Han Fei thought of the Green Jade Stone Bridge. The Green Jade Stone Bridge was mysterious. He had thought that it was just a manifestation of his original Great Tao. Perhaps his original Great Tao was too strong and mysterious, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Those two doors should be the gates of reincarnation that the black-clothed man and Senior Brother Undead mentioned. However, why were there two gates to reincarnation? Why was the reincarnation road in his body? How could he open these two doors? What would happen if he opened these two doors? Han Fei didn't know any of this, but did he need to ask? At least so far, he didn't need to. Since he could take the path of reincarnation, it meant that this path would eventually be completed by him. Han Fei was confident that perhaps when he was at the carefree level or the immortal level, he could finish walking them. As for whether or not he could open these two gates, what would happen after he opened them, he would have to finish these two paths first. Anyway, the current situation didn't seem to affect him much. After those people died, the Soul Sea would still be projected over, which didn't affect the death and birth of everything in the world he created. However, the secret of the Road of Reincarnation made Han Fei feel very pressured. He wanted to ask Old Han and his mother about it, but then he realized that the age of Old Han and his mother was actually quite different from the time when the Road of Reincarnation disappeared. They probably didn't know why the Road of Reincarnation had come to his body. Even if they knew, so what? The path of reincarnation was already in his body, and he had already embarked on this path. It was impossible to take it away because Han Fei was sure that his original Great Tao was the mysterious power on the path of reincarnation. Therefore, the path of reincarnation couldn't leave him. In that case, there was no need to ask them. He could only wait until he could open the door of reincarnation before asking for their opinion. That would be more meaningful. After thinking it through, Han Fei stopped observing this new world. He began to cultivate in seclusion. Except for the 2 times he came out of seclusion and let Luo Xiaobai come in to cultivate for 512 years, Han Fei had been devoted to cultivation. If the human race wanted to walk out of the chaotic wasteland, they couldn't just rely on Dao Provers. Chu Hao's strength hadn't completely recovered. In fact, he didn't even have the strength of the immortal level and could only be considered a carefree level monarch. In this way, as long as they encountered some powerful enemies, the 100 billion humans would actually be in danger. Therefore, when he was free, Han Fei had to improve himself as much as possible. After all, he couldn't count on outsiders completely. In the outside world, 26 years had passed. Han Fei's return happened to coincide with the race war between the human race and the city of origin, and it seemed to have been going on for a day. Luo Xiaobai was guarding the front line. She was a little surprised by Han Fei's sudden arrival. Luo Xiaobai said, "You're out of seclusion? What's your current strength?" Han Fei said, "The peak of the Dao proving level." Luo Xiaobai wasn't surprised. After all, not everyone had Han Fei's time acceleration ability. She had only stayed in his origin star for 2 years, but it was equivalent to more than 500 years of cultivation. At this moment, her strength was already in the perfected star transformation realm. Han Fei asked, "What's going on?" Luo Xiaobai said, "After 50 years of development, the cultivation methods of the 5 major professions have become the instinctive combat method of the human race. This combat method is more suitable for the sea realm. In this battle today, the race war between the human race and the city of origin has already been the 6th. This time, it has already become a one-sided massacre. If nothing goes wrong, at most next time, the city of origin will be completely powerless to resist unless I change the frontline soldiers. But in fact, this method isn't good because there are too many human beings. If we take turns to take the city of origin for trial, a large portion of the other people will definitely have nothing to do." Han Fei pondered for a moment. What about the plan of making some people become strong first? Luo Xiaobai said. Not bad. At present, the human race has 98112 sky openers, 1112 2023 sea establisher experts, and 500 million venerables. So many? Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Last time I came back, there were only 6,000 people in the sky opening realm. In just 10 years, the number increased by nearly 4,000? Luo Xiaobai said, there are already many peak-level sea establishers and venerables. As time goes by, more and more people will make breakthroughs. If you have been to the Sky Crater world, you will find that as long as a reasonable battlefield system is established, breakthroughs are a matter of course. He had been worried that Luo Xiaobai wouldn't fulfill her previous promise, but now it seemed that she didn't panic at all. The number of sea establishers had even exceeded 1 million. Since the human race has more high-end combatants now, I don't think there's a need to delay any longer. Huh? Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei in surprise. What do you mean? Han Fei said. I'm temporarily stuck at the peak of the Dao proving level. I probably need an opportunity to break through to the carefree level. Since the human race no longer has any opponents in the chaotic wasteland, let's change places. Chapter 2881, Divine Manipulator Bloodline 22881, Divine Manipulator, Bloodline 22881, Tui Xiaobai raised her eyebrows. You're cultivating so fast? It's only been more than 20,000 years since you proved Dao. And you even got an avatar, Han Fei said. It's actually not difficult to improve at the Dao proving level. With a lot of resources, it's enough as long as you have a good physique, sturdy soul, stable Dao heart, and deduction of laws. If I've guessed right, this should be the simplest realm in the Monarch realm. At least, it shouldn't be a problem to advance to the peak of the Dao proving level. Therefore, the most difficult part of the Dao proving level is to break through the threshold and advance to the carefree level. Luo Xiaobai said, it's useless to tell me this now. I haven't even reached the limit of the perfected star transformation realm. I'll discuss it with you when I have 5 Dao locks or prove Dao. Han Fei said, it doesn't necessarily require 5 Dao locks. The Dao locks are just a buffer to increase the success rate. Luo Xiaobai said, no. If the Dao locks are meaningless, they won't exist. If my guess is correct, the Monarch Tribulation is the same as other heavenly tribulations, which vary from person to person. Without an absolute trump card, it's best to upgrade to 5 Dao locks step by step. I've learned from Senior Chu Hao, the 2 elders of the Lava Giant tribe, Lu Qianxi, and Senior Beast King, and the conclusion is that the Dao locks can increase the success rate of transcending the tribulation by between 20 and 30%. It's not that I'm not confident of transcending the tribulation, but I think the divine manipulative bloodline is different. Oh, now that Luo Xiaobai said so, Han Fei realized that it did make sense. Among them, Luo Xiaobai's growth path was actually unassisted. Luo Xiaobai's greatest strength was her powerful logical thinking. Absolute rationality told her what she could and couldn't do and how to be most efficient. Clearly, Luo Xiaobai had discovered that her growth speed was different, so she thought that her bloodline was different, so she was afraid that something would go wrong with her Monarch Tribulation. As soon as Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai finished chatting, Luo Xiaobai said telepathically, I am Luo Xiaobai, the war commander of the human race. According to my temporary evaluation, this battle should be the final battle between our human race and the city of origin. All human warriors, this is not a trial or tempering. Please use all your combat power. Kill. Luo Xiaobai's sudden decision caught the entire human army off guard, as well as the city of origin. On the human side, everyone was shocked. Was this battle going to be a decisive battle? Someone whispered. I thought such a race war could last until the next tidal wave. Someone was refreshed. Everyone, try your best. The captains of the 5-man teams all roared, everyone, it's time for the decisive battle. The city of origin must fight desperately in this battle. We must not be careless. Survive. Only by surviving can we become strong masters. Kill, someone shouted. Everyone, don't hide the resources exchanged with credit points. Kill through the city of origin and survive in the end. All of a sudden, the morale of the human army changed drastically. A trial-oriented race war was certainly not the same as a decisive race war. This race war lasted for 50 years, with countless casualties on both sides, but the growth of the human race was obvious to all. Those who suspected Luo Xiaobai at the beginning had most likely become her die-hard fans now. Hearing that Luo Xiaobai, such a rigorous commander, wanted a decisive battle, they naturally did everything they could without hesitation. It was difficult for even monarchs to intervene in the battle of billions of people, and it was difficult to use any tactics on this level of a head-on battlefield. This battle lasted for 7 days and 7 nights, and both sides were exhausted. In the end, the human race sacrificed more than 150 million lives in exchange for more than 2 billion casualties in the city of origin. From then on, the city of origin was destroyed. In terms of the battle, the human race had won. However, more than 150 million lives were sacrificed in front of eyes. Even Luo Xiaobai was actually suffering in her heart. As for the innocent people in the city of origin, Luo Xiaobai was not in the mood to sympathize with others. This was the law of the jungle in this world. It was just that the early evils the people of the city of origin had committed had been paid off at this moment. 1 month after the battle, human race's cities. Under the spirit-gathering array in the cities, a tide of spiritual energy blotted out the sky and swept across more than 300 cities. Billions of people were making breakthroughs and upgrading. Every 2 days, each city would have a regular resources investment of a refined star. The crazy consumption of resources had been going on for a whole month. xuanhuan, Han Fei, and Luo Xiaobai had been observing this place for a month. Finally, Han Fei said, "Enough." xuanhuan took a long breath of relief and said telepathically, "Shut down the big arrays in the cities. Shut them down now." In Han Fei's words, he wanted the human race to work hard and cultivate hard all these years. The warriors in the frontline war had to eat their fill and cultivate well. If they could make a breakthrough, they should, and even if they couldn't, they had to cultivate at a high speed for a month. xuanhuan hated Han Fei's extravagant behavior. He felt that Han Fei was too anxious about the human race's growth. It was fine that the city spirit gathering arrays were open 1 day a year. It didn't matter if you opened it for a few more days at a time. He could even accept 7 or 8 days, but if it was open for a month at a time, how much money would Han Fei have to spend? Han Fei said, "Uncle Xuan, don't pull a long face. Isn't this over?" Chapter 2882, Divine Manipulator, Bloodline 3, 2882, Divine Manipulator, Bloodline 3. xuanhuan said, "Heh, don't call me uncle. I don't have an uncle like you, Ba. I don't have a nephew like you. I know you're going to walk out of the chaotic wasteland, but you've activated the city spirit gathering array for a month. You're literally pulling up seedlings to help them grow faster." Han Fei said, "Uncle Xuan, you haven't left the raging sea, so you don't know what the outside world is like. Even if they eat their fill this time, they will be squeezed dry in the wilderness in 3 years at most." xuanhuan narrowed his eyes. 180 billion people. I don't even know how you took such a huge population out. According to my original plan, no matter what you are planning, 10 billion people are enough to help you create a golden age for the human race. These people are the pillars of the human race. Now, although the human race is rising, there are still many people with mediocre strength. If they go to the wilderness with you, they're just courting death. You want them to risk their lives for a chance to become powerhouses? Regarding this question, Han Fei and xuanhuan had already quarreled several times. Luo Xiaobai didn't interrupt, but she was on Han Fei's side. But logically speaking, Luo Xiaobai actually felt that Han Fei was a little radical this time. However, Han Fei said, "If it were before, I wouldn't have thought of leaving with the entire human race. But now, after reactivating the 5 major professions, the average combat power of the human race has risen to another level. Instead of spending time slowly growing in the chaotic wasteland, I'd rather take them into the wilderness. I'm not afraid to tell you that this trip is to the infinite mining area. With the current migration speed of the human race, it's impossible to reach there in 1,000 years. The infinite mining area?" xuanhuan couldn't help but raise his voice. "Are you talking about the infinite mining area that is ruled by countless strong masters from the 4 divine realms and contains countless powerful mine demons?" Han Fei said. "What matters is not the infinite mining area, but the migration." xuanhuan looked at Han Fei in shock, but his tone lowered as if he was puzzled. "Are you crazy?" Han Fei said. "I'm not crazy," Han Fei said indifferently. "Uncle Xuan, I'm a disciple of the Void Temple. My identity has already been exposed. If I'm not wrong, even if I don't leave the chaotic wasteland, there will be many people looking for trouble in the future. The Void Temple isn't absolutely powerful. It's not like that just by revealing its name, no one dares to touch me. On the contrary, the Void Temple may have made even more enemies than the Immortal Temple." xuanhuan calmed down and frowned. "Why?" Han Fei said. "The Immortal Temple is waging wars. Although it seems to have aroused public anger, in fact, many people know that such wars are meaningful. Therefore, the true strong masters of the Sea Realm won't do anything to the Immortal Temple. However, every generation of disciples of the Void Temple will suppress countless geniuses and make countless enemies. Even if the senior brothers and sisters of the Void Temple are very protective of their junior brothers and sisters, it's only within the rules. If my enemy is in the same realm as me or just 1 realm higher, it's just training. The Void Temple can't interfere in everything. The enemies of the Void Temple also know this, so they will definitely attack me within the rules. Therefore, if I'm not mistaken, once I leave the chaotic wasteland, without 5th senior brother taking care of me, someone will immediately come at me." "Then why didn't you migrate with the human race?" xuanhuan asked. "Are you going to walk alone?" Han Fei nodded. "I am me, and the human race is the human race. Now the human race is too weak for my enemies. Because of my identity, these hidden enemies probably won't attack the human race for the time being. Even if they attack the human race, they won't have the time to mobilize so many people to attack the human race. Therefore, I'm certain that at least in the short term, they won't start a racial war against the human race. But I dare to say that they will definitely mobilize sea creatures to consume the human race's population. But this is also a chance for our human race to rise. With that said, Han Fei smiled. Besides, our human race has a population of 180 billion. Now there are more than 10,000 sky openers, more than 1 million sea establishers, and more than 500 million venerables. If they want to mobilize ocean creatures large enough to impact the human race, how many would they have to be? xuanhuan asked. What if they set off such a huge tide of sea demons? Han Fei said. That's not a problem. I've already planned the route and backup plans for the human race. If we really encounter someone messing around and trying to use some despicable means against ordinary humans by restraining the strong masters of the human race, I don't mind exterminating them. This is my promise as a disciple of the Void Temple. Besides, if someone helps me train the human race, why not? xuanhuan narrowed his eyes. Human migration? What are you going to do? What can you do? According to you, they may have more means to deal with you than the human race, right? Han Fei said. Of course I'm running. Even if they plan to target the human migratory army and force me to take action, it will take at least some time, right? When the human migratory army can't hold on anymore, I will appear, xuanhuan said. It seems that you've already made a plan. However, sometimes even the most perfect plan can lead to problems. Xiaobai, haven't you talked to him? Luo Xiaobai nodded. Yes, but in my opinion, at least for a period of time, there won't be a problem. And this period of time is the time for the human race to cultivate and grow. If this crisis is used well, the comprehensive strength of the human race will definitely rise to another level. Chapter 2883, Divine Manipulator Bloodline 4, 2883. Divine Manipulator Bloodline 4. xuanhuan rolled his eyes. Young people are so energetic. The various races in the Sea Realm have cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. They're not so easy to catch up with. Luo Xiaobai said, that's because they are useless. xuanhuan, the decision made by Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai was bold and risky. The next day, Han Fei announced the decision to migrate. As soon as this decision was made, the people in more than 300 cities of the human race were shocked. They knew that they would leave the chaotic wasteland one day. Han Fei had already said this, and Luo Xiaobai had mentioned it to them more than once. Therefore, no one was surprised at the arrival of this day. They just felt that it came a little too quickly. They had just adapted to the chaotic wasteland when they were about to go to the next place. However, no one complained. Although hundreds of millions of people had been killed or injured in several huge race wars, considering the growth of the human race after entering the chaotic wasteland, at least the current human race could accept it. Even in the raging sea, before Han Fei solved the sea demons, they had to face a life-threatening crisis. In fact, the number of people who died at that time was even more than now. It was just that at that time, the deaths were scattered and couldn't be calculated. Now people lived together, which was convenient for statistics. Compared to such rapid growth, people were more willing to accept the current sea realm. At least the growth of their strength was real. After experiencing the feeling of being strong, who was willing to see his strength growth stagnate? Who didn't want to touch higher levels of power? Several days later, in Han Fei's imperial city, Han Fei made a table of dishes and invited 5th senior brother to a banquet. There were only 3 people at this banquet: Han Fei, 5th senior brother, and Luo Xiaobai. 5th senior brother said, "Little junior brother, I'm not used to you being so polite." Han Fei smiled and said, "Senior brother, what are you talking about? It's just a little food." Well, I've prepared a complete cooking theory and practical manual, which records my lifelong cooking ideas. Give it to me. Before Han Fei finished speaking, 5th senior brother's eyes lit up and he showed great interest in it. Without hesitation, Han Fei stuffed the jade slip into the hands of 5th senior brother. The latter scanned it with his perception and immediately laughed. "Haha, little junior brother, as expected of my dear junior brother, tisk tiska, but you'd better tell me what you want me to do first. Otherwise, I won't be able to eat well. Gulp, burp, let me make it clear. If you encounter a particularly big crisis during the overall migration of your human race, you'd better not look for me. Instead, look for 3rd senior brother. In terms of large-scale group battles, 3rd senior brother is second only to eldest senior brother." Han Fei's heart did a flip. This information was interesting. In fact, he didn't know much about the combat power of the senior brothers and sisters in the Void Temple except for Feng Yu. He only knew that they were very strong. However, 5th senior brother said that senior brother Undead was best at fighting in-group battles. Thinking of the crisis that the 100 billion human beings might encounter, he couldn't help but be a little stunned. How strong could senior brother Undead be? The kind who completely ignored human wave tactics? Han Fei smiled and said, "It's not that. Senior brother, I'm here to ask you to help Xiaobai kill her self-severing tribulation." Oh? 5th senior brother was not very surprised. He just looked at Luo Xiaobai up and down, took a few sips of wine, and seemed to think for a moment. Luo Xiaobai didn't speak the whole time. Han Fei said that this was very important, so she just listened. She wasn't the kind of person who would waste opportunities. At such a time, she was actually in desperate need of opportunities, because only by being stronger could she better lead the human race to war. As for the perfected star transformation realm, although it was very strong, there were too many strong masters of this level. Especially since Han Fei had already indicated that the human race would have many enemies, she knew that if she wanted to improve, she would have to seize whatever opportunity she could have. After a while, fifth senior brother suddenly stopped drinking and narrowed his eyes. Little junior brother, to be honest, you're really making things difficult for me. Han Fei frowned slightly. He felt that with the strength of fifth senior brother, this matter should be very simple for him. Luo Xiaobai's expression didn't change much. Gain is my fortune, loss is my fate. After all, she wasn't the successor of the Void Temple. Haha, little junior brother, don't get me wrong, fifth senior brother said. It's not that I don't want to help, but this girl's bloodline is a little special. Special? Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai looked at each other. Luo Xiaobai was also a little puzzled. She didn't know much about bloodlines. Fifth senior brother asked, if I'm not mistaken, this girl has the bloodline of a divine manipulator, right? Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Senior brother, what's wrong with this bloodline? Is there anything wrong with it? Fifth senior brother said leisurely, it's only because I'm knowledgeable about the past and present that I know of this bloodline. Divine manipulators. This bloodline is special. This bloodline inherited the dual characteristics of the innate demon plant and the prehistoric human race. According to ancient records, it's the mutated bloodline produced by the children of the prehistoric human race and the congenital demon plant. Really? Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai in surprise, and Luo Xiaobai was a little confused. Is there anything special about this bloodline? Fifth senior brother said. Yes. It's naturally special. For example, this bloodline doesn't need to kill self-severing tribulation at all. This is because the bloodline contains the power of purification. It's a unique talent unique to powerful demon plants. The ominous can't be produced in this bloodline at all. Therefore, people with this bloodline are extremely talented in cultivation and are extremely focused. When they're cultivating, it's very difficult for them to be disturbed by the outside world. Chapter 2884, Divine Manipulator, Bloodline 5, 2884, Divine Manipulator, Bloodline 5 with the power of purification. Fifth senior brother laughed and took a sip of wine. Not bad. Girl, have you been poisoned since you awakened your bloodline? No. Luo Xiaobai's eyes lit up. Indeed, there were many poison cultivators in the sea realm, especially in the wilderness. She had fought some of them, but had never been poisoned. She was once surprised by this. Fifth senior brother said, not only will you not be poisoned, but you will also not be contaminated by spiritual and soul pollution. If someone tries to possess you, the price will most likely be disastrous, because his soul is not as pure as yours. The probability of his soul being destroyed is very high. Han Fei couldn't help but be delighted. This bloodline is really advanced. I'm a little envious. I wonder if my Han Song avatar can become like this. Fifth senior brother said, don't even think about it. This is a mutated bloodline. Among the 80 billion people, there is only one. Of course, if the two of you dual cultivate or something, you might give birth to a son with such a bloodline. Luo Xiaobai blushed. Senior, don't joke around. Han Fei nodded. Yes, senior brother, be serious. Fifth senior brother laughed, but then he said seriously, although this bloodline is good, it is not absolutely good. It is just that the soul and spirit are too pure to be contaminated. Therefore, secular emotions will become more and more difficult to affect you. Logically speaking, at your level, it is actually quite surprising that you can still have friends. The stronger you are, the more indifferent you will become. You may even have a mental mutation, and it is possible to extinguish your emotions. Luo Xiaobai's joy was immediately gone after hearing what fifth senior brother said. Han Fei frowned slightly. Wasn't this a little similar to Zhu Yinling's situation in the past? However, Zhu Yinling could change it by experiencing the mortal world and changing cultivation techniques. Luo Xiaobai should be able to do the same, right? Fifth senior brother said. Therefore, there's no need for her to kill self-severing tribulation. But if you're willing, I can give you a calabash, the kind that can continuously produce spirits. Calabash? Han Fei was lost for words. Senior brother, she's a girl. You're giving her liquor? And even spirits? However, Luo Xiaobai said firmly, I want it. Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai in shock. Are you going to drink it? Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, Senior, you must have a purpose for giving me liquor. When the strong liquor enters my throat, it'll wake me up. Senior wants me to stick to my original intentions. Wine is just a tool to remind me. Ha ha ha, smart girl. Why don't you take me as your master? I'm knowledgeable and know almost everything. Han Fei's eyes lit up. Okay, but you can't call me junior uncle. Han Fei thought to himself, fifth senior brother has accepted a disciple for the first time. How can we reject him? However, Luo Xiaobai shook her head gently. Thank you for your kindness, senior. The human race hasn't risen yet. As the war commander of the human race, I'm afraid I'm too busy to learn from you. Han Fei immediately tugged at Luo Xiaobai's clothes, and the latter looked at Han Fei steadily. Han Fei immediately understood. Stubborn. He had never seen such a stubborn person. Fifth senior brother picked up his chopsticks and laughed. Little girl, don't be in a hurry to refuse. I'll stay here for at least 1,000 years. If you want to take me as your master in 1,000 years, you can ask my little junior brother to inform me. Luo Xiaobai thought for a moment and nodded. Thank you, Senior. Chapter 2885. The Human's Hunt in the Wilderness begins 1. 2885. The Human's Hunt in the Wilderness begins 1. After bidding farewell to fifth senior brother, Han Fei wondered if Lu Renquang's bloodline was also extremely powerful since Luo Xiaobai's bloodline was so special and powerful. This guy was really lucky. A great monarch off the West Sea Divine Realm had accepted a disciple from the East Sea Divine Realm. Was there anything more magical than this? If Lu Renquang had a special bloodline, what about Zhang Xuanyu? Han Fei had once entered Zhang Xuanyu's dream and sensed everything Zhang Xuanyu had experienced. This guy had an unimaginable sense of space and could deduce combat skills countless times in his mind. It was as if there was a special three-dimensional space in his mind that could put him in at any time. Was this also a kind of special bloodline? If Zhang Xuanyu had a special bloodline too, then in that case he had actually encountered many bloodline powerhouses in the yin-yang world. For example, Cao Chu had the bloodline of the god of war. Although it didn't seem to be as advanced as Luo Xiaobai's bloodline, it was still very strong, right? Yang Nanxi, that berserk girl, actually also had a strong bloodline. Now these people had all reached the sky-opening realm. Yes, they had only been in the sea establishment realm for a short time. Now that they had suddenly obtained a large amount of resources, their strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, and their combat power had soared all the way. These were some people he knew in the yin-yang world. What about the others from the 36 mystic worlds? After Luo Xiaobai refined the wine calabash, she opened the calabash and took a sip. Then, her originally cold face immediately blushed and she frowned tightly. It seemed that the wine was not as simple as it seemed. Han Fei asked, "Does it taste bad?" Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "No, very good," Han Fei thought to himself, "but you look terrible." Luo Xiaobai said, "I've gained a lot today." "At least I don't need to kill self-severing tribulation, right?" Han Fei said. "Just because you don't need to kill self-severing tribulation doesn't mean that there will be fewer tribulations for you. Maybe you'll have an additional ordinary tribulation." Luo Xiaobai said, "You'll find out when you transcend the tribulation. Let's go. We still have to make a trip to the city of wanderers." It was difficult for Gu Tingnan to integrate into the human race now, but this didn't mean that he wasn't a member of the human race. He still remembered his race. However, the human race had been liberated and had risen. They could even take down a mountain like the city of origin independently. The obsession in his heart had already faded. He knew that he couldn't sink into oblivion, and he shouldn't sink into oblivion. He still had the City of Wanderers. His original intention of establishing the City of Wanderers had never wavered. It was precisely because Gu Tingnan had his own persistence that he made a breakthrough not long after Han Fei destroyed the 10,000 scale race. Now, he was already a true carefree level monarch, the kind quite strong. This was because Gu Tingnan had been stuck at the peak of the Dao proving level for a long time. Now that he had broken through the bottleneck, his strength was surging like a tidal wave. When he just entered the carefree level, he had already completed half of the journey. At this moment, outside Gu Tingnan's ice hall, Han Fei looked at Duan Qingxi and smiled. "Congratulations on successfully proving Dao." Duan Qingxi nodded slightly. "Thank you." What she thanked was Han Fei's drop of the Spring of Life. If it weren't for the Spring of Life, she might never have been able to prove Dao in this life. Han Fei smiled casually. "You're welcome." After a while, in Gu Tingnan's ice hall, Gu Tingnan served tea to Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai. "I heard that the human race is going into the wilderness," Han Fei said. "That's right. From now on, the chaotic wasteland is yours. This is for you." With that said, Han Fei handed over a jade slip and said, "This is the usage of energy crystals. It's the best usage discovered through the trial of billions of humans. It may be useful for you." Gu Tingnan nodded slightly, glanced at it, and accepted it without hesitation. In fact, the City of Wanderers had summarized some usages, but they were not so precise. Gu Tingnan said leisurely, "It's a crazy and bold decision for hundreds of billions of human beings to enter the wilderness. However, from what I know of you, you probably won't do anything you aren't confident of. I can only wish you good luck." Han Fei said, "Thank you. I'm here not only to say goodbye to you, but also to say that there are actually some survivors of the City of Scavengers and the City of Origin. These people are here." It was the place where the three cities sent the strong to train and finally went to the chaotic ice domain, which was specially left by Han Fei for the City of Wanderers. Han Fei handed out another jade slip. "This place is the repayment for your efforts for the human race over the years. Of course, the people in the City of Scavengers and the City of Origin must die." Gu Tingnan looked at the jade slip with a smile. "It's only natural for me to help the human race. You don't need to repay me for this. As for the remaining people from the two cities, with this map, I naturally won't let any of them survive." Just as Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai were about to leave, Gu Tingnan's voice came from behind. Han Fei stopped, but didn't look back. "I'll leave the human race to you. Rumble." At that moment, a great Dao crack appeared in the sky. The blood-colored crack stretched thousands of kilometers away in the sky. Han Fei knew that from this moment on, Gu Tingnan's human emperor path was severed. 1 month later. The more than 300 human cities were taken into Han Fei's origin star. Han Fei naturally wouldn't leave these cities behind, nor could he. This was because in addition to the cities, there were a large number of loose life-form demon plants. Chapter 2886. The Human's Hunt in the Wilderness begins 2886. The Human's Hunt in the Wilderness begins 2. Ordinary people couldn't take these demon plants away. Those above the Sea Establishment realm could establish an origin sea, but below the Sea Establishment realm, they couldn't leave with living bodies. When these loose bodies returned to his origin star, Han Fei had a feeling that if Han Song took back all these loose bodies, his strength would immediately break through to the carefree level. It was not that loose life forms grew so quickly, but there were too many people helping Han Fei grow. However, Han Fei wasn't in a hurry. At this moment, even if a loose life form broke through to the carefree level, so what? If he really encountered an extremely powerful enemy, a carefree level monarch wouldn't help much. Furthermore, once loose life forms were spread out, they would spread out like ripples and continuously grow. Only then would the effect be better. Of course, if the human race really needed a carefree level monarch as a last resort, Han Fei didn't mind retracting all the loose bodies. He could just open All About Demon Plants stores again after everything was settled. In Han Fei's origin star, countless people were waiting. Except for a few newborns, most people stayed in Han Fei's origin star. Last time, they came to the chaotic wasteland. This time, they were also looking forward to the so-called wilderness of the Sea Realm. However, just a few days later, not far from the exit of the chaotic wasteland, Han Fei stopped. On Han Fei's origin star, his voice resounded throughout the world. He said, "My fellow humans, outside the chaotic wasteland, in the boundless wilderness, our human race will face many challenges. However, I can't travel with you. I have my enemies. In the wilderness, there might be countless enemies waiting for me to appear. Therefore, I can't take you to gamble. The next path will be led by the guardian of the human race, xuanhuan, and the war commander of the human race, Luo Xiaobai. As for the demon plants in the cities, you can't carry them with you. Leave them with me. In the future, when you reach your destination and I kill all my enemies, I'll return them to you." For a moment, the entire human race fell silent. Someone sighed. "Master Human Emperor is going to face enemies we don't know about alone again." Someone sighed. "More than that. I think Master Human Emperor is using himself as bait to buy us time and space. 80% of our human race's sky was supported by Master Human Emperor alone. I wonder how long it will take for Master Human Emperor to return." At this moment, no one cared about the situation of the demon plants. To be honest, they planted the demon plants at the beginning just to decorate their homes. Later, they could harvest some spiritual fruits which had exceeded their expectations. However, compared to a huge event like the human migration, they naturally wouldn't ask for anything for such a trivial matter. Buzz, the phantom of a world descended, and billions of humans appeared in the chaotic wasteland. Han Fei, on the other hand, was with Luo Xiaobai and Han Xuan. Han Fei looked at Chu Hao. "Senior, I'll try to bring some spring of life back. So please take care of the human migration." Chu Hao nodded slightly. "I'll do what I can. However, you know my current state. If there are a few more carefree level cultivators or even immortal level ones, don't worry. In the short term, even if someone doesn't want the human race to rise, it will be difficult to organize a large-scale attack against us. If a powerful enemy really attacks, I have a way to eat them." Chu Hao nodded. "Okay." After that, Han Fei looked at Han Xuan. "Uncle Xuan, there are many things to do on the way of migration. Please control the speed and process of the march. Of course, this is also a path of trial. As long as the human army doesn't deviate from our expectations, you don't have to interfere too much." Han Xuan nodded. "Don't worry. I'll take care of these things." Han Fei turned his head and said, "Old Hong, you will command the 7-kill army. What you need to do is to keep me informed of the major events during the migration. Don't be afraid of disturbing me. Report to me immediately if you need anything." Hong Yu. "Yes, Master Human Emperor." Hong Yu and some veteran sky openers of the 7-kill army had already refined their origin stars and placed them outside Han Fei's origin star. Therefore, this could allow them to quickly contact Han Fei, but it also decided that they would have to follow Han Fei forever. Han Fei then said to the Beast King and the 2 elders of the Lava Giant tribe, "Elders, teacher, please help me take care of the human race." The Beast King said, "Brat, you don't need to be over-polite with me. Besides, you said that the infinite mining area is where the ferocious beasts live. I yearn for it." The Great Elder said, "It's all thanks to you that our race can walk out of the primeval land. Besides, the human race has a population of hundreds of billions. Our Lava Giant race used to belong to the human race. We should do our part." Han Fei, "Thank you." In the end, Han Fei glanced at Lu Qianzi. "You stay too, but you only have one mission, which is to protect Luo Xiaobai." Lu Qianzi said, "Master, can I go with you? I'm already at the peak of the Dao proving level." The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. "If you follow me, you'll probably be in danger. Do you still want to go with me? Then I'd better stay." Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai's shoulder. The hexagon starfish that was lying on Luo Xiaobai's shoulder just now had already hidden on Luo Xiaobai's back. Chapter 2887. The Human's Hunt in the Wilderness begins 3-2887. The Human's Hunt in the Wilderness begins 3. Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, I won't take you with me. However, you're gravely mistaken if you think it will be easy to follow Xiaobai. Tisk, I've neglected disciplining you, but she won't. Just wait. The hexagon starfish rolled its 6 big eyes. Then I'll still stay. The hexagon starfish certainly knew Luo Xiaobai's personality. He had been assigned many tasks over the years, but compared to Han Fei, who often beat him, he would rather be bullied by Luo Xiaobai. Ignoring the hexagon starfish, Han Fei injected a blue halo into Luo Xiaobai's body. Luo Xiaobai frowned. What's this? Han Fei said. It's a divine tribulation. Once this tribulation is released, no one below the great monarch realm will survive, Luo Xiaobai said. You should keep this for yourself. Han Fei shook his head. No, this trip of the human race will definitely not be simple. Someone will definitely try to block the migration of the human race. There must be a reason for the multiple rises and declines of the human race. I'm certain that someone doesn't want to see the rise of the human race. This time, when the human race migrates and rises, the other party will probably jump out. Furthermore, they will definitely launch at least one ocean crisis that can threaten 180 billion human beings. I, a monarch, can run if I can't beat them, but there are so many human beings. To put it bluntly, they won't have time to run. Therefore, you need it more than I do now. After that, Han Fei said casually, as we discussed before, don't be afraid of waste until you reach the God-Fiend Sea. When necessary, you can use all your trump cards. Luo Xiaobai nodded, but her usually calm face was also a little worried at this moment. Take care. The migration of human beings was actually quite slow. They could only move at the lowest level of the human race, and they had to stop every now and then. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it would take at least 1,000 years to reach the infinite mining area from the chaotic wasteland. However, humans were growing up. As their strength increased, their marching speed would naturally increase. Furthermore, the so-called migration didn't mean that they had to walk over step by step. The sea establishers and the sky openers could completely take them across long distances. They just needed to stop, train, rest, break through, and then march from time to time. As for when they would stay and where they would train, it was up to xuanhuan and Luo Xiaobai. Half a day later, Han Fei had already left the chaotic wasteland. Without thinking, he stepped into the void world. In the void world, Han Fei took out the vast ocean navigator without hesitation. With a thought, it immediately pointed in multiple directions and kept spinning. Seeing this, Han Fei sneered. He was thinking about the enemy's location. Indeed, Senior Sister Dark Shadow's warning was right. Once he left the chaotic wasteland, someone would definitely target him. From the looks of it, there were more than 1 or 2 powers targeting him. However, he didn't know if the people targeting him were purely targeting his identity as a disciple of the Void Temple, or trying to stop the rise of the human race. It might be both, or one of them. Han Fei wasn't sure yet, therefore he had to kill some people. Outside the wilderness, in an undersea turbulence not far from the chaotic wasteland, 3 Monarch Realm strong masters were sitting cross-legged in the void. One of them said, "It has been nearly 100 years. If Han Fei still doesn't come out, will we just keep waiting?" The other person sighed slightly. "Then what should we do? Do you dare to enter the chaotic wasteland? Not to mention us, even those elders wouldn't dare to enter it." In the end, the person opened his eyes. The chaotic wasteland is seriously lacking in resources. I don't believe he can hide there for long. I heard that the human race is so weak now that they are not qualified to enter the chaotic ice domain to cultivate. If they stay in the chaotic wasteland, it's impossible for them to rise. If they come out, even if Han Fei has peerless talent like Lei Heng, he will definitely die. That's right. This guy only has the strength of the peak-level, late-stage star transformation realm when he was in the Divine Capital Dynasty. Even if he's several times more talented than Lei Heng, so what? I heard that it was because of the power of the Void Temple that he swept through the chaotic wasteland. He's nothing but a joke. Buzz. As soon as he said so, suddenly, a sword light appeared and disappeared without any warning 100 kilometers away. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them didn't even have the time to take care of each other. Purple ice crystals appeared in front of one of them. The other 2 weren't slow either, as they launched 2 divine techniques at the same time. One focused on attacking the soul, and the other used the law of strength to punch out. Seeing the 3 of them attack, Han Fei knew that they were different from the Dao Provers he had hunted before. First of all, they were using divine techniques. Secondly, their reaction speed was not something a Dao Prover should have. However, so what? Steal, steal, steal. He activated the void stealing technique, and the fist mark suddenly disappeared, so did the purple ice crystals. This caught the 3 of them off guard, but they knew that there was no time to think now. The person who attacked first suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a sword cloud. This was the last reaction he could make. Chapter 2888, 2888D. The Humans Hunt in the Wilderness begins 2888. The Humans Hunt in the Wilderness begins so fast. As soon as the sword cloud was spat out, Han Fei had already approached. Swish the formless infinity sword, coupled with the terrifying speed in the void world, was so fast that the sword cultivator at the peak of the Dao proving level could only deal with it in a hurry. But in the next moment, the sword cloud was shattered by the other party, followed by the god-slaying sword. That person felt his scalp tingle. As if knowing that he couldn't block it, the star bead between his eyebrows launched a full blow. Puff, bam. Unfortunately, this person's speed was still slow. Han Fei's speed was not ordinary at all. Coupled with the two strongest divine techniques attacking at the same time, as soon as the center of this person's eyebrows flashed, he exploded. The other two looked horrified. They hadn't even seen who the enemy was, and the strongest person on their side had been killed. At this moment, the soul-killing technique finally fell on Han Fei. Han Fei only staggered slightly and endured it. Who is it? What greeted them was not an answer, but darkness. Turtle Shell Sky Sealing Technique. Together with the Tortoise Shell Heaven Sealing Array, there were hundreds of thousands of God-sealing spears that completely sealed this place. Because the Turtle Shell Sky Sealing Technique was activated almost at the same time as the Formless Infinity Sword, the death of the person just now didn't cause any changes in the weather. Buzz. Han Fei appeared and looked at the two people opposite him playfully. Who is it? Han Fei smiled. Who am I? Aren't you here for me, Han Fei? The two of them looked at each other and saw shock and surprise in each other's eyes. They seemed to be asking how it was possible for it to be Han Fei. According to the news of the capital of horror and Han Fei's strength when he left the Divine Capital Dynasty, how could he have broken through to the carefree level in such a short period of time? Even if he was in the carefree level, the person just now was about to reach the carefree level, or to be exact, he already had the combat power of the carefree level. Even if a carefree level monarch came personally, it was impossible to kill him in one blow. Han Fei said, Foolish hunters, I really don't know who gave you the courage to come to the chaotic wasteland with just 3 people. Is our void temple not famous enough? Or are you really so stupid? Han Fei was no longer anxious. It had been a long time since he fought. He had to see how strong he was now. The remaining 2 people had cold sweat on their foreheads. When they found that no great Dao cracks appeared and their strength was weakened by 30% again, they knew that this time either Han Fei or they had to die. Of course, the 2 of them were not stupid. Facing Han Fei personally, they immediately knew that the rumors about Han Fei were ridiculously wrong. One of them took half a step back slightly, and a huge shark appeared. When Han Fei took a closer look, he found that it was a Dharma world. The other person summoned a warhammer. The law of strength surged in this place, and the warhammer turned golden all over. Furthermore, Han Fei felt that even though he had sealed this space, it was still trembling. This person's strength had actually soared by several times with the help of a secret technique. What a bunch of talents, Han Fei murmured. Each of these 3 people was an elite. The Dao provers he had encountered before couldn't be compared to them at all. However, he didn't activate his great Dao. He watched the 2 of them attack at the same time and unleash the World Destruction Fist. In terms of strength, so what if the person opposite him tripled his strength? He wasn't an extreme Dao cultivator. How strong could 3 times his strength be? Besides, it wasn't like he didn't know the law of strength. Boom, boom, boom. Han Fei took the combined power of the 2 of them head on with a single punch. Bang! In the next moment, a terrifying force swept out. Nearly 100 sealing god spears shattered, but the turtle shell sky sealing technique was still intact. Han Fei's figure hit the barrier, and a huge force burst out of his body. The 2 people on the opposite side also retreated dozens of kilometers under Han Fei's punch. Both of them were shocked. Although they knew that Han Fei used a divine technique, it blocked all their attacks. Was this a joke? Han Fei murmured. Interesting. With the enhancement of the secret technique, you have nearly 900 waves of combat power. If you were at the carefree level, I really wouldn't be able to resist you. Unfortunately, you are not in the carefree level after all. As for you, although your soul power is strong, your combat power is mediocre. As long as my soul power surpasses yours, you are nothing. Cut the crap. Kill. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. The 3 of them fought for more than 300 seconds, during which Han Fei was suppressed for nearly half of the time. But after 150 seconds, Han Fei could already remove 90% of the God-sealing spear. Damn it, how dare you use us as sparring partners? Han Fei sneered. Sparring partners? No, you're not worthy. In the blink of an eye, the 3rd eye between Han Fei's eyebrows opened. At that moment, with the enhancement of the path of invincibility, Han Fei smashed the hammer of one of them with a punch. Following that, his Dharma idol world appeared. In front of Han Fei's Dharma idol, the giant shark couldn't even withstand a single punch and was almost shattered. But Han Fei didn't give the giant shark a chance to escape. He opened his mouth and bit the giant shark, sucking it into his stomach as if he could swallow everything. This is impossible. Han Fei condensed a sword and activated the law. With the enhancement of double combat power, all great Daos in one sword allowed Han Fei to absolutely crush the enemy. Another blow penetrated the man's soul bead, but this time he left his body intact. The remaining person still wanted to fight, but Han Fei just tilted his head, and the golden warhammer disappeared at a visible speed and finally became an ordinary warhammer. Han Fei sneered and said, "And to be honest, I'm no worse than you in the use of the law of strength. Are you competing with me for the use of the power of law here?" Chapter 2889, Visitors from the Central Sea, 1, 2889, Visitors from the Central Sea, 1. After Han Fei became a monarch, he had a rough understanding of some things. For example, the theory of the mutual attraction of the same great Dao was not completely useless. For example, this person's law of strength was extremely similar to his. However, this space was sealed by the turtle shell sky sealing technique, so the power of the law he possessed was limited. At this time, whoever had the strongest control of the law would have the initiative. Of course, the premise was that he had the ability to seal a certain space. Furthermore, he had to master the similar law as the other party. Han Fei kept this person because he wanted to make an experiment. At this moment, this person felt that all his power of the law in this space had been taken away by Han Fei. He looked shocked. You're only at the Dao proving level. How can you suppress me in all aspects? Han Fei stroked his chin. Perhaps this is another advantage of the extreme Dao. Extreme Dao? The man's face suddenly changed. An extreme Dao cultivator? He almost cursed. Why was there no information about such important intelligence at all? Wasn't it nonsense to ask them to hunt an extreme Dao cultivator of the same level? At the same level, only an extreme Dao cultivator could suppress an extreme Dao cultivator. Han Fei smiled coldly. So, I really want to know, are you people all at your level, or are there carefree level monarchs? The man's face was all dark. Han Fei, even if you're an extreme Dao cultivator, you're alone. Do you know how many people have come to kill you? Han Fei smiled and said, Haha, when have the people of the Void Temple been afraid of human sea tactics? I have a simple question for you. Are you targeting my identity as a disciple of the Void Temple, or the human race, or both? Do you think I'll tell you? Han Fei put on a smile. Actually, it doesn't matter to me whether you tell me or not. I kept you just to facilitate soul searching. Steel, between this person's eyebrows, his soul-suppressing godly weapon, a triangular cauldron, appeared. However, when he heard Han Fei say "steal" again, he was shocked to find that his soul-suppressing godly weapon had lost contact with him. When Han Fei shouted "steal" again, his mind was already blurred. Han Fei kept this person alone just to search his soul. At this moment, he pressed his palm between this person's eyebrows, causing his 7 orifices to bleed and his star bead to shake. He pulled out the void lines. Although this person was somewhat conscious, he was shocked to find that his soul was seriously injured and he couldn't control himself. Han Fei successfully saw some information. Jade Cauldron Sect, Central Sea Divine Realm? Han Fei read some information. This person was indeed from the Central Sea Divine Realm. This Jade Cauldron Sect had once been swept by senior brother Lei Heng, but they couldn't beat Lei Heng, so they wanted to vent their anger on him. Han Fei sneered. If you can't beat Lei Heng, can you definitely beat me? What kind of logic is this? If you really want to capture me, you should at least send some carefree level monarchs, right? Do you think you can take me down by sending a few peak level Dao provers who think they are very strong? You, Jade Cauldron Sect, just deserves to be swept. From this person's memories, Han Fei saw that there seemed to be a lot of people who were going to besiege him. Just the people they met seemed to be from 7 or 8 powers. There were still many powers that they didn't meet. Each power seemed to have sent 2 or 3 monarchs, and there were even several carefree level monarchs among them. Of course, none of them were immortal level. Perhaps they knew that if they really sent immortal level powerhouses over, they would probably be close to being wiped out. This was the rule established by the Void Temple. Unfortunately, Han Fei didn't find the answer he wanted to find. This person was here for him, but he wanted to know who didn't want the human race to rise. In history, the human race had risen more than once. After the rise, the human race would definitely not be weak. Even so, the human race still declined. Behind this, there must be a terrifying and powerful power. They tried their best to let the human race decline. How could they let the human race rise again? Therefore, he had to find the source of the enemy or he would be in a passive position. Since you don't know, let me find the next batch. After Han Fei revived a piece of the blood corpse of the guy he had killed with the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, he collected the corpses of the 3 of them into his origin star. After all, it was the origin stars of Dao Provers. There were countless resources on them. It wouldn't be good to waste them for nothing. It would take a long time for the human race to consume these resources. Buzz, boom, 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 broom, removing the turtle shell sky sealing technique. 3 great Dao cracks appeared in a row. This couldn't be helped. The turtle shell sky sealing technique could last at most 3 days. Regardless of whether Han Fei removed the turtle shell sky sealing technique or not, if he wanted to continue hunting, there would definitely be a great Dao crack. In that case, he might as well remove the turtle shell sky sealing technique. He wanted to see how many people were coming to cause trouble for him. At the same time, in the periphery of the chaotic wasteland, hundreds of people flew out of the void one after another. 3 great Dao cracks in a row. It seems that 3 people have been killed. He's out. Someone concluded that Han Fei had already left the chaotic wasteland. They had been guarding here for 100 years and nothing happened. However, today, 3 monarchs had died one after another. They could only guess that Han Fei had come out. After all, they didn't have any other enemies here. Chapter 2890, Visitors from the Central Sea, 2890, Visitors from the Central Sea, 2890, Visitors from the Central Sea, 28. Don't panic. These 3 people died in an instant, which means that the person who attacked is very strong. He has the strength to instantly kill 3 monarchs. Han Fei hasn't proven Dao yet. Even if he is a disciple of the Void Temple, even if he has had the strength of the carefree realm in just 100 years, it's impossible for him to instantly kill 3 monarchs. That's right, none of the people who came to hunt Han Fei are weak, otherwise they wouldn't be qualified to participate in this siege. Therefore, anyone who can kill the 3 people in a row has to be at least peak-level carefree or even immortal-level monarch. Did Han Fei have other helpers? Whether he has helpers or not, let's go there and take a look. This time, more than 1 or 2 powers are besieging him. When the time comes, as long as many powerhouses temporarily join forces, I don't believe that person has the ability to deal with so many people alone. Besides, even if the other party is an immortal-level monarch, we still have ways to deal with him. Those who came from the Central Sea Divine Realm all the way here to hunt Han Fei were either elites sent out or real heavenly talents who took the initiative to come over. These people had seen many big scenes, and many of them were top powerhouses. Of course, they knew how powerful the Void Temple was, but in history, there was no shortage of strong masters from the Void Temple who died. Some tribulations had to be transcended, and those who didn't survive all died in the long river of time. Han Fei knew that before him, there were more people in the Void Temple. However, some people died in the Sea of Stars, and some died before they grew up in the Sea Realm. At this moment, Han Fei had killed 3 monarchs in a row, but he didn't leave, nor did he want to leave. They wouldn't give him the chance to hunt them one by one. Up to now, Han Fei had only hunted Dao Provers alone a few times. Most of the time, he fought them head-on. Therefore, he was prepared to have a good fight. Whether or not he should run away depended on whether or not he could fight. Of course, he didn't just stand there and wait. As a special space mastered by only a few people taking the Great Tao of Space, the Void World was still useful. In less than half an hour, 7 people arrived in a row. This time, it seemed that the strong masters of 3 powers had gathered because their clothes were different. Han Fei saw that 3 of them were brawny, with bare arms, thick arms, and bulging muscles that were hard and solid like pieces of hard ore. There were also 2 women. They were thin, but their battle suits were quite special. They were dressed in black leather with silver accessories hanging from their hair. Their wrists and ankles were protected with special protection. There was barbed, soft armor on their shoulders and backs. They looked like gangsters. This type didn't look like a strength type, nor did they have the temperament of a sword cultivator. Han Fei was more inclined to think that they were strong masters who cultivated the soul. As for the other 2, one was carrying a zither and the other was holding a flute. Needless to say, these 2 people were obviously soul attackers and were definitely not weak. If these 2 people were very weak and could be easily approached, they might be instantly killed by a random Dao Prover. However, they appeared here, which meant that they were confident that not everyone could approach them. The fact that they had such confidence meant that their soul attack techniques were very powerful. Seeing all this from the Void World, Han Fei thought that these people were really varied. He didn't know that there were so many monarchs in the Sea Realm. Han Fei felt that he should have a chance to sneak attack these people, but he only had one chance. Therefore, it was very important to sneak attack who. He thought for a moment and made up his mind. The 7 of them rushed along without talking. Suddenly, extremely minute void fluctuations appeared. The 3 sturdy men hadn't noticed it yet, but the zither player suddenly turned around and snapped his fingers. The mystic sound was like a knife, shattering the void. At this moment, he had already held the zither with one hand and was about to fiddle with the zither strings. His reaction was so fast that Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim, "What a keen guy." The cultivator holding the flute reacted almost at the same time as the person playing the zither. The person didn't play the flute at all. With a slight movement of his lips and teeth, a melodious flute sound appeared between the heavens and the earth. Not only that, but his eyes emitted purple light. They were actually hallucinating pupils. Before Han Fei arrived, the world had been refreshed as if devils and gods had descended. In the void, there were giants who seemed to be playing music and trying to disturb Han Fei. Then, the 2 women realized what was going on. Before the 3 men had the time to turn their heads, iron shields appeared on their bodies. Formless infinity sword. Faced with these 7 people, Han Fei certainly wouldn't be careless. He could find 3 people to practice with, but it didn't mean he would find 7 people to practice with. These 7 people should be the kind of people who were extremely confident in their strength since they were the first to arrive. Otherwise, whose first reaction would be to rush here when they saw 3 great Dao cracks suddenly appear? Shouldn't their first reaction be to join forces with others? But these 7 people came too quickly. Facts had proven that they were indeed very strong, as could be seen from the zither player. Roar! Han Fei roared like a dragon. At this moment, he activated his great Tao, and the path of invincibility appeared. His eyes were golden, and his strength and speed had definitely climbed to the peak of the carefree level. Chapter 2891, Visitors from the Central Sea, 3. 2891 Visitors from the Central Sea, 3. He ignored the music that filled the sky, the mystic sounds played by the zither player, and the soul stings shot out by the 2 women's hair. Swish formless infinity sword, time arcane technique, Ragnarok, invincible fighting intent. Han Fei activated all his great techniques. The person holding the flute was shocked. The moment his eyes met Han Fei's, he knew that this person was not affected by his hallucinating pupils at all. Furthermore, the flute sound was shattered, and the soul sound couldn't stop Han Fei at all. Furthermore, Han Fei's speed was too fast. It was too late for him to continue playing the flute. The center of his eyebrows flashed. However, he didn't intend to launch a starbeat attack. Instead, he instantly summoned a giant clam. He knew that there was no time for the starbead to launch an attack. At this moment, if he wanted to survive, he could only sacrifice his companion spirit. Crack. Puff. The companion spirit was pierced through by the sword and couldn't resist it at all. The person didn't expect that his carapace, which was comparable to an ultra-quality godly weapon, couldn't withstand even a single blow from the sneak attacker. Carefree level? In the next moment, a jade flute appeared between this person's eyebrows. It was naturally his soul-suppressing godly weapon. He had no choice but to buy time. But to his surprise, the moment the soul-suppressing godly weapon appeared, it disappeared and appeared on Han Fei's side. Soul explosion. Seeing that there was no time to use the star bead to defend against the enemy, this person chose the most straightforward way, which was to block Han Fei with the power of the soul explosion. However, in his eyes, Han Fei ignored the infinite power of the soul explosion and had already reached the center of his eyebrows. How was that possible? This person was a little surprised. Why did this person break his 4 life-saving methods in a row? Why? Thuft, ding ding ding, clang, 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 clang. Han Fei's attack succeeded, but in the end, he was delayed by the companion spirit. It was during this period of time that thousands of mystic sounds slashed at him, causing his soul to be shaken. As for the 2 women, dozens of fine needles shot out of their hair and pierced through the barrier of Han Fei's invincible will. Swish! In an instant, Han Fei advanced instead of retreating. No matter who this flute-holding powerhouse was, he would definitely die at this moment. However, this zither player was a problem. This person's reaction was too fast, and his soul power was extremely strong. Although he wasn't an extreme Taoist, his strength wasn't at the Tao-proving level at all, but the carefree level. At this moment, the distance between him and the zither master was extremely short. This was the best time to kill him. Although this person retreated immediately, Han Fei followed him like a shadow, and a pair of scissors appeared in his hand. The moment the zither player saw the scissors, he knew that something was wrong. The enemy was determined to attack him despite the attacks of 2 monarchs and even took out a pair of scissors. It couldn't be simple. Crack. Sure enough, in the next moment, the zither player felt that he had lost his speed. But at the same time, the terrifying energy from between the zither player's eyebrows rushed straight at Han Fei. Different from the flute holder, Han Fei's first target was the flute holder. He died because Han Fei attacked too quickly and had too many means. But the zither player was different. After seeing Han Fei's hunting skills, he was already preparing to launch a starbeat attack. If Han Fei could kill the flute holder, he could kill him. He had to be prepared. When Han Fei took out the scissors, he knew that Han Fei was going to attack, so he released the starbead strike without hesitation. At the same time, he lost the law of speed and was sent flying. Bang! Han Fei's figure was sent flying by the blow. Even an immortal-level monarch would avoid the starbead strike of a carefree-level monarch unless necessary. After all, the starbead strike mobilized the power of the whole origin star and released terrifying energy. What a strong body, a woman exclaimed. Han Fei was hit by the zither player's starbead strike, but he could still put his hands together in front of him to block it. His body was golden, and his defense was not broken. This is a good chance. The 3 men attacked at the same time. 3 terrifying fist marks crushed the void around Han Fei, who was sent flying. Soul power surged on this fist mark, and the fist mark was almost made of laws. The 3 of them worked together, determined to take Han Fei down in one fell swoop. The zither player was slightly relieved. What a horrible enemy. He was almost killed. It was a pity that his good friend was killed before he could see his enemy clearly. However, in the next moment, the zither player's expression suddenly changed. He wanted to move, but a sword light instantly pierced out from the back of his head. Only then did he know that there were 2 enemies. Unfortunately, he didn't know that his extremely fast starbead strike only repelled a clone. Twin in one. Buzz. Han Fei picked up the bodies of the zither player and the flute holder, and then appeared in front of the remaining 5 people. At this moment, the 5 of them were shocked. Damn it, why was he here? Was the guy they were attacking just now fake? Hee, everyone, are you looking for me? Han Fei sneered, and the 5 people opposite him felt their scalps tingle. This person was so strong. In less than a second, he had killed a carefree-level monarch and a peak-level Tao prover. These were freaks from the Absolute Sound Mountain. Each of them was monsters with extremely powerful soul power and terrifying fighting intent. But 2 of such monsters were killed in an instant. Standing in a triangle, the 3 men didn't want to fight Han Fei anymore because they found that Han Fei seemed to be terrifyingly strong. Chapter 2892, Visitors from the Central Sea, 42892. Visitors from the Central Sea, 4. One of them said, "We just need to hold you back for a while, then you won't be able to escape." In other words, this person was telling Han Fei that if he didn't run now, the other monarchs would arrive and he wouldn't be able to escape. Han Fei didn't speak, but a black raven suddenly appeared on his shoulder. Not good. The Emperor Sparrow. In the next moment, the eyes of the three men turned bloodshot and they began to attack each other. Run! The remaining two women finally confirmed the identity of the visitor. Wasn't it Han Fei, the target of their trip? However, Han Fei was unbelievably strong and had amazing means. Just now, their soul-slaying spikes failed to pierce through Han Fei. Just as they passed through the invincible golden light, they were blocked by gravel. Now, two of his allies were gone, and only the two of them were left. It was too dangerous to fight such a monster. However, at this moment, the sky turned dark, and the turtle shell sky ceiling array appeared again. Sorry, it's too late for you to leave now. Seeing this, the two girls knew that they had nowhere to retreat. Han Fei had already forced them to a dead end. One of them said, if we don't kill the three of them now, when we break free, it will be a 5-on-1 situation. Han Fei smiled. Test me out? Let me tell you clearly, the three of them won't wake up. Do you think anyone can wake up from the curse of the Emperor Sparrow? Immediately, the hearts of the two women sank. One Han Fei was already difficult enough to deal with, and now there was the Emperor Sparrow. The two of them exchanged a look. Persist for 100 seconds. Someone will definitely come. One of the women said, we can quit this battle. Besides, we can tell you whatever you want to know. However, Han Fei condensed a sword with 2 fingers and smiled faintly. Sorry, I don't want to hear it now. If you want to stall for time, try it. Han Fei took action and swept over. The two women's bodies trembled at the same time, and tens of thousands of silver needles burst out from every corner of their bodies. Shoot, hidden weapons? Han Fei didn't notice that the two women were covered in hidden weapons. At this moment, these silver needles intertwined into a net, each of which was attached with soul power and shot crazily at Han Fei. No, it's definitely not as simple as hidden weapons. From the moment the two women attacked him just now, Han Fei had sensed that their way of attacking was very special. Their soul-killing technique had such powerful penetrative power that his invincible golden body could actually be penetrated, and he had to rely on the Starsea Mystic Sand to resist it. Logically speaking, after he activated his great Dao and the invincible eyes, not to mention Dao provers, even a peak-level carefree-level monarch wouldn't be able to penetrate his defense. Of course, Han Fei was referring to ordinary carefree-level cultivators, and these people were clearly extremely talented and combat-ready. Therefore, at this moment, the two women casually unleashed tens of thousands of soul-sting silver needles. Each of them had powerful penetrative power. This kind of power couldn't be condensed immediately. Han Fei thought for a moment. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't be able to condense 10 soul-sting silver needles at the moment of battle. At the same time, even if he had the corresponding cultivation technique, it would be very impressive if he could condense 10 of them. And these two women were only at the peak of the Dao proving level, which meant that their soul-sting silver needles had been condensed in advance. Oh no, Han Fei's heart did a flip. They had locked the soul-killing technique into these silver needles in advance. During the battle, they could use a large number of super-powerful piercing silver needles to take down the enemy in one round. What an abnormal killing technique. Fortunately, I have both the invincible golden body and the Starsea Mystic Sand to protect me. Otherwise, I would have been tricked. But at this moment, tens of thousands of soul-piercing silver needles were unleashed at the same time. Obviously, the two women realized how powerful Han Fei was, so they planned to heavily injure Han Fei in one go. If it were anyone else, even if they were at the peak of the carefree level, they might have been killed by this blow. If every needle was so penetrating and destructive, Han Fei felt that the invincible golden body and the Starsea Mystic Sand couldn't resist it at all. Therefore, Han Fei threw out a refined star without hesitation. The two girls turned green when they saw the refined star. Are you crazy? Explode! Rumble! This was a refined star of the Monarch realm, which these people could certainly recognize. At the Monarch level, the detonation of a refined star could be 10 times or 100 times more powerful than a starbead strike. Therefore, when the two women saw how crazy Han Fei was, their hearts turned cold. At the moment the refined star was detonated, the coverage of the turtle shell sky ceiling array automatically shrank, and Han Fei was already outside the array. The dazzling light lasted for a long time in the turtle shell sky ceiling array. Han Fei waited for more than 50 seconds but still didn't enter. He thought to himself, let those people be tortured for a while longer. Besides, although this was a refined star of the Monarch realm and might be able to crush those people when it detonated, it was very likely that they would be reborn later. The Emperor Sparrow said, you can be so unscrupulous because your turtle shell is too high-leveled. In fact, if you take that blow head-on, you should be able to withstand it. Han Fei said, why should I fight them head-on? There are still many enemies. I can't fight to the death with everyone. It will save me a lot of trouble. The Emperor Sparrow asked, haven't you reached the peak of the Dao proving level? In my inherited memories, if you want to advance from the Dao proving level to the carefree level, you have to have an epiphany. Han Fei asked, what is carefree? If you have inherited memories, can you directly cross this realm? Yes. Then the Emperor Sparrow continued, everyone's definition of being carefree is different. The most straightforward meaning is to be carefree in the world, watch the mortal world with a smile, dream about the 9 heavens, and seek freedom. But not everyone can enter the carefree level with this mentality. Some people can also enter the carefree level with hatred. Their comprehension of being carefree is that they have gotten their revenge. Some people want something but can't get it, so they enter the carefree level when they get it. Some people are secluded and aloof. Entering the mortal world to experience the mortal world can help them enter the carefree level. Carefree is a kind of mentality and attitude. The easiest time to comprehend carefree is when you're in a life or death situation. When you have no choice, you can find out what you want most. Oh, Han Fei frowned. In a life or death situation? Wasn't this hunt the best opportunity? Chapter 2893, crushing those on the god roll with one hand, 12893. Crushing those on the god roll with one hand, Han Fei was tempted by the Emperor Sparrow's words. He had cultivated in his origin star for 20,000 years and had enough resources to support himself. Now, he was firmly stuck at the peak of the Tao proving level. In fact, this was the necessary condition for him to break through to the carefree level. Now that the Emperor Sparrow had mentioned the key to the breakthrough, Han Fei actually had an epiphany. Without hesitation, Han Fei dove into the turtle shell sky-sealing array again, and a terrifying power swept across his body in an instant. He dispersed his invincible will in the star-sea mystic sand and resisted it with his body alone. His skin turned red at a visible speed, but this baptism of power didn't really break Han Fei's defense. But at this moment, the 5 people in the array were different. At this time, except for the 3 guys who were obviously body refiners who still had their bones left, the 2 women were directly blasted into pieces. However, they didn't die. The 3 men even woke up from the frenzy because of this. Although the explosion of a refined star was terrifying, as long as monarchs tried their best to protect a wisp of soul or a wisp of flesh and blood, they could survive it. They could even clearly see that Han Fei had come in and weathered through the terrifying energy with his body. Tao proving level? At the same time, the 5 of them asked the same question. Is this the Tao proving level? How can the body of a Tao prover be so strong? Not good. His heavenly Tao jade marrow bone has probably been refined. How is it possible? How many years has it been? Unfortunately, no one gave them an answer. Han Fei used his finger as a sword, and every step he took was a sword. In the blink of an eye, all 5 of them perished, unable to resist at all. After storing the remains of the 5 people into his origin star, Han Fei didn't leave the range of the turtle shell heaven-sealing array, but felt the baptism of these energies. Yes, his heavenly Tao jade marrow bone had been completely polished. It was precisely because his realm, body, and soul had reached a limit that Han Fei was going to leave the chaotic wasteland to seek a new breakthrough. There was no point in cultivating hard. Han Fei's eyes were firm under the terrifying power. At this moment, it had been more than 70 seconds since Han Fei fought them. Finally, a second group of people arrived. There were a total of 6 people in this batch. But Han Fei knew that it was impossible for him to kill these 6 people in a sneak attack. Because there would definitely be more and more people coming soon, the only thing he could do was fight. At this moment, the 6 of them seemed to be a joint team of 3 powers. Someone said, the battle here is very intense and there are no signs of transfer. It can't be. They spread out their perceptions. Suddenly, they saw a space appear out of nowhere, and a terrifying power swept out in an instant, rolling thousands of kilometers away. The 6 people bore the brunt of the blast and were all shaken back by the violent explosion. Watch out, someone is here. Rumble a rumble. As one of them spoke, great Tao cracks appeared in the sky one after another. All 6 of them looked horrified. As they retreated, a fist mark suddenly descended. This fist mark fused with the power of the explosion and used this power to erupt with greater power. The man didn't even have a chance to summon his spiritual beast before his star bead was shattered. Then, the remaining 5 people gathered together in shock. The guy is very strong. Let's not stay separately. Damn it, who is attacking? Why is he so strong? Rumble a rumble. In the distance, the many monarchs who were rushing over also looked shocked. Another 8 consecutive great Tao cracks? Were they serious? They believed that someone could kill 3 people in an instant, but killing 8 people in an instant? They didn't believe it. If this person really had the strength to kill 8 people in an instant, he would have swept through them in the past 100 years. Someone came to a realization. This person temporarily blocked the heavenly Tao's perception. He must have set up some kind of barrier. Even if they set up a barrier that blocks the heavenly Tao, how long has it been since the last 3 people died? In less than 100 seconds, they killed 8 monarchs. I'm afraid there's more than one person here. What a strong energy fluctuation up ahead. We're here. Hiss. This, one person? In the sky, the great Tao cracks were intertwined. Where Han Fei was, energy swept in all directions. The sea was surging into the sky. These monarchs saw that at the center of the explosion, a young man was bare-chested, and his long hair was fluttering. His body was full of vitality and fighting intent. The muscles on his body were tough and powerful, and his skin was hot red. He looked like a god of war revived from the explosion of stars. At this moment, as many as 19 monarchs had arrived. Yes, in this short period of time, more and more monarchs had come. Some might not have arrived yet, but the monarchs with boundless vision had witnessed the man who was like a god of war at this moment. These people didn't attack, nor did Han Fei speak. More and more monarchs were gathering around. 30 people, 50 people, 100 people. In the end, 32 monarchs appeared here. Someone said, "Is this guy who killed 11 monarchs in a row? Is this guy Han Fei? Isn't it said that he has just proven Dao? But he is obviously already at the peak of the Dao proving level. It doesn't matter if he's at the early or peak stage of the Dao proving level. It's already impossible for him to escape today. If he doesn't seek the help of the Void Temple, it's impossible for him to survive." Chapter 2894, 2894, Crushing Those on the God Roll with One Hand, 2. 2894, Crushing Those on the God Roll with One Hand, 2. Why didn't he run? Could it be that he was fishing and had actually set a trap? That's impossible. The last disciple of the Void Temple, Lei Heng, is already at the peak of the immortal level. Furthermore, he hasn't really taken action in 30,000 years. We aren't at the immortal level. How can the Void Temple interfere in this matter? That's right. Did we bully them? They have so few people in the Void Temple. What has it got to do with us? This is the trial method of the Void Temple. Since they dare to play like this, they have to bear the price of death. He dares to show up before he grows up. He asked for it. Even if there's someone behind him, so what? Do you really think we're the only ones here this time? How can there be no immortal level powerhouses in the dark? While these people were discussing secretly, Han Fei twisted his head and sneered. Why? Is everyone here? 32? Is that all? In fact, Han Fei still sensed that there seemed to be a few people who hadn't appeared. Perhaps they wanted to sit on the sidelines and watch the tigers fight. Someone shouted, "Han Fei, you can't escape today. The Void Temple destroyed my sect in the past. Today, I'll make you people pay with blood." Han Fei sneered. "Destroying your sect is actually giving you face. Since you're here today, I'll send you along. It's better if the entire sect stays together." "Ah, Shoal." Someone raised his saber. "He's already dead meat. Don't bother talking to him. Let's just kill him together." "Heh," Han Fei sneered. "Hey, I'm really curious. What grudge do I have against you? Did I slaughter your entire family, kill your parents, or abduct your daughter and steal your inheritance? Why did you suddenly come to kill me? You have to give me a reason," someone said. "The Void Temple once swept across the Central Sea Divine Realm and killed along the way. This is a feud. This is the reason." Han Fei curled his lips. Ridiculous. If you didn't do anything bad, why would the Void Temple want to kill you? I'm sure you didn't do anything good before. "Ah, Shoal. Humph. Go to hell." Han Fei sneered in his heart. This was just an excuse. They couldn't have risked their lives to come here to kill me just for this, right? If they really hated the Void Temple so much, his senior brothers and sisters might have long killed them. How could they let them jump around here? At this moment, the voice of the Emperor Sparrow sounded in Han Fei's heart. "I'll give you a reason. Most of these people who are at the peak of the Dao proving level have no grudges with you, but they want to reach a higher state of mind and break through to the carefree level in one fell swoop by killing you. Think about it. How glorious is it to kill a disciple of the Void Temple? If they succeed, they can brag about it for the rest of their lives. Therefore, with such a different state of mind, it would be easier for them to enter the carefree level, which is indeed a good way to break through to the carefree level." "I see," Han Fei asked again. "Then what about the carefree level powerhouses here? There weren't many carefree level cultivators here, but there were still as many as 38. Among them, at least half were at the peak of the carefree level." The Emperor Sparrow said, "Most likely, the carefree level monarchs really have a grudge against you. This is because it's meaningless for them to kill you. Although it's worth bragging, there won't be any help to their mental state, so the possibility is that they hate you or have other motives." Han Fei knew that there must be something wrong with the carefree level cultivators who came today. If these people weren't here for revenge, it could only be because of the human race. Some of them didn't want the human race to rise. The best way to stop the human race from rising was to kill him, the human emperor. At this moment, a door of light opened in the void, and a young cultivator walked out. He was wearing a white robe and holding a long sword, his eyes cold. Yi Wulong, Han Fei knew this person. He was a strong master from the Gate of Heaven. He once besieged him at the periphery of the Divine Capital Dynasty. But when Senior Brother Azure Dragon appeared, this guy chickened out. Yi Wulong was quite shocked to see Han Fei again. He couldn't imagine how fast Han Fei had grown. In less than 200 years, this guy had grown from the late-stage star transformation realm to the peak of the Dao proving level. This speed was simply unbelievable. Yes, others didn't know, but the heavenly race did. Han Fei's initial strength wasn't even at the late stage of the star transformation realm. However, Yi Wulong didn't know that Han Fei had just entered the star transformation realm near the Divine Capital Dynasty. But whether Yi Wulong knew more or not, he only knew that Han Fei had to die. This guy had grown too fast and was decisive. Besides, he was the human emperor. Once the human race rose, with such a human emperor, it would be difficult for anyone in the East Sea Divine Realm to compete with the human race except for the Divine Capital Dynasty. No matter which era it was, the rise of a huge race was inevitably accompanied by the decline of other races. The Gate of Heaven had a deep grudge with Han Fei, so whether they were willing or not, they had to stand on the opposite side of Han Fei. Yi Wulong said, I'm Yi Wulong from the Gate of Heaven in the East Sea Divine Realm. Nice to meet you. The Gate of Heaven has a feud with Han Fei. This child reached the peak of the Dao proving level from the late-stage star transformation realm in just 200 years. I'm afraid that it was mostly because of the spring of life he snatched from the Gate of Heaven. Today, I'll attack him first. If I can successfully take him down, you won't have to offend the Void Temple again. Chapter 2895, Crushing Those on the God Roll with One Hand. 32895, Crushing Those on the God Roll with One Hand. 3 Yi Wulang seemed to be for the benefit of others, but in fact he was implying that Han Fei's foundation couldn't have been so strong after only 200 years of cultivation. Besides, he implied that Han Fei could only cultivate so fast with the help of the Spring of Life. It gave everyone an illusion that Han Fei was actually weak. However, most people in the field were still sober. At this moment, they sneered in their hearts, thinking that Yi Wulang was talking nonsense. Han Fei's strength was definitely not fake, otherwise it was impossible for him to kill 11 monarchs in a row. If Yi Wulang really wanted to attack first, why did he have to say so much nonsense? He was just putting on a show. Then, a clear voice came from the sky. There's no need for a carefree level cultivator to attack first. This is a battle of the Dao Provers after all. If the Dao Provers haven't been defeated, how can you attack first? A blue phoenix flew over from the sky. A woman walked out of the phoenix carriage holding a porcelain bottle in her slender hand. She was dressed in a long sleeveless dress and her white dress fluttered. On her cold and beautiful face, what was most attractive was her clear eyes. Many people were shocked. Someone said in a low voice, Zhao Qianqin from the Flying Immortal Tower, who used to be the 7th place on the God Roll, has appeared now after 30,000 years? While someone was surprised, someone looked into the void. Look, that's Mirage. A palace phantom appeared in the sky. A young man wearing a purple and gold crown, flying cloud shoes, and a white crane cloak stepped down from the clouds with a sword in his hand. Someone's expression changed slightly. Mirage, Ye Tianren, the peerless sword cultivator who used to rank 5th on the God Roll. He's here too? As soon as this happened, the sky shook and someone said, Look, the clouds are moving in all directions and the chi and blood cover the sky. The fist sect is also here. Booma, a golden figure descended from the sky and hit the sea with a bang. Ripples spread out for thousands of kilometers under his feet. Then he saw a burly bald man who was golden all over like a celestial being. This person had 3 bronze bracelets on each wrist. His fists were shining brightly from time to time. I'm Pei Qianan from the Fist sect, the former 8th place on the God Roll. It seems that every sect has sent all their heavenly talents to deal with Han Fei. Someone said in a low voice, They're famous, but these people rarely appear after proving Dao. Now they all want to step on Han Fei to rise to the top. Let them have a try. Apart from Pei Qianan, the other 2 were followed by 2 carefree level cultivators. They must be their guardians. Zhao Qianqin was cold. Ye Tian was arrogant, and Pei Qianan was fierce. They looked quite extraordinary. The 3 of them just nodded at each other, but they were not cultivators on the God Roll from the same era and didn't know each other well. Ye Tianren ignored the others and took the lead to say, Are you Han Fei, a disciple of the Void Temple? Han Fei didn't answer. Ye Tianren waited for a few seconds, his face dark. Not even bothering to answer him, this person was humiliating him. Ye Tianren continued to maintain his arrogant attitude and said, Why? Are you a mute? Upon hearing this, many people present were shocked. This was a blatant provocation. However, according to Ye Tian's personality, this seemed to be normal. While these people were waiting for Han Fei's reaction, Han Fei gently grinned, put on a teasing smile, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, There must be something wrong with your fucking eyes. What are you talking about? If I weren't Han Fei, why would you have surrounded me? Vulgar. Ye Tianren snorted coldly, his indifferent eyes as if looking at a dead person. Zhao Qianqian slightly frowned, as if she felt that Han Fei's words didn't match his identity. She said, I don't know where your confidence comes from. There are 139 monarchs here. Even if there are only 39, can you block them? So why are you pretending to be mysterious? Han Fei smiled. Why don't you come and have a try to see if I'm pretending to be mysterious? Clicking, you talk too much nonsense. The space was shattered by someone's foot, and a ray of light suddenly appeared. Only the afterimage of Pei Qianan was still in place. In front of Han Fei, the space converged and squeezed, and the fist mark sucked the power of the heavenly Dao hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, forming a shock wave that was like a star that suddenly jumped over. Rumble. Everyone present was shocked by Pei Qianan's attack. So strong. Zhao Qianqian frowned slightly, and Ye Tianren's pupils were constricted. They seemed to be judging Pei Qianan's strength. As for the others, they felt that he deserved his fame. Not only did this person's fist mark contain a powerful law, but there was also an unparalleled dominance and bloodthirsty courage. The space suddenly exploded and collapsed in an instant. The surrounding waves were upside down, and chaotic energy surged back from the endless void with astonishing power. As expected of a powerhouse on the God Roll, Faced with this blow, no one present dared to say that they could easily withstand it. Most of the people even thought that they might not be able to withstand this blow in time because Pei Qianen's speed was too fast. It was difficult to imagine that the Fist sect, which focused on body refinement, could be so fast. However, in the collapsing and dense spatial cracks, Pei Qianen left as quickly as he came. Everyone saw Pei Qianen flying back. There was only a bone left on his entire arm, and his Dao bone was full of cracks. Logo, Chapter 2896, Crushing Those on the God Roll with One Hand 4. 2896 Crushing. Those on the God Roll with One Hand 4, what followed was a scorching fist mark. It was obviously not Pei Qianen's fist mark, so it could only be Han Fei's. Bang! Without a word, Pei Qianen punched again with his left hand. With a loud bang, Pei Qianen shattered the void and flew millions of kilometers away in an instant. His left hand was completely fleshless, and the bones of his hand were also full of cracks. In the next moment, Han Fei stepped on the broken space cracks and walked out of the endless void with a calm expression. Is he really a heavenly talent from the Central Sea Divine Realm? And he's on the God Roll. How dare he attack me when he is only halfway through the Extreme Dao? Even if you win and enter the Carefree level, you'll just be a piece of trash. Gulp. So strong. Extreme Dao? Pei Qianen is an Extreme Dao cultivator? Then Han Fei, Zhao Qianqin, and Ye Tianren looked solemn. In their hearts it was the same word, strong. Before they came, they didn't think much of it. They only felt that although Han Fei was a disciple of the Void Temple, he hadn't grown up for long. As for them, they had already stayed in the Dao proving level for tens of thousands of years. How could they be inferior to this guy who had only proven Dao less than 100 years ago? Impossible. Zhao Qianqian and Ye Tianren had the same thought at the same time. There was no one in this world who could grow up so terrifyingly fast. He had walked the road of tens of thousands of years in 100 years. In such a situation, either there was a problem with the information they had obtained, or the Time Temple. They thought of the possibility of time acceleration. Only in this way could it explain why Han Fei could be so strong now. Historically, the Void Temple had produced many strong masters, but none of them had grown as fast as Han Fei. It wasn't just Zhao Qianqian and Ye Tianren who thought of this. Many people seemed to have guessed that. If it were the 6 divine time techniques, it was indeed possible for Han Fei to grow to such a level in such a short period of time. However, didn't the Void Temple value trials? Besides, according to the information they knew, although the Void Temple and the Time Temple weren't enemies, the Time Temple wasn't strong enough to nurture disciples for the Void Temple, right? Some people who knew something about the Time Temple even calculated that anyone who could accelerate time by 100 times was at least a great monarch from the Time Temple. Those who could accelerate 100 years to 30,000 years were definitely great monarchs. Otherwise, it was impossible. Of course, it was also possible that Han Fei's cultivation speed was indeed fast, but even so, it would take at least a powerhouse at the peak of the longevity realm of the Time Temple to help Han Fei cultivate for 100 years to reach this level, right? The limit they could accept was 10,000 years, and it would take Han Fei at least 10,000 years to cultivate to this level. At this moment, only Pei Qianen, who was fighting Han Fei, knew how terrifying Han Fei was. Although the punch just now didn't use his full strength, it still contained 80% of his absolute strength. But even such a powerful attack couldn't shake Han Fei at all. Yes, just now, the other party only extended a single hand and threw a punch. His punch silenced the void with devastating power. Clang. At that moment, Ye Tianren's sword began to tremble as if it was about to be unsheathed. Pei Qianen roared, "Stop, I'm not done yet." Ye Tianren pressed his hand against the air to stabilize the unstoppable sword intent and said proudly, "Are the people of the Fist sect all fools? You've already been defeated." One more blow. Pei Qianen roared, and the bronze bracelets on his wrist began to clink. His flesh and blood returned, and his arms were shining gold. Roar! Pei Qianen stepped on the sea, and the huge tide soared into the sky. He opened his arms and held the infinite seawater, trying to condense it into a punch with the power of the seawater. Han Fei thought to himself, "This idiot is really reckless. Of course Pei Qianen is strong. How can anyone who walked the extreme Dao be weak? At least, he deserves to be on the God Roll." What Han Fei didn't like was that those Bookstards from the Central Sea Divine Realm thought too highly of him. They sent so many strong masters at the beginning. Did they really intend to kill him in one fell swoop? Or did they want to force him to use the Void Mark once? Yes, Han Fei was sure that someone was definitely targeting the Void Mark. They knew that the Void Mark could only be used 3 times. He had already used it once in the Divine Capital Dynasty. In the Chaotic Wasteland, although he didn't use it, outsiders didn't know. The Queen of Horror definitely wouldn't tell others. Therefore, many people guessed that Han Fei only had one chance left. And even if Han Fei used the Void Mark in such a battle and summoned the cultivators of the Void Temple, they wouldn't attack this group of people. This was because the Void Temple was usually reasonable. Since they were in the same realm, no matter how many people chased Han Fei, it was still a trial. Therefore, the people sent by the Central Sea Divine Realm this time were all elites, all heavenly talents, to force Han Fei to use the Void Mark. Han Fei grinned grimly. Bastards from the Central Sea Divine Realm, come on, let's fight. Chapter 2897. Enter the Carefree Level 1. 2897. Enter the Carefree Level 1. This time, Han Fei was no longer passively defending. Facing the punch that carried the power of the huge waves hundreds of thousands of kilometers long, he took the initiative to fight back. Since you're from the fist sect, I'll defeat you with my fist technique. When I punch out, the world will be destroyed. Han Fei's punch was scarlet and terrifying. In the eyes of others, it was as if the world had collapsed and hell was burning. Although they didn't fight him, they still felt the overwhelming killing intent. For a fight between extreme Dao cultivators, one step forward, even if you were defeated, your Dao heart would still be safe. One step back, your Dao heart would be covered in dust, and your opponent would definitely become an unsurmountable mountain in your heart. Pei Qianan roared, his whole body shining with golden light. A Dharma idol rose from behind him, and a Keelan appeared and fused between his eyebrows. He looked like a galloping beast. His combat power, soul, will, and many other aspects showed double growth, without the heart of a strong master who could enter the god role. The onlookers were also paying attention. They were all heavenly talents of their generation. Seeing this scene, their hearts were greatly shocked, but at the same time, they couldn't hide their excitement. Perhaps many people felt inferior to this blow, but this didn't mean that they were afraid. On the contrary, they felt that once they successfully participated in a battle of this level without dying, it would greatly benefit their growth. Rumble, rumble. The power of the fist light swept across the world, and the billions of drops of water that splashed out either vaporized or exploded like rapid arrows. Crack, boom. In the violent explosion and boom, at the opening of the broken endless void, everyone saw that 3 of the 6 bronze rings shattered, and 3 were sent flying thousands of kilometers away. As for Pei Qianan, he bent his body like a shrimp and was sent flying into the sky. His 2 arms were gone. There was only less than a third of his flesh and blood still left. Now only his Dao bones were shining. Hiss, zer, so strong. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei wanted to press on. Although Pei Qianan walked the extreme Dao, he hadn't finished walking it. Therefore, the blow just now not only crushed him physically, but also shattered a large number of his soul and pierced through his soul-suppressing godly weapon. However, perhaps because Pei Qianan was indeed a heavenly talent of the fist sect, his soul-suppressing godly weapon was not weak and was an acquired spiritual treasure. Therefore, if the World Destruction Fist couldn't kill him, Han Fei would just punch him again. However, just when Han Fei was about to launch another attack, a mysterious jade hand formed a strange seal in the sky. A Dao pattern array hovered in the sky, as if it wanted to press Han Fei down. An array master? Someone who could condense an array of this level was definitely not an ordinary person. Han Fei glanced around and saw that Zhao Chanchan was already standing in the air, forming seals with one hand and attacking indifferently. Fuse. Han Fei's eyes turned black and white in an instant. He activated the yin-yang divine eyes and found the core of the array in a flash. Bang! The Dao pattern seal array, like a mirror, instantly shattered. Zhao Qianqian's eyes flashed, as if she was a little surprised that Han Fei instantly broke her seal array. It's his eyes. Behind Zhao Qianqian, a carefree level cultivator said, it's indeed a characteristic of the human race. If I remember correctly, those eyes are called yin-yang divine eyes, an extremely rare pupil spell. In history, it has only appeared a few times, but every time it appears, its owner is extremely powerful. Behind Ye Tianren, a guardian said, Tianren, this person's strength has far exceeded what we expected. With such strength, I'm afraid he has reached the end of the extreme Dao. Pei Qianan alone can't defeat him. Ye Tianren frowned. I don't want to bully you with numbers. The 2 guardians of Ye Tianren frowned. Tianren, we're not here to fight. We can't let him escape. Ye Tianren was unmoved. With me here, he can't leave. Seeing that Ye Tianren was determined, the 2 guardians didn't say anything else. However, Zhao Qianchan was not as arrogant as Ye Tianren. She knew that there were only a few people here who could really stop Han Fei today. She had heard of Ye Tianren's personality and couldn't count on him. Pei Qianan was the first to attack. If he was killed, not only would these people's morale be affected, but it would also be completely possible for Han Fei to escape. Although there were still many carefree level cultivators present, in the eyes of the ultimate cultivators, the carefree level was not unreachable. Even she and Pei Qianan were not afraid of carefree level monarchs. At this moment, Zhao Qianqian's attack was blocked. She slightly poured out a crystal clear drop of water from the jade bottle in her hand. As soon as this drop of water appeared, gravity was lost in this world. Chaotic original water? Han Fei's heart did a flip. Was it a coincidence, or was he lucky? This woman actually poured out a drop of chaotic original water, but the quality of this chaotic original water seemed to be higher than his infinity water. The infinity water was only a high-quality godly weapon now. In fact, it was of little use to him now. However, the chaotic original water that this woman took out instantly extracted the law of power in this world, causing the gravity here to be gone. This seemed to be at least an ultra-quality godly weapon level chaotic original water. It's mine. Han Fei's eyes flashed and he waved his hand in the air. The law of time shattered time and space. If you have the ability to extract the law of strength, then extract the laws in other timelines. Chapter 2898-2898. Enter the Carefree Level 2 2898. Enter the Carefree Level 2 2898. Enter the Carefree Level 2. Sure enough, Han Fei stepped into another timeline. Then, Zhao Qianqian's heart skipped a beat. She formed another seal with one hand and pressed it half a meter away from her. Bang. However, as soon as this seal technique array appeared, it was pierced through by a single blow. When Han Fei appeared and almost touched Zhao Qianqian, 8 drops of chaotic original water appeared in the jade bottle in a row. Plus the previous drop, there were 9 drops. Every drop represented a law. At this moment, the 9 drops of chaotic original water condensed into an array shield in front of him. Bang. Han Fei's attack didn't work. On the other side, Pei Qianan had stabilized himself and his arms were recovering. Pei Qianan's 7 orifices were bleeding. He quickly put a pill into his mouth and then his body crackled. He said to Zhao Qianqian, "Thank you." Immediately, Pei Qianan said, "Human Emperor Han Fei's strength has reached the peak of the Dao proving level. I admit that I lost, but unfortunately, today is not a sparring match. Since you have seen his strength, let's come at him together. Attack. Kill. It's absolutely justified to kill an extreme Dao cultivator." Following Pei Qianan's words, some people had already taken action. Now with Pei Qianan and Zhao Qian holding Han Fei back, it should be the best time for them to kill him. Otherwise, once these 2 people were defeated, no one could restrain Han Fei and they would be easily targeted. To put it bluntly, they had already offended Han Fei, so they wouldn't hesitate to attack him. Han Fei didn't pay attention to this. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the bottle contained chaotic original water. If he had known, he would have long snatched it with the void-stealing technique. Now the chaotic original water had been released, and there were a total of 9 drops. He could only grab 3 drops at a time with the void-stealing technique. This wouldn't do. Once the void-stealing technique was exposed, this woman would definitely collect them into her body. Han Fei took out a heavy hammer. In an instant, thousands of hammer shadows appeared. Boom, 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 boom. He activated the ultimate hammer. No matter how many laws there were in the few drops of chaotic original water, they couldn't be used at all. Once a law appears, I'll just shatter it. However, Zhao Qianqian wasn't someone easy to deal with. Her pupils turned white as she tried to send a wisp of her soul into Han Fei and his origin star. However, this might be the most regretful move Zhao Qianqian had ever made in her life. This was because she thought that Han Fei's physique was very strong, even Pei Qianan was no match for him, and he might have already reached the peak of the extreme Dao, so the power of his soul would inevitably weaken. This should be her attacking direction. In the face of an enemy of this level, she was obviously digging her own grave by competing with Han Fei in physique or technique. Besides, Zhao Qianqian didn't take the path of body refinement in the first place. What made her strong was her soul. Although Zhao Qianqian knew that Han Fei must have a soul-suppressing godly weapon, she was not worried. She suddenly opened her mouth and shouted, "Soul restriction." In the next moment, Han Fei felt a magnificent soul power rush into the center of his eyebrows. To be honest, Han Fei was shocked. Up to now, he had never encountered anyone who couldn't wait to let their soul power drill into his mind. In the next moment, the demon purification pot moved. Han Fei didn't even need to erase these wisps of soul before they were caught by the small vines. Zhao Qianqian's expression suddenly changed drastically. How is it possible? Puffer Zhao Qianqian's blood splashed across the sky, not because Han Fei attacked her, but because of the backlash as her soul power was broken. Not good. Young master. The 2 carefree level cultivators were waiting to watch the show, but in the next moment, what awaited them was the backlash on Zhao Qianqian. Kill her while she's down. Steal, steal, steal. Han Fei was excited. If he used the void-stealing technique on the chaotic original water, he could only get 3 drops of chaotic original water at most. But if he killed Zhao Qianqian, he could take all the 9 drops of chaotic original water. This amount of chaotic original water was obviously not as simple as an ultra-quality godly weapon. It might even be able to upgrade to a chaotic spiritual treasure. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Qianqian's soul-suppressing godly weapon appeared. It was a bronze seal that looked extraordinary. However, no matter how extraordinary the bronze seal was, it could only be stolen by the void-stealing technique. The first time the void-stealing technique was activated, a copper seal was summoned. The second time void-stealing technique was activated, the copper seal was stolen. The third time the void-stealing technique was activated, its target was Zhao Qianqian's consciousness. When Han Fei stole Zhao Qianqian's consciousness, he clearly felt a strong soul power trying to counterattack him, trying to compete for the power of the void-stealing technique. However, his current strength was at the peak of the Dao proving level, on the same level as Zhao Qianqian. In terms of extreme Dao balance, his soul power had also reached the upper limit of extreme Dao. This was not something Zhao Qianqian could break free from. Therefore, even Zhao Qianqian, who was once a strong master on the god roll, failed to break free from the power of the void-stealing technique. He used the void-stealing technique 3 times in one breath. Although the two carefree level cultivators had already taken action, 10,000 god-sealing spears appeared around Han Fei and blocked the two of them. Unless everyone here attacked together, it was impossible for them to break his god-sealing spear array in a second, and this second was already enough for him. Han Fei had planned to go on a killing spree this time, but the woman was unlucky enough to be the first to be killed by him. Logo, Chapter 28999, Enter the Carefree Level 32899. Enter the Carefree Level 3. At this moment, many people had already taken action. Including the two Carefree level cultivators, only 10,000 god-sealing spears could only withstand a few seconds. Therefore, Han Fei had no intention of taking this woman as a hostage. He activated the ultimate hammer, the Ragnarok and Tao of Slaughter God in an instant. Bam, bam, bam. After a series of bombardments, Zhao Qianqin was smashed into a bloody mess, and the ultra-quality godly weapon-level battlesuit on her body finally couldn't withstand it. Just as this ultra-quality godly weapon was shattered and Han Fei was about to launch a fatal blow, a pearl pendant under Zhao Qianqian's neck suddenly flashed. Huh? Shocked, Han Fei retreated quickly and grabbed the 9 uncontrollable drops of chaotic original water. Bang! Then he only felt a strong counterforce. A phantom appeared, which was the will of a strong master. The phantom counterattacked, and the terrifying power was so fast that Han Fei was poked by a finger. Bam! Clang! The gravel splashed and the Starsea Mystic Sand was shattered. Then Han Fei's body completely cracked, and the outer skin armor formed by the Starsea Mystic Sand fell off. The power of an immortal level monarch? Han Fei's eyes turned cold. These Beastards were confident that they wouldn't die, so they were so fearless. Furthermore, those life-saving methods might have been set up on purpose. Some powerhouses had guessed that Zhao Qianqin and the others were no match for Han Fei, so they set up such life-saving methods to unleash their immortal level strength to attack him. It was good if they could kill him, and even if they couldn't, they could heavily injure him and create opportunities for these people to kill him. How was that possible? He blocked the attack of an immortal level cultivator. The two carefree level cultivators who were bombarding the god-sealing spear array looked horrified. In the next moment, someone said, "There's a scale in front of him." Fortunately, he had the life scale of the Eastern Divine Crocodile, which could block a blow from a great monarch and block the attacks of an immortal level powerhouse for more than 10 seconds. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. However, since this immortal level blow didn't work on him, he wouldn't be the one to die. Han Fei put his hands together, held the giant hammer, and smashed it down with the power of thousands of hammers. "Stop! How dare you!" Bang! Zhao Qianqin didn't even wake up before she was smashed into ashes. Yes, at this moment, Han Fei didn't consider putting Zhao Qianqin's corpse into his origin star. If he didn't kill her now, he wouldn't have a chance in the next second. Rumble. In the sky, a great Tao crack appeared. No one here had expected that the first to die among so many people would be a strong cultivator on the god roll. It could be said that Zhao Qianqin was very strong, but in this battle she might not even be able to exert 30% of her strength. Even Zhao Qianqin herself had never thought that she would end her path of cultivation in such a way. Pei Qianyan was shocked, yet Qianyan's sword hummed and tried to fly out of the scabbard. They knew that Zhao Qianqin couldn't be so weak. In fact, judging from the way Zhao Qianqin attacked, they even felt that she could suppress Han Fei. After all, with her graceful figure floating in the sky, forming seals with one hand, and the chaotic water dripping from the purified bottle, she looked like a heavenly talent of the heavenly talents. Crack. Boom. At this time, the god-sealing spear array was finally broken, and Han Fei had already put away the chaotic original water and the small seal. Roar! How dare you kill a heavenly talent of our flying immortal tower? You're asking to be killed. Kill! At this time, more than 50 strong masters attacked at the same time. But this time, Han Fei didn't use the life scale of the Eastern Divine Crocodile. These scales were used for defense, but he wasn't here to be beaten up today. He originally wanted to hunt, but after the Emperor Sparrow's reminder, Han Fei felt that this was an excellent opportunity for a breakthrough. In that case, he could only fight. Roar! The god-sealing spear array was broken, and Han Fei was instantly drowned by many powerful attacks. Among the onlookers, Ye Tianren tried to press down the sword in his hand. Although his fighting intent was overwhelming, his pride wouldn't allow him to attack Han Fei like those people. Yi Wulong put on a meaningful smile. So what if you're a disciple of the Void Temple? You're just one person. How can you win against so many heavenly talents? However, before Yi Wulong could be happy for long, the smile on his face stiffened. Then he looked slightly shocked. Not just Yi Wulong, the others were also shocked. This guy's physique is so strong. Is he really an extreme Tao cultivator? If this guy grows up, who can stop him? On the battlefield, Han Fei's body was soaring with blood and killing intent. Faced with the siege of more than 50 people, he actually defended one side and charged forward with great techniques and even divine techniques. Pei Qianan shouted in a low voice, "It's very likely that his heavenly Tao Jade Marrowbone has been completely refined." What? He's already finished refining it? He's only at the peak of the Tao proving level. Isn't it necessary to reach the peak of the carefree level, or even enter the immortal level to refine the Tian Dao Jade Marrowbone? Someone said solemnly. There was indeed someone who refined the heavenly Dao Jade Marrowbone at the Dao Proving level. Just by refining this bone, he had his strength comparable to the carefree level. Chapter 2900, 2900. Enter the carefree level 4 2900. Enter the carefree level 4. Everyone, let's come together. Today, no one can kill Han Fei alone. I think it's enough if we can kill him together. At this moment, Han Fei hadn't fully activated his great Dao. The reason why he could completely refine the heavenly Dao Jade Marrowbone was firstly because he had absolutely sufficient resources. Secondly, because he borrowed the power of the heavenly Dao in the demon realm. Thirdly, because he studied the green jadestone bridge. And fourthly, because the supreme divine technique of the human race was imperceptibly improving his strength. With these 4 opportunities, he could completely refine the heavenly Dao Jade Marrowbone at the Dao Proving level. After refining this bone with his physique and combat power, he would have enough combat power to fight a peak-level, carefree-level cultivator alone. Therefore, although so many monarchs were attacking him, he could still resist them. Han Fei's figure was like a ghost, and there seemed to be eyes on his back. The golden fist mark was like the flashing starlight in the starry sky. It seemed that no one dared to fight Han Fei head-on. But in fact, Han Fei knew that this couldn't go on. These people weren't ordinary Dao Provers. They were clearly kiting him. Han Fei made up his mind and stepped into the void world. In the next moment, he appeared beside a person, activating all great Daos in one sword and breaking his star bead rumble. The moment a great Dao crack appeared in the sky, Han Fei was also struck dozens of times. Someone even shouted, "It's the void world. He has comprehended the void world technique. Everyone, be careful and pay attention to the void fluctuations." Han Fei entered the void world again, intending to attack a person. At the moment he appeared, someone slashed the void, causing the turbulent void to stir, and Han Fei was almost pulled in. No. My attack won't work even from the void world. There are too many enemies. All small tricks are useless. It seems that I can only kill them by force. In terms of soul-killing technique, physique, speed, and all other comprehensive strength, he was the strongest. However, Han Fei knew that this kind of strength wasn't strong enough. He was fighting with 3 times his combat power. But even if he had formed the heavenly Dao Jade Marrowbone, he could only use 4 times his combat power at most. He had no choice. If he could enter the carefree level, he might be able to use 5 times his combat power, but unfortunately, he couldn't use it now. Han Fei thought of the Emperor Sparrow's words. At the edge of life and death, you can comprehend your way to enter the carefree level. Then, what is my way to enter the carefree level? Han Fei didn't care about anything else. He would just deal with whatever came his way. He used divine techniques and soul-killing techniques to kill anyone he targeted. 10 seconds later, Han Fei killed a person. 30 seconds later, Han Fei killed another man, but his nose and mouth were bleeding and his breath was unsteady. 50 seconds later, Han Fei killed another person and tore him into pieces. This man's blood splashed on the sea, but Han Fei's body was invaded by a great technique. 200 seconds later, this was the 13th person Han Fei killed. Han Fei's strength was obvious to all, but this casualty rate didn't make these people retreat. This was because they could tell that Han Fei was just holding on. He Wulong was among the crowd. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted, "Where has your previous awe-inspiring performance of killing 11 people in a row gone?" Someone said, "Han Fei, I admit that I can't beat you. Your void temple is indeed strong, but you must die today. Stop resisting. If the cultivators of your void temple don't come out today, even gods won't be able to save you." At this moment, neither Ye Tianren nor Pei Qianan took action. Ye Tianren said, "As many as 82 people are attacking Han Fei. If he hadn't been alone, these people would have been dead. Young master, there is no fairness in this world. Why don't we take this opportunity?" "No, I am not Pei Qianan. I will not intervene in this chaotic battle." Pei Qianan sneered. "Heh, you think that it will be useful as long as you join in the attack? You're nothing." In the distance, in the void, someone was watching from afar. Someone sighed. As expected of a disciple of the void temple. Such combat power is really unimaginable. Someone replied indifferently, "He shouldn't release the human race at this stage. Once a strong master has a weakness, he is no longer a strong master. He will definitely lose this game." Someone said indifferently, "He is still holding up. He doesn't want to use the void mark even now? Don't worry, it will be used eventually. If he dies, what's the use of the void mark?" At this moment, Han Fei was covered with cuts and bruises all over his body. This was not the Starsea Mystic Sand, but his body. The Starsea Mystic Sand had been broken 100 seconds ago. "Hi-hee, that's what you've got? I thought you were very strong, but you can't even kill me, bah, you're simply trash. Bastard, you're still talking tough when you're about to die? Soul twining technique, death entanglement. Don't be intimidated by him, he's already at the end of his rope." Someone activated a divine technique, intending to take Han Fei down while he was distracted. "Carefree?" Han Fei muttered. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed at the air, crushing the soul-killing technique. His speed suddenly soared and he instantly arrived in front of the person, grabbed his neck, and instantly sealed his body with the law of extreme cold. Haha, the real battle has just begun. Boom. Chapter 29.1. Enter the carefree level 5. 29.1. Enter the carefree level 5. At this moment, the people who besieged Han Fei were all shocked. Han Fei was already very strong, so they could only use the tactic of flying kites in tacit agreement to wear him down. Although Han Fei seemed to have reached the end of his strength, suddenly his power surged again and his speed and strength even improved to another level. How is it possible? How can he still become stronger? Is this some kind of secret method? Damn it everyone, retreat for now. Don't fight him head on. What are you panicking for? This is clearly the last round. He has used all his potential and trump cards. Let's attack together. Don't give him a chance to catch his breath. Let's split up into groups. As long as he doesn't succeed in one attack, we can suppress him. Someone could control lightning. He turned into a thunder arc and summoned green lightning that filled the sky, blasting at Han Fei from all directions. Someone controlled a spiritual treasure-level bow that could transform the power of the heavenly Tao into an arrow. The invisible arrow darted at Han Fei like a great Tao. Someone set up layers of illusions for Han Fei. They still wanted to wear Han Fei down and obliterate his combat power. After all, no one wanted to die. No one could survive Han Fei's head-on clash. Even Pei Qianan had lost his arms. How could others resist Han Fei? There was nothing wrong with their plan. Everyone's thoughts were clear. However, they overlooked the fact that this success of their plan came at the cost of some sacrifice. Someone who retreated a little slower was instantly approached by Han Fei. He turned one hand into a saber and killed this person. Someone was unlucky enough to be targeted by Han Fei and turned into a mist of blood by more than 800 golden fist marks. A saber beam dazzled the world and killed 2 people in a row, even though they had fused with their companion spirits and were wearing acquired spiritual treasure-level battlesuits. At this moment, Han Fei's blood was ignited and boiling, looking like red mist evaporating from his body. In just 100 seconds, Han Fei killed 12 more people. Han Fei seemed to have gone crazy at this moment. He had indeed underestimated the heavenly talents of the Central Sea Divine Realm. He had to admit that these people were very strong. It was extremely difficult to kill them instantly with ordinary techniques. In fact, in the past 100 seconds, he had shattered as many as 38 people, but only 12 had really been killed by him. At this moment, Han Fei understood one thing. The Heavenly Tao Jade Marrowbone wasn't absolutely powerful, even if his Heavenly Tao Jade Marrowbone was stronger than ordinary people. As the saying went, a drop of water could penetrate a stone. Besides, he was not a stone, and these people's attacks were not water. No matter how many divine techniques he mastered or how powerful the great techniques were, there was a limit to the power he could unleash at once. Sometimes, when he unleashed all his strength, he would be blocked by others. In the end, Han Fei, who had been fighting for nearly 500 seconds, finally felt a sense of satisfaction that he hadn't felt in a long time. He had this feeling when he was on the Scattered Stars Island, when he was in the Thousand Star City, when he had just entered the Raging Sea, and when he was on the way to the Divine Capital Dynasty. It was the feeling of being surrounded by enemies, the feeling of being the enemy of everyone in the world, the feeling of carrying pressure but unwilling to submit, the feeling of wanting to break the shackles and chains. At this moment, Han Fei had a feeling that his great Tao was about to reach its limit. Perhaps he could still use the time resurrection technique to fight another wave of enemies. However, with so many strong masters here, the resources he could revive were not enough for the other party to fight. Besides, he had already fought to this point. It wasn't easy for him to fight to this moment. He didn't want to use external forces to break this long-lost feeling. Today, he was going to fight his way out of this siege with his own strength. At this moment, Han Fei's thoughts were racing. Time seemed to have stopped around him, and the great technique seemed to have stopped in midair. The enemy's words were filled with excitement. Someone shouted, "He can't hold on any longer." No matter how strong he is, he's only at the Tao proving level. There's a limit to his strength. Everyone, as long as you can hold on for a moment, Han Fei will definitely die. Someone said to him via voice transmission, "Come on, don't give him a chance to catch his breath. This is the best time to force him to use the void mark." Far away, in the sky, someone was amazed. This guy is really tough. He hasn't used a void mark even now. Does he still have any improper thoughts? Someone said indifferently. At this moment, he can't run away. What else can he think about? The void mark is his only way out. As long as he uses the void mark here, he won't have the capital to protect the human race in the future. Someone nodded slightly. Compared to the rise of this child, the rise of the human race is even more terrifying. Once this race rises, it will be as difficult as ascending to the sky to suppress them again. The surrounding power of the heavenly Tao is distorting. What's going on? Someone's expression changed. He's going to make it into the carefree level. How is it possible? This child has only proven Tao less than 100 years ago. How can he step into the carefree level again? Buzz. At that moment, the life scale of the Eastern Divine Crocodile appeared again, blocking all the techniques in the sky. As for Han Fei, his aura and spirit suddenly changed slightly. As his aura changed, the heavenly Tao in this world suddenly went out of control, making many people shocked. This is not good. He's going to enter the carefree level. Attack with all our strength. Don't reserve any strength. We can't let this guy enter the carefree level. Kill. However, the overwhelming techniques filling the sky couldn't shake Han Fei at all. The scale of the Eastern Divine Crocodile could even withstand a blow from a great monarch. Even an immortal level cultivator would take more than 30 seconds to penetrate it.